Chapter 391 Meet at Mary's Cafe. Did we go a little too far? Philip asked worriedly as he ran. How did we go a little too far? Waldo asked. In order to go to the toilet legitimately, he stuffed a lot of food into his stomach even though he was already full. He couldn't let anyone see that he had eaten too much, so he could only force himself to eat. He didn't feel too much when he was walking, but when he ran, he felt that his whole stomach was shaking, and he was so full that he rolled his eyes. No matter what, Mr. Lou saved Justina and I from the casino gang, and he knows Edward. What if he really wants to help? Z said the enemy is too powerful, and we can't take any risks now. Don't worry. He won't be in any danger. The police will soon find out that they made a mistake, and he is not a fugitive. What we have to do now is to leave here before this happens, Waldo said as he pushed open the door next to him. Wait, that's the second floor, Philip reminded. Second floor? Really? I feel like we've been running for a long time. Waldo scratched his head. That's because you've been staying in the attic for too long. You should exercise. Okay. The two ran all the way to the parking lot and jumped into the car. Hurry up. Hurry up. Start the car, Waldo urged, looking back at the same time. But even so, Philip put on his seatbelt first, then adjusted the rearview mirror, and looked around to make sure there was no one around before starting the engine. Really? At this time? Waldo looked incredulous. Sorry. I've become accustomed to it. Philip apologized, stepped on the accelerator, and drove the car to the entrance of the parking lot. The two hurriedly paid the bill, refused the change from the staff, and left the parking lot as soon as possible, until they were farther and farther away from the department store. Waldo breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed on the passenger seat. It's a close call. We finally got rid of this trouble. Do you want a victory high five? No. Let's not do it. Philip shook his head. But even so, he still reached out his hand and clapped his hands with Waldo, and sighed. These few days are more exciting than my life in the past 20 years. By the way, let's contact the magician and tell them that we have escaped. Okay. Waldo took out his cell phone while speaking, but he didn't expect that his cell phone rang before he dialed. Who's calling? It's the little boy. She stayed at the end and was responsible for the final cleaning, mainly cleaning up the traces in the elevator and the monitoring room. Waldo pressed the answer button while talking. However, the voice on the other end of the line was Zhang Heng. See you in Mary's Cafe in 15 minutes. Zhang Heng hung up the phone without giving Waldo time to answer or ask questions. As a result, less than 10 minutes later, Zhang Heng saw the white Mercedes again in front of the cafe. At the same time, not long after, another car from the elevator maintenance company also stopped nearby. Two people got out of it and looked around with Philip and Waldo. Zhang Heng said to the petite girl beside him, who was wearing a baseball cap and dressed like a boy, "Let's go." The latter snorted and tried to get her arm out of his hand, but failed. Although he was mentally prepared, he was set up for nothing. Zhang Heng was not in a good mood at this time, especially in order to escape as quickly as possible. He had to use the electric shocker in his hand to knock down his security guard. As for Philip and Waldo's escape, he didn't take it too seriously. The two thought they were secretive enough. But in fact, the hidden eye contact between them and the girl in the baseball cap after entering the mall did not hide from Zhang Heng's eyes. After experiencing the Black Sail dungeon, Zhang Heng thought that the acting skills of both parties were really nothing to praise. Therefore, Zhang Heng was not in a hurry after losing the trace of Philip and Waldo. He shook off the pursuers behind him and followed the girl in the baseball cap after she left the mall. At the same time, he put the electric shock device on her waist when she crossed the road and waited for the traffic light. Then he successfully contacted Waldo with her mobile phone. Now both parties sat down again in Mary's Cafe. This time, Zhang Heng was finally able to have a frank talk with the team behind Philip and Waldo. Are you their leader? Zhang Heng looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with a ponytail and an artistic vibe. No. You seem to have misunderstood something. We don't have a leader. We are just a very loose organization. In fact, we all have our own work and lives. We are busy with our own things and have almost no intersection. Many of them only met during this operation, the latter said. So, you can think of us as an interest group. I am the oldest. If you really want to find a leader or something, then I am the one. What you did is not something that a hobby group can do. Zhang Heng said. Why did the security guards and plainclothes suddenly attack me? Because we used some tricks to make them mistakenly think that you are an online fugitive. The ponytail man said. I'm sorry. According to Waldo, you are very skilled. Under normal circumstances, they have no way to escape. We have no choice but to do this. Did you hack into the police station's system? It doesn't need to be so troublesome. You just need to pretend to be a police officer and call the person in charge of the mall to make him believe that there is really a wanted criminal in his territory. The ponytail man explained. It's very simple. Some operators have loopholes in the rules of the caller number change service platform. Originally, this is a service provided by operators to facilitate business needs. It can display different numbers to different people. However, because there are loopholes in the rules, you can also use this service to pretend to be the police, fire department, or bank to make calls or send text messages. Of course, this service is only open to some specific customers and requires some tricks. In addition, you can also use the legal rental of enterprise small switch services to modify a field of the IM message of ISCP signaling to achieve the same purpose. It would have been fine if the ponytail guy didn't explain. After he did, Zhang Heng was still confused. But he probably knew the identities of this group of people. Are you all computer experts? Well, although each of us is good at different things. But almost. We are all geeks. Even her? Zhang Heng pointed at the girl in the baseball cap who was held hostage by him before. That's right. Little boy. She is our communications expert. Chapter 392 Toes. Many people equate geeks with hackers. But there are still some differences between the two. The word geek comes from the American slang geek, which originally refers to people who have a fanatical interest in one or several specific fields and spend a lot of time studying them. It is mostly used in the computer field. It was initially derogatory, and was also extended to a derogatory term for hackers in the early days of the PC revolution. However, now, especially after the rise of a group of Silicon Valley giants such as Jobs and Gates, the word geek has also been given a new meaning, and has begun to be more labeled as free, creative, and unconventional. Yes, geeks are such a group of people. They are adventurers on the internet, hardware enthusiasts, hackers, communication enthusiasts, technology geeks, programmers, engineers. In short, you can be anyone. As long as you conform to our spirit, you can join the 01 Guerrilla team, Philip said. Of course, most of the people who join are still related to computers. Although we always hope that girls who are cheerleaders or dancers will join us. We have our own secret forum with our own instant messaging software. We usually discuss technical issues on it. You can also post your own problems and wait for others to answer them. Or just show off your skills. The people on it are very good. Is Edward one of you? Zhang Heng asked. No, Edward is not one of us, the ponytail man said. Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. About a year ago, Edward hacked into our forum and the website we built together. Waldo was still surprised when he mentioned this. Is it difficult? Well, it's not too difficult. It's a little easier than hacking into the national defense system, Philip said. The most important thing is that he did it quietly. If he hadn't left us a message afterwards, we wouldn't have known he had been here. What message? In the beginning, it was just a greeting. You know, hackers are low-key. But in fact, many of them are a group of guys who are eager for attention. Especially the more difficult the goal is to achieve, and the harder it is to get into. After entering, they always can't help but leave something. For example, I know a guy who sneaked into the human resources system of the telecommunications giant SFR, and gave a little red flower to every employee of SFR who was still working overtime that night. Huh. That guy was the same. He left a pixelated picture of Pac-Man, but it was very small. In the lower right corner of the homepage. You couldn't see it if you didn't look carefully. Anyway, that was our first encounter with Edward. After that, we rebuilt the firewall and encryption system. But that guy finally succeeded in invading. Are you angry? The ponytail man pushed his glasses. Angry? No. 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 This is like an interesting game for us. We enjoy playing against that guy. So we rebuilt the forum again. However, as you can probably guess, he defeated us again. But we all had a lot of fun in the process. And it was from that time that we began to have further communication. We always thought that the other party was a group like us. But the fact surprised us. The guy said his name was Edward. And there was only one person. He said that he was hired by a very powerful organization and was working on a very cool project that could subvert the world. Once successful, it would change everyone's way of life and travel. But the content and address must be kept confidential. In the beginning, we didn't really take it too seriously. Because hackers, everyone doesn't like to brag. They always brag to you how powerful they were in the past. But in fact, most people don't even brag half of what they brag. Edward is very powerful. I admit this. No, it's not an exaggeration to say that he is the most powerful guy I have ever seen. But subverting the world is still a bit exaggerated. But anyway, we have made a new friend. After that, Edward would come to our forum from time to time to brag and chat with us. And occasionally reveal some recent events. But basically, he would just talk about what kind of short skirt the executive wore today and how lunch was. He was a very contractual guy and never discussed specific work. Until a month ago, we suddenly received a message from him in the group saying that he didn't know if he was doing the right thing. Philip said. I asked him what happened and whether he was under a lot of work pressure recently. But he didn't reply. About a week later, he suddenly contacted me and said that he had escaped and had something very important in his hand. I asked him what it was, and he sent me a document. From that document, I saw that things might really be a bit bad. Why is it bad? Philip looked around and lowered his voice. This is a project called TOES. They plan to build a powerful central control system to connect all public facilities in the city to the network. Just like installing a brain for the city, and gaining insight into hidden laws that cannot be discovered by the naked eye from massive amounts of data. This will overcome the problem that decision makers can only make local optimal strategies due to limited information and cannot really find the global optimal solution. Through calculation, public resources can be redistributed to avoid waste. Let me give you an example. If you connect all the traffic lights at the intersections to the network, you can replan and calculate the optimal time allocation for each traffic light, saving travel time. At the same time, if there is an accident on the road, the city brain will directly feedback the alarm to the hospital, so that the ambulance can arrive in the shortest time. It sounds good. Yes, Edward thought so at first. But later he found that there were other purposes behind TOES. Once this system is established, it will not only collect data information of public facilities, but also all citizens, including your phone text messages, medical records, medical insurance number, criminal records, favorite websites, chat partners, browsing history, chat content, and every credit card consumption will be mastered by it. This is a disaster, said the ponytail man. Yes, this means that from now on our every move will be under the surveillance of others. We no longer have any privacy. And even the room is full of cameras. Waldo also became serious. You don't know when they will mobilize your PC or mobile phone, or even your drone. And if it continues like this, things may get worse. This is only the first stage. In the second stage, TOES will automatically analyze and mark each person's dangerous tendencies. Of course, it is a good thing to be able to prevent crime in advance. But we don't know how and what algorithm it uses to calculate each person's dangerous tendencies. Without constraints, each of us may be labeled as a dangerous element. Chapter 393 Sincerity. Edward's rank in Black Nest is not low. He has key evidence in his hands that can prove that TOES is not only used for public facilities. In that case, just hand the evidence to the police, John Hung said. The ponytail man and Philip looked at each other inside. If only it were that simple. Black Nest has a complicated background. Although they are a new high-tech company that emerged 10 years ago, their territory has expanded rapidly, covering the entire Europe, and merging hundreds of small technology companies along the way. However, the source of funds behind them has always been a mystery. And this level of project is impossible without the promotion of the top management. The enemy we are facing is an unprecedented behemoth. I'm sorry for what I did to you before. It's because we are in a special period. We don't know who we can trust at this time. The ponytail man apologized. Then why do you trust me now? Mainly, the little boy is in your hands. Waldo stammered. We want to help Edward. Not only because of our friendship with him, but also because we don't want to live in a world under strict surveillance. We always say that security and privacy cannot be achieved at the same time. Sometimes you have to sacrifice some personal privacy for security. This is true in a sense. In fact, since Berners-Lee founded the World Wide Web. Such debates have never stopped. But this time Black Nest's actions have obviously crossed the bottom line. And we can't just sit back and watch. Philip, the security consultant, also spoke up. But first, we must ensure the safety of the 01 team members. The girl with the baseball cap whose forum ID is Little Boy was still rubbing her wrist that was bruised by Zhang Heng, staring at someone with hostility. We don't believe you. But now we seem to have no choice. The ponytail man looked a little bitter. Our only advantage against the Black Nest is that they are in the light while we are in the dark. And they don't know we exist yet. Otherwise, the Black Nest wouldn't need to play any tricks. They could just control us directly. So it seems that the chances of you being on their side are not high. No. There is another possibility. Black Nest wants to use us to find Edward's hiding place. The little boy said. This was the first time she spoke in front of Bong Heng. Zhang Heng finally knew why her ID was called Little Boy. Not only did she dress like a tomboy, her voice was also neutral. And her eyes looked at Zhang Heng without giving in. However, what surprised her was that the guy in front of her seemed to be distracted at this important moment. Zhang Heng had been thinking about a possibility before. This kind of copy of the confrontation between different camps actually has obvious loopholes. For example, players can freely change their camps according to the development of the situation at a certain stage of the game. Or everyone can choose no camp and agree to join one camp after meeting, which can greatly reduce the difficulty of the game, because it is different from the Apollo Project training camp. There is no limit on the number of places for the single-player competition this time. In theory, as long as everyone chooses the same camp, everyone can pass. However, the system obviously also takes this situation into consideration. After the 01 guerrillas finished telling the story about Edward, Zhang Heng heard the familiar voice, asking him to complete the camp selection within 5 minutes. And once the camp is determined, it cannot be changed. Generally speaking, the choice of camp needs to consider 2 factors. The first is the strength of the camp itself. At present, Toes is undoubtedly stronger, and the 01 guerrillas are more like a group of ragtag groups that are put together temporarily. Although Philip's move in the casino was amazing. To be fair, they did well in the mall. Putting aside the problem of acting, they were still very good in terms of planning. If it weren't for Zhang Heng, they would probably have succeeded now. But this still couldn't change their situation of being at an absolute disadvantage. Of course, because it was in the game. The player's choice would also have a great impact. But up to now, Zhang Heng hadn't met other players. This is actually a bit unreasonable. If the 01 guerrillas are the key to approaching Edward, it doesn't make sense that only Zhang Heng noticed them. Zhang Heng doesn't think it's because of his good luck that he happened to run into Philip and Justina in the casino. In particular, many people noticed the conflict between the two and the casino staff at that time. But he was still the only one who caught up with Philip afterwards. Considering the 2 camp routes given by the system, Zhang Heng is basically certain that the places where players start the game this time are far apart, and everyone encounters different clues. In addition, the time-limited selection rules can minimize the possibility that players choose the same camp after consultation. But in this way, the choice becomes simpler. And basically you don't have to consider other players too much. Let's not talk about my problem first. If you can't just call the police, how do you plan to stop Toes? Zhang Heng asked the ponytail man. Edward has contacted several heavyweight media and some internationally famous documentary directors. He wants to make the evidence in his hands public. But it is certain that this move will bring him a lot of trouble. The reason why he has not been found by Black Nest yet is not only because he knows Black Nest's methods very well and hides well, but also because Black Nest's attitude towards him is still mainly conciliatory, hoping that he can return to the project team. They value Edward's talents. But everything has a limit. Edward is not completely indispensable to them. The successful launch of Toes is always the first priority. Once they find out what Edward's true intention is, they will not hesitate to regard Edward as a serious threat. Our task is to ensure that the news can be successfully released and help Edward escape Black Nest's pursuit. The ponytail man hesitated. But since it has come to this point, there is no point in hiding the rest. So he just finished it in one breath. And then he looked at Zhang Heng with some trepidation. You said before that another friend? Not Edward. Was arrested? Is it true or just to get rid of me? Waldo scratched his head. It's half true and half false. We really have a friend who is in trouble. Our next plan is to rescue him first. But not in Rodez. We want to use this fake news to get rid of you. Zhang Heng thought about it, and looked at the people in the 01 gorillas in front of him. I know that because of what happened before. There is a lack of trust between us. But since we have to continue to cooperate in the future, I will show some sincerity first. Chapter 394 Team Members. Waldo was in the best mood on the plane. He didn't go out much, and spent most of his time in his mother's attic. His mission was very easy this time. He just had to get to the casino before Philip and Justina. Use the pinhole camera hidden behind the magazine to record how the video poker machines worked, and then send it back to the team for analysis. The whole process was as easy as traveling. The only regret was that he couldn't have a female companion like Philip. However, this was compensated by the first-class seat on the way to Grenoble, which is why Philippe had to run 4 casinos in 3 days and hit the royal flush. The previous activities of the 01 gorillas were to accumulate enough funds for the next action. In addition to cracking the slot machine, the people of 01 also considered cracking the ATM and invading the shopping website, using the coupon loophole to copy and sell it to consumers to make money. But the former was too noisy, and the latter was considered that the website would immediately invalidate the coupon after discovering it, which was equivalent to directly defrauding money from consumers, which violated the consistent spirit of 01. In the end, everyone chose to make money from the casino, although there are certain risks. Because the target is the casino, everyone does not feel too burdened. In Waldo's words, the casino makes money by deceiving gamblers to play games they can never win, and we go to the casino to fleece the wool, which can be regarded as revenge for the gamblers. And it is a card-picking game. We just overcame many obstacles and picked the right cards. No matter how we read it wrong, it is not us. Even the most nervous Philip had to admit that when he saw Gao Zigung holding the wrong decoder with a sure win, but could not find anything. He also felt a sense of satisfaction in suppressing the other party in terms of IQ. In fact, everyone in 01 is an expert in their respective fields, but they rarely use their skills to make money through improper channels. This is the first time in the casino, which is very exciting for everyone. It is not a peak tourist season now, and there are not many passengers on the plane. There are only 6 of them in the first-class area of the flight they are taking, which is convenient for them to communicate. Among the 5 people in the 01 gorilla team, in addition to Philip and Waldo, who Zhang Heng met first, and the little boy he met later in the mall, there are still a ponytail man and a guy who wrapped himself tightly. The latter didn't say much in the cafe. Semi-prime number? Cryptography expert. The ponytail man introduced. Semi-prime number? Yes. 2 prime numbers multiplied together can produce a semi-prime number. The forward calculation process is very simple, and the computer does not even take half a second. However, the reverse process is not true. The larger the number, the greater the amount of calculation required for decomposition, and the longer the time. Perhaps hundreds of computers cannot complete it in hundreds of years. The credit cards we use now and online shopping use this encryption method. Only you and the bank know the 2 prime numbers for decoding. It is one of the safest encryption methods known so far. But? Half Prime smiled and didn't say anything else. He shook hands with Zhang Heng and apologized. I dress like this because I have albinism and don't want anyone to see me like this. Zhang Heng nodded to show his understanding. According to the ponytail man, there is actually another member of 01, but he can't participate in this event due to some personal reasons. He will come to join the team in a few days after he finishes his work. The above are all the members of the 01 gorilla team. The one who was most hostile to Zhang Heng was the little boy, although Zhang Heng promised to help save people in exchange for 01's trust. The little boy didn't buy it. He looked at him with a vigilant look. She turned her head and looked at the ponytail man. Do we have to let this guy with unknown origins join us? He doesn't conform to the spirit of 01. Right? And Tom, according to our previous agreement, more than 2/3 of the members need to agree to join if there are new people. The ponytail man smiled bitterly, not knowing how to continue. That's what they said. But who made them be caught in the net? In this situation, what can they do even if they disagree? As the person involved, Zhang Heng seemed very calm. Hearing this, he said to the little boy, I can make up for your last shortcoming. Shortcomings? We are all the best in our respective fields. And the 01 gorilla team is also the most perfect team. We can overcome any difficulties. The little boy was unconvinced. Technically, it may be true, but your shortcomings are also obvious. There are no doers in your team. For example, now, The 5 of you have no chance of winning against me alone. Philip was ashamed. Jong Hung was right. The biggest problem of the 01 guerrilla team was that all its members were technical personnel. In theory, they were all in the logistics field. They had trouble dealing with a slot machine. Philip could hardly imagine whether he could handle it if he really faced the Black Nest. After all, not all problems can be solved with technology. The little boy had never seen Jong Hung's skills and wanted to say something. But the next moment a metal knife appeared on her neck. The ponytail man was shocked. How did you bring this knife on the plane? Did you hack the airport security system? Waldo on the other side was even more impressed. Master, today I know that Jason Bourne really exists. Suddenly so close to death. The little boy's eyes flashed with fear, and her skin hair stood up when the metal knife touched her. But unlike what she imagined, Jong Hung did not take this opportunity to threaten her with any harsh words, and seemed to have no intention of retaliating against her. With a slight shake of his fingers, the knife disappeared from his fingertips again. Then Jong Hung said, "Teams are like this. Everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. Tom said that you are an excellent communication expert. I look forward to working with you next time." Looking at the hand stretched out in front of him, the little boy hesitated for a moment, and stretched out his right hand. But he only shook hands with Jong Hung briefly and quickly retracted it, as if he was afraid of being burned. Okay, since everyone has already known each other, we can start discussing the next steps. Seeing that the most troublesome hurdle was solved so easily, the ponytail man also admired Jong Hung very much, opened his laptop, and showed the photos on it to Jong Hung. "I remember you were talking about him before," Jong Hung said, looking at a female student with a sweet smile. "Well, because I didn't know your position at that time. It's always right to be careful." The ponytail man pointed at the girl in the photo and said, "She is Edward's sister, and the person Edward cares about the most." After Edward escaped, the people of Black Nest targeted her. Edward was worried that if he made the information in his hands public, the people of Black Nest would attack her first. So we must rescue her first. Chapter 395 Gaspard. Leah, a sophomore student in the music department of Pierre Mons University, didn't know what happened between her brother Edward and Black Nest. Edward just sent her an encrypted email before leaving Black Nest. The people of Black Nest spent a lot of effort to crack the encrypted email, and found that it was just a 60-second animation of SpongeBob SquarePants. "This is very Edward style," the little boy praised. "So she didn't know she was in trouble, right?" "Yes," the ponytail man said. "This is also the difficulty of this rescue operation. We don't know each other. I wanted to contact Leia in advance and tell her the truth. But now she is under the close surveillance of the Black Nest. Her mobile phone, computer, email, and social network are completely transparent to the Black Nest. The reason why they have not taken action is that they may have used her as bait. If we can't help but contact her on the internet, we will definitely be discovered. Our previous plan was to paralyze the network that monitors her. But there is no good way to make her completely trust us and leave with us." Philip scratched his head. "If she doesn't handle it well, she might think we are human traffickers. Do you have more detailed information about her?" Jong Hung asked the blue-haired girl on the screen. The ponytail man looked at Waldo. "Is it finally my turn?" The latter rubbed his hands, smiled, took out a USB flash drive from his pocket and inserted it into the computer. Then opened the folder. "What is this?" "All the social information about her that can be found on the internet, including blogs, Christmas videos on Instagram, the name of her favorite dog, the boy she secretly loved in junior high school, the model of her lipstick. Although we can't contact her, I can still log into her various social accounts and sneak around on them. Can I also learn this technology?" After Jong Hung got the information, he did not rush to open it, but asked Waldo, "Of course, I have dozens of ways to hack into social accounts, some of which do not even require you to have too much computer knowledge." When talking about the areas he is good at, Waldo said confidently. The little boy snorted coldly. She had originally changed her attitude towards Jong Hung because of his handsome hand and proactive attitude of reconciliation. As a result, now that she saw that the latter was interested in hacking into social accounts, the little favorability that had risen with great difficulty began to plummet again. Fortunately, the ponytail man coughed twice at this time, interrupting the two of them. "Well, let's discuss this matter privately later. Let's focus on what we have to do now." Jong Hung had no objection to this. He needed the technology to hack into the network account in order to continue investigating the matter 17 years ago. But there was no rush. After all, there was less than a day before the game started. Afterwards, John Hung used the time on the plane to browse all the information about Leia in the USB drive. And he had a general idea before landing. Impersonating Gaspard? The ponytail man was surprised. Yes, Gaspard is one of the people that Leia is closest to. The two met in an online music group a year and a half ago. Since then, they have sent each other thousands of emails and tens of thousands of text messages. They regard each other as their best friend. The most important thing is that they have not met each other. Leia may not believe what we say, but if it is Gaspard, she will leave with us if we make up an excuse. This is a good idea, but it's not easy to do. Philip grabbed his hair and said subconsciously. He couldn't imagine that if he pretended to be Gaspard, he would probably be exposed before he could say a few words to Leia. As for the other members of the 01 Guerrillas, although their acting skills were better than his, they were still limited. So Zhang Hung said in silence. I do it. Waldo almost sprayed out the lemonade in his hand. You do it. You are Asian. Right? You are the least likely among us. Did they discuss skin color in their emails and text messages? Wait a minute. Waldo searched for keywords and found that the two did discuss the living conditions of ethnic minorities and the musical styles they formed. But they did not talk about their skin color. That's true. But you don't look like a French person. And do you know much about music? You'd be exposed if you talk about this. I've played some piano, but I don't know much about French pop music. But don't worry. These won't be a problem tomorrow. Zhang Hung glanced at his watch. It had been 20 hours since he entered the instance. According to the flow rate of this instance, he would enter the parallel instance in another 10 hours. He would have nearly a year there, which was enough time for him to integrate into France and learn some pop music knowledge. In addition, there was a group of people from the 01 Guerrillas to serve as his logistics team. If it didn't work, everyone would be connected in real time. The plane landed at Grenoble Airport. Waldo stretched his waist and reluctantly left his first-class seat. After getting off the plane, he and Semi-Prime went to handle the car rental procedures. The ponytailed man went to pick up the luggage, and Philip connected to the Wi-Fi to deal with the work accumulated over the past few days. John Hung and the little boy were left. The latter clearly didn't want to pay attention to someone. He took out his game console while wearing headphones and started playing. Surprisingly, she was playing a very old game. And it was no exaggeration to say that it was an antique. Tetris. This casual game, invented by Russian Alexei Pajitnov in 1984, was once popular all over the world. It was invented by Russian Alexei Pajitnov in 1984. It was played by moving, rotating and placing various blocks to form a complete row to eliminate them to score points. However, the program of this game was obviously rewritten by the little boy. Generally speaking, the difficulty of Tetris will increase over time. But in her hands, it was the highest level of difficulty right from the start. The blocks fell from the sky like a storm, and the little boy focused his attention, his fingertips flying, rotating and dragging the blocks to the required position. It can be seen that this game is extremely challenging for the player's eyesight, hand speed, and thinking ability. The little boy probably held on for 2.5 minutes, but finally lost. Can I try? Zhang Hung said on the side. The little boy hesitated for a moment, and wanted to say that you can't play this game, but remembering the ponytail man's advice to her before leaving, asking her not to have any conflicts with Zhang Hung again, she could only reluctantly hand the game console to Zhang Hung. Chapter 396 Easter Egg. Oh, you are playing this. The first-class checked luggage was the first to come out, so the ponytailed man came back soon. Seeing Zhang Hung holding the game console, he smiled. This is a traditional project of 01. What is our highest score record? 697,216 points. The little boy said with a straight face. Philip won it. No. He played the piano, so his hand speed is too fast. But my best score is very close to his. I'm not good at it. I'm always at the bottom. My hand speed and eyesight are not my strong points, said the ponytailed man. My best record is only 200,000 points. Fortunately, I still have half a prime number to accompany me. Lou has also played the piano. He may have a chance to challenge Philip. The little boy didn't say anything this time under the threat of the elusive knife. But from her look, she obviously didn't agree with this statement. Zhang Hung had played Tetris before, But it was when he was very young. And it was just to kill time. He didn't consider the problem of points. Now he played again. And lost the first game very easily. He didn't even last 10 seconds, and scored only a pitiful 100 points. However, with the help of this game, Jong Hung also became familiar with the buttons and rules. The second time was much better. And he lasted for 20 seconds. And his score exceeded 3,000. The little boy raised his eyebrows. Even with her harsh eyes, she had to admit that this result was quite good for a pure newcomer. Although the scores of 0-1 people are now higher than each other. They were also beaten dizzy when they first started playing. However, Jong Hung was not satisfied with this result. His hand-eye coordination ability was not recognized as a skill. So it was not displayed on the skill panel. But it was indeed greatly trained and improved in the Lego copy. At that time, he had reached an astonishing speed in assembling blocks. And he had to be familiar with all kinds of parts, so that he could now assemble some not-so-complex things with his eyes closed. In contrast, although the highest-level Tetris blocks fell very quickly, once he was familiar with the game, it was not difficult for him. 10 minutes later, Jong Hung, who had only tried 6 times, had already tied the game's score of the Ponytail Man. He was now using the most common method used by Tetris masters, which was to stack the blocks high enough first, and then eliminate them in one go to get the highest possible score. This method not only tested hand speed and eyesight, but also psychological quality. During the game, Jong Hung kept hearing the system prompts. At the highest difficulty, Tetris reaches 5,000 points. Game points plus 3. You can go to the character panel to view relevant information. At the highest difficulty, Tetris reaches 10,000 points. Game points plus 3. You can go to the character panel to view relevant information. At the highest difficulty, Tetris reaches 30,000 points. Game points plus 3. You can go to the character panel to view relevant information. At the highest difficulty, Tetris reaches 50,000 points. Game points plus 5. You can go to the character panel to view relevant information. At the highest difficulty, Tetris reaches 600,000 points. Game points plus 20. You can go to the character panel to view relevant information. Jong Hung really didn't expect that he had earned 143 game points in just 20 minutes. In the past, it would take at least more than a year of dungeon game time to get so many game points. The reason why he borrowed the game console from the little boy was because his hand speed had also reached a bottleneck when he was practicing Lego assembly. Seeing the other party's training method, he wanted to try it out to see if it would work. But he unexpectedly discovered a hidden game Easter egg. If you don't see it with your own eyes, it's hard for anyone to believe that such a rich reward for points is hidden under a mere insignificant Tetris game. This seems to once again confirm the system's unique achievement system, which is completely beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Jong Hung didn't play anymore because the car had already arrived. And according to the previous points rules, if he wanted to get new game points, he would have to play until he got 800,000 points, which was a bit difficult for him now. And it was still early. So Jong Hung planned to practice a little more and directly challenge the highest record of 999,999 points to see what rewards he would get. The little boy took the game console back, but he didn't know what to say. After everyone got on the car, she finally couldn't help asking, How did you do it? I learned it by playing with Lego. Jong Hung did not hide it. The little boy raised his eyebrows. It was no secret that Jong Hung always carried a pile of building blocks with him. So this answer sounded fine. Jong Hung later demonstrated to her how to build a little panda in 1 minute. Of course without using infinite building blocks, which also made the little boy quite interested. Seeing her appearance, he planned to find a Lego store and buy a box of building blocks to practice after getting off the car. Let's go to the hotel first. And then I will assign tasks to everyone and choose a good time to start. After we succeed, we will evacuate immediately. At that time, I will buy a plane ticket for Leia, but we will take the highway directly. In addition, the team funds we have are now managed by semi-prime numbers. If you need equipment and tools, you can apply to him. After saying that, the Ponytail Man turned his head and looked at Jong Hung. Do you need anything else? I can do it myself. Jong Hung said that having infinite building blocks by his side was enough for him to deal with most situations. In order not to arouse suspicion from others, he simply prepared the rest of the things himself. The Ponytail Man nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone saw a red Ford suddenly merged in front of them. maliciously slowing down. The semi-prime number, who was driving, was shocked and subconsciously wanted to swerve. But the next moment, the steering wheel was firmly grasped by another hand. Semi-prime then realized that a Citroën was approaching them at high speed and was very close to them. If he had turned the steering wheel just now, his Renault Scenic would have collided with the Citroën. The cunning red Ford just slowed down slightly and turned on its taillights, then sped up again after darts. What's going on? Are they from the Black Nest? They have already discovered us. How is this possible? Philip was shocked. It's possible that they are from the Black Nest, but they are not targeting us. After the danger was over and the situation stabilized, John Hung returned the steering wheel to semi-prime. While he was talking, the Citroën continued to speed up and chase the red Ford. The two sides launched a thrilling chase battle on the highway. It seems that we are not the only ones who are targeting Leia, John Hung said. He was mentally prepared for this. After all, this round of the game was a single-player competition copy. It was almost time to meet other players. Chapter 397. Sit tight. Are there other people targeting Leia? The ponytail man looked surprised. Did Edward contact anyone else besides you? John Hung asked. Well, Edward only said he needed our help. Philip scratched his head. But then again, given his personality, it is possible that he has prepared some alternative plans. After all, he has always believed in the investment philosophy of not putting all eggs in one basket. But this is troublesome. No matter who they are, they have obviously alerted the Black Nest. The Black Nest must be on high alert, which will greatly increase the difficulty of our subsequent actions. And the action plan, Giuseppe, may also need to be changed. The ponytail man smiled bitterly. This is a rare opportunity. Since we have met, let's explore the other side first. It would be best if we can collect some useful information, John Hung said. Who? Hey Chow or the people in the Ford? Both sides are needed. But we can't get too close. Otherwise they will be suspicious. That's not a problem. I have a professional super telephoto lens. And the photos can also be processed by software. But they have been gone for a long time. And I'm afraid we can't catch up, the ponytail man said. We can still catch up at this distance. Let me drive next, John Hung said. Half Prime was stunned. The people who can drive in 01 are him, the ponytail man, and Philip. Compared with the three, he has the best driving skills. So it is natural for him to become the team's exclusive driver. However, although his driving skills are better than the other two, they are only at the level of ordinary experienced drivers. You can drive? Philip was also surprised. Then he saw John Hung and the semi-prime number exchange positions and sat in the driver's seat. When John Hung held the steering wheel, his temperament changed. The little boy was stunned. But before he could say anything, John Hung had already stepped on the clutch lightly and completed the gear change cleanly. And then said, "Hold on." After saying this, he stepped on the accelerator. The engine roared. And then the car rushed forward like a wild horse. Everyone in the Renault scenery couldn't help but lean back under the effect of inertia. Not good. The road ahead is blocked, Waldo exclaimed in the passenger seat. Although Ford's malicious lane change did not cause them to collide with the Citroën, the subsequent dangerous chase between the two cars still affected other vehicles on the highway, causing a series of traffic accidents and making the road conditions more complicated. There was a 4-car rear-end collision ahead, blocking 3 lanes, and other cars could only drive slowly from the side. One of the large trucks was slowly passing that section of road. It was no wonder that Waldo panicked. At their current speed, the empty space on the truck was not enough for them to change lanes to another road after passing the accident point. Should we slow down? Waldo reminded someone beside him with a trembling voice. He could hear his upper and lower teeth fighting when he spoke. No, we can pass it. John Hung's expression was still calm. Not only did he not have any intention of slowing down, but he stepped on the accelerator directly to the bottom. No way. I haven't even visited Scarlett Johansson's personal account yet. Seeing the two sides getting closer and closer, Waldo couldn't help but let out a virgin cry. The next moment, John Hung pulled up the handbrake, turned the steering wheel, and the body of the Renault Scenic drew a beautiful arc, sliding into the left lane next to one of the accident cars. When the two sides were closest, Waldo could even touch the hood of the opposite side with just one hand. At the same time, because John Hung had positioned the front of the car in advance, there was obviously no chance. But he managed to get out from the gap between the rear of the truck and the front of the accident car. The time and angle were just right. If he was 1 second later, the car would be destroyed and people would die. The 01 guerrillas, who had just experienced a terrifying 3 seconds, had no time to catch their breath before they saw John Hung driving the Renault into the traffic ahead. The ponytail man and Philip and others immediately began to frantically fasten their seat belts, while Waldo, who had the best view in the passenger seat, closed his eyes in despair. The next 5 minutes were extremely tormenting for him. It was not until he noticed that the speed of the car had slowed down again that Waldo opened his eyes again and said, "Is it done? Can I go to the toilet to vomit? We just caught up with him. But we can't go any further. If we get any closer, the Black Nest people will notice us," John Hung said. Enough. It happened that there were not too many vehicles blocking the road. The ponytail man unbuckled his seat belt and stood up. He stuck his camera lens out of the panoramic sunroof, found the target, adjusted the focus, and pressed the shutter button. However, the Black Nest people were also very alert. Although they focused on the Ford in front, the driver still felt something reflected behind him. But just when they turned around, John Hung had moved the Renault behind a pickup truck. The ponytail man shrank back nervously and couldn't wait to check the photos in the camera. "How is it?" Semi-Prime asked. "Lucky. I caught the Citroën driver's face at the last minute, but only a quarter of the Ford's profile," the ponytail man said as he tried to stand up again. However, at this moment, the red Ford in front suddenly stopped by the roadside without any warning. And then the person inside rushed down from the driver's seat, ignoring the screams of the surrounding vehicles, and climbed over the fence. He had just driven onto a bridge across a river. The bridge was more than 100 meters above the water. At this height, jumping into the water was no different from jumping off a building. At this time, the Citroën behind him also stopped, and 4 gunmen ran down from it, shouting something. The man in the red Ford did not hesitate and jumped directly from the bridge. The 01 guerrillas were completely stunned. After a long time, the little boy said, Did he commit suicide?" "Theoretically, yes," John Hung said. "Unless it was Captain America. Falling into the water from this height would basically lead to certain death. However, if it was a player, it would be another matter. With the help of relevant game props, players could possibly perform various supernatural events. If the person in the red Ford really wanted to commit suicide, there were many ways to do it. The simplest one was to directly drive at full speed and crash into the Citroën, which might result in both sides being injured. He chose to abandon the car and jump into the water here, so the possibility of suicide was not high. Chapter 398 Green Frog Bar. Ford driver. Suicide. Obviously, the 01 guerrillas had a big impact. They volunteered to help Edward and attack the TOS project of Black Nest Company. In addition to their sense of justice and the protection of internet freedom, they were also inspired by their childhood dreams of becoming heroes and saving the world. However, they are just ordinary people after all. The reality is crueler than they imagined, especially when they saw the 4 people getting off the Citroën with pistols in their hands. The 01 people finally realized how dangerous they were involved in. The 5 people took themselves into the red Ford, and found that in this situation, there seemed to be no other way except jumping into the river to commit suicide or kneeling down to beg for mercy. So the Renault's car also fell into silence. Those who regret, it's not too late to quit now. The person who spoke was John Hung. The little boy couldn't understand why someone could still remain calm at this time. John Hung drove the Renault and passed the scene of the incident at a constant speed, as if nothing had happened. 01 The guerrillas are undoubtedly excellent in terms of technology. As long as they are properly arranged, they can also provide good technical support in the subsequent operations. However, this kind of thing cannot be forced. It is better to withdraw voluntarily now than to withdraw passively due to psychological pressure during the operation. What a joke. Do you think this kind of thing can scare us? The little boy said first after a while. John Hung did not expose her. When the people in the red Ford jumped off the bridge before, her body was obviously shaking. This was the first time she saw someone so close. Death. In front of them. What the other person is doing today could be there tomorrow. Philip wanted to say something, but he moved his lips, but didn't say anything. The relatively calm one among the 5 was the semi-prime number, who rarely spoke. We already knew that this was a dangerous journey, didn't we? Because the right choice is always the most difficult. Think about Assange and Aaron Swartz. No offense. I like Aaron too. But it's not a good sign to mention his name at this time. Waldo said. But I don't plan to leave. I once made a big mess. And Edward helped me to deal with it. So this action is not just a moral issue for me. Philip sighed. I can't imagine if I have a daughter in the future. And she lives in a world ruled by toes. Wait. Sons are okay? Yes. Philip thought about it. And then affirmed. Sons are okay. I'm glad we've reached a consensus again, said the ponytail man. He didn't stop working. He had used this time to process the photo. It was a man with blue eyes and a hooked nose. He looked like a vulture. The ponytail man sent the photo to Waldo. Leave it to me. Waldo nodded. It took him only 2 minutes to find the hooked nose man's online account. But it took him almost 20 minutes to crack it. Are you having any trouble? Give me 5 more minutes. Waldo didn't look up. His fingers kept tapping the keyboard. Okay. 5 minutes later. Waldo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Vincent Nasseri. This guy is a tough guy. His parents are not French. He grew up in Belgium. Joined the Foreign Mercenary Corps at the age of 19. Stayed there for 5 years. And then disappeared for 3 years. There are rumors that he was doing dirty work for the 7th Bureau at that time. Dealing with some things that the official was not convenient to handle. I just hacked into the personnel system of the 7th Bureau to verify it. The rumors are basically true. This guy killed a whole village of people in an operation in Africa. Regardless of gender, age or young. Afterwards, the top management planned to kill him together. But someone saved him. Gave him French citizenship. And let him join the Black Nest. Now he is the leader of the Black Nest Secret Operation Team 2. Wait. You hacked into the 7th Bureau's personnel system in just 25 minutes. When did you become so good? Philip frowned. Can't you cooperate with me to brush my vanity occasionally? Well, it's not that exaggerated. Remember last year when I kept asking you about security issues? I sneaked in at that time. And they didn't find it. The loophole has been kept. But I rarely go in again. Where are the people in the Ford car? Zhang Heng asked. He was more concerned about the guy who seemed to be a player. He covered his face when he abandoned the car. And there is only a quarter of the side view before. Which makes it difficult to search and compare. But there is no point. He is already dead. Waldo spread his hands. The people of the Black Nest should find a way to salvage his body, and find out his identity. The ponytail man said. He noticed that Zhang Heng seemed to care about the guy. Thought for a while, and said to the little boy, We have Vincent's mobile phone number. Can we monitor and locate him? The latter nodded. He is not a technical staff. So he should not have such a strong sense of defense. I can locate and monitor him through the application with location and voice permissions. Leave it to me. I will handle it. Is there anything else we need to do? The ponytail man turned his head and looked at Zhang Heng again. Thank you. Nothing for now. Let's discuss the following matters after I observe the control of Black Nest over Leia. At this time, Renault Scenic also drove off the highway and arrived in front of the booked hotel. After dinner, the 5 members of the 01 guerrilla team went to purchase the equipment they needed. Zhang Heng chose to act alone. Because the opponent's power was huge. He was also very careful. He did not drive the rented car, but took a taxi directly to a small bar called Green Frog. It was 11:54 in the evening. Zhang Heng pushed open the door of Green Frog. Before coming, he had done his homework and knew that this was a famous gay bar in Grenoble. And it was also a very rare gay bar where men and women mixed. Zhang Heng ordered a beer at the bar. And then a man wearing a cowboy hat came towards him. Zhang Heng declined the other party's request to drink together, and at the same time secretly observed the surrounding environment. At 0:32, Leia and her suffocation death band arrived at the bar. According to the information collected by Waldo, they perform at the Green Frog every Wednesday and Saturday night. Compared with the school, the complex environment here is obviously more suitable for Zhang Heng to hide. After a simple warm-up, Leia walked to the microphone with her bass in her arms amid the cheers of the crowd. However, she said nothing, suddenly turned around and walked towards the drummer behind her, hugged the blonde girl and kissed her. Chapter 399 Division of Labor. The passionate kiss between Leia and the drummer on stage did not surprise Zhang Heng, because according to the information collected by Waldo, Leia was originally a bisexual, and she had a crush on both the same and opposite sexes. She had a boyfriend in her first year of high school, who was the captain of the school football team. That was also her first love. However, 2 months later, she found out that the boy was in love with a girl from the cheerleading team. Leia suffered a big blow. It was also at that time that she gradually discovered that she also had a crush on girls. After that, she dated 3 girlfriends. The blonde drummer of the current band is her 3rd girlfriend. The 2 of them started dating 6 months ago. However, from her correspondence with Gaspard, it can be seen that she also has a good impression of Gaspard. Under normal circumstances, the real person will be discounted when compared with the photo. And it is possible that the fracture is serious. But Leah is obviously an exception. She is more beautiful in person than in the photo. With her iconic short blue hair and eyes as clear as Lake Tignes. When she stands on the stage, her whole person is radiant, like an ice cube falling into a whiskey glass, making a heartwarming sound. However, John Hung only took a glance and then retracted his gaze. His focus tonight was not on Leia. John Hung had already determined through observation that 2 of the green frogs were used by Black Nest to monitor Leia. And there were 3 suspected guys who could not be confirmed. In addition, the cameras in the bar were obviously under the control of Black Nest. This was only the situation in the bar. And Black Nest would also have some arrangements outside. It can be seen that they have invested a lot of money in Leia. And the rest is to wait for the prey to take the bait. In less than 40 minutes, John Hung had already rejected 3 people who came to chat with him. His presence was obviously a bit conspicuous among the green frogs. If he continued like this, he would be suspected by the people of the Black Nest. So John Hung prepared to pay the bill and leave. But the next moment, he stopped again. John Hung noticed a man with earrings on his right. He was sitting in a 3-person booth. His companion in front of him kept chattering. But he seemed a little absent-minded. His eyes would occasionally glance at Leia on the stage. But his movements were very concealed. John Hung also stared at him for a long time before he realized it. The earring man's expression became more and more irritated. Not only because the temporary translator he hired for 200 euros was very noisy, but more importantly, he couldn't think of any way to take Leia away from the eyes of the Black Nest. At this time, a guy who didn't say hello sat down on the remaining empty seat in the booth. Before the earring man spoke, his companion spoke first. Dissatisfied? What's going on? Can't you see we are dating? I take up a few minutes of your time. I want to talk to him. John Hung pointed at the man with earrings and said, "Tell him he'd better get out of my sight before my fist appears in his face." The man with earrings was upset, and he didn't hesitate to speak to his companion in English. "Then your fist's better than your driving skills," John Hung also said in English. The man with earrings' pupils shrank sharply when he heard this. John Hung noticed that his right hand subconsciously wanted to reach for his waist. But he finally restrained himself. "Do you really want to fight?" The earring man's companion had already started to roll up his sleeves. But if his beer belly was smaller, this action would be more intimidating. But the next moment, he heard the earring man say, "That's enough. You can leave now. Did you hear that? Kid." The beer belly continued to threaten John Hung. "I'm talking about you." The earring man took out 100 euros from his wallet. "You did a good job. This is the rest of the reward. Let's stop here today." "Really?" Beer belly was a little surprised. He looked at the man with earrings and then at John Hung. Then he seemed to understand something. He smiled meaningfully and quickly collected the money. "Then I leave first. Have fun. You have my phone number. You can come to me if you need a translator." After his companions left, the man with earrings spoke. "How did you recognize me?" He spoke in Chinese, so he didn't have to worry about being heard by others under the cover of the rock performance. John Hung pointed to a mole on his neck. "When you and the people from Haichao were racing, I was behind you. I took a picture of a quarter of your profile. I didn't expect to find you through this photo." The man with the earrings cursed in a low voice. But after getting the answer, his eyes towards John Hung not only did not ease, but became more hostile. "Which side are you on? If I stand for the Black Nest, do you think you can still walk out of this bar tonight?" John Hung said. "By the way, the diving trick was very beautiful. Damn. I didn't expect those guys to be so cruel. I just wanted to kidnap someone to understand the situation. But the reinforcements arrived in 10 minutes. And they killed my friend directly." "Your friend?" "A police officer who was responsible for investigating online fraud. But he has been dismissed. He discovered the secrets behind Black Nest and toes from a hacker. A guy who called himself Edward contacted him and told him that if he wanted to know the truth, he had to rescue Leia from Black Nest first. It seems that we have the same goal, John Hung said. Do you have any plans? The earring man's face showed a hint of vigilance again. Why don't you tell me your plan first? Given the current situation, it's difficult for any of us to take Leia away from He Chao. So we can only cooperate. The situation has changed. Because the earring man triggered the alarm. He Chao has obviously increased the monitoring of Leia and the armed forces. John Hung is not really without any solution. But since he has found a new helper, he might as well use it. The earring man thought about it and said, Okay, but I'm used to acting alone and don't like others to hold me back. We can divide the work. Each person is responsible for a part. And don't disturb each other. This should be fine, John Hung said. The man with earrings was very alert. Hearing this, he asked again, Who will decide how to distribute the tasks? First divide the work. Then you choose first. The man with earrings was a little embarrassed to hear this. Actually, we can roll the dice to ensure fairness. No. You can choose. John Hung shook his head. In addition, we can use this opportunity to exchange the information at hand. You ask a question and I ask a question. Perhaps John Hung's generosity won the favor of the man with earrings. He said very straightforwardly. Okay. Then you ask first. Chapter 400 There is a bad news. Where did you meet the cyber policeman? On the tour bus from Toulon to Marseille. He was holding a laptop and was the only person who could speak English on the bus. I had no other choice. What about you? In Monaco. In the casino. I met a young couple cheating on the slot machines. Do you speak French? Yes. Lucky. I just met a copy with no communication barriers. The man with earrings said enviously. John Hung smiled and didn't explain. Sorry. I asked 2 questions. You can ask me too. Although the man with earrings was always on guard. He was also very open and insisted on not taking any advantage. As for his vigilance, it was actually normal. After all, people who play solo without any vigilance basically can't survive more than 2 episodes. This made John Hung feel a little sorry for his previous proposal on division of labor. Have you met other players? No. I rushed here from Marseille. And you are the first player I met. The answer of the man with earrings also confirmed John Hung's previous conjecture. The distance between the players was very far, which basically eliminated the possibility of the meeting before choosing a camp. In addition, the skin color of everyone in the dungeon was different. The man with earrings had typical white features. John Hung retained the skin color just by chance. It was not realistic to identify players by skin color. You said that you kidnapped a person from Black Nest before. What did you ask him? I want to know how many people Black Nest has deployed around Leia. And what kind of armed forces Black Nest has in Grenoble. The former question is unknown to that guy at his level. He only told me that these secrets are in the hands of a man named Vincent Nasseri. As for the latter question, Black Nest's armed forces in Grenoble are not too many. But they can apply for help from the police when necessary. The man with earrings sighed. The reason I abandoned the car on the bridge was that I was worried that they would notify the police to set up roadblocks in front of me. Then he thought for a moment and asked, How much do you know about Edward? Not much. I only know that he is an important R&D staff member of TOS and has very advanced technology. But no one has seen him, and there are no photos of him. He said that he would contact us after we rescued Leia. My situation is similar. The man with earrings said dissatisfiedly. If I knew where this guy was, I could just force him to hand over the evidence in his hand, and then kidnap him to complete the main task. Instead of going around in circles like this. I have no more questions. Do you have anything else to ask? John Hung said. How can I contact you later? The man with earrings asked. Oh, my phone. Before John Hung finished speaking, his phone screen suddenly lit up and received a message. I am the little boy. Tell me that you are not with the person in the photo. John Hung looked down and saw the face of the man with earrings in the attachment. It was a little blurry. In the photo, he was holding the steering wheel with both hands. There is bad news, John Hung said. What's wrong? The man with earrings frowned. Although you covered your face when you jumped into the river. Do you remember that you said that Black Nest could use the police force of Grenoble? Your photo was taken by the camera on the highway. Damn! The man with earrings was shocked. John Hung had sent a text message. Help to hold Vincent back. 3 seconds later, the screen received a reply from the little boy. I forcibly turned off his phone and blocked the call. But there are other people around him. You can use other people's phones to get photos from the police station and send them to your men. Optimistically speaking, you still have 20 seconds to leave the bar. We have to go. John Hung put away his phone and said to the man with earrings. The two stood up one after the other and walked out the door. But the next moment, everyone in front of them suddenly stood up. Leia said to the microphone, "Okay, it's time for our reserved part every night. Please hold the hands of the people around you. Don't be shy. It doesn't matter if you don't know each other. We are a family. Let's sing the following song together." A man wanted to hold the hand of the man with earrings after hearing this, but was glared at by the latter. However, while being blocked by the flow of people, John Hung noticed that the screens of several mobile phones were flashing almost at the same time. Two of them were standing near the door. They reached out from their pockets and took out their phones. "It's too late," John Hung said. Looking around quickly, his eyes fell on the toilet sign. "Go over there." The spy buried in the green frog of Hey Chow received the photo sent by Vincent. And the person in the photo looked familiar. They had been observing every visitor in the bar, and naturally did not let go of the man with earrings. When they saw the photo, they immediately remembered who the person in it was. However, when they looked there, the man with the earrings had disappeared, along with the Asian man who was with him before. But the bar was so small, and if they guarded the door and didn't find anyone after looking around, they would think of the toilet sooner or later. John Hung and the man with the earrings were now standing in the men's toilet. Unfortunately, the toilet in the bar didn't have a window, but there was an exhaust fan in the southwest corner. The man with the earrings put one foot on the tiles of the urinal and one foot against the wall, trying to remove the exhaust fan. But he didn't expect that the exhaust fan was installed quite firmly. Just when the man with the earrings was sweating profusely, John Hung threw a screwdriver to him. "Really? Is there anyone in this world who comes to a bar with this thing on him?" The man with earrings was shocked. "Stop talking nonsense. Take it apart quickly." John Hung used infinite building blocks to assemble a screwdriver temporarily. He had tested it before, and it was a pure physical object in its physical state, without any prompts. John Hung was not as worried as the man with earrings about whether he could leave the green frog, because he still had wall of evil thoughts on him. If it didn't work, he could just melt a wall. But firstly, wall of evil thoughts had a limit on how many times it could be used, and he didn't want to use it so quickly unless it was absolutely necessary. Secondly, his relationship with the man with earrings was limited to this cooperation, and he didn't want to show his trump card to the other party so early. While the man with earrings was removing the exhaust fan, John Hung locked the toilet door and used something he could find to hold it. However, not long after, he heard the sound of someone kicking the door. Fortunately, the man with earrings had almost finished removing the screws when he saw that the exhaust fan was loose. He simply threw away the screwdriver and pulled it out with force. After hesitating for a moment, he turned to John Hung and said, "You go first." As he spoke, he pulled out the pistol from his waist, half crouched and aimed at the direction of the toilet door. Now was not the time to be humble to each other. John Hung picked up the screwdriver on the ground and stepped on the back of the man with earrings and went straight into the vent. Chapter 401 Home. John Hung climbed out of the vent, and the door of the toilet was also shaky. The man with earrings fired 2 shots symbolically to prevent the people outside from pressing too hard. And then, he didn't want to fight and climbed up immediately. John Hung stretched out his hand to pull him out of the vent. And after landing, the little boy's third message came. "Vincent will be here in about 5 minutes. But the people left outside by Black Nest have already begun to surround the green frog." I saw it. The back of the bar was an alley. John Hung saw the figure appearing at the alley entrance. Almost at the same time, the other party also discovered them, and immediately raised his pistol and shouted, "Don't move." But at this time, John Hung and the man with earrings had almost run to the other end of the alley. Before the people behind them opened fire, they crossed the alley and turned onto the road. However, this did not mean that they were safe. In addition to the pursuers in the alley behind them, other people ambushed outside the bar by Black Nest were also driving from the next street. "What are your plans?" the man with earrings asked as he ran. "What about you?" "I plan to find a river." The man with earrings obviously had some game props on him, which allowed him to jump into the river safely, which also made him develop the habit of finding a river when he was in danger. "Then we should probably separate," John Hung said. "Okay. You can run first. I can help you delay for a few minutes depending on the situation. But I can't guarantee how long it can last. If there is real danger, I will definitely retreat first. The earring man held the gun very skillfully. John Hung didn't know whether his shooting skills were acquired in the dungeon or in reality. John Hung was more inclined to the latter, because his shooting skills were very proficient, and he must have invested a lot of time in it. At the same time, his anti-reconnaissance level was also excellent. If it weren't for the mole on his neck, John Hung would have found it difficult to recognize him in the bar. So the earring man was probably also a police officer in reality. The two exchanged phone numbers. And then the man with earrings raised his gun, pulled the trigger, and shot back a head that popped out of the alley. Now, let's run separately. After saying this, the man with earrings turned and ran to the other side of the street. When he started, he glanced at the place where John Hung was just now, but found that the latter had disappeared. The man with earrings was stunned. Props? But he soon saw John Hung figure above a post office that had already closed. When the man with earrings raised his gun, John Hung had already jumped onto the awning of the gate by stepping on the metal shells outside. The retro brick wall style provided him with many points of support. It only took him 5 seconds to climb to the windowsill on the second floor, and then climb to the roof in one breath. Is this possible? Before the man with earrings could sigh, the sound of gunfire reminded him that the people behind him had caught up. In addition to the pursuers in the alley, there was also a Dacia Sandro coming this way. The man with earrings hid behind a trash can, listening to the sound of the engine getting closer and closer. He knew that he would be in trouble if he was double-teamed. He now regretted being a hero. If he had known that John Hung could climb the wall so smoothly, he should have let the latter take the mission of attracting the pursuers. But it was too late to say anything now. The man with earrings raised his gun and fired 5 shots at the window of the coffee shop in front of him, leaving cracks all over the glass. Then he gritted his teeth, covered his head with a leather jacket, and rushed up. He fell heavily into the coffee shop with broken glass shards all over his body. However, he didn't care about the wounds on his body, and immediately rolled up from the ground and ran straight to the back door. John Hung looked at the city map on his mobile phone and knew that the Isar River was 1 kilometer away. It should be no problem for the man with earrings to escape. At this time, someone also noticed him on the roof. John Hung didn't stay any longer. Before the other side turned the gun, he had already disappeared. John Hung ran for a while, leaving the pursuers behind him. At this time, he saw a subway station. He jumped down from the roof of the pet shop, spent €10 to buy a hat from a homeless man at the entrance, put it on his head, covered his face, and then walked into a subway before the door closed. When the subway was halfway, the little boy sent him another video. The man with earrings looked a little embarrassed. He retreated and fought all the way to the Isar River. He was about to be caught by the Black Nest, but the next moment he repeated what happened on the highway before and turned around and jumped into the river. You've been exposed. But just now Waldo hacked into the hotel system and replaced your photo and identity information. Thank you, John Hung said. Wait for me to get back. 10 seconds later, the little boy sent him a subway map and marked the recommended route back to the hotel. An hour later, John Hung returned to his residence. What should I do? The surveillance cameras in the bar are not connected to the internet. Your appearance has been photographed. You can't show up in front of the Black Nest again. What should I do next? The ponytailed man looked out the corridor, confirmed that there was no one else, and closed the door with some concern. And after these 2 times, the people of Black Nest will definitely make more arrangements in the places where Leia often goes. As long as there is a suspicious person, they can find it at the first time, Philip said. We can't even get close to Leia anymore. Then let her approach us, John Hung said. Let her approach us. You are right. If we let Black Nest make arrangements in advance, we will have no chance of winning, John Hung said. So we need to carry out this operation in our own home ground. I understand. Waldo nodded seriously. But after a while, he scratched his head and said, Well, although I understand, can you explain it to others? John Hung opened the electronic map and pointed to a place in the southeast. There is a ski resort here, about an hour's drive from Grenoble. After these 2 incidents, they will search the whole city for me and the guy who jumped into the river. There is no need to confront them head-on. We can avoid their search by retreating here. And at the same time, we can prepare here before them and turn this ski resort into our home ground. You are right. But I overlooked one problem. All of Leia's communication equipment is under the surveillance of the Black Nest. They are waiting for us to contact her. Once we contact her, the first to come is the Black Nest's secret forces. If we don't contact her, she won't come to this ski resort. You see, this is like a paradox. Although it is the ski season now, Leia herself is not a ski enthusiast. She can count the number of times she has skied since she was a child. Waldo said, if we sit at the ski resort and wait for her, we may not be able to see her in 2 years. Chapter 402, Meet Again. John Hung did not speak, but turned on the TV, just in time to catch a shampoo commercial on the current channel. We can't contact her directly and tell her when to go to the ski resort, but we can make her want to go to the ski resort herself. Waldo snapped his fingers. Advertisement. We can pretend to send an advertisement to her mailbox in the name of the ski resort, but her mailbox should have received many advertisements. Strictly speaking, this advertisement only increases the probability of her going to the ski resort. Philip said. No. If we want Leia to go skiing, we only need to deal with one person. John Hung said. Who? Her girlfriend. The blonde girl in the band. What's her name? Adele. Waldo said. Yes. The Black Nest surveillance target is only Leia. We can use psychological hints to make Adele want to go skiing with Leia. I can send ski resort ads to Adele's email, and also give couples a half-price discount. Waldo said. Don't do it in the name of the ski resort. It's easy to be exposed. It's better to do it in the name of a travel agency. The ponytail man said. I remember she seems to have a part-time job. We can also put up some billboards on the road she must take to work. Philip said. You can also pretend to be a passerby. Meet her in the elevator, and then discuss something related to skiing in front of her. I can also get her social account. See who she follows, and which account she uses to post some ski resort scenery photos, so that she will naturally have the idea of going skiing. Very good. Remember that when she convinces Leia to go skiing, the people of Black Nest will definitely investigate her, no matter what method. Don't reveal your true colors, and make Black Nest believe that she wants to go skiing on her own. John Hung said. It's not convenient for me to show up in the city now, so leave this to me. Waldo patted his chest and said, I can also stay and help. You need someone to act with you. The little boy said. Last time in the casino, you said that I had no breasts and couldn't distract the staff. This time, I can do it. Then I stay and drive for you. Semi-Prime said. Philip and I will go to the ski resort with Lou to make preparations in advance. The ponytail man said. We will all act separately and meet at the ski resort later. Everyone in 01 had no objection. After assigning their respective tasks, they went back to their rooms to rest. However, John Hung did not go to bed. He glanced at the starfish on his wrist. It was almost 30 hours since he entered the dungeon, which meant that the parallel dungeon was coming. In the parallel copies of the Apollo Project Training Camp and the Master Builder, he came to 14 years ago and 4 years ago respectively. This time, John Hung didn't know which year he would come to. He just hoped that the span would not be too large, because the development of computer technology has been changing with each passing day. If he really went too far back in time, the technology he had learned with great effort would become the tears of the times, which would be too unfortunate. Generation of parallel copy. This copy is a transition copy for leakers, with one player, no mission target, and a time limit of 360 days. Please pay attention. This time, what rang in John Hung's ears was Edith Piaf's La Vie en Rose, a French national treasure-level female singer who had a tragic and legendary life. She died of liver cancer at the age of 48, and France held a state funeral for her. When the music faded, John Hung opened his eyes again and found himself standing in a dark and damp alley. The street lamp above his head was broken by someone, but fortunately the moon was bright tonight, and John Hung used the moonlight to see the graffiti on the wall behind him. It was a mask composed of 01 codes, and on the right was the logo of the Black Nest Company, but it was marked with a big red X, and below it was written, "We need you to fight against." The words at the back were scratched off. John Hung began to feel that something was a bit unusual. He looked around and confirmed that there was nothing worth noting, then walked out of the alley. Fortunately, the scene on the street outside was finally normal, with the neon lights of the restaurant, the vehicles and pedestrians passing by. John Hung also saw a large billboard at the intersection not far away, with electronic advertisements rolling on it. The design style was quite avant-garde. On the right side of John Hung was a coffee takeaway shop, But Zhang Heng touched his pocket and unexpectedly found that except for the props, there was nothing else in his pocket, including his wallet and passport, which had disappeared in the parallel copy. This would undoubtedly cause trouble for his activities in the city. Zhang Heng frowned. At this moment, a cry of surprise came from behind him. Zhang Heng saw a guy wearing a mask and carrying a backpack, who was wrapped tightly. He had just smashed a street camera with a stone. He did not stop and continued to smash another one. The people around him showed panic on their faces and avoided him, as if he was avoiding the plague. However, perhaps because of his terrorist-like outfit and the bag of pebbles on his back, no one dared to stop him even though they knew he was destroying things. They let him smash the cameras around him crazily. Fortunately, his despicable behavior did not last long. A police siren sounded from the other end of the road. The masked man did not hesitate to fight and quickly threw away the remaining pebbles, and then rushed directly to the alley where Zhang Heng had just walked out. But what he did not expect was that just as he was about to rush into the alley, a young couple who were originally watching the excitement in the crowd suddenly grabbed him. The man pressed him to the ground and twisted his hands. The other woman took out a pair of handcuffs from behind and handcuffed him. Please, be honest. You have been arrested for damaging public property. We have been looking for you for a long time, the male policeman said as he took off the mask on the masked man's face. What surprised him was that there was a woman under the mask. The female policeman on the other side had already taken out the walkie-talkie and was about to speak. But the next moment, she was hit on the back of her head and collapsed to the ground. The male policeman obviously did not expect that an accident would happen again when he had already controlled the situation. He wanted to reach out and draw his gun, but unfortunately, he was a step too late, and he was hit on the temple, following in the footsteps of his partner. Zhang Heng fumbled for the handcuffs key on the male policeman, but the masked girl gritted her teeth and said, "It's too late. Let's go to the safe house first. You show me the way." Zhang Heng picked the girl up from the ground. He was sure that this parallel copy was indeed different from the previous two, because the little boy in his arms looked much more mature than when they first met, and even the parts that had not developed before had developed. Chapter 403 Future. Zhang Heng carried the little boy to the end of the alley. There is a folding ladder inside the trash can that can be put on the wall. Go up first and then pull me up, the little boy said. Maybe there is an easier way. Zhang Heng took off his coat and tied the little boy tightly to his chest, then stepped directly on the trash can, jumped onto the wall, and flipped to the other side before the police arrived. Right hand. The surveillance camera there was destroyed by me 2 days ago. The little boy paused and continued to point the direction. Zhang Heng didn't say anything and ran directly to the path on the right. Turn left. Pay attention to the camera next door. You can avoid it by sticking to the wall. The little boy seemed to be very familiar with the nearby area, and he had planned an escape route that would not be captured by countless surveillance cameras. 10 minutes later, the two had already moved away from the previous incident site, and there were no more sirens behind them. Hey, can you put me down? The little boy frowned. The two were in a somewhat ambiguous position now, with their upper bodies pressed together, in order not to fall off. The little boy had to clamp Zhang Heng's waist with his legs, and he had to keep his head tilted to observe the route, causing her neck and thighs to ache. After returning to the ground, she stretched her neck and looked at Zhang Heng. I didn't have time to ask you before. Who are you, and why did you save me? Your personality hasn't changed after all these years. You should say thank you first in this situation, Zhang Heng said. It's not too late to thank me after you figure out your purpose. Maybe you are from the Black Nest, just like the policemen before. They disguised themselves as a couple to arrest me, and you disguised yourself as a kind person who helped me. You want to get close to me in this way. Who knows if you have ulterior motives? Also, don't talk to me in that tone, as if we are very familiar with each other. The little boy wanted to fix his hair, but his hands were handcuffed behind his back. Although she was as stubborn as ever, Zhang Heng still got a lot of information from her words. This parallel copy was different from the past. It was no longer about the past, but about the future. The little boy looked like he was meeting him for the first time. So the so-called future was probably deduced from the past without player activities. You are from the 01 Gorillas, right? This is obvious, right? We are the only ones in the city who are still resisting toes. By throwing stones at the camera? Are you making fun of us? No. I admire you. Philip and Waldo are with you, too, as well as the magician and the semi-prime number. Hearing these names, the little boy's expression changed. Are you really here to cause trouble? What do you mean? Don't you usually watch the news? It's a waste of money for Hey Chow to hire you as an undercover agent. Huh? Are you still on the news? Well, it seems that I urgently need to brush up on what has happened in these years. Zhang Heng said. How about we make a deal? What deal? I will help you open the handcuffs on your hands. And you can answer a few questions for me. If you think they are too sensitive, you don't have to say them. Hee hee. I can open the handcuffs without your help. The little boy snorted. Before Zhang Heng spoke, a passerby passed by and saw the little boy and the handcuffs on her hands. And a look of suspicion appeared on his face. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen anyone like this before? Zhang Heng lifted the little boy up and held him against the wall with one hand, while unzipping her sportswear with the other hand. Shameless. The passerby cursed in a low voice and left in a hurry. Look, it's not just the camera that's the problem now. You can't even walk a few steps in your condition. Zhang Heng zipped up his sportswear again. The little boy's face changed several times. And after a while he said, Can you really open my handcuffs? Zhang Heng looked at the type of handcuffs. Of course. Do you have a wallet? In my right pocket. What surprised Zhang Heng was that the boy's wallet had no credit cards. Only cash. They can know where you went and what you bought based on your credit card spending records. And can even compare other people's credit card records to find out who you met. Only paper money is the safest. You're right. Zhang Heng folded a brand new euro into a long and thin strip, inserted it into the tooth groove, and then reversed the handcuffs. The next moment, the handcuffs were opened along with the euro. Who are you? A murderer? A thief? A gang member? I just learned some tricks from watching videos online. Aren't you afraid of being monitored by them when you watch videos like this? I don't live here. Really? You're lucky. The little boy took off his handcuffs and moved his wrists. Then he looked at Zhang Heng. He stared at him for a long time, as if he wanted to see something from his face. After half a minute, he said, Come with me. Where are you going? My place? It's safer there. Zhang Heng followed the little boy to her apartment. It was an old house with mottled walls. When he looked up, he could see mold on the ceiling. There was no elevator. The door had the most common mechanical lock. The little boy took out the key from his pocket and opened the door. This was a small one-bedroom apartment. But unlike the old and dilapidated staircase, the house was very tidy. Although the area was small, it was very warm. There was also a British Shorthair curled up on the sofa, and he didn't look up when he heard the door open. First thing, the little boy opened the microwave door. Put all the smart devices that can be connected to the internet in. I don't have any smart devices, Zhang Heng said. You are lying. If you don't believe me, you can search me. The little boy frowned, but he didn't believe someone because of this. Instead, he really touched him all over to confirm that he was not lying, and then said, Sit anywhere. There was only one sofa in the living room, and it had been claimed by the British Shorthair. Zhang Heng wisely did not invade the territory of the Yuanshe beast, and sat down on the stool at the dining table next to it. What do you want to drink? Coffee? No. What about tea? No. Then water. Okay. 3 minutes later, the little boy heated up the milk and poured a cup for himself and Zhang Heng. Then he picked up the lazy British Shorthair on the sofa and sat down opposite Zhang Heng. What do you want to know? Where is Edward? You know this name? The little boy showed a hint of vigilance on his face. And he said he is not from the Black Nest. Chapter 404. Have you heard of the theory of parallel universes? This is a bit complicated to explain. How do you know if you don't try? The little boy scratched his short chin. Have you heard of the theory of parallel universes in quantum physics? Zhang Heng said. Sorry. What? Please say it again. Parallel universe theory. The multiverse is a collection of finite or infinite possible universes. I know what parallel universes are. The little boy interrupted someone. I mean, are you going to fool me with such a science fiction concept? Do I look like a kid who didn't graduate from junior high school? Or a heavy Marvel fan? See, I told you it would be complicated to explain. In the dungeon, players are clearly restricted and cannot reveal their identities. So Zhang Heng can only try to use similar parallel universe theories to explain why he knows everyone in 01 and knows Edward's name. Just think of it as a science fiction story. Zhang Heng spent 20 minutes talking about his encounter with the 01 gorillas, until he was ready to rescue Leia. The little boy raised his eyebrows after listening to this. So you really played Tetris to 600,000 points? It's a good story. Enough to pick up those young girls, who are not very experienced in the world. But you don't really expect me to believe this nonsense. But you know a lot about 01. Did you collect information about us on purpose? The little boy frowned after speaking, as if he was lost in some deep thought. But because this story is so ridiculous, I do believe that you are not from the Black Nest. Although they are all a bunch of bastards. If they really sent undercover agents to infiltrate 01, they should spend time making up a better story. Thank you for your trust, John Hung said. Okay. What do you want to know? Little boy. I can't completely trust you. Although you saved me, I won't tell you some confidential things in 01. No. Just tell me something you can tell me, John Hung said. Let's go back to the first question. Where is Edward? Dead. He's dead? Yes. Not only dead, but also dead for 12 years. The people of the Black Nest killed him. Some of the reporters who contacted him betrayed him. They came to his room in the name of an interview, killed him, and took away the documents in his hand. We failed. The people of the Black Nest eliminated all traces of his existence in the world. The little boy drank some milk and continued. The year after Edward's death, Black Nest completed the first phase of TOW's research and development. First in Nice, then Marseille, Paris, France, and finally in the whole of Europe. Now they are everywhere. Traffic lights, cameras, subways, POS machines, car navigation systems, internet phones, mobile phones, computers, as long as there is a built-in microcomputer that can connect to the internet. All electronic devices are under their control. Is there no one against them? Of course. In fact, many people have expressed concerns about privacy and security at the beginning, including journalists, internet activists, a few legislators, and all hackers. But Black Nest promised the public that all actions of TOWs will be subject to the constraints of the law. The British Shorthair was a little impatient with being tickled, stretched his legs, and the little boy put it on the ground. Just like their slogan says, technology makes life better. Black Nest is not just a company. There is a complex and huge background behind it, including business groups, politicians, and ambitious people. It is like a huge machine running at full capacity, paving the way for the use of TOWs in all aspects. They put a lot of beautiful clothes on it. Safe, efficient, and convenient. Just like a gift from God to mankind. Black Nest promised that with TOWs, urban traffic would be improved, crime rates would drop, and public resources would no longer be wasted. And in fact, they did it. But at the expense of citizens' privacy. However, no one knew that the support rate of politicians who supported it among voters was getting higher and higher, while those who opposed it were declining and gradually leaving the political stage. There were also some diehards, who had accumulated a lot of popularity among voters. Black Nest used TOWs to collect all their privacy, looking for parts that could be used to create scandals, analyzing every sentence and every word, even daily chats at the dinner table. No one could withstand such an attack. Scandals broke out almost every day during that period. People loudly abused those tainted politicians online. And Black Nest completed their cleansing plan little by little. Then the news publishing industry, the education industry. They quietly took control of the discourse. Everyone began to praise TOWs. And those city residents, who had not been involved in TOWs, were also eagerly looking forward to the arrival of Black Nest. Only hackers were keenly aware of the huge risks involved. In order to defend privacy and freedom, they decisively declared war on Black Nest. We experienced one fierce battle after another on the internet. Some people were arrested, knocked down, and even killed. New people continued to join. But with the crazy expansion of TOWs, the space left for us to maneuver became smaller and smaller. And public opinion is always on their side. We are labeled as criminals. We need to fight not only the Black Nest, but also the whole world. On the other hand, the Black Nest's behavior is getting more and more rampant. They have drawn up a list of more than 10,000 people. Everyone on the list is considered a dangerous element. They monitor and eavesdrop on them 24 hours a day. If necessary, they will use the same methods they used to deal with Edward to deal with the people on the list. We suffered heavy losses. No. Perhaps it is more accurate to say that we are at the end of our rope. I lost a lot of friends during that time. You want to know the situation of the other people in 01. It is no secret. When Edward was killed, the magician was with him. So, he was not spared. Philip was tired of the war and immigrated to Hong Kong with his family. Waldo betrayed us 6 years later and joined the Black Nest. A large number of top hackers were recruited with him. Z was arrested 2 years ago. Now there are only me and Half Prime. But we have gathered the remaining people who are still resisting the Black Nest. 01 is the only remaining resistance organization in Europe. We can only operate underground. Are you the current leader of 01? Do you really not read any news? The little boy frowned. The current leader of 01 is Leia, Edward's sister, and the person who ranks first on the Black Nest's list. They are hunting her all over the world. Chapter 405. What if I am willing to offer you a job? Leia is your leader? This is probably the most shocking news I have heard today. Even more surprising than the Black Nest occupying the whole of Europe. John Hung said. That's because you don't know her well enough to say that. Like her brother, she is a natural fighter. After Edward's death, she became the most determined anti-Toes person. She used her personal charm and unyielding spirit to infect and unite many people. Where are they now? The little boy sighed. We are fighting a war we can't win. It's hard to believe that you would say such a depressing thing. Zhang Hung said. I know you will never give up easily. I am just stating the facts. And this war has been going on for 12 years. I am also tired. The little boy drank the milk in the cup in one breath. Then why do you risk being caught to destroy the cameras on the street? It's just to convey a message. To tell those who still doubt Toes that there are still people in this city who are resisting. In addition, Z's second trial is about to begin. The people of the Black Nest have appointed 3 judges. And the jury is also theirs. We have no chance of winning. But we have to do something. The last question. How can I find Leia? Zhang Hung also drank his glass of milk. I don't know. The people of the Black Nest have been chasing her. So her whereabouts are secret even in 01. If you want to get close to her from me, you'd better give up. Let's not talk about it. I don't know where she is. And I won't tell you even if I know. The little boy put away the 2 empty glasses on the table. I answered all your questions and offered you milk. You're welcome. We are clear now. If there is nothing else, you can leave my place. The little boy ignored Zhang Hung and walked to the sink. However, when she finished washing the 2 glasses in her hands, Zhang Hung was still sitting there. What's wrong? Do you need me to open the door for you? I don't have any ID to prove my identity. Oh, I sympathize with your tragic experience. But you can report it to the police first. And then take the lost certificate, a copy, or an electronic version to your country's embassy to apply for a replacement. I don't have a copy or an electronic version. In fact, I doubt whether my country still has my identity information. Zhang Hung said. As I said, this world is different from the world I was familiar with before. And there is no trace of my activities. Huh? Is it your parallel universe theory again? I have to admit that you are doing a good job in the continuity of your nonsense. Do you have any suggestions? If what you said is true, then you will be in big trouble. Without any identity information. And no one can find your country of origin. You may be detained until you die. Anyway, no one cares whether you live or die. So I can only try to avoid dealing with the police and not be locked up. Zhang Hung stood up. Thank you for the consulting service you provided. It's nice to see you again. After speaking, he walked to the door of the house. Just as Zhang Hung's fingers were about to touch the door handle, the voice of the little boy came from behind again. Wait. The little boy looked a little confused, and his expression changed several times. After a while, he sighed. Do you have any money on you? No. But I can borrow some cash from kind passers-by, Zhang Hung said. Although this is not in line with my usual style. Survival is the first priority at all times. Isn't it? Do you know the operating rules of Toes? The distribution of cameras in this city. And who can be friends and who are enemies? The little boy frowned. Even if you commit a crime, you are just a rookie in the criminal world. It won't be long before the police catch you. I don't think so. Believe me, it's definitely not easy to catch me. After Zhang Hung finished speaking, he opened the door. What if I am willing to provide you with a job? Zhang Hung stopped. And a place to stay. The little boy added. You don't have an ID, so you can't stay in a hotel. I can take you in. But you can only sleep on the sofa. And you must listen to me. You have to do whatever I tell you to do. Of course, I won't make too many demands. On the other hand, I will teach you how to survive under tows, how to avoid cameras, and how to resist tracking. And you are responsible for feeding the little crocodile every day. Did you really name your cat after a little crocodile? You just need to tell me whether you agree or not. The little boy said with a straight face. I also want to learn your communication technology. John Hung said. If your performance can meet my requirements, I can consider it. In this case, I can't seem to find a reason to refuse. John Hung closed the door. Can I ask why you suddenly changed your mind and are willing to let me stay? Advice 1. Take care of your own business. Don't ask so many whys. The little boy turned and walked into his bedroom, took out a quilt and spread it on the sofa. I only have 2 sets of quilts. This one is a little thin, but you are in good health. You shouldn't freeze to death. I will go to buy you some daily necessities tomorrow. Just make do with it tonight. Where is the pillow? Are you asking for more? I prefer to call this a basic human need. There are no extra pillows. Do you want the cat mat of little crocodile? John Hung glanced at the British Shorthair, who seemed to have noticed something and stared at him with a fierce look, as if to say, come and try. I don't think it will agree to this proposal. You are so troublesome. I have some old clothes that I don't want. I give them to you to use as a cushion. The little boy said. Thank you. After the little boy made the sofa, he found a pair of slippers, a towel and a toothbrush for John Hung to wash his face. At the same time, he reminded him, don't use my toothbrush cup. Before I buy you a new cup, rinse your mouth directly at the faucet. When you urinate, you must lift the toilet lid. The water heater is a very old model. Let it preheat before taking a bath. In winter, you must take a bath within 20 minutes or the water will be cold. If you lose too much hair, it will block the floor drain. Clean it in time. You can eat the things in the refrigerator, but you have to keep an account and deduct it from your salary. We will share the water and electricity bills. Any other questions? If I live here, will it be a problem if your boyfriend sees me? I don't fall in love. But if it's 12 years, you should be 29 years old now. The little boy shook his body and turned off the lights in the living room. Go to bed early. There are still a lot of things to do tomorrow. Chapter 406 Work. John Hung opened his eyes and found that the little crocodile had jumped onto his chest at some point and was staring at him. The sun shone through the gap in the curtains and fell on his face. John Hung looked at his watch. The time was 7:29. He picked up the British Shorthair and put it on the coffee table beside him, then sat up from the sofa. At this moment, the bedroom door happened to open, and the little boy in pajamas walked out and glanced at someone. Awake so early? You said you had a lot of things to do today. Yes, there are a lot of things to do, but I have to wait until I finish work. The little boy said. If you can make coffee and toast before I finish washing up, I won't charge you for this breakfast. Fair enough. John Hung walked into the kitchen, and when the little boy came out of the bathroom, there was already a pot of coffee, 4 slices of bread, bacon and fried eggs on the table. You're quick, the little boy said. It's rare that you decided not to keep accounts, so I have to do more. The little boy wolfed down the fried eggs and bread at a speed that was not in line with his body size, and then finished his cup of coffee in one breath, and then said to John Hung, I'm going to work. You stay at home. Don't move. I will be back around 4 p.m., and then we will go to buy daily necessities for you. So you hired me just to make breakfast for you? Of course not. Your work will not start until the evening. Oh, and don't make dinner. I will bring you pizza. So will I just sit there during the day and stare at the little crocodile? The little boy paused. You can watch TV or read something. There are books in my bedroom. If you want to learn my communication technology, start with the most basic theory. Okay. I can't say any more. I'm going to be late. Have a good trip. I will take good care of the little crocodile. After breakfast, the little boy hurried downstairs and ran to the subway station a mile away. After a transfer and 2 bus stops, he finally arrived at the pizza shop where he worked before the last minute. He changed into his work clothes in the employee locker room, took a deep breath, opened the door, and walked to the order counter. Today was not much different from the past, but the clerk working with the boy could clearly feel that he was a little absent-minded today. He made several mistakes when entering the menu, and he felt irritated and had nowhere to vent. The boy realized that he might have made a mistake. She shouldn't have left the guy named Luyan alone at home. They had known each other for less than a day. She didn't know his background or his purpose in approaching her. While working, she couldn't help wondering what Jong Hung was doing. She was too careless this time. She should have brought the little crocodile with her. But the pizza shop didn't allow pets to enter. If she brought the little crocodile, she wouldn't know where to put it. The little boy was almost waiting for his shift change in the countdown. Even when he was eating lunch, he looked serious. Some of the employees, who had a good relationship with her, didn't dare to get close to him. It was finally time to get off work. The little boy didn't take the bus or subway anymore. He took a taxi back to his residence. She ran upstairs, took out the key as quickly as possible, and opened the door. The TV was playing a football game, and a book Principles of RRU Design was upside down on the coffee table. But there was no one in the living room. No. Even the little crocodile that usually liked to lie on the sofa was gone. The little boy's heart suddenly sank when he saw this scene. At this moment, she heard a suspicious rustling sound coming from the bathroom. The little boy quickly looked around, and finally grabbed the baseball bat in front of the TV and approached the bathroom quietly. Just as she was about to reach the door, the bathroom door suddenly opened in advance, and the little crocodile squeezed out from the crack of the door. Then Jong Hung's voice came from inside. "Ah, you are back. Earlier than you said before. What are you doing in there?" The little boy frowned. "Change the light bulb. The light bulb in your bathroom is not bright. Don't you know it yourself? Aren't you afraid of bumping into something when you get up to go to the toilet at night? Mind your own business." Although he said so, the little boy breathed a sigh of relief and put the baseball bat in his hand back. "Why are you meddling in other people's business? I'm going to live here from now on." After changing the light bulb, Jong Hung turned on the faucet and washed his hands. The little boy then thought of something and asked in confusion, "There's no spare light bulb at home. How did you change it?" "I took it off the table lamp at your bedside. You have 2 lamps in your bedroom, so taking one off won't affect anything. And the light bulb of the table lamp is easier to change. Just buy a new one and replace it." "Okay." Advice number 2. Don't mess with things at home when I'm not around, the little boy said. "If you insist." Jong Hung wiped his hands and walked out of the bathroom. "Where's the pizza?" "I forgot. I left in a hurry, and I was thinking about what kind of trouble you would make while I was working. Tomorrow, I will bring you the best pizza in the store." "So, you are working in a pizza shop now?" "Yes. With your technical ability, no communication company can refuse your job application. I'm also on the list of HR. If I go to work in those big companies, I must use mobile phones and computers. HR will keep an eye on me and monitor my every move. So I can only do odd jobs here and there these years. It seems that you have a hard time too. Stop talking nonsense. I agreed to buy you daily necessities today, and I have to buy you another set of clothes for work. Can you add 4 more sets of Lego?" "What?" The little boy suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. "Lego blocks. Just deduct them from my salary." "Well, that thing is very important to me." The little boy looked at the man seriously and saw that he was not joking. So he said, "Okay, list everything you want and buy it together when the time comes. If there is a vote for the best employer, I will vote for you. I am not your employer. I just happen to know where there is a job suitable for you." The little boy shook his head. "Let's go. Complete the purchase before sunset, and then you can start working. Can I ask what kind of work it is in advance?" "I don't know either. I have to meet the middleman to know what kind of work he has." "Don't worry. He won't let you do those dangerous things. And you can't do them." Chapter 407 The Middleman. Jong Hung followed the little boy to the nearby Carrefour, where he bought a quilt, pillow, toothbrush, cup, spare underwear, socks, and a razor. The little boy also helped him choose a cologne. But Jong Hung waved his hand to indicate that he didn't need that kind of thing. But then he stopped when he passed the knife rack and picked up a folding knife on it. The yellow sandalwood handle, brass tip, and stainless steel blade are good in toughness and hardness. More importantly, it is only 11 centimeters long, suitable for carrying on the body. With Jong Hung level 3 sword skills, it can provide him with stronger melee ability. "You want it?" the little boy asked. "Can I?" The little boy looked at the 35 euros on the label. "It's a bit expensive. I can also change one." "Forget it. Just this one. It will be deducted from your salary anyway." "Thank you." After leaving the supermarket, The little boy took John Hung to a second-hand clothing store and spent €10 to buy a black suit, shirt, and leather shoes to complete the set. John Hung changed his clothes and walked out of the fitting room. The little boy took 2 steps back and looked someone up and down. John Hung raised his eyebrows. How is it? It's half a size bigger. But it looks good overall. The little boy took a pair of black eyepieces from the shelf next to him and handed them to John Hung. No need to wear them. Just put them in your pocket. After John Hung did as he was told. The little boy finally nodded. This should be enough. The little boy didn't say why this was enough. And John Hung didn't ask. The two put the things they bought back home. And then bought 2 hot dogs at a roadside stall for dinner. And night had already fallen. Let's go. It's time for you to get to work. The little boy finished the last bite of the hot dog, wiped his mouth, and walked with John Hung to the subway station. It was time to get off work. And there were many people at the station. It took them some effort to squeeze into the train. When the door of the carriage slowly closed, the little boy spoke again and introduced John Hung. The guy we are going to meet is called Fox. He is the most famous middleman in the area. Middleman? Yes. He is a guy who helps to make connections and broker business and makes a living by collecting commissions. In short, if you have any troubles, you can go to him. As long as you have money, he can help you complete it. Of course, he will not come forward himself, but will help you find the right person. Like an agent? It's very similar to the way agents make money. But the biggest difference is that agents only do legal things, while Fox has no taboos. He will accept normal commissions, illegal ones, or those in the gray area, as long as there is money. I thought there were no more criminals after the city was connected to tows. The crime rate has dropped significantly. But the criminals have not disappeared. The people of Black Nest are very smart. If the criminals really disappeared, then someone would definitely question the necessity of tows. The public is willing to sacrifice some privacy for safety. But if they realize that they are already safe, their focus will shift to privacy security. So Black Nest must find a balance to prove that tows is taking effect. But it will not really make crime disappear from the city. If there are no criminals, then there is no need for the police to exist. Yes, that's pretty much the logic, the little boy said. But the establishment of tows did have a huge impact on the dark world of the entire city. The previous rules of survival no longer apply. Survival of the fittest. A group of old stubborn people who can't keep up with the times have left the stage. And newcomers, like Fox, have begun to emerge quickly. What about 01? We are not criminals, the little boy said seriously. Although the Black Nest has been smearing us, 01 has always been a non-profit organization since its establishment. Even if the funds obtained through some technical means, they are all used to fight against tows, and have not fallen into the pockets of members. It's awe-inspiring, John Hung said. Are you mocking us? I haven't mocked you before. But you? No matter when I meet you, you always doubt my motives. Is this the inertia of history that everyone often talks about? An hour later, the two came to the other side of the city, close to the suburbs. It can be clearly felt that there are fewer cameras and fewer people on the street. When they were about to reach their destination, the little boy reminded again, "Don't talk when you see the fox. Let me communicate with him. You have the final say." The two of them went down to an underground garage. There were no cars after the 3rd floor, but the sound of the speakers came from the bottom floor again. There were 2 men with short hair smoking at the entrance. When they saw them, they stood up and made a gesture to prohibit entry. "We are here to find the fox," the little boy said. The men with short hair looked at each other and sat down again. "Their guards don't seem to be very good. You can get in with just a name," John Hung said. The two of them walked into the garage on the 4th floor. Unlike the empty upper floor, there were quite a few people here, and it was full of luxury cars. There were also many hot beauties in sight. It's just a small gathering of rich second generations who think they are very social, to satisfy their novelty and curiosity of being in gangs. In addition, some of them brought some soft river crabs and didn't want to be targeted by the police, the little boy said casually. Her eyes looked around and finally stopped in a certain direction. Found Fox. He was also one of the only 2 people in formal clothes in the whole party. The other one was John Hung, who was in a suit. However, unlike John Hung, Fox, strictly speaking, only wore half of the formal clothes. Under the windbreaker was a pair of beach pants and 2 hairy thighs. Although the temperature was not high now, He didn't seem to feel cold, and it could be seen that he seemed to be in a good mood. He was hugging two French sweethearts on the left and right, laughing. Sorry, darlings. I have a job coming up. How about you give me a glass of champagne? The two girls reluctantly left his arms, and one of them raised her eyebrows demonstratively when she passed by the little boy. Don't take it to heart. Sophie is very jealous, and Anais keeps a cute cobra in her garage. The fox said. Long time no see. I haven't heard from you for a long time. When Semiprime sent me an encrypted email and told you that you were coming to see me, I thought I heard it wrong. Is this your boyfriend? No. He's just a tenant. He needs money to pay the rent. So I brought him to see you. Nice to meet you. The fox stretched out his hand to shake hands with Zhang Heng, then looked at the little boy. So you haven't found a boyfriend yet? People who talk a lot usually die earlier in movies. The little boy said coldly. Chapter 408 Additional Conditions. You want to find a job. Okay. Tell me what you were good at first. The fox asked. For 01's sake, I will make a good recommendation for you. Before Zhang Heng opened his mouth, the little boy said, just give him the most ordinary job. We don't want to get involved in trouble. What do you mean by ordinary job? Try not to violate the law. Wow. It feels magical to hear this from someone in 01. Fox touched his chin. No wonder you dressed this guy up like one of those social elites who works at Credit Lyonnais. I remember you often have some bodyguard jobs here. Right? That was in the past. When the security company was short of manpower, they would borrow people from me. But now, their boss doesn't like me very much. Why? Well, probably because I took the lead and helped to kill one of their important clients. Fox spread his hands. What can I do? A good middleman should treat all employers equally. If I tell them who wants to kill their clients, my reputation will be ruined. How can I stay in this business? Do you have any other similar jobs here? Well, I look for it. The fox took out his laptop from the car, opened his mailbox and scrolled through a few lines. There is a bar recruiting people to watch the place. But they note that they need people with well-developed muscles and fierce eyes. What's your body shape? No. The little boy rejected it directly. Sometimes the riots in the bar will alert the police. And he can't contact the police. Why? No reason. I can't do jobs that require identity verification. That's troublesome. The authorities are strict now. It's hard to find a legal job without registering your identity. And I'm a middleman after all. Not a headhunter. I don't have so many legal jobs for you to choose from. The little boy was silent for a moment. What about illegal jobs? The fox snapped his fingers. There's one illegal job tonight. He turned to look at Zhang Heng. Can you drive? No problem. That's easy. A client asked me to find a driver and a private bodyguard to accompany him to a transaction. After the transaction is completed, there will be a reward of 300 euros. Transaction? What transaction? Sorry. You know the rules of our industry. I don't ask about the privacy of customers. And I don't recommend you to do so. The less you know, the less danger there is. However, based on my previous experience, the risk of this matter is not very high. It is likely that your friends around you only need to drive the car over and stand there for a while to earn this money. Oh, by the way, if everything goes well and the customer is satisfied, he will add more money on top of this. How about it? It's very simple. You can earn 300 euros just by driving a car, without any danger. The little boy looked at the fox and sneered. Do I look like a fool? The fox sighed. This is just a rhetoric. If it was really that easy, I would have gone there myself. But I can swear that this is indeed a good job here. In fact, several people asked me about this job before you found me. And the employer was in a hurry. I have to make a decision in half an hour. But I can give you 20 minutes to discuss it first. And then tell me the answer. If you decide to do it, I will find other jobs for others. After that, he waved to the two girls who had gone to get champagne. Zhang Heng and the little boy walked to the other side. I suggest giving up. The more vague the job is, the more likely it is to have an accident. The little boy said. You don't have to start working tonight. But you heard what he said. I don't have any ID. Even if I find a part-time job like you, it's impossible. And I have to avoid the police. I have to find a way to support myself. After all, I already owe you a lot of money. Zhang Heng said. I'm not in a hurry. Why are you in a hurry? The little boy frowned. We can think of another way. Semi-prime should know other middlemen. You know deep down that even if you change the middleman, the result will not change much. Right? John Hung put his hand on the little boy's shoulder and looked into his eyes. Hey, I've experienced too many crazy things that ordinary people can't imagine. I'm good at many things, but I'm best at dealing with crisis. I've always done a good job of protecting myself. So believe me, I can handle this. The little boy was silent. John Hung was waiting for her answer. During this time, a guy who looked like a second-generation rich man probably got tired of the models and female students around him. He thought the little boy looked special and wanted to change his taste. So he approached him to chat up with him. As a result, he was directly scolded by the latter, and his face changed drastically. Okay, you win, the little boy sighed and said. But remember to leave immediately if the situation is not good. I will find another job for you. It took less than 5 minutes for the two to return to the Fox again. How are you thinking about it? I take the job, John Hung said. Very good. Let me see where the car keys are. But we have an additional condition. The little boy suddenly spoke up. I want to go too. Sorry. What did you say? The fox looked up, looking confused. But he soon noticed that a look of surprise flashed across John Hung's face. Either take me with you, or we won't do this job. The boy's tone left no room for negotiation. This is against the rules. The fox scratched his head. The employer only wants one person. Then tell him my requirements and let him choose. The boy said. You can do that. The fox felt extremely annoyed. Do we really need to make a simple thing so complicated? It depends on your ability. Convince him. If he is really so anxious, he should consider my suggestion. Huh. The fox opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he didn't say it in the end. He just sighed. I try. Tell him that no one else is willing to take this job except you two. This is the best effort I can do. Thank you. A quarter of an hour later, the fox closed the computer. Okay. You two can do this job together. But the reward is still one person's reward. I really don't understand why there are still idiots in this world willing to provide double service for free. Are you two really not in that kind of relationship? As a woman, I would like to remind you that the jealous Sophie next to you is not really jealous of you, but just knows that you like the feeling of her being jealous of you. All men who treat women as idiots are real idiots. Chapter 409 Chemistry Teacher and Cardboard Box. Can you really tell whether a woman is really jealous or just pretending to be jealous? John Hung took the car key Fox gave him and went to the second floor of the parking lot. He found a black Volkswagen commercial vehicle that looked a bit old. He opened the door, sat in the driver's seat, adjusted the seat and rearview mirror, and then asked the little boy in the back seat. No. Why should I study such boring things? Just say it to make him feel uncomfortable. Anyway, there is no way to verify such things, the little boy said. And after a pause, she said, Hey, can you really drive? It feels strange to explain the same question twice. John Hung said. It's not too late to give up now. It's better than pretending to be rich and finally being exposed. Yes. I try not to be exposed. John Hung started the car. And 45 minutes later, the Volkswagen drove under a bridge. Under the headlights, a figure was pacing anxiously beside the bridge pier. John Hung stopped the car, a little surprised, because it was a black job. He thought the employer should also be someone in the black world. But the guy in front of him looked very ordinary. About 40 or 50 years old. A little bloated. Greasy hair. But shaved clean. Wearing a somewhat rustic jacket. Looking a little timid. Is it the car going to the laundry? The man did not come forward immediately, but asked cautiously. Sorry. The laundry is closed, John Hung said. These two sentences were the agreed code words for the meeting. The man breathed a sigh of relief, opened the car door, and climbed into the passenger seat. Thank God. You are finally here. I was almost worried to death. He was holding a cardboard box in his arms. It can be seen that he attaches great importance to this box. He held it tightly with his arms, as if he was holding the most precious thing in the world. He did not let go even after sitting in the car. Where are we going? The man gave an address, which was very remote and quite a distance away from here. John Hung was not familiar with the city, so he had no idea about the address. But the little boy immediately frowned. Why are you going to the Albanian territory? This The man wiped the sweat from his forehead with his arm, not knowing what to say. Any questions? Zhang Heng asked. Those guys are all unscrupulous and outright criminals. They have 1,000 connections with the red light district business in the city. They like to smuggle girls from their own countries to here in the name of working abroad, and then turn against them and detain them, forcing them to provide paid services to men. In addition, they will also target some single female tourists, select handsome people from the members to chat up at the airport station, and decide whether to take action after finding out the details of the target. In addition, they are also involved in some other criminal activities. Basically, they are present in all areas that can make money. I have some business dealings with them. The man stammered. It's not a wise thing to choose those Albanians as business partners. The little boy paused, then said to Zhang Heng, the danger is too high. I suggest to terminate this work. No. I have to go there tonight. The man immediately panicked when he heard it. I have contacted their person in charge. He is a very kind person. There will be no danger. In that case, we can leave the car to you, and you can go by yourself, the little boy said. The man was speechless after hearing this, and the sweat on his forehead was getting more and more. He said with a pleading look, I dare not. I have also heard a lot about them. If I am not really desperate, I will never have anything to do with them. Please, don't abandon me. I can give you more money. This is not a matter of money, the little boy said. I can add another 300. No, 500. 1,000. The man gritted his teeth and said, if the deal goes well, 2,000 is also fine. You are so rich? I really didn't realize it. The little boy raised his eyebrows. If I really have money, why would I get involved with that group of people? The man laughed bitterly. What do you do? Zhang Heng suddenly asked. The man hesitated. He obviously didn't want to reveal his identity information, but he was more afraid of Zhang Heng. The little boy really gave up and let him face those evil people alone. So he finally told the truth. I am a chemistry teacher. Chemistry teacher? The little boy looked at the man carefully again and found that his temperament was indeed closer to that of a teacher. So why doesn't a chemistry teacher teach in school and mix with the guys in the dark world? Just like you. It's all for money. The man sighed. I used to have a happy family. But 7 years ago my daughter was diagnosed with a rare disease. With the current medical level, it can't be cured. She can only be kept alive with drugs and equipment. It costs a lot of money every month. Our savings were soon spent, and the house and car were sold. A year ago, my wife couldn't bear the burden and divorced me. My school has held 2 fundraisers for me, but compared to the huge medical expenses, that amount of money is just a drop in the bucket. I have borrowed from all my relatives and friends. Banks, and even loan sharks are unwilling to lend me money now. I really have no other choice. If I can't get the money together this month, the hospital will terminate my daughter's treatment. I have no choice but to take a risk. Please, help me. I really need this money to save my life. After the success, we can split the profits 30% and 70%. Wait, you are not. The little boy's eyes fell on the cardboard box in the chemistry teacher's hand, and his expression changed slightly, as if he thought of something. You are too brave. Don't you know what the consequences of being caught are? For someone like me who has lost everything, if I can survive one more day, my daughter can live one more day. So why should I worry about tomorrow's things? The chemistry teacher hugged the cardboard box tightly, his teeth trembling. But don't worry. I know the rules. Just pretend that this conversation never happened. No, you have never seen the things in the box. If something unexpected happens, it has nothing to do with you. No. The little boy shook his head. Even if you are willing to take risks, ordinary people like you will face those real villains. They have 10,000 ways to eat you alive. Let go when it's time. You have tried your best. Teacher, this is life. Your daughter won't blame you if she knows. No. It's not the end yet. It's not over yet. The chemistry teacher widened his eyes, panting from his nostrils, and the veins on his neck bulged. He swept away his previous timid and cowardly appearance. Only in this matter, he was particularly stubborn. As stubborn as a donkey. Please, the fox said that you are all capable people. There must be a way to help me complete this transaction. Right? Chapter 410. Think clearly. Unfortunately, we can't help you. I don't know what the fox guy told you. But we are not the kind of people you think, said the little boy. We are different from those Albanians. I can help you, John Hung said. Really? The chemistry teacher was surprised when he heard the words. After hearing the little boy's words, he had been desperate. But now he felt like he had found a way out. Don't be stubborn. Those guys who traded with him are real criminals. They have guns in their hands. We are no match for them, the little boy reminded. You are not helping him, but harming him. The situation is not that bad, John Hung said while holding the steering wheel. The teacher next to me has what they want. Of course, it would be better if we can grab it directly without paying any price than to spend money to buy it. And if we can take this opportunity to seize the hen that can lay eggs, it will be a great victory. No, it won't happen. I have an agreement with their leader. The chemistry teacher's face changed drastically. Believe me, no one in this world understands the way of thinking of robbers better than me, John Hung said. That just proves what I said before. We are just walking into a trap if we go there. The little boy frowned. That's the theory. But it doesn't mean we can't talk. Robbers also have their own behavior logic. They don't just work hard. The key to negotiation is to make them believe that the cost of reckless action is less than the benefits they can get. How to do it? Please teach me, the chemistry teacher begged. I give you half of the money I made this time. It's too late. A person's temperament is difficult to change in just 1 or 2 hours. If you believe me, don't say anything when you see the real owner. Let me speak, John Hung said. No problem. The chemistry teacher nodded, like a chicken pecking at rice. John Hung then said to the little boy, this time it will indeed be more dangerous than expected. I will find a place near the subway station to drop you off. You go back first. No. I said I would go with you. Although 01 has no connection with those Albanians. They should have heard of us. If the talks fail, they will take radical measures. If I am here, they will also consider the consequences of offending 01. The little boy said firmly. Okay. But we have to make 3 rules. You stay in the car, and don't get off when I negotiate with those Albanians. Yes. The little boy knew that he was not good at dealing with this situation. So he nodded in agreement. Can I stay in the car? The chemistry teacher asked expectantly. Unfortunately, you can't. You are the focus of this transaction. You must get off the car and try to control yourself. Don't tremble or be afraid. If someone looks at you, don't avoid their eyes. Be tough. The more you show that you are not afraid of them, the more it will help us take the initiative in the negotiation. Tough? What is tough? The chemistry teacher asked nervously. Well, just pretend that you are still standing on the podium and treat those guys opposite you as your students, John Hung said. I'm not sure if I can do it. The chemistry teacher wiped his sweat. Try it, John Hung said. Don't be too nervous. I'm here anyway. John Hung drove the Volkswagen to a place half a kilometer away from the transaction site. He could feel that this area was obviously different from other places. There were more women on the street, each with their own style. Although the temperature was not high, many of them were dressed coolly, or simply put on a coat. France's attitude towards the red light district is rather contradictory. It is different from the Netherlands and Germany, which have completely legalized it as an industry. And it is also different from the UK, which has semi-legalized it. It is a kind of Schrodinger's legal state where it is illegal in law, but the government taxes it as a freelance profession. With the development of society, this ancient industry has also begun to become more and more networked, and customers can directly choose people online. But some of the previous traditional characteristics are still retained in the areas controlled by Eastern Europeans. What's wrong? Seeing Zheng Hung stop the car, the chemistry teacher couldn't help but get nervous again. Give me 5 minutes, Zheng Hung said, and took out the newly bought building blocks in the dull eyes of the little boy and the chemistry teacher. Huh? The little boy looked like he was kidding me. The chemistry teacher on the other side was even more anxious. After hesitating for a while, he reminded, now is not the time to do this kind of thing. Don't worry. It's still early before the agreed time. As Zhang Hung spoke, he put together an Italian Beretta 92F pistol and threw a few parts to the chemistry teacher next to him. You can try it too. It can relieve the tension in your heart. I forget it. The chemistry teacher immediately returned the building blocks. You don't want to negotiate with those Albanians with this toy, do you? The little boy asked. Just in case, Zhang Hung said. inserting the infinite building blocks into the last position, and then inserting the freshly baked 92F on his waist. His movements were fast and very smooth, and neither the little boy nor the chemistry teacher saw the moment when the Lego toy gun turned into a real gun. This isn't a game. Do you think those Albanians are fools? The little boy said seriously. You get yourself killed. I'm sorry, I didn't tell you one thing. Besides being from a parallel universe, I'm also a magician. John Hung made the final preparations, waved to the girl who walked out of the window to indicate that he didn't need any service, and then restarted the car. I feel a little breathless. Before he even saw the real person, the chemistry teacher was already shaking with nervousness. This was not a good sign. Although he had made up his mind, this honest man who had lived a down-to-earth life and had never received a speeding ticket could not control his body at all when he thought about what he was about to face. You should listen to her advice. Not everyone is suitable to be a criminal. In fact, I have seen many powerful people in this industry, and their endings were not very good. In addition, there are toes in the city now. You have to think clearly. Once you take this step, you can't turn back. Even if you want to stop, someone will use your past to threaten you to continue. In short, you are on a dead end. John Hung said. Thank you. I may not be ready yet, but I have indeed thought it through. The chemistry teacher said. This is the only way to save my daughter. Let's get started. Chapter 411. Let's go together. The agreed transaction location is outside a slaughterhouse. The air around them was filled with an unpleasant smell. John Hung stopped the black Volkswagen. Not far from them, 4 men were playing a finger-cutting game around a small table. The rules of this gambling game are simply to place one of the player's palms on the table, hold a knife in the other hand, point the knife downward, and quickly poke the gap between the fingers. Whoever moves the fastest will be the final winner. The whole process was very silly, but participating in the game is often regarded as a symbol of courage and bravery. The 4 people were having fun, as if they didn't notice anyone coming. There are still 20 minutes before the agreed time. What should we do? Wait in the car? Or should I go down and tell them? No need to bother, John Hung said lightly, and turned on the headlights. The 4 people couldn't continue playing the game under the strong light. They stood up from their chairs, grabbed their weapons, and cursed. The chemistry teacher opened his mouth wide. Isn't this rude? Have you ever seen robbers and thugs being polite? John Hung said. These 4 people sitting here are clearly trying to intimidate us. They know you are an ordinary person. I bet they won't get up unless you get off the car. If you go to them, they will just pretend not to hear you. This is how they do things. They use this method to make you nervous. The more scared you are, the better the negotiation will be for them. The little boy also said. Did they request this transaction location? The nearest camera is 1,000 meters away. With the current visibility, the camera can't capture anything clearly. In other words, they have the absolute initiative here. The chemistry teacher was embarrassed. We originally agreed to trade at the place where you picked me up under the bridge. But then, their person in charge received a call saying that their boss required the transaction to be on their territory. Otherwise it would be cancelled. I also know that this is not good. But the person in charge of this transaction assured me that it would be safe. It's just an old trick of one playing the good cop and the other the bad cop, John Hung said. But the lack of cameras is not a bad thing. Just get out of the car when you see my gesture. Huh? Before the chemistry teacher understood what was going on, John Hung had already opened the car door and walked out. Are you the driver? Are you looking for death by turning on the lights so brightly? The man in the front, who was covered with tattoos and didn't even spare a face, said viciously. Do you know whose territory this is? More than 200 years have passed, and you guys still haven't made any progress. You can only rely on numbers and poor makeup to pretend to be tough. It's really disappointing, John Hung said calmly. In that case, today I will let you see what real evil is. What are you talking about? You bastard? You are really tired of living, the guy with ghost tattoos all over his body said as he reached out to grab John Hung's collar. What should I do? The chemistry teacher in the car was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. Why did they suddenly start fighting? There must be some misunderstanding. They may not know what we are here for. I'd better go down and negotiate with them. The little boy reached out and pressed the chemistry teacher's shoulder. You heard what the guy said before he got off the bus. Let him handle this matter. Just wait for the signal in the car. Although he said so, there was a flash of worry in the boy's eyes. But the next moment, she saw the tattooed man suddenly kneeling on the ground, holding his neck. His face was flushed, like a fish out of water. He tried to open his mouth, but he couldn't breathe any air. The remaining three looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. John Hung waved his hands. Are you coming together? Unlike the quick fight with the casino thugs before, this time John Hung not only had to deal with the four guys in front of him, but also had to hurt them as much as possible to make them feel scared. The punch he just threw directly hit the tattooed man's trachea, making the latter experience the pleasure of being on the verge of suffocation. Now the tattooed man's miserable condition obviously also had an impact on his three companions. But these Albanians attached great importance to the quality of fearlessness. Cowards cannot survive in this cruel and dark environment. Therefore, the three of them were only slightly stunned. And then they immediately rushed over. One of them swung the iron hook for hanging pork and smashed it at John Hung's head. But before he hit the target, his wrist was stabbed through by a knife that came out of nowhere. John Hung pulled out the newly bought knife, bringing out a string of blood, and said to the unlucky guy, "Find a hospital within 20 minutes to treat it, and you can leave it without disability. It's your choice." However, the young man with the injured wrist did not retreat, but was aroused to all his blood. He loosened his bleeding wrist, roared, and rushed up again. "You are brave, but you are a fool. Do you think you can survive here after you become disabled?" John Hung said, as he smashed the nose of a guy who attacked him from behind with his elbow. There is no virtue of respecting the elderly and loving the young, and giving way to the disabled in this line of work. For the last person, John Hung chose to break one of his legs and let him wail on the ground. At this time, the brave guy rushed up again. John Hung stood still until his opponent rushed in front of him. John Hung turned sideways and easily avoided this non-threatening attack, then hit the guy's lower abdomen with his knee. This time, the world finally became quiet again. John Hung put away the folding knife in his hand, walked to the first tattooed man, grabbed his hair, dragged him 3 meters on the ground, came to the small table where the 4 people played games before, put the latter's head on the table, and grabbed the knife stuck on the table with his other hand. Which eye do you like more? The left or the right? The latter could no longer maintain his previous tough guy image. Tears and snot gushed out, and only the most primitive and instinctive fear of human beings remained in his mind. Until the next moment, a voice sounded, "That's enough." An old man wearing a leather apron and dressed like a butcher, but with a carefully trimmed beard and hair, walked out of the slaughterhouse, took out a handkerchief from his pocket, and wiped the blood off his hands. "Sorry. Forgive my poor memory. My friend. Have we met before?" Chapter 412 Compensation. "No. I just came to this city not long ago. We probably haven't met before," John Hung said, even though the important person on the opposite side had appeared. His palm was still pressed on the tattooed man's head, and he didn't let go. "That's interesting. Since we haven't met before, and there is no grudge before, then why did you do such a terrible thing?" The old man looked around and saw his subordinates staggering on the ground. He handed the handkerchief he had wiped his hands to the person behind him and took off his leather apron. "I haven't asked for your name yet? I'm just an insignificant nobody. My name doesn't matter. I'm paid for my work. But you should know my employer. He has an appointment to trade here tonight. My job is to ensure that the trade goes smoothly," John Hung said. "Oh, Mr. Jonathan. I like him. Is he in the car behind you? If he could get off earlier, I think such a regrettable tragedy would not have happened. My employer hopes to see your sincerity when you get off the car. Don't take my good temper as an excuse to push your luck. Kid, that's not how business works." The old man shook his head. "We haven't even seen the shadow of the goods yet, and we have to pay first. This doesn't make sense anywhere. When Mr. Jonathan does business with others, the other side usually won't welcome him with these goods." John Hung patted the tattooed man's cheek with the back of the knife. This action made the atmosphere tense. The people behind the old man put their hands into their arms, but were stopped by their boss. "Interesting. I haven't seen someone as interesting as you for a long time. I often meet such people," because the tip of the knife was always dangling in front of the tattooed man's face. The latter was so scared that he peed. The old man frowned slightly at the performance of his subordinates. He stopped talking nonsense and turned his head to the person behind him and said, "Take out the money." After hearing this, John Hung finally loosened his palm and put the knife back on the table. A flash of surprise flashed in the old man's eyes. He was not surprised when John Hung killed 4 people in one breath before. But John Hung took a step back now, which made him feel that he couldn't see through the young man in front of him. He coughed and said, "Okay, how long are you going to embarrass yourself?" Hearing this, the people on the ground stood up again, holding their heads down and limping towards the slaughterhouse. "Wait," John Hung said, pointing at the guy whose wrist he had pierced before. "He has to go to the hospital quickly. This little injury is nothing to me. I won't make a fuss like a woman. Just bandage it a little bit," the latter said, with the pride of a fighter written all over his young face. His strong declaration of manliness also won the approval of many of his companions. "I hope you won't regret what you said tonight, when you are so disabled that you can't even hold a fork," John Hung said calmly. He has never been a nosy person. After persuading twice, he will never persuade a third time. Everyone needs to be responsible for their own choices. Whether it is the chemistry teacher or the Albanian kid who is trying hard to prove that he is a man. At this time, the old man's men finally took out a brown paper bag. John Hung made a gesture, signaling the chemistry teacher in the car to come out. The latter took 2 deep breaths and pushed open the car door. When he got out of the car, he was tripped by the door sill. But he quickly stabilized himself and walked over quickly with the cardboard box in his arms. "Jonathan, I thought that with the level of trust between us, you would not be so cautious and hired this friend specifically. Don't you believe in my promise to you?" The chemistry teacher took the brown paper bag with an embarrassed expression on his face. He opened his mouth and wanted to explain something, but he closed his mouth again when he remembered John Hung's previous instructions to him. "Let's count it," John Hung said. The chemistry teacher nodded, quickly counted the cash in the brown paper bag, wiped the sweat off his face and said, "No problem. Like I said." The old man raised his eyebrows. "Can we inspect the goods next?" The chemistry teacher finally handed over the cardboard box that was like his lifeblood. While his hands were inspecting the goods, the old man was not idle either. He looked at John Hung with interest, but he did not speak again, until his men came back and whispered something in his ear. The chemistry teacher suddenly became nervous. "I checked the things I made myself. The quality is very good. Definitely exceeds the standard you set. Relax. Relax. There is nothing wrong with those goods. I am very satisfied," the old man said. His words also made the chemistry teacher breathe a sigh of relief. But then the old man changed the subject. "Then let's talk about compensation next." "Compensation? What compensation?" The chemistry teacher's heart tightened again. "Your people heard my people. You don't want to just walk away like this?" The old man smiled. "I am a reasonable person, but the people above me are not as easy to talk to as I am. You know, we are a complicated, big family, so we must consider all aspects when doing things." The chemistry teacher was a little at a loss when he heard this, and stood there blankly with the paper bag. At some point, he even blamed John Hung for being too heavy-handed before. Otherwise the two of them should have been able to return to the car safely by now. John Hung was completely unmoved. He knew very well that if he hadn't used heavy hands before, the people on the other side would definitely not treat them so politely as they did now. He asked the old man in front of him, "What do you want?" But John Hung didn't expect that the guy on the other side's target was not the chemistry teacher next to him, but him. The old man said, "As compensation, how about you work under me for a month?" "That's impossible." John Hung refused without hesitation. "I'm not interested in getting involved in trouble. But you are in trouble now. Who can bring me trouble? You?" As soon as John Hung finished speaking, several men behind the old man suddenly pulled out guns from their waists. But they didn't expect that there was someone who was faster than them. Just before they aimed at John Hung, a Beretta 92F was already pointed at the old man. The sudden situation in front of him made the chemistry teacher's heart rise to his throat. He didn't expect that everyone was still negotiating peacefully in the previous second, and suddenly turned hostile in the next second. "It's useless. Like I said, we are a big family." Even though someone pointed at his head, the old man remained calm and said slowly, "A big family means that everyone can be sacrificed. If you kill me, someone will soon replace me. Not only will you die, but your companions in the car will also die. Some of our stores are short of staff recently. I believe she can help us solve some of our troubles in this regard." "Really? Then I killed him." John Hung turned the gun to the stunned chemistry teacher on the side. "I killed the hen that will lay golden eggs for your family. I don't know what your other family members will think, Chapter 413 Black Tea and Night Talk. Thank you. Thank you. This time it's all thanks to you. The chemistry teacher kept thanking under the bridge. And at the same time, as agreed, he took a stack of money from the brown paper bag and handed it to John Hung. And said expectantly, "Can I still find you for the next transaction?" John Hung looked at the little boy in the back row. The latter thought for a while, and gave a string of phone numbers. Call first. No matter if there is anyone answering. Hang up immediately. Call again in half an hour. Don't say extra words. Don't reveal your identity. The meeting place is still here, so just say the time directly. Okay. Okay. The chemistry teacher said repeatedly, stuffing the brown paper bag into the innermost part of his shirt. Good luck, John Hung said, starting the car. The figure of the chemistry teacher kept going away in the rearview mirror until it was completely lost in the darkness. Lucky. I made 4,000 euros in one night, John Hung said, taking out 10 $200 bills from the stack of money and giving them to the little boy. The latter frowned. You don't owe me that much money. This is not the money I owe you. It's the share of this work. I don't want it. It's your credit. I didn't even get out of the car, the little boy said. Just the knowledge you taught me on how to use modern information systems for tracking is worth so much money. But I regret it now. Why? Because you don't look like a good person. Why were you so skilled in dealing with those Albanians? Weren't you afraid at all? How did you take down 4 people by yourself? Where did the gun come from? How did you know that they would let us go if we threatened them with Jonathan? Have you done something similar before? Did you really lose your ID card? Or are you wanted? It seems that you have a lot of questions about me. What will you do if I can't give you a satisfactory explanation? Call the police? Or just drive me away? The little boy snorted. Do I drive you away so that you can join those Albanians and become a real criminal? Don't even think about it. I will keep an eye on you. Yes. John Hung took out another 1,000 euros from the 2,000 euros. This month's rent and arrears. The little boy finally took the money this time. And added, there is also food expenses, which will be settled with you at the end of the month. Okay. John Hung went to the parking lot to return the car, and then took the bus back to his residence with the little boy. As a result, it rained halfway, and the 2 people who didn't bring umbrellas were soaked. It was almost 12 o'clock when they got home. The 2 took a shower and changed into clean clothes first. But they didn't feel sleepy anymore. The little boy simply made a pot of black tea and asked John Hung, "Would you like a cup? How much? Do I look like such a stingy person? I don't know. Do you?" The little boy rolled his eyes and stuffed the brewed black tea into John Hung's hand. "Sorry. I didn't spend too much time with you before, and I didn't have time to get to know you." When the tea in the cup cooled down a little, John Hung took a sip. The taste was very ordinary, and the sweetness after the bitterness was not obvious. It should be a common product bought casually in the supermarket. The little boy poured himself a cup, then took a cushion and placed it under the window, took off his slippers, sat cross-legged, stroked the little crocodile with one hand, picked up the teacup with the other hand, drank a sip of the steaming black tea, and sighed with satisfaction. The raindrops hit the glass, making a pleasant sound of dripping, winding into small water lines. For a long time, neither of them spoke, just drinking the black tea in their hands, until John Hung broke the silence. "You advised Jonathan to give up and accept reality. Why don't you accept reality yourself?" You said that you are fighting a war that you can't win. If that's the case, why do you still want to fight? Why should I answer your question? The little boy squinted his eyes, then moved his butt, changed his sitting position, and stretched his legs without caring about his image. "I'm just sitting there doing nothing anyway." Don't try to get any information from me. 01 is training in this area, and I got an A+. Why don't you tell me first why you are a spy for Black Nest? Because they look more like winners. Yeah. If you only work for winners, you will never lose. This is the logic of smart people. The little boy sneered. But do you know what the problem with smart people is? Sometimes they are too smart. Forget it. Let's not talk about me. Let's talk about you. You can try to continue making up your parallel universe story. I'm about to forget what the world was like 12 years ago. Come on. Let's see how many memories you can evoke for me. Well, actually there is not much difference. You know, people still care about their own things, compared with those political, economic and messy big news. Everyone always cares more about their wallets. They will speak for the weak and shout for justice on the internet. But that's all. On the contrary, you have changed a lot after 12 years. Really? How have I changed? You were just like your ID back then. You looked like a tomboy. You were like a totbow. Always trying to prove something. I can't imagine what you are like in your daily life. Humph. The little boy took another sip of red tea. But I'm glad that your heart hasn't changed much. You could have chosen not to hide your kindness and justice under that cold appearance. You know I won't charge you less rent even if you say that. The little boy said with a straight face. You bought me tea. So I have to do something. Well, I'm not good enough. Your lies are full of loopholes. I can't bear to watch you continue to perform. The little boy paused, put the empty teacup on the windowsill, and picked up the little crocodile on his knees. It's okay to tell you. When you were a child, you always had many ideals. When you were a teenager, you felt that you were the master of the world. When you saw something wrong, you would want to change it, put all the building blocks in the wrong place, and clean the dust on the table. At that time, you really wanted to make the world a better place. But when you grow up, you will find that the world is not like this. People don't care about right or wrong. In the adult world, only interests matter. You see injustice and mistakes that need to be corrected. But everyone remains silent. No one resists. Everyone tells themselves that the world is like this, and I should abide by the rules, and endure the injustice, because the price of changing it is too high. I can't do it alone and my voice is too small. So sometimes, the world looks like a magical black comedy. I mean, I understand the rules of this world and I understand that everything is about interests. But this does not mean that right and wrong do not exist outside of interests. Right is right and wrong is wrong. This is not a dialectical relationship on a philosophical level. I think Blackness did something wrong, and they may be the final winner. Okay, I admit this. But unfortunately victory does not mean justice. Since I know they did something wrong, I will continue to fight and 01 will continue to fight. Even if no one is willing to stand by our side. The little boy said seriously. Chapter 4:14 My honor. To be fair, life in this parallel instance was relatively easy for Zhang Heng. Perhaps second only to the one with Lego. During the day, the little boy would work at the pizza shop. And he would study theoretical knowledge while petting cats at his place. He would write down what he didn't understand and ask her when the little boy came back. At night, it was his working time. The chemistry teacher would trade with the Albanians about once every 2 weeks. In addition to that, Zhang Heng would find other work to do at the Fox's place. As his work was completed perfectly again and again. Although Zhang Heng still kept a low profile, he did become more and more famous in the black world. During this period, he also participated in an underground drag race and won himself a sports car. The target was the rich second generation who had approached the boy before. The guy probably had too smooth pursuit of girls before and had never been scolded. So after being scolded by the boy, he not only did not give up, but kept thinking about it. Until 1.5 months later, he met the two again and bet his sports car and Zhang Heng departure from the boy, asking Zhang Heng to race with him. This is a very romantic and masculine act. Except that his sports car disappeared after the race. This love confession can be called perfect. The second generation rich man didn't understand how he lost until the end. His sports car has excellent performance. And he is also a celebrity in the underground racing circle. Even if he is not the best in the circle, he is definitely not comparable to ordinary people. Zhang Heng only drove a Tarbert sponsored by Fox, which is a commuter car that can be seen everywhere on the street. No matter how you look at it, he should not be the loser. If they were really racing on the main road outside, Zhang Heng would not be sure that he could beat the rich second generation because of the huge difference in car performance. However, thanks to tows, these racing gangs can only race in parking lots for fear of being caught by cameras. Such tracks are tailor-made for drifting. The disadvantage of the rich second generation in driving skills cannot be compensated by the horsepower of the engine. So he not only lost, but also lost completely. It is not an exaggeration to say that he was defeated. As Zhang Heng became more and more familiar with the surveillance routes and communication tracking in the city, the little boy no longer wasted his rest time working with Zhang Heng. After these few actions together, she understood it. Even if Zhang Heng and a group of vicious criminals were locked in a cage, the one who survived would definitely be Zhang Heng. So instead of worrying about someone's safety, it would be better to pray for the person standing opposite him. It was strange, because there was no identification. The little boy didn't know how old someone was, but at least from the appearance, John Hung should be younger than her age. However, when this guy stood with those gang leaders, it was difficult to tell who was the boss from the momentum. As his fame grew, John Hung was even invited to mediate conflicts between several forces as a notary. However, on the other hand, the chemistry teacher did not call the number left by the little boy again after about 3 months. The little boy was worried that something might have happened to the former, so he specifically looked up the address of his daughter's hospitalization. The results showed that the treatment fee had been paid for 2 months, and the chemistry teacher had just visited his daughter in the ward yesterday. The little boy asked John Hung, who was playing with building blocks on the sofa, "What do you think? What do you mean? Why didn't he contact you again and ask you to be his bodyguard?" "Oh, that's it. After so many transactions, he probably felt that he had established a stable cooperative relationship with the Albanians, and my fees happened to be more expensive. So he kicked you out? That's about it. But it doesn't matter. I have other jobs to make money." John Hingdao inserted the last building block into the Empire State Building, then took off his blindfold and checked the time to see how much his Lego assembly skills had improved. What will happen next? He will most likely be detained by the Albanians within a month. But there is no personal danger. They will control him to create wealth for them day and night. But in order to let him work with peace of mind, his daughter should be fine, and the Albanians will continue to pay for his medical expenses. If he is smart enough, he should keep the secrets of the core manufacturing process firmly in his own hands. What if he's not smart? Only hens that can lay eggs are valuable hens. John Hung said calmly. I warned him that the Albanians didn't dare to touch him because I was there. But unfortunately, he didn't seem to listen. I guess he still thought I said that just to make easy money from him. Especially after getting to know the Albanians more and more. He probably thought they had already regarded him as a friend. But unfortunately, the word friend doesn't exist in the dictionary of that group of people. Is it possible for you to reduce the fee? Continue to cooperate with him. The little boy frowned. You probably don't know my current fee standard, John Hung said. I've already given him a friendly price. I don't know why I feel like you're asking for a beating now. The little boy took out 2 oranges from the refrigerator and threw one to someone. John Hung caught the orange. Everyone has to be responsible for their own choices, especially those who live in the dark world. I'm not his nanny, and I can't protect him forever. My job is just to help him trade, and providing advice is already an additional service. That being said, ordinary people can't learn so fast either. That's not the case. I know a woman who learns very quickly, even faster than I expected. John Hung paused when he said this, and thought of a black market merchant who came to the island with nothing and eventually became the largest trade leader in Nassau. He played a certain guiding role in this. But it must be admitted that Karina's final achievement mainly relied on her own efforts. That woman had a ruthlessness that was completely inconsistent with her appearance, not only towards others, but also towards herself. She seemed to be born to be suitable for this cruel and dark environment. John Hung was distracted for a moment. What happened in Black Sails was already a distant memory for him, although he would occasionally dream of that red hair. The owner of that red hair always disappeared in the first rays of dawn along with the shells on the beach. I've decided. The little boy peeled the orange in his hand, and her words also pulled John Hung back to reality from his memories. What decision? Bring you to meet the other members of 01. Didn't you always say that you wanted to learn more about network technology? Not just communication. John Hung raised his eyebrows. Aren't you worried that I'm a spy said by He Chao? We need to be vigilant. But at the same time, we must not lose the courage to trust. Who said that? I said it. What's wrong? The little boy said. After more than 3 months of observation, I think you have a lot of shortcomings, but you can still be trusted a little. So tonight, you and I will go to the regular gathering of 01. What do you think? My pleasure. Chapter 415. Say hello to my 17-year-old self for me. 11 months is a long time for a game, but it is short for life. In that small apartment of less than 60 square meters, John Hung experienced 4 seasons and was familiar with almost every corner. He knew where each piece of furniture was placed, which layer of the refrigerator the milk and eggs were on, which cat food the little crocodile liked the most, and that the old TV in front of the sofa would automatically shut down when watching a football game. John Hung also proposed to buy a new one to replace it. He made a lot of money from the Fox. But this money could not be taken out of the parallel copy. As an undocumented black household, he did not have many places to spend money. However, this proposal was rejected by the little boy without hesitation, on the grounds that the newly produced TVs all had microcomputers and could be connected to the internet. This means that they will be connected to toes. This is also the copy that Dong Hung feels the most strange. He clearly came to the future, but except for learning skills, he rarely touches electronic products in his daily life. The little boy also chose a place far away from home during practical teaching. Therefore, in addition to watching TV, old movies and playing Tetris together, the two of them usually have only those endless chats. The little boy especially likes it when it rains. Every time the sky is gloomy, she will make some drinks or something. Occasionally, if she has more time, she will bake some cookies in advance, and then eat cookies with the sound of dripping rain outside the window. Jong Hung didn't know how many cookies the little boy had eaten in the same position, and in the same posture on a rainy day before he arrived. Just like few people know, there is a group of people in this city fighting for justice in their hearts. The number of members in 01 is getting smaller and smaller. Some people can't bear the huge pressure, or the long struggle has eliminated all the enthusiasm in their hearts, and finally choose to withdraw quietly. After all, in addition to pursuing justice and fairness, there are many other things to worry about in a person's life. Parents, partners, children, friends. Each of them needs to be invested with enough energy. When the ideals fade, everyone has to face reality. When the people around them have become more and more accustomed to the existence of toes, and even cannot do without toes, the victory of Black Nest is certain. Not everyone is as obsessed with distinguishing right from wrong as the little boy. The departure of the old people, coupled with the lack of fresh blood, the demise of 01 now seems to be only a matter of time. Perhaps when the veterans such as Rhea, the little boy, and the semi-prime number grow old, no one will remember that they once fought. During this period, Jong Hung also participated in several 01 operations as an outsider. But even with his ability, there was not much he could do. After more than a decade of crazy expansion, Black Nest had completely expanded into a behemoth, with a complex network of interests formed inside. Even the creator of Toes had lost control of it. It was no longer controlled by one or a few people, and no one could stop it. However, Jong Hung information communication, internet intrusion and defense, electronic equipment modification, and anti-tracking skills had all been improved to varying degrees, and finally merged into a level 2 geek skill. This was also his biggest gain in this parallel instance. With only 1 month left before this parallel instance was about to end, it was finally time to say goodbye. Are you leaving? The little boy leaned against the kitchen counter, holding a cup of coffee. Yes. Thank you for taking me in for so long and teaching me so many things. I'm almost going back to my parallel universe, Jong Hung said. He bought a suitcase from a department store and packed all the things he needed on the road into it. How long? Less than a month. But I have something else to do before I leave. Jong Hung said that he planned to use the remaining time to go to Grenoble, inspect the ski resort there in advance, and perfect the plan to take Leia away. He also planned to try to sneak into the Black Nest and get more information. Of course, considering the danger of the latter, he also put this operation last. You said that Edward was still alive when you came, and the Black Nest had not killed him yet. Although I still don't believe your nonsense about the parallel universe. But suppose, after you go back and stop Toes with 01 13 years ago, what will happen in my world? I don't know, Jong Hung said. I've always gone back to the past, but never to the future. This is the first time I've encountered such a situation. But, Jong Hung paused, but I guess, whether I succeed or not, we may not be able to meet again. This parallel copy is based on the future without player activities. In other words, even if Jong Hung uses the authority of an extra round of games after this round of games, he may not be able to see the little boy at this time. Therefore, Jong Hung didn't know what the 11 months were. Was it an illusion? But he could clearly remember every day and every detail. The 29-year-old boy standing in front of him was so real. Every frown and those habitual little movements told him that the experience was real. I understand. The boy drank a sip of coffee, his expression unchanged. Go to bed early after you pack up. You will be on the road tomorrow. Yes. The boy's reaction was much calmer than Jong Hung had imagined. She even calculated the cost of tomorrow's breakfast in advance and settled the rent, utilities, and electricity bills with John Hung. The broadcast on TV said that there would be heavy to torrential rain in the city after midnight tonight, and reminded citizens to keep their doors and windows closed in order not to disturb John Hung's rest. The boy did not sit under the window to listen to the rain as usual. After the two said good night to each other, the boy returned to the bedroom. The living room fell into darkness. John Hung divided half of the money he had earned during this period and put it under the little crocodile's mattress. Then he climbed onto the sofa and closed his eyes. When he was halfway through his sleep, he vaguely felt something on his waist. John Hung thought it was the little crocodile climbing up again. But when he opened his eyes, he saw the face of the little boy. The latter had taken off his pajamas at some point, sat on him, and covered his mouth with his hand. "Shh. Say hello to my 17-year-old self for me," the little boy said, leaning down at the same time. The rainstorm outside the window came as expected. The strong wind blew the leaves rustling. The shadows of the trees swayed in front of the window, and the sign of the convenience store on the opposite side was blown into the sky. Blue lightning cut through the night, and the whole world looked like it was about to be completely submerged by the flood. Chapter 416. You choose first. Why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face? In the morning, everyone in 01 was having breakfast with John Hung in the hotel, and the little boy asked with a plate in hand. "Nothing," John Hung said, retracting his gaze. Although they had similar faces and exactly the same childhood experiences, John Hung knew very well that the little boy in front of him and the little boy who lived with him 12 years later were not the same person. What determines a person is not DNA or any other biological thing, but all his experiences and memories. Even now, John Hung still doesn't know what happened to the little boy in the past 12 years. But 12 years later, besides the same stubbornness, there is also a sense of fatigue in her eyes. John Hung knows that the woman who would lean against the window to listen to the rain when it rained has completely disappeared from his world. Just like the rainstorm that night. The 6 people said goodbye in the parking lot, and John Hung bought a few bottles of black tea from the vending machine next door as drinks on the road. 2 hours later, the 3 drove the newly rented car to the Target ski resort. Philip parked the car in the open-air parking lot, opened the door, and took a deep breath of the cold air from the Alps. On the other side, John Hung and the ponytail man had already stepped on the snow, and the boots and snow made a rustling sound. Because it was the peak season, there were still many tourists at the ski resort. Most of them were residents of Grenoble and nearby areas, and there were also some foreign tourists. Even John Hung's Asian appearance was not so conspicuous. "Have you been here before?" the ponytail man asked Philip. "Well, you know me. I've never been a big fan of competitive sports. Except for esports, of course. What about you?" "My wife and I passed by here on our honeymoon, but we just had a drink at a bar on the mountainside, and didn't ski, and that was many years ago." The ponytail man looked up at the ski resort. "It looks like we have a lot of work to do this time." This ski resort, located southeast of Grenoble, is not small. The ski trails on the mountain alone are more than 300 kilometers long, ranging from simple to professional levels. In addition, there are tourists everywhere. The good news is that with the manpower of Black Nest here, once Leah comes here, they obviously can't get to know all the details of all the tourists, and they can't respond to emergencies as quickly as in the city. From this point of view, John Hung's plan has been completed halfway. But on the other hand, this also means that their preliminary preparations will also be very long. "Should we tell the little boy and his friends to act later?" Philip asked. "But if so, I'm afraid that something will happen to Edward. After all, the main focus of the Black Nest is now on finding his whereabouts. I don't know how long he can hold on. So the sooner we get there, the better." The ponytail man frowned. "Don't worry. I already have a rough plan, and there are only a few details that need to be perfected. It is estimated that if everything goes well, it will only take 2 days to complete the preliminary preparations. So let the little boy and the others leave Leia to the ski resort as early as possible," John Hung said. "This way, the people of the Black Nest will not have enough time to formulate a complete surveillance plan." The ponytail man and Philip looked at each other, and they saw surprise in each other's eyes. "You just stood at the foot of the mountain and took a casual look. And you planned the route and everything? Because this is not my first time here." John Hung took out his phone. "Now we can divide the work. Jong Hung dialed the earring man's number. And about 7 seconds later, the earring man's low voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello. If you don't have something urgent, I call you back in half an hour. After saying that, he hung up the phone without waiting for Jong Hung to answer. About 25 minutes later, the earring man called back. And this time his voice sounded much more normal. What's up? Are you busy? Oh, don't talk about it. I've been targeted by the police since that night. I can't go back to where I live. My luggage is all there. I only have less than 400 euros on me now. And I don't speak French. Just when you called me, I was targeted by a few patrolling policemen. I just got rid of them not long ago. The man with earrings complained. What about you? You and I were together at the bar. And we were also captured by the camera. Right. I have technical support. And my identity information for checking into the hotel has been changed. Jong Hung said calmly. The man with earrings burst into tears. Didn't his technical support die early? Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a mess. Alone and unable to speak the language. Since we can't stay in the city anymore. How about going out of the city? Go out of the city. I still have to figure out how to kidnap Leia from those guys in the Black Nest. Wait. Do you have a plan? Yes. According to our previous agreement, we will act separately and each be responsible for a part of the work. You can choose first. Tell me your plan first. Give me an email address, and I send you an encrypted email. 15 minutes later, the man with earrings entered the key with anticipation and trepidation. Clicked on the email sent by Jong Hung. And after scrolling to the bottom, he couldn't help but get furious. He immediately called someone and said in a bad tone, You're trying to trick me and use me as bait? You can also choose another division of labor and leave the bait work to me. Jong Hung said calmly. That part of the work will take a whole team to complete. Moreover, the core part is too abnormal. No one can do it. Yes, I can do it. You didn't give me a chance to choose at all? The man with earrings said dissatisfiedly. At that time in the bar, he thought Jong Hung was kind and let him choose first when he promised to cooperate. Sorry. This is the most suitable plan I can think of. And strictly speaking, my part of the work is more dangerous. Jong Hung said. The man with earrings had to admit this. Although he took on the role of bait in this plan, Jong Hung, who was directly facing He Chao, was more dangerous. So after a moment of silence, the man with earrings asked, Are you sure you can take Leia away under the nose of the Black Nest? 80%. Jong Hung paused, and then said, If we fail, we will go directly to find Edward. You are bragging. If we don't rescue Leia, we don't know where Edward is. The man with earrings sneered at this. But I don't have a better way. Let's try it as you said. Chapter 417 Bait Tactics. Leia vaguely remembered that the last time she went skiing was 8 years ago. At that time, she was still in junior high school, and her family went to the ski resort together. As a result, she was almost left in the bathroom at the end. In addition, it was almost dark at that time, and even the staff had gone off work. There were almost no people around, so it was not a pleasant memory. However, when Adele told her that she wanted to ski, Leia agreed immediately. There was no way. It was always hard to refuse a cute girl's request, especially when she had just taken a shower and was covered in water droplets. Therefore, Leia and Adele were now standing in the reception hall of the ski resort. The two had already changed into ski suits, put on gloves and sunglasses, held the rented sleds and poles, and put on helmets for each other. However, what the two did not notice was that not far behind them, there were two teams disguised as passers-by. A total of 12 people silently mixed in the crowd and monitored them. No abnormalities have been found so far. One of them lowered his head and reported the situation to the superiors. At this moment, Vincent and the third team were disguised as a documentary filming team, squatting at the observation point on the mountainside, setting up a high-powered telescope. And one of the female technicians was monitoring Leia's mobile phone. Vincent didn't say much after hearing this, but just reminded again. Keep a close eye on the people, and don't be more than 30 meters away from the target. The deputy beside him was a young man chewing gum. Hearing this, he said disapprovingly, Is it necessary to be so nervous? We checked the information of the residents of the nearby mountain hotels and found no suspicious people. Moreover, Leia has been under our noses all the time. No one has contacted her. She came to ski this time completely on her own. She and her girlfriend. What's her name? Adele. I have to admit that her figure is really good. By the way, can you give me a copy of the video last night? I want to watch it again. The young man rubbed his hands excitedly. Vincent glanced at the young man. It's always right to be careful at any time. This is the biggest reason why I have survived so many battles. We searched the whole city, but still couldn't find the two guys in the bar that night. They seemed to have completely disappeared. Either they gave up, or they were brewing something more dangerous. Our focus has always been on the city, especially those places where Leia often goes. But here, this is a place we rarely take care of. Although we have 2 days to prepare, because of limited manpower, and we have to keep an eye on Leia on the other side. We can't actually do much preparation. Do you think they want to kidnap Leia here? This is their best chance. Then why do we let Leia come here? Why not just find a reason to keep her in the city for a while? Such as causing a car accident. So as to save risks? The young man scratched his head. You know mosquitoes? Those annoying little things. Although they can't cause you much harm, they always buzz around your ears and are very annoying. So the best way is to find a suitable opportunity to slap it to death. This is their opportunity. But it is also ours. Vincent waved his hand, and a camera was lifted in front of him. You talk so much nonsense. But I still put you in my team. Do you know why? Try it. The young man put his eyes on the camera, not quite understanding it, and raised his eyebrows in surprise after a moment. Oh, a military scope? Your favorite TC-50 sniper rifle. The camera is just a disguise to prevent tourists from being scared. I remember your longest sniping distance is 3,000 meters. 3659 meters to be exact. The young man grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. It's a pity that this record cannot be made public. Otherwise, I would be the undisputed #1 sniper. I hope your strength is half as good as your boasting, Vincent said lightly. In short, your mission this time is very simple. Once the 2 people who recorded the video in the bar that night appear, kill them directly. Wow. This plan is simple and direct. I like it. Leia and Adele finally sorted out their equipment and protective gear and lined up in front of the cable car. From here, they can take the cable car directly to the middle or top of the mountain. The middle of the mountain is the beginner and intermediate ski slopes, while the top of the mountain is the advanced and extreme ski slopes. People like Leia and Adele, who are just there for fun, must go to the beginner or intermediate ski slopes. The 2 got on the cable car under the guidance of the staff of the ski resort. Adele got on first, followed by Leia. When getting on the car, the staff also helped Leia. It was at this time that Leia noticed something unusual, because the staff with earrings put a small note into her hand while helping her, and whispered something in her ear. When Leia turned around and looked at him, the man blinked at her. The technician who used Leia's phone to monitor her took off his headphones and said to Vincent, "It's an emergency. Someone blocked the phone signal." Almost at the same time, the person in charge of searching for suspicious people with high-power binoculars also said, "We found the guy who jumped off the bridge." The young man who was lying on the chair pretending to be dead jumped up immediately after hearing this, threw away the small hot water bottle in his hand, and said excitedly, "Here I come. Is it finally my turn?" As he spoke, he ran to the camera hidden in the TC-50. When he pulled the trigger, his whole temperament changed. He no longer looked weak and hungry, but became a terrifying killing machine. But soon he frowned again. "It's quite cunning. Always going to crowded places. Do we need to intercept the target?" Someone asked in the communication channel. Vincent thought for a while. Divide 1 team, and the rest of the people continue to follow Leia, and always ensure that at least 2 pairs of eyes are on her. Is it a bait tactic? The young man threw another piece of gum into his mouth. In that case, swallow this bait first. The earring man knew that he was exposed after using the jammer to block the boy's mobile phone. After running for a while, he saw the person who took the bait. The plan was going smoothly so far. Next, he only needed to take this group of people for a few laps, and then get rid of them to complete the task. Considering the current distance between the 2 sides, this does not seem to be a very difficult task. But for some reason, he always had an ominous premonition in his heart. Chapter 418 Off-Piste Skiing. The man with earrings was already very close to the parking place of the vehicle, but there were fewer tourists around him to provide cover. Fortunately, perhaps because of the adverse effects of shooting at the ski resort, the pursuers behind him did not draw their guns. So after running for a while, the man with earrings could not help but become a little careless. until the next moment. A bullet fell from the sky and grazed his scalp, hitting a sign not far away, which also scared the man with earrings into a cold sweat. Ah! I missed. The young man looked regretful. And at the same time, he did not forget to find excuses for himself, complaining to Vincent, "Your camera housing is a bit heavy. I am not very comfortable using it. But don't worry. The next shot will not miss again." However, when he turned the muzzle again, he could not find the target. The man with earrings was experienced, and after brushing against death, he immediately realized that there was an ambush of snipers nearby. Without saying a word, he fell to the ground and rolled behind a snow pile nearby. However, his danger was not over. He knew that the sniper was still watching him from somewhere. If he showed his head, he might not have the good luck he had the first time. What was even more terrible was that he did not forget that there was a team of pursuers behind him. The two sides were only more than 200 meters apart. One of them took out his police officer ID and was comforting the frightened tourists nearby. The other 5 surrounded the snow pile. The situation became increasingly bad for the man with earrings. He was less than 50 meters away from the vehicle location. But at this moment, these 50 meters seemed like an insurmountable natural barrier to him. Just when the man with earrings thought he was going to die here today, the snowmobile that had been quietly parked on the side of the road suddenly started up by itself. The engine roared, and then rushed towards the snowdrift. "Thank you." The man with earrings was overjoyed. John Hung's voice came from the headset. "Don't thank me. Thank the magician. He modified the snowmobile." The young man holding the TC-50 exclaimed softly, and saw the snowmobile that started up by itself rushing out from behind the snowdrift. But there was no one on it. In order to avoid the sniper's attack, the man with earrings hung most of his body on the other side of the snowmobile. "This is a bit too cunning. It's totally a foul." The young man scratched his head. Vincent frowned. But he also knew that it was impossible for the young man to hit the target with one shot at this distance. In fact, he did a good enough job and successfully forced the target into a blind spot. But no one expected that the opponent could remotely control the snowmobile. Seeing that the earring man was getting farther and farther away, Vincent finally made up his mind. Tell the 4th team that they can also attack, and make sure to kill or capture that guy. Just as the earring man was running away, Rhea and Adele also took the cable car to the mountainside. They were going to get off here, but Rhea kissed Adele on the cheek and asked her to jump off the cable car first. Then she said to Adele, "Sorry, I like to share secrets with you, but this is not right. The more you know, the more dangerous it is. If you are willing to believe me, go back by yourself after the fun. Don't worry about me." After that, Rhea buckled the unfastened seat belt again, did not get off the car, and continued to head towards the top of the mountain. Vincent naturally noticed the situation here. He knew that the man with earrings must have said something to Leia when the mobile phone signal was blocked. But he didn't understand why Leia believed him immediately. According to the information they collected, Leia was not a person who easily trusted others in daily life. However, Vincent was not ready to take risks anymore. He gave orders to the team following Leia, asking them to control Leia immediately after reaching the top of the mountain to avoid accidents. In fact, not only Vincent, but also the earring man himself and everyone in 01 did not understand what magic that ordinary-sounding sentence had that made Leia believe them immediately and willing to follow the instructions on the note to climb to the top of the mountain. Waldo looked through the chat records between Leia and Gaspard but could not find the source of that sentence. So he once expressed doubts about the feasibility of this plan. But John Hung firmly used this sentence as proof of identity. The reason is very simple. Because this sentence was given to him by Leia. But it was Leia 12 years later, the person who knew her best in the world. As soon as the cable car arrived at the platform, Leia immediately unbuckled her seat belt and jumped down. Then, she threw away her mobile phone and other electronic products, as the note said, and rushed out of the station. The pursuers behind her were also ready to chase her. But the next moment, the cable car suddenly stopped in midair, and then began to run in the opposite direction amid the exclamations of the crowd. Some people were quick-witted and saw that the distance from the ground was not too high, so they simply unbuckled their seat belts and jumped down. But the people behind them were not so lucky. At this height, they might break their legs if they jumped down. And in the moment they hesitated, the cable car had already slid backwards with them. Fortunately, 4 of the 6 people in the black nest jumped down. Leia ran past the advanced snow track with a sled and ran towards the extreme snow track. That woman is crazy. The young man sighed while looking through the scope. This distance was too far for him. Even with his shooting skills, he couldn't hit the target. He simply entered the melon-eating mode. Anyway, no matter which snow track he chose, Leia would always go down the mountain. But the next moment, he forgot to chew the gum in his mouth. Leia not only ran past the advanced snow track, but also ran past the extreme snow track, and rushed directly to the other side, where there was no snow track. Off-piste skiing is the most dangerous way of skiing, because there is no snow track, which means that the difficulty and unpredictability will be greatly increased. At the same time, the obstacles on the road are far more than normal snow tracks. If you are not careful, you may suffer fractures and falls at the least, or paralysis or even death at the worst, especially for a beginner like Leia. Choosing to ski off-piste in the mountains is basically equivalent to suicide. Leia looked at the forest below and the warning sign on the roadside, and she was very nervous. She stopped and hesitated for a moment. But soon the people from the black nest caught up with her. Leia had no choice but to slide down. The sled continued to accelerate under the action of gravity, and the sound of wind came to her ears. Leia's nerves were also tense to the extreme. She used a clumsy posture to bypass a small tree in front of her. Before she had time to catch her breath, a big rock suddenly appeared in front of her. Leia wanted to slow down, but it was too late. Just as she was about to hit the rock, a snowmobile suddenly rushed out from behind her right, and the driver of the motorcycle hugged her by the waist. Chapter 419 Escape. Zhang Heng picked up Leia and put her on the back seat. He used his remaining hand to steer the snowmobile, calmly avoiding the rocks in the middle of the road ahead, and said, "Skis." Leia immediately understood and asked, "Who are those chasing me?" "Black Nest. Your brother Edward has the key evidence that they use tows to collect residents' privacy. Once the situation deteriorates to a certain extent, they will use you to threaten your brother." "Black Nest? That technology company? Many people around me are using their electronic products, and they are said to be quite useful. Black Nest is not just a technology company. There is a huge interest group behind it. So our current situation is very dangerous. In order to prevent the secrets from being leaked, they will use all the means they can." Zhang Heng drove a motorcycle through the woods. "Dangerous? How dangerous?" "Just now, one of our companions, who was responsible for leading away the pursuers, was almost sniped." "Here? At the ski resort? In broad daylight?" "Yes, and they have connections with the police, so they can get support from the police when necessary." "Then aren't we surrounded by enemies?" "Hold on." This time, Zhang Heng didn't answer Leia's question, but only said 2 words. He then turned sharply, and the snowmobile drew an arc. Although Leia was warned in advance, she was almost thrown out, and subconsciously reached out to hug Zhang Heng's waist. "Why stop?" As soon as Leia blurted out this sentence, she found the answer. The snowmobile stopped at the edge of the cliff. The distance from the ground below was more than 20 meters. Zhang Heng got out of the car, took out the skis from the back of the car, and quickly put them on his feet. "The motorcycle can only go here. There is a road to bypass this cliff, but the trees are dense, and the snowmobile can't pass. I can only slide over it." But I just threw away my skis because of you." "It doesn't matter. Just lie on my back and hold me tight. Even with skis, you can't pass this road with your skiing skills." "That's true." Leia was not as hypocritical as some girls. She jumped onto someone's back without hesitation. Zhang Heng paused. "You're too fast. I haven't put on my skis yet." "Oh. Sorry. Do you want me to go down and do it again?" "No." Zhang Heng had already fixed the last ski boot on the board. "Hold on tight. I can't control you when you start sliding down." "Okay." Leia nodded. In order to lose weight, she even took off her ski boots. As Zhang Heng started to move, the speed of the 2 people continued to increase. The sound of wind whistled past his ears. Zhang Heng was not too worried about the 4 people behind him, not to mention whether they could catch up. Even if they did, Zhang Heng was sure to kill them. The reason why he was racing against time was to prevent the people from the Black Nest from cutting off his retreat at the bottom of the mountain. The good news was that the man with earrings not only took away the team of pursuers behind Leia, but also took away the mobile team that Vincent had placed at the bottom of the mountain. In this way, even if Vincent realized his intention, it would be difficult for him to get to the foot of the mountain on the other side in the shortest time. In fact, Vincent's face was really ugly now. He had basically made all the arrangements he could. But the other party was always one step faster than him. Whether it was the earring man who was used as bait, the sudden reversal of the cable car, or Leia's choice of off-piste skiing, every step caught him off guard. This was not a sudden situation. The other party had obviously done a lot of preparation before, just waiting for Leia to show up at the ski resort. Moreover, the two people who took action were very skilled and not ordinary people. This was the worst thing, which meant that an unknown force intervened in Edward's incident, which was undoubtedly a situation that Black Ness did not want to see. What should we do now? The young man asked with innocent eyes. Notify the 4th team to give up the pursuit and intercept Leia. We will go down the mountain, Vincent said. But he knew that this was just a last resort and would not be very effective. The 4th team had been led to some ditch by the earring man and would not be able to arrive in a short time. They were still halfway up the mountain. Even if they threw away all the equipment, it would take a long time to go down the mountain lightly. Vincent was a little regretful now. None of the people who were monitoring Leia in the Black Nest were good at skiing. He should not have let Leia take risks at the ski resort from the beginning. But it was too late to regret now. Vincent had to think about how to deal with the aftermath. As expected, when they arrived at the foot of the other side of the mountain, they only saw a pair of discarded skis. Leia and the motorcyclist were no longer there. And misfortunes never come singly. Then, there was another bad news. The man with earrings also shook off the pursuers behind him and disappeared in the snow. At this point, Black Ness not only lost Leia, but also did not catch anyone, which was equivalent to losing both the wife and the army. Vincent kicked a trash can next to him away, took a few deep breaths to calm himself down, then took out his newly bought phone and dialed a number. We've lost Leia. Yes. There is no way. Edward is out of control. We can only start the elimination plan to stop him. I am sure that there are professionals on the other side. Otherwise Leia would not be taken away so easily. It is very likely that other forces are also eyeing him. We have to speed up. Okay. Got it. I won't let this happen again. The young man raised his eyebrows. Have we been called useless? Vincent hung up the phone. No. You've watched too many movies. But the headquarters did realize that we were short of manpower and sent new people to support us. Oh. You mean to compete with you for command? Vincent frowned. Now is not the time for internal strife. We must put aside our prejudices and work together to find Edward as soon as possible and then eliminate this threat. Ah. Has the headquarters finally made up their minds? You and Edward seem to have a good relationship. You have been responsible for the security of his area. I heard that you played chess together. Vincent turned to look at the young man with a sharp gaze. Do you have any problems in carrying out the elimination mission? I have always been a person who clearly distinguishes between public and private. I even killed my brother-in-law back then. If we are just ordinary friends, there is no psychological pressure at all. The young man shrugged. Besides, if I kill Edward, my chess ranking in the group can rise by 1 place. So why not? Chapter 420 Joint Action. Should we introduce ourselves first? Waldo stuttered in the car, no longer wandering around Facebook and Instagram as usual. The main reason was that Leia was really pretty. Even prettier than the photos of those female stars and female anchors he had flipped through before. In fact, most of the private photos of female anchors and stars did not have the effect of those released online. And some were even completely different species. Leia is one of those rare girls who looks better in person than in photos. It was the first time for Waldo to be so close to such a beautiful girl. He was so nervous that he stretched out his hand and said, My name is Waldo. I'm 24 years old, and I don't have a girlfriend. I like Gundam and Dota too. Oh, I'm also Gaspard's friend. You also know Gaspard? Leia shook hands with Waldo and said in surprise. Huh? Waldo almost fainted when he heard this. He looked at Zhang Heng on the side and said in panic. Didn't you contact her as Gaspard? No. I said we are Edward's friends. Zhang Heng said. Huh? This time, not only Waldo, but everyone in 01 was also stunned. The little boy frowned. How did she believe you? Rocky is a stray puppy that my brother and I picked up. At that time, my mother didn't allow us to keep a dog. So we found a cardboard box and built a home for it outside the yard. We brought food to feed it every day. But Rocky disappeared a week later. We searched everywhere nearby, but couldn't find it. It just disappeared so suddenly. We haven't seen it since then. This is a secret shared by my brother and me. No one else knows. Leia explained. Philip suddenly realized. No wonder you asked Leo to say that Rocky will be back next week. Wait. He looked at Zhang Heng. How did you know this? Lee's eyes became alert at this time. Didn't my brother ask you to come? Who are you? We are indeed Edward's friends. And it was Edward who asked us to save you. As for the Rocky issue, I will explain it to you after everything is over. Zhang Heng made a promise that would never be fulfilled without changing his expression. When everything is over, all players including him will leave this instance. So there is no need to explain anything. The Ponytail Man has prepared the DV at this time. And said to Leia, do you have anything to say to your brother? Is this some kind of prank game? Leia raised her eyebrows. No. We want to send evidence to Edward to prove that we have indeed rescued you from the Black Nest. So that he can start the next stage of action. What is the next stage of action? Leia took the DV. Edward will expose the evidence in his hands to the media, revealing Black Nest's use of toes to collect citizens' private data. Then? Well, then there is a high probability that the toes project will die under the pressure of public opinion. Or it will not continue to go online until a method that can effectively protect citizens' privacy is found. I'm asking what will happen to my brother in the future. Well, I don't know. Philip looked at Zhang Heng on the other side for help. The latter said, we will protect Edward and help him escape from Black Nest until the incident is exposed successfully. Then what? What happens after the media exposes it? Leia asked tirelessly. At that time, Black Nest will no longer have a reason to hunt down your brother. After all, this matter has nothing to do with personal grudges. Black Nest hunts down Edward just to prevent the evidence in his hands from leaking out. Once the incident is really exposed, Black Nest should not make things difficult for your brother. Because if your brother really has an accident at this time, Black Nest will only become more passive in public opinion. Zhang Heng said. Of course, anything can happen. But as long as I'm here, I will protect your brother's safety. Leia didn't comment. The last question. If you have to choose between my brother's life and exposing the Black Nest, what would you choose? Edward. Zhang Heng said without hesitation. Although exposing the Black Nest seemed to be more important in terms of importance. His main task was to help Edward escape. If Edward died, even if the Black Nest could be exposed, it would be meaningless for the players who chose this camp. Of course, Zhang Heng still supports the exposure, because as he said, after the exposure, Black Nest will lose the reason to continue to hunt Edward. After all, Black Nest is not a gang, but a profit group. Interest groups also have their own benefits. They usually act rationally and rarely get carried away because of personal grudges. On the other side, everyone in 01 also chose Edward. But they belong to the thinking of ordinary people. And they simply don't want anyone to be sacrificed. Leia touched her chin and thought for a moment. Waldo, Philip and others seemed very nervous until the girl raised her head again and said in surprise. Why are you looking at me? Wait for you to make a decision. What decision? I'm already in your car. And there are so many of you. I can't beat you. What else can I do except listen to your arrangements? Leia spread her hands. What she said seems to make sense. Waldo scratched his head. No. We are not bad people. No matter what. We are helping your brother. You have to volunteer for this. Okay. I didn't say you are bad people. Leia said. At least you won't monitor me 24 hours a day, like those people in the Black Nest. This is the most disgusting thing for me. I get goosebumps all over my body when I think that no matter what I do, I am being spied on by someone in secret. If what you said is true, I don't want Toes to go online. After all, each of us has secrets that we don't want to tell others. Right? I think she has the spirit of our geeks. Waldo's eyes lit up when he heard it. Can we recruit her to join the 01 Guerrilla? Don't even think about it. You are several galaxies behind them. The little boy said. Give up. You have no hope. If you don't believe me, ask her. Sorry. You are not my type. Although it may be hurtful to say this directly. But I don't want to give you hope and then disappoint you. Leia said. But you are cute. And there should be no shortage of girls who like you in the future. Waldo blushed when he heard this. He didn't expect his love to come and go so quickly. It only lasted less than 3 minutes. Leia returned the DV to the Ponytail Man. At this time, Zhang Heng handed over his mobile phone. Take another one. There is another friend who likes to be alone. He also participated in this rescue. We need a video to prove it to Edward. Huh? So you are still working together this time? Chapter 421. Do you hate rain? After rescuing Leia, the 01 guerrillas took a month and a half off. Half Prime sent the DV to Edward in an encrypted email. But the email fell into oblivion, and the other side did not respond. In order to avoid the pursuit of the Black Nest, everyone came to a small town in southwest France. An uncle of Waldo once lived here, but he had no children. Before his death, he made a will to leave his house to Waldo. Everyone had heard Waldo talk about this before, but they didn't take it seriously. However, when they arrived here, they found that the house was quite large. There were 6 guest rooms alone, so even if more people came, they could stay. In addition, there was a huge courtyard full of various flowers and plants, and it was backed by a sparkling lake. There is such a place. And you would rather stay in the attic of your mother's house? Philip opened the window and looked at the beautiful scenery outside, which was like an oil painting, with an unbelievable look on his face. Well, because no one cooks here, and we can't order takeout, Waldo said truthfully. That's true. And the taxes on a house like this are too high. During the peak tourist season, I will rent it out for half a year, and the money I earn is barely enough to pay taxes and maintenance, which makes me want to sell it, Waldo complained. Don't rush to sell it. I have always wanted to have a beautiful place like this to retire when I am old. When I save enough money and my daughter goes to college. You can sell it to me, the ponytail man said. Well, I don't know if I can wait until then. There are a lot of games waiting for me to buy on Steam, Waldo said. Anyway, you guys can do whatever you want. Oh, by the way, leave the room with the best Wi-Fi signal to me. Waldo collapsed on the sofa after saying the last sentence and opened a bag of potato chips. This guy is really hopeless. The people of 01 did a simple cleaning, and then Semi-Prime drove to the supermarket in the town center to buy some vegetables, fruits, and daily necessities. The money earned from the casino was not spent much. Enough for their life and the next action. Everyone originally planned to transition here and rush to support after receiving Edward's message. But no one expected that the wait would take so long. John Hung was not idle. During this period, he mainly studied electrical control technology with the ponytail man. In addition, he also asked Waldo and Philip for some tips on hacking personal accounts and security defense. The 3 were people John Hung did not meet in the parallel copy 12 years later. Among them, the ponytail man and Edward died early. Philip immigrated to Hong Kong, and Waldo joined the Black Nest. As for the latter 2, it is actually difficult to blame them. Apart from Philip, who was tired, Waldo actually secretly passed a lot of information to 01 after joining the Black Nest, and helped the rest of 01 resolve many crises. Black Nest did not make things difficult for him because of his technology, but stopped letting him access those confidential information and only let him provide technical consultation, including Leia. The 6 people who were on the first floor at the moment probably couldn't imagine how different their fates would be 12 years later if the operation failed. Leia found an old guitar from the storage room in the yard, but there were only 5 strings left. She cleaned the guitar and held it in her arms. Everyone, is there anything you want to listen to? I don't know. How about the Marseillaise? Waldo said. Philip frowned. Why would anyone want to listen to the national anthem after dinner? Because there's nothing else I want to hear. Everyone has heard this song, and it's very popular. And when she plays the guitar, do we all stand up and keep quiet? How about I sing Joe Dasson's Champs-Élysées, which everyone should have heard. Leia plucked the strings twice. One of my favorites. And since there are only 5 strings left, just listen to it casually. Okay. No more nonsense. It's time to start. She cleared her throat. I strolled on the street. My heart open to strangers. I wanted to say hello to anyone, no matter who it was. Maybe you. No matter what I said to you. As long as I could talk to you. Just to get close to you. Champs-Élysées. Champs-Élysées. Rain or shine. No matter noon or midnight. Champs-Élysées has everything you want. I have to admit that Leia, who graduated from a music school, has a really good singing talent, coupled with her experience as the lead singer of the band Suffocation. Her singing skills have actually surpassed most famous singers. This classic pop song that is popular in France has a different flavor in her mouth, considering her appearance and temperament. If it weren't for the accident that happened to her brother, she might have become a household name 12 years later. After the song, Philip and others clapped their hands like the drinkers in the Green Frog. Leia pulled her skirt and bowed. Thank you. Thank you. Everyone's enthusiasm makes me swell. Ha ha. One more. One more. Waldo put down the handheld game console in his hand and paused his adventure in The Legend of Zelda. This was rare for him, who had been with the handheld game console for more than a month. Okay. Leia didn't hesitate and sang the second song quickly. But the little boy noticed that Dong Hung was not in the house at this time. A quarter of an hour later, she found him by the lake. It was still drizzling, and the temperature was lower than usual. The little boy tightened his coat. What are you doing here? Fishing. Dong Hung raised the fishing rod in his hand. Huh? But it's raining outside. Do you hate rain? I wouldn't say I hate it, but I don't like it much either. It's wet everywhere when it rains. The little boy frowned. I see. That's true. Dong Hung raised his eyebrows. And the float moved. A fish has taken the bait. The little boy reminded him. Dong Hung didn't move until the float sank suddenly. He then lifted the fishing rod and saw a big, lively fish being pulled out of the water. It's a pity that it's a carp. We can't eat it, the little boy said. Who said carp can't be eaten? I cook it tomorrow. You can try it. Dong Hung bent down and put the fish into the bucket. Will you go back together? The little boy nodded. Then the two walked side by side on the slightly muddy path. The little boy wanted to say something but stopped several times. What do you want to say? It feels like everyone is a little too relaxed now. Just like on vacation. Because Edward hasn't replied. The team has no direction for the time being. But I always feel that eating and drinking every day doesn't seem to be a good idea. The little boy expressed his worries. Don't worry. This kind of life won't last long, Dong Hung said. The real challenge will come soon. Chapter 422 Address. The little boy didn't expect Dong Hung's prediction to come true so soon. 2 weeks later, when everyone was wondering whether Edward would never contact them again, they suddenly received an anonymous email. This email came from a temporary mailbox, with nothing written in it, only an address. Everyone in 01 gathered in front of the computer, and Waldo scratched his head. Who could have sent it? Edward? It could also be a trap of the Black Nest, the little boy said rationally. The Black Nest doesn't know who we are. Except for Lou. None of us has been exposed. The ponytail man paused, then explained to Dong Hung. On the night you were discovered, Waldo hacked into the airline system and changed our previous passenger information to prevent the Black Nest from tracing us. Philip also said, and the email that received the email now is not the email we used to send to Edward before, but my personal email. We used this email to communicate with each other for a while. So you two are the only ones who know this email? Well, that's not the case. A few other friends know it. But they are not the kind of people who like to play pranks. There is no reason for them to send me an address without knowing the reason, Philip said. The little boy wanted to say something, but Dong Hung said, the address is fine. Well, how do you know the address is fine? Because I asked another friend, and he also received this address. But the other party also used a temporary email address. Dong Hung explained. But this does not rule out the possibility that Black Nest is setting a trap for us at the same time. If it was really set by Edward, why didn't he contact us using his original email address? The little boy asked back. Because his original email address was exposed? Waldo guessed. Yes. If Edward's previous email address has fallen into Black Nest's hands, then Black Nest would know that we have contacted Edward. And it is very likely that they would use this opportunity to set a trap for us. The little boy analyzed. Logically speaking, her inference was indeed reasonable. But for Dong Hung, who had already seen the ending, the address on the email was indeed the city where Edward was hiding now. Dong Hung thought for a while and said, you are right. But this is the only clue we have in the past 2 months. We can either go to that address or sit here and wait. His words also made everyone in 01 fall into silence. Helping Edward fight against the Black Nest was originally a dangerous and exciting thing. But they have now spent almost 2 months on vacation in this small town whose name they don't know. Because of eating and sleeping all the time. Philip even sadly found that he had gained 2 pounds. On the other hand, Waldo, who had been sitting on the sofa without much activity, drinking Coke and eating potato chips, had not changed much in size, which made Philip sigh that people were born unequal. However, no matter how beautiful the scenery was, everyone was getting tired of staying there for so long. If they continued to wait, no one knew when they would receive new clues. And by then, They still could not rule out the possibility that the Black Nest had set a trap for them. Lou is right. We can't just wait passively like this any longer, the ponytail man said. Anyway, we have to go there. Of course, the little boy's worry is reasonable. So we need to stay alert at all times. We can take a train to Grenade next door, and then drive to Toulouse after arriving at Grenade. In this way, if Toulouse is a trap set by the Black Nest, the people guarding the airport and the station will not be able to find us. Great. I have wanted to go to Toulouse for a long time, Leah said. Toulouse is the capital of Haut-Garonne in the South Pyrenees region of France, and the fourth largest city in France. It is known as the City of Roses not because Toulouse is rich in roses, but because there are a large number of ancient brick buildings in the city. The color of those red bricks is like blooming roses, so Toulouse got its name from this. However, it must be said that walking under these red brick walls does give you a feeling of walking through history. Every brick and tile here bears the traces of time. 01 The gorillas finally set out on their journey again after 2 months. This time, in addition to Zhang Heng, there was also a Leia who accompanied them. In order to avoid being discovered by the Black Nest, the latter put on heavy makeup on her face, and also wore a wide-brimmed hat and oversized sunglasses that could cover half of her face. Will I be mistaken for a celebrity traveling in casual clothes? Leia asked. Zhang Heng glanced at Leia in the rearview mirror. Can't you buy a pair of slightly smaller sunglasses? There's no other way. I'm afraid that a smaller pair of sunglasses won't be able to hide my stunning beauty. Leia spread her hands, looking helpless. Zhang Heng could understand why Leia could become the leader of 01 in the parallel instance 12 years later. This girl had a friendly aura, which was different from her almost perfect appearance. But the combination of the two gave people a very comfortable feeling of getting along. The little boy was different from her. Although he was not as pretty as Leia, he was actually pretty good. However, she didn't seem to care about dressing up at all. She kept her head down with headphones on all day, looking like she didn't want anyone to come near her. In addition, she always dressed like a boy. In Waldo's words, a little boy is a little boy. I have no feelings for him at all. But maybe because he had seen her sitting by the window eating cookies alone on a rainy day. Zhang Heng didn't think there was anything wrong with that. These things just flashed through Zhang Heng's mind. And the little boy's voice came from the headset again. I preliminarily investigated the target location and found no suspicious people. Okay. We will reach the target location in about 5 minutes, Zhang Heng said. Considering the poor combat power of 01, Zhang Heng still hoped that they would focus on logistical support instead of going to the front line and taking risks. Therefore, this time, only he and Leia went to the location on the email. The little boy paused and said, "It's a bit strange. The nearby cameras didn't find any signs of intrusion. Doesn't this prove that there is no problem there?" Leia was puzzled. No. She meant that if it was Edward, with his skills, he should have arranged something at the joint. Zhang Heng explained. In the parallel copy 12 years later, the plan of 01 to rescue Leia did not succeed. So the subsequent development was different from now. And Zhang Heng could not be sure what Edward's plan was now. Chapter 423 Garden. The address on the anonymous email was the Jacobin Monastery, which is about a 10-minute walk from the city hall. This Gothic monastery was built by the Dominican monastery in 1215, and has a history of more than 800 years. The bricks and tiles of the entire building are made of red clay. It is divided into 3 main parts: the church, the inner courtyard cloister, and the monks' dining hall. Thomas Aquinas, the most famous Catholic theologian and philosopher, is buried here. Zhang Heng and Leia walked into the church. The first thing that caught their eyes was the nearly 30-meter-high beams and pillars that supported the top of the church, like straight palm trees. The long windows in the arch were inlaid with hand-painted colored glass. The sunlight shone through the windows onto the central bench, giving people a sacred feeling. Zhang Heng looked around. There were other tourists in the church besides them, but he didn't see any special guys. Edward himself didn't like taking pictures. In the parallel copy 12 years later, Zhang Heng only got a photo of Edward on his driver's license from Leia when he was 16 years old. Leia said that Edward had changed a lot after 10 years, which was why Zhang Heng brought Leia with him. However, the latter obviously could not find his brother in the church. The two of them were now pretending to be a couple. Leia took Zhang Heng's arm and visited this 13th century ancient building with other tourists. The girl's hair had been dyed from blue to silver. She lowered her voice and said, "It feels like we are spies. Is my brother so cautious now?" The little boy's worry is not unreasonable. The reason why Edward changed his email address to contact us shows that he feels that the original email address is no longer reliable. This also means that the black nest is getting closer and closer to him, John Hung said, considering that his appearance was also exposed when he met the man with earrings in the bar. John Hung's image has changed a lot now. He borrowed some inspiration from the first time he met the fox. Changed into a suit, sprayed cologne, combed his hair neatly, and looked like a financial elite. In the parallel copy 12 years later, the black nest found Edward in a nursing home 3 weeks later. Edward replaced a volunteer there. But the nursing home was not Edward's first hiding place in Toulouse. In fact, in order to prevent the black nest from finding him, Edward has been changing his residence frequently. Therefore, John Hung didn't know where Edward was hiding before. However, if the connection was not smooth, he could only choose to go to the nursing home in a week to try his luck. However, this time, many things were different because of the participation of players. It was not only 0-1, but also the same situation in Black Nest. In addition, it was difficult for John Hung to explain how he knew Edward's hiding place. So he did not act rashly in the previous 2 months. Those 2 months of small-town life were obviously precious time left by the system for players to learn. Speeding up this process might not necessarily bring any benefits, but might bring greater risks. "Do you want to go somewhere else?" Leia asked. The two had been in the church for nearly 20 minutes, but had not gained anything. "Yes." John Hung nodded. Behind the church was a beautiful corridor, which was a place for monks to communicate and meditate. 2 sections of it were destroyed in the war, and rebuilt in 1964. In the center of the corridor was a courtyard full of trees and green plants. The two walked on the red stone brick road, feeling the traces left by history. But unfortunately, they still couldn't find Edward here. In fact, they stayed in the Jacobin monastery for nearly 2 hours, exploring every corner of the monastery, but still couldn't get any clues. The two had no choice but to leave the monastery. Someone was handing out flyers at the exit, and Leia took one. When she got back to the car, she took off her hat and the big sunglasses on her face. Could it be that he just happened to be away today? That possibility is not very high. John Hung frowned and said, "In fact, there is one thing I don't quite understand. The email Edward sent us only contained the location but not the time, which means that we can come here at any time. And he can't stay in the monastery every day. That would be too conspicuous. So we must have overlooked something. That thing has always been in the monastery, but it doesn't seem abrupt. Let's come again tomorrow and pay more attention to the things around us that have not changed." As soon as John Hung finished speaking, Leia suddenly exclaimed, "Is it possible that the things my brother left behind are outside the monastery?" What have you found?" "When I was young, my brother and I would play a code game. A text in Hebrew. Do you know Hebrew?" No. This is a very simple little code. We don't care about the meaning of the Hebrew itself. We just compare it with the corresponding French letters, and then translate it to get the information we want," Leia explained, waving the Catholic leaflet in her hand, pointing to an inconspicuous place on it. "Here. Look." John Hung stretched his head and saw a line of Hebrew. Judging from the layout and context, it seemed to be a passage from the original Bible. He explained it, but Leia found the corresponding letters word by word, and finally got the word garden. "Garden? Is it the atrium garden we saw before? Is there anything there that we overlooked?" Leia asked curiously, feeling as excited as when she was a kid playing a treasure hunt game and was about to solve the mystery. The voice of the little boy came from the communicator again. "I just searched the garden in Toulouse and found a restaurant, a boxing training ground, and a primary school. Will Edward be in one of them?" "Pick a place," John Hung said to Leia in the back row. "Restaurant? I'm a little hungry." "Okay." John Hung used his mobile phone to navigate to the restaurant called Garden. But as soon as he entered the door, he knew that Edward was unlikely to stay here, because this restaurant is very famous nearby, and there are many guests who come here every day. Such a flow of people is obviously not very friendly to a person who needs to hide his identity to avoid tracking. Fortunately, the foie gras here is delicious, and the sausages are also good. It couldn't be better for Leia, who had been strolling in the monastery for an afternoon. It made her tired body and mind regain vitality. After the two finished their meal, it was almost dark. Leia said, There are only the boxing training ground and the elementary school left. You get to choose this time. Chapter 424 Too Fast. Doesn't it count? The boxing training ground named Garden is located in the old city. At an inconspicuous corner. Downstairs is a second-hand sports goods store, which maintains the usual brick and tile structure of the old city buildings. The mottled walls look quite old. The neon sign hanging in front of the window is not sure whether it is to save electricity or is broken. There is no light at all. But fortunately the light from the window proves that the training ground is still in business. John Hung and Leia went up the stairs of the sports goods store to the second floor. They heard the sound of hitting sandbags from a distance. Two shirtless muscular men were sweating profusely. In addition, there was a person jumping rope, a person lifting dumbbells, and a group of children sitting on the ground listening to a lecture. The lecturer was an old man with gray hair, who should be the person in charge of this training ground, including the group of children who looked only 8 or 9 years old. Everyone was concentrating on the things in front of them, and no one came to talk to John Hung, who had just walked up. However, the appearance of Leia made the man lifting dumbbells look at her twice more. "My brother is not here," Leia whispered to John Hung. John Hung nodded. Not in a hurry, standing there patiently waiting for about a quarter of an hour. The gray-haired coach taught the group of children the key points of punching and asked them to start practicing. Then walked towards the two. "Is there anything I can help you with?" "Let's find someone," John Hung said. The old man made a gesture to please go ahead. "But he's not here." "Then I can't help you." After saying this, the old man turned around and went back to teach. "Wait, are you a Catholic?" John Hung took out the leaflet he received outside the monastery. The old man took the leaflet and looked at it, then returned it. "Sorry, I don't believe in religion. Sorry to bother you." John Hung put the leaflet back into his pocket and was about to leave. But one of the two people hitting the sandbag suddenly stopped, pointed at John Hung, and then pointed at the boxing ring next to him. "He wants to fight with you." The old man frowned, but still spoke. "I'm sorry, I've never practiced boxing," John Hung said, then looked at Leia. "Let's go." The sandbag man seemed a little dissatisfied. The old man sighed and had to say again, "Maybe he knows where the person you are looking for is." "I'm sorry. Is he dumb? Can't he speak for himself?" John Hung turned around and said. The sandbag man obviously understood the word dumb. His expression changed and he looked very unhappy. He patted his chest with his gloved hand, and then looked at John Hung with a provocative look. Several other people in the training ground also noticed the situation here, and stopped what they were doing. "I don't know much about the rules of boxing," John Hung said lightly. "It doesn't matter. You can use any fighting skills you are good at. You can also use weapons if you want. Then someone can lend me a knife," John Hung said. But unfortunately, he couldn't bring out a parallel copy of the folding knife he used most conveniently. "Is a steak knife okay?" "Yes." John Hung then borrowed a circle of tape and wrapped the blade. Seeing this, the sandbag man showed a contemptuous smile on his face, as if he was mocking John Hung for doing something unnecessary, not to mention a steak knife. Even if John Hung was holding a tang sword in his hand, it would not be able to hurt him. "You will thank you for the extra tape later," John Hung said. The old man wanted to give John Hung protective gear, but the latter declined. He just took off the outer suit and handed it to Leia, and then stood on the boxing ring with the sandbag man. The latter seemed amused by John Hung's arrogance. Seeing the opponent in front of him still wearing a shirt and trousers, he stretched his limbs, and was too lazy to take any defensive posture. He hooked his hand to John Hung and signaled to start. Then the next moment his pupils shrank suddenly. He was still thinking about whether to use a hook or a straight punch, and how much force to use, so as to knock the opponent in front of him down without being fatal. As a result, he saw John Hung suddenly move. The sandbag man himself was quite strong. He had practiced amateur boxing for 3 years and participated in many boxing matches. He had seen all kinds of opponents, but it was the first time he met someone who moved so fast. While he was still provoking the opponent with his hooked hand, the tip of the steak knife in John Hung's hand had flashed in front of his eyes. If it moved forward 2 centimeters, it would pop his eyeball. No one expected that the battle that was originally going to be a fierce battle ended in less than a second. It was so fast that most people didn't even have time to make a surprised expression. "Too fast. Doesn't it count?" John Hung retracted his hand. "Then how about you take the first shot this time?" The sandbag man wiped the sweat from the tip of his nose. After this surprise attack, he finally lost his previous ease and contempt and became alert. He had realized that the opponent was not as easy to deal with as he seemed on the surface. But he was also very confident in his own strength. Once he got serious, he still had a great chance. While thinking this, the sandbagman finally began to show off his steps. In order to prevent John Hung from suddenly attacking him like before, he deliberately opened the distance between the two of them and carefully tested the opponent's rhythm by shaking his shoulders. This is exactly the attitude when facing a strong enemy. John Hung, on the other hand, still had no reaction. Just standing there quietly, the sandbagman tried for a while, and began to feel very embarrassed again. Every time he made a small move, he would immediately imagine the opponent's reaction. And then, he would immediately make a defensive move based on the imagined reaction. As a result, he scared himself for a long time like a fool. While John Hung on the other side did not move from beginning to end, the sandbagman realized that he couldn't go on like this. He had to launch an attack. Thinking of this, the beachman finally took the first step and threw out his right fist. John Hung finally moved, leaned back slightly, and dodged the punch. Then the beachman's second punch came. This time he chose John Hung's chest, but the other party dodged it easily. The sandbagman no longer had so many thoughts in his head at this time, and just attacked John Hung with one punch after another. But it was unbelievable that his torrential attacks were all avoided by the other party. The old man watching the fight also had a flash of surprise in his eyes. It was the first time he had seen such a flexible pace. Even professional boxers would find it difficult to do it, because it was not something that could be achieved through simple training. It also required a lot of practical experience. Have you finished your attack? If you have, I will attack next. After John Hung dodged another round of attacks from the sandbagman, he finally spoke. Chapter 425 Iron Fist. The sandbagman finally realized what John Hung meant by "you be thankful for the extra tape later." In the short half-minute after John Hung switched from defense to offense, the sandbagman was stabbed countless times. But later he gave up the attack and tried to defend with all his strength. But he was still stabbed continuously. The steak knife was so elusive in John Hung's hand that the sandbagman had no way of predicting its landing point and trajectory. Fortunately, the blade was wrapped with tape in advance, so no blood was seen. But bruises were inevitable, and the pain was very intense. The sandbagman finally half knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Seeing John Hung coming up again, he quickly stretched out his hand and shouted in Chinese, "Stop! I admit defeat." John Hung was not surprised by this. He had actually guessed the identity of the sandbagman from the fact that he had not spoken before. Until now, he shouted in Chinese, which was equivalent to admitting his identity as a player. "Do you know where Edward is?" "Yes. I have been with him for more than 2 months and have been responsible for taking care of him," the sandbagman said, greedily taking a few breaths of air, and barely stood up. "But that guy is very troublesome, with many demands and difficult to serve." "What's your name?" John Hung stretched out his hand. "My name in the dungeon is Torres, but you can call me Iron Fist." Iron Fist shook hands with John Hung, and the pain in his body made him shiver. John Hung did not ask Iron Fist why he had provoked him before. John Hung was actually very clear about the other party's thoughts. In the dungeon of the camp against the camp, although the players in the same camp are in a cooperative relationship, there must be a hierarchy. Iron Fist wants to use the way he is best at to win enough voice for himself in the next cooperation. However, he didn't expect to hit a wall this time. John Hung also compared his skills with the man with earrings. Unfortunately, in terms of fighting power alone, he, an amateur boxer, seemed to be no match for the man with earrings who came from the police system. "You and Edward were together. Have you met other players?" Iron Fist shook his head. "It seems that players in this dungeon don't meet each other in the early stage. You are the first to arrive after sending the email." "How many people did you send emails to?" John Hung asked. "Only 2 emails were sent to the address of the monastery, because only Leah could decipher the password Edward left there. But he also contacted 3 other people. A reporter from Le Monde, a moderator of an online forum, and a very famous documentary director. The latter 3 were also the people Edward chose as the most trustworthy to expose the Black Nest during this period." Iron Fist paused after speaking. "But our situation is actually not very good during this period. The people of the Black Nest somehow got the news that Edward was in Toulouse. They dispatched a lot of people, and a guy named Vincent came as their operational commander. We must be very careful in our actions. Just 2 weeks ago, Edward's residence was raided by a group of unidentified armed men. But fortunately, we evacuated 5 minutes in advance. What were you talking about just now? Leia asked curiously. We are lucky. We finally found the real culprit this time, John Hung said. An hour later, everyone from 01 and Leia followed Taekwon to the hardware store opposite the boxing training hall. John Hung temporarily served as the translator for both parties. This is also Mr. Gilm's store. Oh, Mr. Gilm is the owner of the previous boxing training ground. He was a very famous boxer when he was young. He made a lot of money by playing professional games. He bought some properties when the house prices in Toulouse were cheap. But his favorite is still the boxing training ground. What is the relationship between Mr. Gilm and Edward? Why would he take such a big risk to help you? The little boy asked. Mr. Gilm has nothing to do with us. But he and Haichao had a feud in the early years. His son was originally a loyal fan of Haichao. He basically collected every product of Haichao. But later, his family died in a car accident. The automatic driving system used in his car was provided by Haichao. Mr. Gilm believed that it was this automatic driving system that caused the unfortunate traffic accident. So he sued Haichao. What was the result? Black Nest won the case. They provided a series of data and experimental results to prove that the autonomous driving system is safe and reliable. But later Edward couldn't stand this matter. He found out the defects in the autonomous driving system and sent them to the court anonymously. So Mr. Gilm won the second trial and received compensation. However, he still hates Black Nest and is skeptical of all high-tech products because of that incident. He hopes someone can stop Black Nest from launching the TOW system. Huh. Philip glanced at the camera above his head. Don't worry. This camera is not connected to the internet. Edward uses it to monitor the outside world. Iron Fist explained. The hardware store was closed at this time. But Iron Fist had the key to the door. He opened the door and said to the camera in English, Edward, we're going in. After saying this, he pushed the door and walked into the store. At the same time, he turned his head and said to Leia, he really values you. He mentioned your name to me many times before. What he is most worried about is that the Black Nest will attack you. So it's great that you can arrive safely. However, this time John Hung did not translate his words. Instead, he frowned and looked at the dark hardware store and said, is there something wrong with Edward's body? Huh? The reason why Edward left the address as the garden in the clue is not only because the garden is Mr. Gilm's territory, but also because he can observe the movements in the training hall from here. In other words, he should have seen his sister a long time ago. So why hasn't he come downstairs yet? Are you doubting me? Taekwon raised his eyebrows. He didn't say anything, but directly proved his innocence with practical actions. He walked up to the top floor and knocked on the door. But no sound came from inside. This time, Taekwon's expression changed. Is he sleeping? Taekwon pushed the door lightly, but a small red dot appeared on his forehead the next moment. Be careful. Before John Hung finished speaking, Taekwon's forehead suddenly tilted back, and then his whole body collapsed on the floor, and a stream of warm liquid splashed on John Hung's collar. There is a sniper. Find cover, John Hung said in a deep voice, and quickly glanced at the scene in the room. He saw a messy desk, a folding bed, and a telescope in front of the window, facing the boxing training ground. But there was no figure in the room. Chapter 426. Do me a favor. Fortunately, except for Taekwon, no one else had entered the house yet. So when John Hung shouted to find cover, everyone in 01 and Leia immediately retreated to the stairs, and no one was shot again. John Hung spent half a second to look at the situation in the house, and then retreated outside the house as soon as possible, out of sight from the window. The current situation has become very unfavorable for them. The sudden attack of the Black Nest people at this time was beyond everyone's expectations. John Hung didn't know whether the sniper on the opposite side was the guy they met at the ski resort in Grenoble last time, although the earring man mentioned the guy's long-range sniping skills to John Hung afterwards. John Hung was not afraid of snipers in a fair competition, even if the opponent had already occupied the advantageous terrain in advance. However, this time was on John Hung's side. Since the sniper was already in place, it was believed that the other armed forces of the Black Nest would not be too far away. The dilemma John Hung was facing now was that even if he had the ability, he would not have enough time to kill the sniper on the opposite side. And as long as the sniper was still alive, He and the people of 01 would not be able to step out of the hardware store. There was only one outcome if the stalemate continued, which was that the Black Nest's large army would completely surround the hardware store and trap them to death here. Leia's body was trembling slightly. She had just witnessed a living person die in front of her. The shock in Tietuan's eyes made her unforgettable. It was as if he didn't believe that he would be shot. However, she was more worried about her brother's safety. So after her emotions stabilized a little, she immediately asked Zhang Heng, "Where is my brother? Did they kill him too?" "No. If the Black Nest had solved Edward as they wished, they wouldn't be waiting for us here," Zhang Heng said. He had just risked his life to look around the house to confirm Edward's condition. There were no signs of fighting or breaking the door in the attic, which meant that Edward had not been attacked. Then his disappearance was most likely because he had sensed the danger in advance and left. This might be the only good news he had received at the moment, which meant that the game was not over yet. However, the luck of the people in 01 and Zhang Heng was not very good. They happened to collide head-on with the Black Nest team that was clearing Edward. "What should we do?" Waldo pressed against the wall and said nervously. "Is it too late to surrender now? From what happened just now, I don't think they will accept our surrender." Philip smiled bitterly. The people in 01 are all elites in their respective fields, but direct combat has never been their strong point. Facing a group of gun-wielding thugs, they have no way to deal with it at this moment. Apart from praying silently in their hearts, they can only stand there and wait for death. In fact, the people from the Black Nest came faster than they thought. Soon, an SUV stopped outside the hardware store. 5 masked men with hoods jumped out of the car. Without saying a word, they kicked the door of the hardware store open and rushed in with submachine guns in hand. However, the next moment, they enjoyed the treatment of the previous Iron Fist. Zhang Heng pulled the trigger and killed 3 of the fastest masked men in a row. One of them had raised his hand and pointed the gun at the little boy. Fortunately, he and his 2 companions went to hell together the next moment. The remaining 2 people obviously didn't expect that there was such a fierce guy hiding in the store. Seeing that the situation was not good, they wanted to escape from the hardware store. But Zhang Heng did not give them this opportunity. He decisively shot them from behind and killed them. This sudden scene completely stunned everyone in 01. They all knew that Zhang Heng was very skilled, but they didn't expect that he was so good that he could kill 5 people without any injury when fighting 1 against 5 people and bringing a bunch of burdens with him. At this moment, everyone in 01 fell into a state of aphasia and even forgot to ask where the gun in Zhang Heng's hand came from. When Waldo looked at Zhang Heng again, he was no longer looking at Bourne, but admiring Batman. However, Zhang Heng's expression did not change much. He only dealt with the first wave of enemies and took advantage of their surprise. When the second wave of enemies arrived, they would definitely be prepared and no longer charge blindly. The next battle would become more and more difficult. The ponytail man finally came back to his senses after a brief absence and took out his mobile phone. "When I was free, I also installed a smart remote control function on our car. It can be started remotely and can also drive the car here." "No, don't drive the car here. The sniper outside is very powerful. Once he enters his field of vision, he can kill the people in the car even if there is a car as cover," Zhang Heng said. "Who has an electronic map?" "Me." Philip called up the navigation. Zhang Heng pointed to a place and said, "Drive the car here." "Is this 2 blocks away?" The ponytail man was surprised. "But how can we get there? You said that even with the car as cover, we will still be killed by the hidden sniper. If we walk out directly, we will be sitting ducks." "Right. Do you want us to run separately and rely on luck?" "There's no point in running separately. He has enough time and bullets to kill us all." Zhang Heng paused and said, "The next scene may be beyond your common sense. So do me a favor and don't ask why or how I did it." "Huh?" Philip and others didn't know what Zhang Heng was talking about. At this time, the sound of other vehicles coming from the street outside came again. The second wave of Black Nest troops was about to arrive, and it was obvious that there was not only one car this time. Zhang Heng took out the wall of evil thoughts that he had been carrying with him. The next moment, everyone in 01 finally understood what beyond common sense meant. The back wall of the hardware store suddenly began to flow without any warning. Waldo thought there was something wrong with his eyes, so he rubbed them hard. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a door open on the wall. Everyone, did you see what I saw?" He turned his head and looked at Zhang Heng in shock. "How is this possible? How did you do it?" However, after blurting out this sentence, Waldo immediately realized something and covered his mouth and said, "Oh, sorry. I didn't mean it." John Hung was the first to get out of the small door. "Everyone follow me closely. Try to stick to the wall. Don't let the sniper find you." When the people from the Black Nest rushed in, there was no one in the hardware store. Chapter 4270 appears. The people in 01 on the SUV were still in shock. Although the sniper was deployed at the ski resort last time, they were not the ones who were sniped at that time. So the feeling was not that strong. This time, Iron Fist fell to the ground, and the splashing blood plasma remained on John Hung's shirt, which made them feel what it was like to brush shoulders with death. Everyone, including Leia, squatted under the seat, fearing that if they showed their heads, they would be shot from somewhere and take their lives. 2 minutes later, John Hung held the steering wheel and said, "Okay, you can look up. We are safe for now." Are you sure? Valdi, I heard that his sniping range is very long. How far away did he shoot at the ski resort? We are in the city now, not in the open environment of the ski resort. John Hung patiently explained. The route I chose is covered by the buildings on the street, and the sniper can't lock on us. That's good. Waldo finally felt relieved and returned to his seat. Although out of danger, the ponytail man's face was not very good. He said, "Those people are not coming for us, but for Edward. This means that Black Nest's patience has finally been exhausted, and they are not going to solve this matter by peaceful means. Edward is in a very dangerous situation now. We must find him before Black Nest." Half Prime also spoke rarely, but the only person who knows his whereabouts just died in front of us. As soon as the little boy said this, everyone fell into silence again. The ponytail man was the oldest among the people present, but he was less than 40 years old and had not been exposed to death much. However, since they were involved in the struggle between Black Nest and Edward, they had witnessed 2 deaths with their own eyes. Among them, the ponytail man miraculously survived the jump from the bridge. But this time Iron Fist was really dead. Just now, I have been thinking about a question on the way. How did the people from Black Nest find this place? Philip, who had not spoken before, also spoke at this time. No one knows Edward's ability better than us. But the guy who died just a few minutes ago said that the residence was raided by the Black Nest 2 weeks ago. Given Edward's character, he would definitely be more careful after that, and try to find out the reason and take defensive measures. However, even so, the Black Nest still found him just 2 weeks later. Do you want to say that someone betrayed Edward? The little boy raised his eyebrows. There are not many people Edward can trust at this time. The guy named Iron Fist is definitely not possible. After all, he is already that state. So only Mr. Gilm is left. But considering what happened to his son's family before, he should not be likely to stand on the side of the Black Nest. I'm not saying there must be a traitor, but there should be something that allows the Black Nest to find Edward. Philip sighed. It's a pity that we don't know what that thing is. It's toes. John Hung, who was driving, suddenly interrupted. Huh? Black Nest has connected toes to the city. Everyone in 01 looked at each other in surprise. This is impossible. Isn't toes not completed yet? And generally speaking, such a project needs to be approved by the House of Representatives first. It's true that toes still has a lot of functions that have not been completed, and the algorithm has not been adjusted to the best. But the part of the system used to collect citizen information was built half a year ago. In theory, this castrated version of the system is ready to go online. As for the issue of legitimacy, Black Nest did not get the authorization of the parliament, but they have a lot of influence in Toulouse, and the city council is full of their people. They got a signed document from the mayor, allowing them to carry out some preliminary experimental work in Toulouse. What is preliminary experimental work? That's the problem. The document doesn't define this part, so Black Nest can play freely on this point. Does it include quietly launching toes without telling the public? Leia's eyes widened. It seems to be the case at present. The question that John Hung wanted to figure out most before leaving the parallel copy was what Zero was in the main mission. He didn't get an answer from 01. Leia and others didn't collect much valuable information about Edward's murder. John Hung spent half a month visiting some people who knew about it at the time, but didn't get much. It wasn't until he took a great risk to sneak into Black Nest's headquarters on the last day and found a record of the early development of CTOs that he learned that Black Nest had secretly launched an unfinished version of CTOs to capture Edward. The name of this system is Zero. However, the document states that Zero will be online in 2 weeks. So Zhang Heng still has a lot of time to act. But he doesn't know whether Zero's online time has been advanced due to the player's behavior. 2 weeks ago, the Black Nest raided Edward's room, proving that Zero has started working at least a month in advance. Okay, so we are now facing a city that has been monitored by the Black Nest. Philip took 2 deep breaths. Let me think about what we can do at this time. Can you hack into the CTO's system? The ponytail man asked Waldo. I don't know. Edward once talked to me about CTOs. The CTO's intelligent security system was built by him and a few other powerful guys. It can be continuously improved through learning. He boasted that even he couldn't break it. But you know me. I don't think there is a place in the world that I can't go. But it takes time. Maybe a few weeks. Maybe a few months. And they may be able to track me. No. It should be said that with the help of CTOs, this is bound to happen. I can hack into CTOs. Zhang Heng said. Of course. It's just the incomplete version now. In the later parallel copy, a group of hackers led by 01 fought a long war with Black Nest. During this period, the hackers also achieved some staged victories. However, every time they found a loophole, it was equivalent to upgrading Black Nest. In the end, CTOs became more perfect, even almost perfect, which made the hackers feel desperate. But now is not 12 years later, and Zero is only the initial version of CTOs. It does have some loopholes. In the 2 months in the town before, Zhang Heng made far more preparations than 01 and others saw. Chapter 428. Do you want to drink my coffee? Perhaps because they had experienced too many unimaginable things in just one night. When Zhang Heng said that he could hack into CTOs, the people in 01 were not shocked, but rather numb. In fact, after seeing a wall melt in front of him, even if Zhang Heng said that he was Thanos and came to Earth to find the Infinity Stones, Waldo probably wouldn't have any doubts. After a while, the little boy spoke first. Can you hack into CTOs and paralyze it? No. Actually, I don't want to paralyze CTOs. Because Iron Fist is dead. And we need to find Edward as soon as possible. Zhang Heng said calmly. Wait. Do you want to find Edward by CTOs? The little boy was surprised. Since Black Nest can use CTOs to search for Edward, I think they shouldn't mind sharing the search results with us. Zhang Heng said. Then paused. But first, I need to remove our phones and devices from the CTO's surveillance network. Black Nest Toulouse branch. 27th floor. Vincent frowned at the man drinking coffee in front of him. The latter was very patient. Since he entered the room, he has not spoken a word. He continued to brew his coffee and made a latte art with a set of complicated tools. As if he did not see any guests coming. This action was not very polite. But Vincent was no longer at the age of being irritated. Since the person opposite him did not speak, he continued to remain silent and waited quietly on the sofa. However, he could wait, but some people could not. A sniper who claimed to be the best in the world was in a bad mood and rubbed his nose. Ah, I really can't understand it. We are all working for others. Why do some people feel good about themselves and always think they are superior to others? The man drinking coffee across from me smiled when he heard this, and finally said, Maybe it's because I haven't failed yet? He put down the coffee cup in his hand. I've read your resumes. They are very impressive. Especially Mr. Vincent. You can be called a legend when you were in the Foreign Mercenary Corps and doing dirty work for the 7th Bureau. And, Mr. Abu, he was just an internet addict. But because of an accident, his extraordinary dynamic vision and reflex nerves were discovered. And then, he was trained to become the strongest sniper. This wonderful story can be published as a novel. Since you know how powerful we are, why don't you even offer us a cup of coffee after we've been here for so long? Abu said dissatisfiedly. Because I can't figure out one thing. The man leaned forward, still smiling. Since you two are so powerful and have several teams of elite armed forces under your command, why can't you even deal with a helpless traitor technician? Edward is not an ordinary technician. He is very alert. And he is meticulous. You can see from his chess play before that he has a dirty mind. He is always thinking about how to calculate his opponent. It's very troublesome to catch him, Abu said, picking up an empty cup in front of him. Hey, your mouth is a little dry from talking. Pour me a cup of coffee too. No need for latte art. Just put more sugar in it. The man opposite smiled. and actually picked up the coffee pot on the side and moved it towards the mouth of the cup in Abu's hand. But the next moment, he suddenly let go of the coffee pot without any warning, and then grabbed Abu's arm. Abu was suddenly pulled up from the sofa and fell on the coffee table in front of him. His nose came into close contact with the glass tabletop, and he almost cried out in pain. But this was not the end. The next moment, the man opposite also stood up from his position, grabbed his two hands and pulled them up, and at the same time stretched out a foot to step on his cheek. Vincent's eyes flickered with ferocity. Although he didn't like Abu's character very much, he was his subordinate after all. The man on the other side didn't just step on Abu. He also stepped on his face. Vincent reached for his waist, but the red figure standing quietly in front of the French window on the other side, about to blend into the curtains, was faster than him. The next moment, a lady's pistol was already pointed at his temple. "You want to drink my coffee? Okay. Drink enough now. Come on. Don't waste it," the man said enthusiastically, while increasing the strength of his foot, pressing Abu's face firmly on the table. The coffee pot he had just dropped had broken into pieces, and the hot coffee flowed out of it, quickly spreading to Abu's mouth and nose. "You don't really think I have a good temper," the man said. "I've wanted to say this for a long time. What's wrong with you French guys? You have no manners at all. But you feel good about yourself. And you always like to be late. You can't do a simple thing well. You think you are mentally retarded and don't like to accept other people's leadership. Always thinking that others are here to seize power. Please, count how many opportunities you have wasted. There were so many people in Grenoble. But you couldn't even keep an eye on a little girl, letting her slip away from under your noses. You have been given so much time in Toulouse. But there is still no sign of Edward. In order to help you find someone, the headquarters took out the semi-finished CTOs. Weapons, personnel, everything to satisfy you. But what is the result? What is your reward? 2 weeks ago you let Edward run away. Okay, I can think of it as you being careless. But last night, you fell twice in the same place. What is this? A goldfish? With only 7 seconds of memory? Please, can you have a little shame? This kind of thing would lead to disembowelment in my neighboring country, which is one of the few things I admire about them. And you just walked into my room so brazenly and asked me for coffee. TSK, 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 TSK. I should just crush your head right now, so that at least I can make a contribution to reducing carbon emissions. As the man spoke, his foot became stronger and stronger. Abu's face was completely deformed by the glass. At this time, Vincent finally said, "Enough. You just want the command in my hands. I can give it to you. I will obey your command, including myself. In fact, you don't have to force me. I was going to report the failure of yesterday's operation to the headquarters and give up this position to you. Are you satisfied now?" Vincent said coldly. The man let go of Abu's hands and took his leather shoes off the latter's face. His face returned to the previous smile and spread his hands. "How great. If I did it earlier, I wouldn't have to lose a coffee pot. I like that coffee pot very much. It's a pity that I can't use it to make coffee anymore. Give me an hour. I do the work handover, and then I hand over the team to you." Vincent didn't waste any words. Obviously didn't want to stay in this room any longer, and stood up from the sofa. Abu followed him, covering his bleeding nose. Just as the two were about to reach the door, the man's voice came again. "Just in case, I still have to ask one more question. You shouldn't do anything irrational, like asking your men to disobey our orders or something like that." Vincent kept walking. "Don't worry. I know what the overall situation is. But you better kill Edward, because you know that there are still many people in the headquarters who don't believe in you. If you fail, your fate will definitely be worse than ours. Thank you for the reminder." After Vincent and Abu left, the woman in red in front of the French window finally spoke in Chinese. "Are you sure you want to use such a rough method to seize power directly? Believe me, I also know that it is the best thing to build a good relationship little by little, and build a harmonious and friendly cooperation system. But unfortunately, we don't have the time. We all chose to stand on their side, because the Black Nest is strong enough. But who knew that their internal structure is so complicated?" The man also had a look of annoyance on his face. Black Nest is like a clumsy giant, with great strength but rigid movements. It's unimaginable that it took us more than 2 months just to get the command. The same thing happened to Zero, who only applied for it 3 weeks ago. We could have ended the game before the players on the other side could react. We can't go on like this any longer. We need to speed up this giant. Chapter 429 Don't Waste People's Kindness. In the parallel copy 12 years later. Basically the whole of Europe is under the control of CTOs. The little boy also demonstrated to Zhang Heng how to survive in such an environment, and how to keep a low profile as much as possible. However, the little boy himself admitted that even the most careful people could not completely disappear in those dense monitoring and electronic systems. As the leader of 01 at that time, Leia spent most of her time wandering in the United States, Chihuahua and Russia, as one of the designers of CTOs. Although Edward was not responsible for the privacy collection part, his understanding of this system was definitely better than most people. However, he was alone now, with no one around him to trust, and it was almost impossible for him to stay undetected. In fact, it took less than 4 days for Black Ness to lock Edward's new hiding place again. This time, the coffee man changed into Hermes, holding a cup of freshly ground coffee in his hand, and walked slowly into the command vehicle, where the woman in red clothes had been waiting for him early. Compared with the coffee man who looked very casual, she was fully equipped this time, wearing a bulletproof suit, holding a 9mm submachine gun in her left hand, and a dagger on her arm. And her favorite pocket-sized women's pistol was tied to the outside of her thigh. Besides, the most eye-catching thing is the samurai's sword behind her. The blade is more than 80 centimeters long. Wow. It seems that you have entered the state. And you are late, the woman in red said coldly. Sorry. Grinding coffee delayed me for a while. The coffee man sat down opposite and yawned. Do you know that we are likely to meet players from the opposite camp this time? Yes. I heard that the guy named Abu killed a player before. The coffee man took a sip of the coffee in his hand. Then you should be serious. The woman in red frowned. Relax, Fei Hong. Since we have already taken command, the end of the game is not far away. The coffee man moved his butt to make himself more comfortable. His appearance also aroused the dissatisfaction of Abu in the car behind him. Look! Look! That guy looks so successful. It really makes me angry. Why did you stop me from shooting him the night before last? I am sure I can do this quietly. When the time comes, we will report to the headquarters that he died in the battle. No. The most important task now is to kill Edward. Everything else has to take a back seat. You also need to put aside your personal grudges. We can settle any accounts after this is over, Vincent said. Ah. It's that old-fashioned excuse again. Abu touched his cheek, which had not yet completely swollen, and said unhappily, We can kill Edward by ourselves. Really? Then how did we let those people in the hardware store escape 4 days ago? Well, maybe they turned into ghosts and went out through the wall? Abu laughed awkwardly, and was a little discouraged when he said this. This was something he had been puzzled about. He had clearly controlled the people in the hardware store perfectly, leaving them nowhere to escape. But when the second team rushed in, there was no one inside. Those guys disappeared right under his nose. So in a sense, the coffee man's previous call of them trash was not pure nonsense. But no matter who got beaten up and had his head stepped on by someone, he would not feel very good. Abu sneered. I want to see how they can do what we can't do. We know soon. Vincent's expression was as cold as ever. Edward's new hiding place was in a swimming pool. After the last attack, Edward became more alert. With the help of Mr. Gilm, he prepared more than one backup hiding place in the hardware store. A newly opened swimming pool was one of them. This was a smart choice, because the swimming pool was one of the few places that would never have cameras. He became a cleaner and night security guard there. He could stay in the swimming pool all day without going out. At the same time, he also abandoned all the electronic products around him. However, even so, he was still found by Zero. This is because the girl in charge of cashiering at the front desk has the habit of writing a diary online. She recorded the new weird colleague in her diary, and this online diary was retrieved by Zero using keywords. Now the coffee man and Scarlet led the people of 01 to rush to the swimming pool. Edward got up early and changed the water in the 2 swimming pools. At this time, a group of guests came to the swimming pool one after another. Edward turned his back to the swimming pool and cleaned the tiles next to it. The next moment Edward seemed to notice something, and he looked up and saw a smiling and sweet girl waving at him. The swimming pool provided staff meals, but only 2 meals at noon and in the evening. No breakfast, which was not a big problem for Edward, as 2 meals were enough to sustain life. However, the girl in charge of the cashier seemed to see that he didn't eat breakfast, and thought he was saving money, and felt a little sorry for him. So she would make an extra breakfast in the morning and bring it to him. Edward told the girl that she didn't need to do this, but she agreed verbally and continued to do her own thing every day, in order to make himself look less abnormal. Edward could only accept this kindness silently. The girl mounted to him and asked him to go to the staff lounge to eat together. This kind of thing happened every day in the past few days, so Edward didn't suspect anything, put down the mop in his hand, and followed the girl to the lounge. However, he was stunned as soon as he opened the door, because there was a stranger holding a cup of coffee in the room. The girl smiled and said, "Gerald, he said he is your friend and wanted to give you a surprise, so he asked me not to inform you in advance." Edward's hair stood up all over his body, and a strong sense of alarm rose in his heart. He almost wanted to run away immediately. However, the other party's words made him stop in his tracks. The stranger put down the Starbucks coffee in his hand and said, "You are lucky. We found you first instead of the Black Nest." "Black Nest? What Black Nest?" The girl in charge of the cashier was a little confused. John Hung said to Edward, "Let's go. The Black Nest people will be here in about 4 minutes. Do you have anything to pack? I want to take my backpack." Edward had calmed down by now. He did not doubt John Hung's identity but spoke up. "Okay. See you in the parking lot in 60 seconds. After saying that, John Hung stuffed the box of homemade sandwiches on the table into Edward's hands. "Eat it on the way. Don't waste their kindness." Chapter 430, I will just act alone next time. The coffee man spread his hands. "Can anyone tell me whose fault this is? Our lovely target was working in this swimming pool just a few minutes ago. But when we got here, he disappeared again." The technicians who were traveling with him all showed nervousness on their faces. They all knew that this new boss was not easy to get along with, and Abu's slightly swollen face was the best proof. Although the latter tried hard to pretend to be serious at this moment, everyone could see the joy between his eyebrows and eyes, and he was almost laughing. Who else can you blame? If you hadn't been so slow, we should have arrived here a few minutes ago, and Edward wouldn't have gotten away. Finally, it was Scarlett who spoke up. Bluntly. After that, she said to the technicians, "Let Zero lock in on the people who have been in and out of the swimming pool in the last few minutes, and find the most suspicious guy." The technicians were as if they had been pardoned, and immediately started working. The coffee man seemed helpless. "Don't you see that there is a traitor among us? And someone leaked our operation, so we were robbed of it. If we don't find the traitor, how are we going to act later? It's okay. You continue to look for your traitor, and I act alone from now on," said Scarlett. She walked to the last truck in the convoy and asked the people on it to open the door. At this time, the technician finally showed a hint of joy on his face and said, "I found it. Just 3 minutes ago. Edward got on a blue Dacia Sandro, and they passed us by." "Very good. Send me their movement trajectory." After saying that, Scarlett walked directly onto the truck. "Are you serious? They've been gone for so long. If that guy isn't stupid, they abandon the car soon. How can you catch up with him?" The coffee man frowned. As soon as he finished speaking, a motorcycle with an unparalleled appearance jumped out of the car and sped forward at an unimaginable speed. The Dodge Tomahawk, the fastest motorcycle produced by Chrysler Corporation in the United States, looks a bit like a Batmobile. It is equipped with a Dodge Viper 8.3-liter V10 engine that can provide 500 horsepower. With 4 wheels, its maximum speed can reach a terrifying 676 kilometers per hour. In addition, the size of the motorcycle itself is smaller than that of a car, which makes it easier to pass through the city. Of course, the premise is that you don't hit anything. Almost in the blink of an eye, the red figure disappeared from everyone's sight. TSK, TSK, TSK. "See, this is the execution I have always emphasized," the coffee man said. "If you all have this kind of execution, even 10 Edwards can be killed by us. Okay. Next, those who know where Edward is before leaving will go to the swimming pool with us. I will invite everyone to swim and relax." Abu's face showed a hint of sneer when he heard this, but then his smile froze at the corner of his mouth. The devil-like figure turned to him and said leisurely, "Abu, let's start with you." "Who are you?" Edward asked from the rear driver's seat. Before, John Hung said at the swimming pool that he was not from the Black Nest, and Edward did not doubt it, because the people of the Black Nest did not need to hide their identities. This is why Edward followed John Hung into the car without saying a word. But when the two of them were temporarily safe, Edward still asked the doubts in his heart. John Hung handed Edward a communicator, and Edward frowned. You may not know that this city has been monitored by the Black Nest. That's why they found me. They built a facility here. Any analog signal that can be detected by the sensor will be intercepted. Not just mobile phone signals, radio and the like. This information will then be analyzed by an intelligent system. It doesn't matter. The line has been encrypted, John Hung said. Edward took the communicator and put it on his ear. A familiar female voice came from it. Brother, are you okay? Leia? You are here too? Yes. Lou and the 01 guerrillas rescued me from the Black Nest. The process was a bit thrilling. But fortunately we are all safe. But the person who has been taking care of you was killed by the Black Nest. I'm sorry to involve you in such a dangerous thing. Edward apologized. No. You are just doing the right thing. Those who want to make the world worse should be sorry, Leia said. Edward was silent for a moment, then spoke again. I made a mistake. When they recruited me, they promised that they could combine my technology with their capital to make the world a better place. I believed them. But the result was completely different from their original promise. This is my fault, and I must correct it myself. Don't worry. We can correct it together. John Hung drove Daisha Sandro into a parking lot in order to get ahead of Black Nest. He had just got Edward's coordinates and set off soon. He didn't have time to make too many plans. He just made an appointment with Semi-Prime to meet on the second floor below the parking lot. The latter would drive a new car to complete the car change. And then the three of them would leave together in the new car. John Hung had received the news that Semi-Prime had arrived at the designated location half a minute ago. So he drove the car to the second floor below ground. Seeing Semi-Prime waving from a distance, John Hung parked the car. Edward was about to reach out and push the door. But the next moment, he heard John Hung frown and say, Stay in the car. After saying this, John Hung opened the driver's door. He heard a rumbling sound coming from the entrance, like a steel giant roaring. And the sound became louder and louder. John Hung said to Semi-Prime on the other side, Lie down and hide. As soon as he finished speaking, a ferocious motorcycle appeared in front of the three people. The woman in red clothes on the motorcycle raised the submachine gun in her hand, accompanied by the sound of bullets shooting. The submachine gun spewed out a red tongue of fire. Glass fragments flew, and John Hung rolled to the concrete pillar next to him. The woman on the motorcycle did not linger in the fight, and immediately turned her firepower and fired at the back seat of Daisha Sandro. Her goal and combat intention were very clear. As long as Edward was killed, the game would be decided, and there was no need to entangle with other players. But the next moment, she smelled a dangerous breath, and she suddenly exerted force on her waist, jumped down from the Dodge Tomahawk, threw away the submachine gun in her hand, drew the samurai sword behind her, and knocked away the oncoming cold arrow. John Hung did not stop, and shot 3 arrows in a row, but they were all dodged by the woman in red with incredible skills and nerve reaction speed. John Hung's expression did not change, and he drew the arrow of Paris from the quiver and put it on the bowstring. Chapter 431 Fighting. Left arm? Fei Hong quickly determined the target of John Hung's arrow, so she consciously wanted to turn to the left. But the next moment her pupils suddenly contracted. John Hung released the bowstring. An arrow of Paris pierced Fei Hong's forehead with a strange trajectory that violated mechanical motion. This change caught Fei Hong off guard, and the 3 normal feather arrows before also disturbed her judgment to a certain extent. Until this moment, John Hung finally showed his fangs. This was the arrow that decided the outcome. However, the next moment, the unexpected person became John Hung. The samurai sword of the red-dressed woman on the opposite side drew an arc, and at the last moment, it just moved to her face and flicked the arrow. Arrow of Paris flew past her cheek, leaving a long wound. At the same time, the powerful trajectory correction function made Arrow of Paris turn a corner in the air and shoot back to the back of Fei Hong's head. But then, it had lost most of its kinetic energy and was firmly grasped by a hand. Before Fei Hong could catch her breath, a dagger flashing with cold light appeared in front of her again. It was never John Hung fighting style to greet before taking action. Not to mention that the red-dressed woman's previous attempt to kill Edward had fully demonstrated her position. On the second floor of the parking lot, 2 figures jumped and rolled on the concrete floor. Fei Hong panted violently, and sweat splashed into her eyes, making her feel a little uncomfortable. But what was even more uncomfortable was the terrifying attack from the opposite side. Since she got Senra Kika, she has focused her energy on the training of swordsmanship, and close combat has become her strong point. There are already more than 24 players who have suffered at the hands of this sword, and the name of Fei Hong has gradually spread among the players. This is the first time she has encountered such a difficult opponent. The opponent, like her, uses sword techniques, but the opponent's sword techniques are obviously more sophisticated and skilled than hers, and at the same time carry a hint of dominance. This is definitely not a quick sword technique that can be practiced in a few years. There is no fancy moves, all of which are lethal moves, which maximize simplicity and efficiency. If she hadn't held Senjutsu Murakika, she would probably have lost now. In fact, Fei Hong knew very well that she would have no chance of winning if the opponent had a normal knife instead of a dagger. No, it should be said that even if it was a dagger, it would have pushed her to the brink of defeat. But the next moment, Zhang Heng suddenly stopped. It was not because he felt sorry for it, but because he knew that the dagger in his hand was almost at its limit. After dozens of collisions, it was covered with secret cuts and cracks. On the other hand, the samurai sword in the red-clothed woman's hand had almost no change. This is the difference in quality between common goods and those forged by famous masters. After this period of fighting, Zhang Heng can basically confirm that the samurai sword in the hands of the red-clothed woman is a game prop. The opponent's previous operation of deflecting the arrow of Paris was not due to luck, but the effect of the prop, because in the following battle, the red-clothed woman's swordsmanship was obviously suppressed by him. But she always appeared at such a critical moment and blocked his killing move, which is why she can hold on until now. On the other side, Semi-Prime and Edward were completely stunned. They had never imagined that someone could fight like this. Until Zhang Heng said, "You go first. Don't wait for me." The two woke up from their dreams. Edward climbed out of Dacia Sandro and got into Semi-Prime's car. Fei Hong didn't react. She knew that with Zhang Heng there, she couldn't leave the car and the people in it. She just said to the headset, "I need support." After saying that, she closed the channel, maintained absolute concentration, retreated half a step, held the knife across her chest with both hands, and looked like she was facing a great enemy. Scarlet knew that as long as she could hold out until the reinforcements arrived, she would win. Although she had never liked the style of the coffee man, who thought the 3 players in the same camp were too troublesome and killed them all, resulting in only the 2 of them being left in the camp. She had to admit that the guy was quite strong, and he could speak French. So Scarlet was willing to give up the position of commander. The guy in front of her was the strongest enemy she had ever encountered. But if she joined forces with the coffee man, plus the support of the Black Nest, she would still have a considerable chance of eliminating this threat. Of course, Zhang Heng also knew what the woman in front of him was thinking. The swimming pool where Edward was hiding was not far from here, and it was only less than 10 minutes' drive. Zhang Heng didn't know that the coffee man was busy catching the traitor during military training. Normally, since the woman in red had arrived first, her companions must be not far away. This was also the reason why Zhang Heng let Semi-Prime and Edward go first, because he would not have much time left. If the guy on the other side really only focused on defense to hold him back, plus the difference in weapons, it would be almost impossible for him to turn his advantage in swordsmanship into substantial results and end the battle in a short time. So the next moment, Zhang Heng threw the dagger in his hand, while Fei Hong tilted her head to avoid the dagger. Zhang Heng rolled behind the Dacia Sandro that had been parked before. Fei Hong held the samurai sword in one hand and pulled out the lady's pistol on her thigh with the other hand, carefully pointing it at the place where Zhang Heng was hiding. But because of Zhang Heng's terrible archery skills, Fei Hong did not press too hard. "Do you need our help?" The voice of a little boy came from the communicator, with a rare hint of nervousness. She couldn't see the situation in the parking lot, but she heard Zhang Heng let Edward and Semi-Prime go first. In addition, Zhang Heng hadn't left the parking lot for so long, which inevitably made people worry. "No, just meet up at the original location. I go find you now," Zhang Heng said as he dragged out a large bag from under the back seat. He spent 20 minutes to complete the puzzle last night. Zhang Heng inserted the infinite building blocks into the tail end, and then raised the freshly baked RPG rocket launcher in his hand. Fei Hong also felt uneasy at this time. Zhang Heng hid behind the car for a little too long. If she were in this situation, she would definitely want to leave the parking lot immediately. The sooner the better. Hiding behind the car can certainly buy a short period of safety. But it also gives her a chance to breathe. And at the same time completely controls the situation. Once Zhang Heng shows up, she can shoot. For a master of this level, he shouldn't make such a low-level mistake. Zhang Heng adjusted the angle of the rocket launcher behind the car. Of course, he would not show his head. After all, the shooting speed of the rocket launcher was not as fast as that of the pistol. Zhang Heng held his breath and judged the position of the red-clothed woman from her footsteps. Then he aimed at the ceiling of that area and pulled the trigger. Chapter 432 Explosion. The explosion from the underground second floor of the parking lot could be heard by pedestrians on the nearby streets. Zhang Heng immediately leaned over to the ground after shooting. But even so, the airflow from the explosion still pressed him tightly to the ground. And the Dacia Sandro beside him was pushed more than 10 centimeters away. Zhang Heng saw that the situation was not good, so he raised one arm to block his head. However, even so, he was still hit hard. But thanks to the Dacia Sandro, the flying stones were blocked. The glass in the rear compartment had been shattered before, and now the remaining glass panels had also joined the ranks of his companions. The broken glass shards showered Zhang Heng, and there was also dust and smoke all over the sky. Zhang Heng experienced a brief tinnitus, and his mind went blank. But after about 20 seconds, he gradually recovered his hearing, climbed up from the ground, and shook off the rubble on his body. A large hole appeared where the rocket launcher hit, revealing the steel bars inside, and a Porsche was stuck at the edge of the hole, with half of its wheel hanging outside. The place where the red-dressed woman stood was now covered by a pile of cement and stones. Unless a miracle happened, the people below would not be able to survive. However, I don't know if it was because the other party died in the collapse of the top floor this time, instead of Zhang Heng's own actions like in the Apollo copy, so he didn't get any kill points. Zhang Heng picked up the arrow of Paris about 10 meters away, and walked to the ruins to confirm the death of the red-dressed woman for the sake of caution. However, he only saw a few pieces of red cloth, and the things below were pressed down by the stone slabs. However, Zhang Heng saw something else in the gap between the two cement slabs. When Zhang Heng grasped the handle of the knife, he heard a system notification sound. Found game props, samurai sword, unidentified. Incomplete. Zhang Heng pulled out the knife without much effort. But unfortunately, like its previous owner, it also failed to escape the explosion. The blade broke directly, and the lower part disappeared. But this knife is indeed very special. When Zhang Heng grasped it, he could feel a hint of sadness, as if it could also feel its current state and mourn for its own fate. This was Zhang Heng's first time to come into contact with a broken game prop. He didn't know how effective the prop could be in this state, and whether it could be repaired, if there was enough time. Zhang Heng really wanted to find the remaining fragments. However, 6 minutes had passed since he and the red-clothed woman fought. To be honest, Zhang Heng was a little surprised that the people from the Black Nest had not arrived yet. In addition, the explosion just now was also very loud, and it was estimated that it would attract the police. He didn't want to take any more risks, so he lifted up the overturned Dodge Tomahawk in the distance and sat on it. 40 seconds later, Zhang Heng rode his motorcycle out of the parking lot, feeling the thrill of speeding. He always tried to choose a route with less surveillance, so that it would be difficult for Zero to lock his position through the camera. The current CTO's system was hastily launched, and is still a semi-finished product. The cameras that can be called are mainly from the transportation department. Zhang Heng made reasonable use of the shopping malls and subway stations around him, changed transportation several times, and easily got rid of the surveillance. Later, he met 01 again on a garbage cleaning boat on the Ganong River. We successfully evaded Zero's surveillance. There are no cameras on the river, so we can confirm that we are safe for now. The little boy paused and looked at Zhang Heng. What happened in the parking lot? I heard an explosion. Are you okay? Zhang Heng had changed his clothes twice during his escape, but there was still some dust on his hair. Hearing this, he said, we met a troublesome opponent, but it wasn't too troublesome. I was mainly worried that if I got entangled, I would be caught by the people from the Black Nest. So I had to make a little noise to get away. That's not a small commotion. Now all the journalists have rushed there, and several channels are broadcasting this incident. Some people even suspect that it was a terrorist attack. Waldo said to the computer. Zhang Heng took a towel from the little boy and wiped his face and hair. Let He Chao worry about this. They should find a way to deal with it. After all, they want to kill Edward next. And they probably don't want to make things worse. We should move Edward to a safe place as soon as possible. The ponytail man said. Thank you. But I can't leave yet. Edward said at this time. I have to fulfill my promise and tell the public what Black Nest has done. But now those guys are obviously becoming more and more crazy. They will do whatever it takes to kill you before you open your mouth, Philip said worriedly. Or you can give the information to one of us. We will publish it on your behalf. The ponytail man also said. No. I spent a long time to find 3 people I think I can trust. Who are honest and selfless. I spent a long time and took risks to communicate with them. Establish connections. And make them begin to believe in me. I can't give up halfway. The 3 of them represent traditional paper media, emerging online forums, and documentary images. I need to tell them the truth face to face. This matter must be me. And only me. Because only in this way can it bring the greatest credibility. Black Nest is very powerful. But they can't cut off all 3 channels. As long as the 3 releases work together, Black Nest will definitely be finished. Edward said. When? Jong Hung asked. Their team will come to Toulouse in 2 days. Black Nest has hacked into your email. So they may have known about this meeting. No. I use encrypted emails. And I destroy them after reading them. Even if they crack my original email. They don't know who I'm contacting. Even so, it's still too dangerous. The ponytail man shook his head and said, How long will it take to complete the interview? I have a lot of things on my hands. Especially for laymen who are not experts in our field. I have to spend some time to explain them all. So the preliminary estimate is that it will take about 3 days. And 2.5 days at the fastest. Do you know that this long time is enough for Black Nest to kill you 100 times? Waldo asked. Yes. So I may need some help. Edward looked at everyone. I am very grateful for everything you have done for me. Really. I have known you for a long time. But I have never met you. I hope that we can have a better occasion for our first meeting. But now that things have come to this, I can only accept it. Maybe after everything is over, we can get to know each other again in the cafe. But now, we have to complete those unfinished things. Chapter 433 This is reality. When the coffee man arrived, the parking lot was already surrounded by journalists. Make way. Make way. Let the victim's family go in first. The coffee man said as he raised the cordon. At this time, a blonde policewoman who was maintaining order nearby came over and stopped him. Sorry. No entry. I actually don't want to do this kind of thing. Because I used to despise such people when I read novels and watched movies before. But you have to admit that it's pretty cool to do it once in a while. The coffee man coughed lightly. Then said seriously, Who is your chief? Ask him to come see me. The policewoman frowned. Sir, if you continue to make trouble, I will arrest you according to the law. I bet you won't do that. Because your phone will ring in half a minute. And then your chief will let me in. The coffee man smiled. The blonde policewoman should have just graduated from the police academy. And her heart was still full of blood. The coffee man's words stimulated her a lot. She had one hand on the handcuffs on her waist, and said with her neck stiff. No. The law is sacred and inviolable. I like the way you look when you say this. The coffee man said. As soon as he finished speaking, the blonde policewoman's phone rang. The latter looked at the phone number, and her face changed slightly. When she answered the phone, her face became worse. The coffee man noticed that during this process, the blonde policewoman tried to argue several times, but failed. The other party must have said something very harsh. So that when she came over, she was still sniffing, looking very aggrieved. I said that the world does not work in the right way most of the time. It's a pity. But this is reality. The coffee man had already seen Vincent, who had arrived at the parking lot first. The middle-aged man next to him, who looked a little bloated, should be the chief of the police station. The two of them walked over together. But Vincent gestured to wait. Then he said to the policewoman, Justice and evil are nothing more than 2 camps. There is no essential difference. In the end, the winner is determined by the strength of the force. No matter which camp you choose, you cannot carry out your beliefs unless you become strong. The policewoman's face showed a thoughtful look. The coffee man smiled lightly, and turned to walk towards Vincent and the chief on the other side. Vincent's face was still expressionless, and he said lightly, I didn't know you had a hobby of being a life mentor. I'm free anyway. The coffee man rubbed his hands and said, How is it? Is my companion dead? No. But she was seriously injured and is receiving treatment downstairs. TSK. That woman is really powerful. Even RPG rocket launchers can't kill her. It was hard to tell whether the coffee man's tone was one of appreciation or regret. You are indeed a monster like me. Let's go down and take a look. On the second floor below the parking lot, Crimson was resting with her eyes closed in the ambulance. Her left shoulder was seriously injured, with a comminuted fracture of the scapula. Before the coffee man came, the doctor had just helped her to bend her right index finger and pinky finger to 90 degrees and reset them. In addition, she also had one leg fixed. The coffee man staggered to the ambulance. Wow, isn't this our lone night? You don't look very well. If you want to kill me and take my items now, just try it, Fragrance said lightly. TSK. You seem to have misunderstood something. Coffee man sat down opposite to Scarlet. I'm not a murderer. I killed those players just because they were too weak. They would only make things worse and refuse to obey. And they always wanted to divide the spoils in the end. But you are different. Coffee man paused. You and I are both chosen people. We are special. These boring appetizers in the early stage are about to end. And the main course will be served on the table. The proxy war is about to begin. At that time, only the strong will be left. Lone wolves cannot survive. Admit it. You need companions. And I need companions too. We are like a perfect match, like soy milk and fried dough sticks. You'd better give up. Even if I really have to choose a companion, I won't choose you, Feng Hong said. Why? I have won 18 consecutive games in solo queue. This time will be the 19th time. It's hard for you to find someone as good as me. Coffee man widened his eyes. Don't be too confident. Your 18-game winning streak may end in this round. Huh? Coffee man raised his eyebrows, as if he was finally interested. Come on. Tell me who the guys you are fighting are. How many people there are. And how strong are they? Fei Hong closed her eyes and leaned her head against the carriage. There was only one person who fought with me. I couldn't tell his age. That guy's swordsmanship was very strong. It was estimated that he had reached level 3. He had practiced for at least 10 years and had rich practical experience. He should have killed many people. But there was no violence in his swordsmanship. No. That guy's emotions were always very stable, with almost no fluctuations, purely suppressing the skill level, not relying on props like you. The coffee man was also a little surprised when he heard this, as if he had discovered a giant panda. Ah, is there still a lunatic in this world who would spend more than 10 years practicing swordsmanship? It would be more beneficial to practice spearmanship this time. I thought so before I met him. But even with Mikazuki Murakika, I was no match for him, Fei Hong said, as soon as she finished speaking. A person in charge of cleaning up the scene ran over happily with a broken blade in his hand, shouting, Found it. We have found what you want. However, when he was halfway through the run, he tripped over gravel and leaned forward. The next moment, a wound appeared on his hand and blood flowed out. Be careful. The knife is very sharp, Feng Hong reminded, and took the half of the broken blade with a hand that could still move. A trace of heartache flashed in her eyes, and she carefully put the half of the broken blade away. Now that you say that, I finally feel a little excited. The coffee man was not surprised but happy. I thought it would be another smooth push, but I didn't expect to gain some extra fun. Feng Hong seemed a little puzzled. Aren't you busy looking for allies for the subsequent proxy war? That guy is quite strong. Why don't you just choose him as an ally? You have to admit that having a teammate of the opposite sex is always more exciting than having a teammate of the same sex. The coffee man spread his hands. Feng Hong didn't bother to pay attention to him. After a while, he said, I'm giving up this dungeon. You can play it by yourself. I will use a mission failure exemption card to offset the penalty. Don't. There's still me. Try the feeling of winning without doing anything occasionally. Maybe you will like it. The coffee man smiled. Chapter 434. She is also my landlord. John Hung wrapped the broken blade with canvas. And then, he heard footsteps behind him. We have perfected the plan as you said. Do you want to see it? The little boy asked. Okay. We will be there soon, John Hung replied. But he did not move, pointing to a brightly lit arch bridge in front of him. Is that the new bridge? Yes. The new bridge is also called Pierre Bridge. It was built in the 16th century and has been under construction for almost 100 years. But it is still in use today and is considered a landscape in Toulouse. The little boy also came over and stood with John Hung. The new bridge under the night sky and his reflection on the river were connected together, and they looked very beautiful under the background of landscape lights. After the little boy finished speaking, both of them fell into silence, just quietly looking at the scenery in the distance. After a while, the little boy spoke again. If everything goes well, we will contact those guys from the newspaper for him tomorrow, and transfer Edward to a safe place after he finishes the interview. What do you plan to do after that? Will you return to your own country? Oh, if nothing unexpected happens, it will be like this. After all, my passport is about to expire, John Hung said. When the 90-day game time is up, all players will be forced to return to the real world. This kind of thing cannot be told to everyone in 01. So John Hung used the passport as an excuse. It just so happens that the period of his passport is also 90 days. So this explanation is easier to accept. I still don't know why you are willing to get involved in this matter. Unlike us, you are not a person living on this land after all. But no matter what, I still want to thank you. The little boy paused and said, Don't thank me. I have learned a lot of useful things from you during this period. Let's help each other, John Hung said. The little boy nodded and was about to return to the cabin when he heard John Hung say, Make more friends in the future and live a happier life. What? The little boy suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. Besides 01 and the others, you don't have any other friends, right? How did you know about this? The little boy was a little surprised. And then he said, We are geeks. We don't need to care about the public's eyes and opinions. For me, 01 is enough. Maybe you're right. I take back what I said before, John Hung said. Will we meet again in the future? The little boy asked. Maybe one day, John Hung said. Then I want to try the cookies you baked. The little boy frowned. Okay, I will learn when I have time. But I can't guarantee that it will be delicious. Believe me, although you don't have much talent in cooking, you can catch up with Michelin chefs in baking cookies, John Hung said as he returned the handheld game console with Tetris to the little boy. The highest record on it has become his 999,999. Is it my illusion? You seem to be very familiar with me? The little boy took the game console and said in confusion, No, I just know someone who looks very similar to you. Is she your friend? Yes, she is also my landlord, John Hung said. Rest early. We will be busy starting tomorrow. In the conference room, Vincent could clearly sense the excitement of the coffee man. In contrast, the woman who was sent with him was gone now. After the explosion in the parking lot, she simply bandaged herself, then returned to her residence to pack up her things, booked her own flight ticket, took a taxi to the airport, and left Toulouse 3 hours later. She left so decisively. Everyone in the Black Nest was stunned. And after the coffee man's rectification movement, the whole team was in mourning. Now many people complained about the 2 people sent by the headquarters. And many people even hoped that Vincent could come forward to stop this reckless behavior. However, Vincent declined all of them. After handing over the command, he really did everything that the coffee man told him to do conscientiously like a deputy. But no one knew what he was thinking from his expressionless face. That's the situation. We fixed the vulnerability in 0, so that the other party can no longer use 0 to collect information like we did. The technician wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and finished the report. So what you mean is that what happened in the swimming pool before was because the other party used 0 to find Edward. The coffee man's legs were on the table, and one hand was playing with a spoon. Yes. Yes. The technician felt more nervous. Relax. Just asking a few questions. Even if you don't answer well, I can't kill you with this little spoon. Right? The coffee man told a joke that wasn't funny, but the technician still tried to force a fake smile on his face. I just find it hard to accept that such an expensive toy costing tens of billions of euros has such weak protection measures. Didn't you tell me that this thing is very safe? Even if someone finds a loophole, it will definitely take more than 2 or 3 months. But now, this thing has been online for less than 4 weeks. The coffee man knocked on the table with a spoon. I don't know either. The technician felt like he was about to cry. He had made a solemn promise to Vincent and the others before, but he didn't expect to be slapped in the face so quickly. The technical team is still amazed at the other party's ability to find and exploit vulnerabilities. It is hard to imagine that someone could do all this in such a short time. Who could it be? Edward? He doesn't know much about CTOs. And he is also a very powerful hacker. Right? No. After researching, everyone agreed that this is not Edward's usual attack method. Who is that? I don't know either, the technician said awkwardly. Will Zero be attacked in other ways? Probably not. I don't know either. The technician no longer had the confidence he had before. Do you have any other lines besides saying you don't know? The coffee man sighed. I can just pick up someone on the street for a few euros to do your job. And you tell me you don't know all day. Vincent then spoke up. We met a very powerful technical team in Grenoble. And it's possible that they did it. See? That's professionalism, the coffee man said. So we have to take this team of technicians into account when we make plans. Okay. The next question is why Edward chose to hide in Toulouse. We have already found out. Because he is friends with a man named Guillaume, who hates Black Ness because of the accident that happened to his son. The technician answered. No. He is waiting for someone, Vincent said lightly. He wants to make the information about CTOs public. But he has been afraid to do it because of his sister. Now he has no such concerns. Then how is he going to make it public? The coffee man said with interest. Given Edward's personality, he won't choose only one channel. And if he doesn't move, it's fine. But if he moves, he will definitely try to kill him. Very good. Keep an eye on all airports, stations, and highways, and find out journalists, well-known public figures, and opinion leaders on the internet who will come to Toulouse from now on. No matter who they are, they will definitely meet with Edward. And then, the coffee man paused, we will go on stage and kill everyone. Chapter 435 Declaration of War. Blagnac is the 6th largest airport in France. Located next to the Airbus assembly plant. Less than 20 minutes drive from the city center. And is also one of the places that Black Ness focuses on monitoring. Before the plane landed, the coffee man got the list of all the passengers on it. And 3 names on the list in his hand aroused his interest. One of these 3 people is a journalist. One is a documentary director. And the other is a forum moderator. They are all celebrities. And it is so coincidental. Gathered on a plane. It was impossible not to notice. After discovering this, the Black Ness technician immediately reported the list to the coffee man, and waited expectantly for his praise. However, the latter held the list and clucked his tongue for a long time. Then completely ignored the technical director in front of him and asked Vincent. What do you think? Trap, Vincent said lightly. With the ability of the technical team on the other side. Since they can hack into Zero, it is no problem to change a few names in the airline's passenger system without anyone noticing. The coffee man slapped his thigh. That's right. This trap is too careless. Is it looking down on us? Are there any idiots in this world who would fall for this? The head of the technical team looked embarrassed. Then, should we withdraw the team responsible for surveillance? No. The coffee man grinned. Did you get anything from the reverse tracking team you applied for from the headquarters? Not yet. Those people have not attacked Zero again. But we have strengthened our vigilance now. If the other party makes any moves again, we will definitely find out. The technical team leader straightened his back for once. Also, the drones have arrived. So we can monitor places that cameras can't cover. We have entered the information and appearance of those suspects into the database in advance as you said. And can use the surveillance cameras and drones throughout the city to scan and compare. This time we will definitely find the person in the shortest time. The coffee man didn't comment on what he said, but turned his head and looked at Vincent next to him. Mr. Vincent is a mercenary and has participated in several wars. I want to ask you a question. Please go ahead. When the current situation is very dangerous for you, and you are about to be surrounded by the enemy, what do you usually do? Sitting and waiting for death is the most dangerous. The best way is to move as much as possible. Disrupt the situation. And tear the enemy's encirclement. Only in this way can you create opportunities. It seems that the opponent is also planning this. The coffee man touched his chin. But this list is more like a declaration of war than a clumsy trap. War. The little boy was puzzled. Black Ness will take the bait, Zhang Heng said. But it was difficult for him to explain the specific reason to the little boy. Edward wanted to meet with the 3 people who had communicated with him for a long time before, and expose all the information related to CTOs. This was a very dangerous thing, and it was also something that Black Ness would definitely be on guard against. From this point of view, As long as Black Nest deployed personnel in several transportation hubs in advance, there was a high probability of locking on the target. There is no problem with the power outage plan at the airport, but we have to transfer some of Black Nest's on-site forces, especially the sniper. He is too dangerous. But will Black Nest be fooled by simply changing the passenger information? Yes, they will, John Hung said with certainty. The main task this time is to help Edward escape, or to help Zero capture Edward. On the surface, it seems to be either one or the other, but there is actually another possibility. That is, until the dungeon time runs out, Edward is neither killed by Black Nest nor escapes, which is a double-lose situation for players in both camps. No one wants to see such a result unless it is absolutely necessary. However, such a possibility does exist. After all, there is not much time left. Only 5 days. If Zhang Heng gives up the risky connection and simply survives these 5 days, he will still have a good chance of success. Such a result is completely acceptable to Heichao, as long as they control Edward from contacting the media and communication channels. They can slowly play hide-and-seek with Edward in the city. However, this is something that the players who are now standing with Heichao cannot accept. In the eyes of Vincent, the little boy and others, the list was the most shoddy trap. But in the eyes of players like Coffee Man and Zhang Heng, the list had another completely different meaning. Is this an invitation for me to start a duel in advance? It's unexpectedly straightforward. Damn, this proposal is a bit tempting. Coffee Man scratched his head. Since handing over the command, Vincent rarely said anything on his own initiative. Usually, it was Coffee Man who asked him questions. But this time he couldn't help but say, "We are in the upper hand now. As long as we don't lose our composure, the other side will have no chance." You're right. But if we can take advantage of this opportunity to cut off the dragon's head, the other side won't be able to stir up any more trouble, the Coffee Man said. But what if the other side is just trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain? I understand your worry. Let's put it this way. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Whether I can kill the guy on the other side or not, I will bring people back before dark. So I leave this place to you for the time being. The Coffee Man patted Vincent's shoulder. The latter was a little helpless. How many people do you want? Not too many. Just give me a group of people. Besides, there's that guy. He should be useful in the next battle. The Coffee Man pointed at Abu, who was shrinking his neck behind Vincent and pretending not to exist. For some reason, the latter had changed his behavior since the night before. He never talked back or made sarcastic remarks to the Coffee Man. Instead, he looked at him with a hint of fear. It was the first time that Vincent saw such a look in Abu's eyes. He really wanted to know what happened between the two. But since Abu didn't tell him, he didn't ask. Abu's face changed when he was called. But he finally followed the Coffee Man obediently. Don't be sad. You may be able to see something rare in your life through this opportunity. You should be happy. Then the Coffee Man looked at the technical director on the other side. Keep an eye on the 3 baits on the list and see where they will go. Yes. The technical director hurried away after receiving the order. The party has started. Let's get ready to go. Don't let the host wait too long. The Coffee Man clapped his hands. Chapter 436 Pursuit. As the plane landed, the 3 people on the list walked out of the airport, and the drama between Edward and Black Nest finally kicked off. The Black Nest's people immediately locked onto the 3 people and hacked into all the electronic devices on the target. At the same time, the Coffee Man, Abu and 2 elite action teams followed closely behind them. On the other side, although Vincent was dissatisfied with the Coffee Man's decision to act without authorization, even though he knew it was a bait, he could only try to make up for the impact of this incident and readjust the remaining manpower and arrangements. However, these were issues that the Ponytail Man and the little boy had to consider. Before that, the battle between players had already begun. However, it is somewhat ironic that the Black Nest camp, which obviously has the advantage in numbers, has only 1 player left. Coffee Man. Many people don't understand one truth. No matter how much garbage is added together, it is just a garbage dump. Coffee Man said so. Abu felt a little uncomfortable, especially when he and Coffee Man were the only 2 people in the car. He moved his head to the window and pretended to look at the scenery on the roadside. Of course, I'm not talking about you. You are still useful. The Coffee Man then added leisurely. Abu finally got angry. Kill me if you want. Is it so interesting to ridicule a small character like me every day? To be honest, It's quite interesting, the coffee man said with interest. Okay. To make up for the unpleasantness of you staying with me, I allow you to move freely from now on. Abu was a little surprised. I have studied your resume. You are a natural sniper. You are good at lurking in the dark and seizing opportunities. It is a waste of your talent to let you execute tactics in a rigid manner. Therefore, I will not give you any orders, the coffee man said. I hope you won't let me down. Aren't you afraid that I will just walk away? Abu raised his eyebrows. You are a smart man. I knew from the first time I saw you that you might not like me. But you will always choose to stand on the side of the winner. And I am a natural winner, the coffee man said confidently. Abu fell into silence. After a moment, he looked up and said, Did you deliberately give me a chance that night? What do you think? The coffee man did not answer, but asked back. I need a car. Then this car is yours from now on. 25 minutes later, the Black Nest convoy arrived in front of the Toulouse Town Hall Square, which is almost the most central area of Toulouse and one of the most visited tourist attractions. The technician reported to the coffee man. The three people have been here for a while, but no one has left, and their mobile phone signals have disappeared. Interesting. Are they worried about the snipers on our side? And deliberately chose the place with the most people. The coffee man looked at the various people in the square. In addition to tourists, there were also second-hand goods trading stalls and various performances. Let's use the drone to scan this area. Okay. The technician paused. But it may not be convenient for the drone to enter the city hall. It doesn't matter. I will lead the search in person. The coffee man called a team of people. Considering the impact, they only brought a pistol hidden on their waists. The coffee man led the team at the front and showed the special police permit to the security guard at the door. The group walked into the city hall. The town hall in Toulouse was built in 1190. But only the gate and courtyard of Henry IV are preserved from the medieval buildings. Now most of the buildings are built after 1750. The golden corridors and the huge painted ceilings make its interior look magnificent. However, the coffee man is not here for sightseeing. The 11 people are scattered and stand in a row, searching in a dragnet manner. Even a mouse cannot escape this way. In addition, the drones in the square have completely covered the area. And it was indeed so. Not long after, the 11 people found their target in the crowd. But just as the coffee man was about to walk towards them, one of them suddenly shouted, stepped over the warning sign, and rushed to a painting next to him. The tourists burst into exclamations, and saw that the madman suddenly threw the drink in his hand at the painting, and at the same time his other two companions took off their pants. But before they could do anything more outrageous, they were suppressed by the security guard. The coffee man looked at the three psychopaths, who were making trouble in the city hall with a smile. You are too naive. Do you think you can save your life this way? Call the chief, and we will take these people on behalf of the police. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a group of reporters came up from nowhere, flashing their cameras and excitedly filming this rare news. The Black Nest operative took a step forward and stopped, turning his head to look at the coffee man with some embarrassment. At this time, the voice of the technical team came from the communicator. We found the Asian man suspected to be in the bar that night. The target is now on a bus. At the same time, the identities of the three people in front of him were also investigated. They were three new interns recruited by the newspaper. TSK. TSK. Are you forcing me to make a choice? The coffee man's voice did not change, but his eyes looked very scary at this time. The captain of the team did not want to offend at this time, but thinking of Vincent's instructions before leaving, he still said, if we take these three people in on behalf of the police at this time, those reporters will definitely chase us. Do I look like I can't even think of such a thing? The coffee man said lightly. But then, he didn't insist on the previous order, and said, follow the guy closely. Don't let him run away again. Wait until the problem over there is solved. And then we will go to the police station to pick him up. Got it. The team leader breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately ordered the team to return to the car. The two drones on the other side had already caught up with the bus. And when the coffee man got on the bus, the Black Nest convoy went straight after the bus. With Zero's planning, the Black Nest team chose the fastest route, and the traffic lights on the roadside also cooperated with their actions. The distance between the two sides was quickly shortened. However, as the bus stopped at the next stop, the people on it also entered the subway entrance as soon as possible. Coffee Man was a step late, but now Zero was online, and could quietly turn all the mobile phones in the city into monitoring devices. He quickly locked onto the subway where the target was. The two sides chased and fled, and unknowingly left the city. Chapter 437 Death Scythe. The blue Renault finally stopped outside an old manor on the outskirts of the city. The data showed that the former owner of the manor was a seed wholesaler. After bankruptcy, his wife and children left him, and the manor was taken back by the bank. He committed suicide in the living room out of desperation. As a result, the bank could not sell the manor anymore, so it had to remain idle, with no one to take care of it. The weeds outside the yard quickly grew, but the irises planted by the merchant before were also blooming well. The coffee man got out of the car and looked up at the sky. At some point, the sky above his head also became gloomy, and it looked like it would rain heavily soon. The coffee man closed the car door and looked around. Is this the place? It's quite suitable as the final farewell place. He took the bulletproof vest from the back seat and put it on, then picked out a Remington M870 shotgun and 3 grenades from the trunk, and said, "Let's give a gift to the friends inside first." After he finished speaking, the action team dragged 2 heavy machine guns from the last truck and set them up on the grass outside the manor. Then they began to fire indiscriminately, with bullets pouring out of the gun barrels, tearing the glass, the door, and everything that could be torn apart in front of them. This lasted for 5 minutes until everything in front of them became riddled with holes, and the bullets in the magazine were exhausted. The coffee man threw 2 more grenades in, and then took off the earplugs in his ears. "It looks much better now. Get ready to go in." Upon hearing this, the action team behind him immediately raised their assault rifles, bent down, broke through the door that had already been shaky, and rushed into the house. The inside was already a mess. The valuable furniture had been moved away, and now the remaining things were broken in the rain of bullets. The walls were blackened by grenades. The action team searched room by room, but found nothing. The captain frowned. "It doesn't make sense. Our drone saw him get into this building and didn't leave. The coffee man walked at the end with a shotgun. That means there is still space in this building that we haven't discovered yet." The captain's expression changed slightly when he heard this. The part on the ground was just there, and it was almost impossible to make a fuss about the space. The only thing left was the underground part. He asked the team to search in different places, and soon found a hidden tunnel entrance behind the fireplace. However, an accident occurred when opening the entrance. Someone had placed a small mechanism inside, and when the door was opened, a crossbow arrow happened to be shot out and hit the cheek of an unlucky guy. The latter fell down, and the rest of the people became nervous. The captain quickly sent a second person to explore the way. With the help of the lighting stick, he could see the situation below. This was a small wine cellar, which should have been built by the businessman before the business went bankrupt, and was used to store wines from all over the world. The person below was reporting the situation. Just when he was a little distracted, a black shadow suddenly flashed out from behind the wine rack. After a few gunshots, another person from the black nest was killed. But at this time, other people also rushed down, and gunshots rang out immediately. However, when the remaining people came to the wine rack, there was no one there again. The coffee man made a gesture, and the 2 of them went into the tunnel in front of him. The next moment, the annoying gunshots rang out again, and the people in the tunnel were also trying to fight back. However, after several rounds of shooting, 1 person died and 1 was injured on the black nest side. However, in just a short moment, the black nest side lost 4 people, and paid such a painful price without even seeing the shadow of the opponent, which made the captain a little annoyed. The coffee man still looked indifferent, as if he didn't care about his own casualties at all. He threw a lighting stick into the tunnel and asked, "Did the drone above find anything?" "No. Didn't see if there are any other buildings in this manor. There is a warehouse, and the direction is exactly the same as this tunnel," the captain said after checking. The coffee man said, "Leave 2 people to guard the cave entrance, and the rest of you will go to the warehouse with me." The Black Nest team had been well trained by Vincent in terms of obedience. Upon hearing this, they immediately split into 2 teams. The coffee man led the 4 people behind him out of the door and walked towards the warehouse in the northwest direction. As a result, they were attacked again after only a few steps. The coffee man was not surprised but happy, because this meant that their previous inference was correct. And this time, the opponent had no room for detours, which could be felt from the firepower. The opponent's attack was particularly fierce, and it seemed that they were going to make a desperate attempt. The coffee man had to find cover with the 4 people behind him. On the other side, Abu, who was acting alone, was walking through a small forest. He arrived earlier than the coffee man and others, witnessed the battle below, and heard the communication in the channel, but remained silent. The coffee man's judgment of him was correct. Compared with frontal combat, he really preferred this state of free mobility. He was not a defensive sniper, but preferred offense, especially one-shot kill. The prey he targeted often didn't know where the bullet came from until the last moment before death. This was also the principle that Abu followed. The real god of death always came quietly. You couldn't see his face or hear his footsteps. Abu just glanced at the warehouse and outlined several suitable sniping points in his mind. When the 2 parties were fighting below, he also went around to one side of the warehouse and came to one of the sniping points. He set up his weapon and could see the window on the south side of the warehouse and the target under the window through the scope. The weather was not very good because of the dark clouds above. The light was darker than usual, and the humidity was also higher. But for an ace sniper of his level, these were not a big problem. The 1.7 kilometers distance seemed to be right in front of him. The only trouble was the heavy rain that was about to fall. But fortunately, the speed of raindrops falling from the sky was far slower than the speed of bullets flying in the air. Abu adjusted the crosshairs, and now there was nothing that could stop the Grim Reaper from swinging his scythe. "You are unlucky to meet me," Abu muttered, and gently pulled the trigger. After a gunshot, the target in the warehouse fell to the ground as expected. Abu exhaled, and the annoyance caused by the coffee man in his chest finally subsided. What happened 3 days ago was like a nightmare that kept haunting him. He never thought that there was such a terrifying demon in the world. Anyway, you will definitely not be able to beat that demon. So I will just do a good deed and send you to see God. Abu put away his gun, lifted the call restriction, and said, "It's done." The coffee man and others below also came out from behind the bunker after hearing this. "What? I thought he was such a powerful and tough guy. But he died like this." As if to refute the coffee man's complaint. The next moment, gunshots suddenly rang out in the warehouse again. Caught off guard, at least 3 people on the Black Nest side were shot, and the coffee man was also shot in the leg, causing him to fall directly to the ground. Abu was shocked when he saw this, and put his eyes to the scope again, and he saw a scene that made him unbelievable. The corpse that had fallen before had climbed up again without knowing when, and was still shooting wildly. Chapter 438 Sniper. How is this possible? Abu has always been very confident in his shooting skills. He never thought that he would miss twice in just 3 days. This even made his proud heart waver a little. But he soon calmed down and realized the problem. Glass. He had felt that something was not harmonious before. The glass of the warehouse was too clean. It was obviously not in line with the environment around this dilapidated manor. It should be newly replaced. The refractive index of these glasses is much higher than that of ordinary glass. Therefore, his previous shot could not hit the target at all. Instead, the other party took advantage of this opportunity to fake his death and set up an ambush. But that guy's luck ended there, since he had already discovered the problem. It was impossible for an excellent sniper to fall into the same trap twice. Abu immediately fell to the ground again, calculated the refractive index of the glass from the previous bullet hole, and adjusted the new trajectory. However, the next moment, the sniper's sixth sense saved his life. The moment the warning sign rose, he decisively gave up the next attack and rolled over with the sniper rifle in his hand. Almost at the same time, the place where he was lying was hit by a bullet, and the splashed mud fell on his face. If he had not moved before, then what was splashed now would probably be his brain. Abu did not dare to neglect it. Based on this shot, he roughly judged the opponent's position. He turned over several times and hid behind a small tree. It smelled like the same kind. And like him, the opponent was obviously a master. Just because the opponent could find out his position so quickly from his previous shot, he knew that he was an experienced old sniper. Abu was not panicked, but the blood in his chest became hot again. As long as it is not a demon but a human, there is nothing to be afraid of, especially in sniping, the field he is most proud of. Abu does not think there is anyone in the world who is stronger than him. Since he played games before, people have repeatedly marveled at his talent. Those reactions and operations that others can't do at all are as simple as eating and drinking water for him. He doesn't need much training. He can get the most heads almost every time. The only trouble is that every time he plays for a short time, someone reports him for cheating, and the operator often mistakenly blocks his account. This may be the only way for ordinary players to defeat him. However, this kind of thing completely disappeared when he held the sniper rifle. There is no such thing as account suspension in the real world. So he naturally became unstoppable. He has never been afraid of sniping. Abu closed his eyes and pricked up his ears, quickly capturing and filtering those valuable sounds from the noise of nature. From the opponent's previous angle, it was impossible to snipe to his current position. So if the opponent wanted to launch an attack again, he needed to move. And as long as it moves, it will make a sound. This sound is no different from the rustling sound of wind blowing through leaves and grass to ordinary people. But Abu's unparalleled ears can distinguish the almost imperceptible difference. From the previous shot, Abu can judge that the opponent is not too far away from him. So as long as the opponent starts to move, he can get the opponent's exact position. And Abu firmly believes that the opponent will definitely move. This is not because his patience is better than that of the opponent, but a scientific judgment based on the situation in the manner below. Although the guy in the warehouse succeeded in the sneak attack and killed 3 more people, there are still 2 people on the Black Nest side fighting back. In addition, the coffee man who was shot in the calf was also cursing in full force. Also, don't forget that there are 2 new recruits in the wine cellar. They are also rushing here after hearing the situation from the communicator. Therefore, the people in the warehouse are still at a disadvantage. So far, he has played all his cards. Once the Black Nest gets serious, he will become very dangerous. At this time, Abu has basically figured out the opponent's arrangement, while he was thinking about how to kill the guy in the warehouse. The opponent was obviously thinking about how to kill him. No one likes to let a sniper who appears and disappears everywhere outside. That's why the people in the warehouse are in a bad situation. But his companion, the sniper, remained silent. The opponent didn't choose this place for a decisive battle randomly. The terrain of the warehouse and the high refractive glass were all prepared for him, trying to trick him into firing the first shot and exposing his position. Only by getting rid of him first can the mysterious sniper on the opposite side join the next battle. So Abu knew very well that he didn't need to worry at all now. And it was the guy on the opposite side who should be worried. And what he expected was right. After half a minute of silence, the other party took the first step. Abu picked up the sniper rifle in his hand, rolled out from behind the tree quickly, and fired a shot in one direction. Unfortunately, after all, he did not use the scope, and this shot did not hit the target. But Abu was not in a hurry, and hid behind another stone and waited for the other party to take action again. But the next moment, he frowned, because the rainstorm that had been brewing for a long time finally came, and it seemed to be quite heavy. This kind of rain would obviously affect the sniper's vision. But the good news is that this effect exists for both sides, so there is nothing unfair. On the contrary, Abu believes that he will perform better than other snipers in such bad weather. The guy on the opposite side should be more anxious now, Abu thought. The rain came very suddenly, and the guy must not have expected it. To a certain extent, this heavy rain even ruined his plan. Did this heavy rain ruin his plan? Zhang Heng didn't think so, because this heavy rain was in his expectation. Or more accurately, he used weather marbles to exchange for it. Abu was the most powerful sniper he had ever met except Simon. Zhang Heng's shooting skills reached level 2 in the Mannerheim dungeon. And as Zhang Heng teacher, Simon's shooting skills had obviously reached the level of level 3. And Zhang Heng estimated that it was still in the second half of level 3. As for Abu, although he was not as strong as Simon, he was very likely to have reached level 3. Of course, the duel between snipers is not entirely determined by the strength of skills, but also by strategies and environmental factors. Abu was not wrong. Zhang Heng had always been concerned about him, and this battle was chosen here to kill him first. Unfortunately, Zhang Heng's first shot, which was the most likely to be fired, was miraculously dodged by Abu. However, Zhang Heng was not too anxious. He waited patiently for the rainstorm to fall, and his vision became blurred. Then he took out the filter lens from his pocket. Chapter 439. You win. I don't lose name. Filter lens. Quality, D. Function. The field of vision within a range of 300 meters is not affected by factors including light, natural environment, etc. The distance between Zhang Heng and Abu is about 270 meters now, just within the range of filter lens. After equipping this D-level item, with him as the center, the rainstorm within 300 meters nearby seemed to disappear in his field of vision, and the light was also compensated. On the other side, Abu was indeed troubled by the rain at the moment. He could only prick up his ears desperately and search for the target by hearing. Abu's mind was highly concentrated. His right ear moved slightly, and the next moment he suddenly rolled out from behind the stone, leaned over, raised his gun, pulled the trigger in one direction, and then quickly hid in the next bunker regardless of the result. This whole set of continuous actions took less than 2 seconds, enough to make any colleague in the world ashamed. However, at the moment he climbed up, his waist suddenly hurt. Abu's eyes widened. The look of doubt on his face even overshadowed the pain. And then his knees softened, and he fell to the muddy ground. His brain told Abu that he was in a dangerous situation, and should get up as soon as possible and move to a safe place. But the reality was extremely cruel. He had no feeling in his whole body, and couldn't even move a finger. No one knew the power of sniper rifles better than Abu. A sniper. He once used a sniper rifle to hit a target's forehead 2 kilometers away, and the latter's head exploded like a watermelon. Now he didn't need to lower his head to know how bad the injury on his waist was. The shot from the opposite side not only blasted a fist-sized blood hole in his body, but also damaged his lumbar spine. In other words, he was already on the death list at this moment. Zhang Heng was not in a hurry, and first picked up the backpack thrown aside as bait. There was almost no time to aim, but Abu's shot still accurately hit the backpack in the bushes, and the Lego blocks inside exploded all over the ground. Such shooting skills can only be described as magical skills. Even as an opponent, Zhang Heng had to pay his utmost respect. So after he packed his backpack, he walked to Abu's side to bid him farewell. Abu's blood loss was fast and fierce, and he fell into a daze in a short while. In his dying moments, his eyes were still full of unwillingness. However, in the last moments of his life, he could do nothing but recall the previous duel over and over again. He confirmed that he had done everything he could and had not made any mistakes. But the final result seemed so ironic. At this moment, he collapsed in the mud, like a defeated dog. Although Abu couldn't speak, Zhang Heng knew what he wanted to ask. So he reached out and took out the filter lens from his pocket and shook it in front of his eyes. Abu's originally gray eyes suddenly burst into a surprising look, and he seemed to have regained the confidence of the top sniper. Miraculously, he opened his mouth again and said in a weak voice, You won. I didn't lose? Yeah. Zhang Heng nodded. After getting this answer, Abu's satisfied expression was forever fixed on his pale face. And Zhang Heng received the victory of this battle and 20 game points. The sniper duel here has been decided, and the battle near the warehouse on the other side has entered a white-hot stage. With the arrival of the 2 people in the wine cellar, the Black Nest has completely taken the advantage in firepower. At the same time, the 2 drones also flew to the glass window to act as eyes. So the people in the warehouse became more and more embarrassed, and they didn't even have time to breathe. They were beaten so hard that they couldn't raise their heads at all. Seeing that the enemy outside was about to rush in, the man with earrings could only yell at the other end of the communicator. Are you done yet? If you don't come, you have to collect the bodies. This time, the other side was no longer silent. Already in position, Zhang Heng said. At the same time, he pulled the trigger, and the man running in the front suddenly flew up. He had already raised the rifle in his hand, and was almost face to face with the man with earrings in the warehouse. But he never had the chance to fire a bullet. Zhang Heng in the woods had already completely entered sniper mode. He hardly needed any adjustments, and quickly turned the gun head to find the next target. With the second shot, the latter's leg bone suddenly exploded, and the whole person rolled on the ground in pain. The scene became a little inappropriate for children. This shot was a mistake for Zhang Heng. After all, the effective range of filter lens was only 300 meters, but the warehouse was obviously beyond this distance, so he couldn't shoot wherever he pointed. But this accuracy is actually enough. Zhang Heng fired 8 shots in total, 2 of which missed, and the remaining 6 hit the target, including the coffee man, all of whom fell to the ground. The fight was completely over when the earring man was still complaining that he would never be a bait again. He leaned out, and the world had become quiet again, except for some faint groans. Zhang Heng then shot down 2 drones that wanted to escape, finally put away the sniper rifle, and stood up and walked down the slope. "Have you received a system notification?" asked the man with earrings. I mean, are there any players from the opposing camp among these people?" The man with earrings also walked out of the warehouse, still holding the pistol in his hand, and used his toes to probe the corpses one by one, finishing off the guys who were still breathing. "No," Zhang Heng said. This was also what surprised him. In terms of armed forces, Black Nest was undoubtedly in the upper hand. Since the opponent accepted the letter of challenge, there must be players behind it. In theory, there should be players in this battle. Zhang Heng, the player of the opposing camp, had seen a red-dressed woman who was quite powerful, but after the battle in the parking lot, he didn't know whether she was alive or dead. As for the remaining players, Zhang Heng was not too sure. The coffee man looked like the leader of this group of people, but when he was shot and fell, Zhang Heng did not receive any system prompts. Are the players of the opposing camp so cowardly that they want to kill us with the power of the Black Nest alone? The man with earrings frowned. He had almost checked all the bodies on the ground, and only the coffee man was left at the last position. The latter performed a little bit poorly in the previous battle. He kept shouting for his men to charge, but he was shrinking back, especially when Zhang Heng sniped the person in the front. He even turned around and ran away, but this action only made him live half a minute longer. Chapter 440, End of the Small Talk. The man with earrings had checked the surroundings, but when he came to the last corpse, he suddenly stopped and became alert, because there were bullet holes on the clothes of the corpse, but there was no blood on it. The man with earrings fired 3 shots at the head of the corpse without hesitation. However, the next moment, something unbelievable happened to him. He saw that the bullets hit the target one by one, but only left a light red mark on it, and then the deformed shell was bounced to the ground. Alas, it's no fun if you do this. The coffee man sighed, sat up from the ground, adjusted his hair that was pressed down, and said in Chinese, "You didn't even give me a chance to scare me." The earring man quickly calmed down after the initial shock. As a player, he has long been accustomed to various supernatural phenomena, especially players who have experienced more rounds of games, who have more or less 1 or 2 life-saving props on them. Just like he always jumped into the river when he was in danger before. The coffee man obviously had some props on him that could protect him from harm. The earring man did not hesitate and shot all the bullets in the magazine in one breath. Powerful items like this usually have a limited number of uses. The simplest way is to use up the opponent's number of uses, so that his defense will naturally not be able to be maintained. The coffee man was hit in the face by the rain of bullets and immediately grimaced. The whole person trembled like a sieve under the action of Newton's law of motion. "Wow! You are too rude. You won't even let me use a close attack?" When the bullet stopped, the coffee man showed a bright smile on his face. However, what greeted him was an empty pistol with no bullets. The earring man threw away the pistol and immediately rolled on the ground, picked up the rifle of a corpse next to him, and pointed it at the coffee man again, as if he knew what he was thinking. The latter said leisurely, "It's useless. Even if you shoot your fingers until they cramp, you can't kill me." B-level props? The earring man's face changed drastically. Apart from props above B-level, he couldn't imagine anything else that could have such a domineering duration. "I'm sorry. The answer is wrong. But I can't blame you. After all, the vision of ordinary players is only this level," the coffee man said, standing up from the ground and patting the mud on his body. "Your level is very average. I'm not very interested in you. In fact, I came here to find the guy who defeated Scarlet in the parking lot before." The coffee man paused. "The person ambushing in the woods must be him. I didn't expect his sniping level is also very good. He even defeated my sniper." The man with earrings snorted coldly. "Stop playing tricks. I've never killed any powerful guys." "Really? I haven't killed any powerful guys, because the most powerful player I've ever met is myself." The coffee man puffed out his chest, seeing that the man with earrings' eyes were still wandering around. He added considerately, "No need to look. I don't have any companions, except for one of my future teammates who decided to give up. The remaining 3 guys who were dragging us down have been dealt with in advance." The man with earrings was stunned when he heard this. "You killed the players in your own camp too. Was it for the items or points on them?" "Neither. I just don't like them." The man with coffee shrugged. "Antisocial personality? I caught a lot of guys like you when I was working before. The man with earrings said. Oh, I promise I can be much higher than them. The man with coffee snapped his fingers. Okay, enough chatting. I get rid of you first. And then go and test the quality of that guy. After saying that, he walked towards the man with earrings. The latter pulled the trigger again. The firepower of the assault rifle was much stronger than that of the pistol. However, just as the coffee man said, the bullets fell on him, and had almost no effect except tearing his clothes into pieces. He even took off his bulletproof vest, which seemed to be in his spare time. Damn! Seeing that the enemy had already walked in front of him, the man with earrings threw away the assault rifle in his hand and punched him directly. But the guy opposite him didn't even blink. The earring man hit his right cheek with a punch. But this time, there was not even a mark left. The earring man felt like he had punched an armored vehicle. But his fingers hurt, and his bones seemed to be broken. The coffee man's head tilted to the left, but soon returned to its original position, blinked his eyes, and smiled. Is it my turn? He grabbed the earring man's collar and hit his forehead directly. The latter staggered, bleeding from the blow, his body unbalanced, and his whole body was spinning. Stop it. I've just started. The coffee man threw another left hook, directly at his opponent. But the earring man, who was about to lose his balance, miraculously dodged the blow the next moment, stretched out his arms, hugged the coffee man tightly, and then they both fell to the ground. At the moment of falling, the earring man changed his movements again, grabbing the opponent's arm with one hand, and grabbing his own wrist with the other hand to fix it, using a judoka kimura lock. Interesting. You want to control me this way after realizing that you can't break my defense? The coffee man was not angry when he was controlled, but showed a hint of appreciation. The best way to deal with a kimura lock is not to let the opponent complete the action completely, because the completed kimura lock is almost unbreakable. Of course, there is an exception. That is, like the coffee man now, the strength is incredible, and he can only use one hand to force the two arms of the man with earrings apart. The face of the man behind him is flushed, but he still can't stop the coffee man from escaping. The latter's strength has exceeded the limit of human beings. The earring man's chin was hit right on the head, and he slid half a meter away and fainted at the same time. However, the coffee man did not intend to stop, and walked over and rode on the former, punching him one after another. The earring man was like a broken sandbag, and I don't know how many ribs were broken under the series of heavy blows. It was not until half a minute later that the coffee man stopped and said to the earring man, who was no longer in human form on the ground, "Do you have anything else to say? If not, get ready to go." After saying that, he raised his fist again and used all his strength to hit the earring man's trachea. But the next moment his fist passed through the man's body and hit the ground. The coffee man let out a light exclamation, and saw the earring man's body turned into a pool of water and scattered, and then gathered again 2 meters away to become a water giant. Chapter 441 Invincible Body. It seems that you have a good item on you. Is the trigger condition water? How did you predict this rainstorm? The weather forecast said it would be sunny today. The coffee man stood up from the ground and shook his wrist. But it doesn't matter. You don't have to answer me. I'm not interested in the answer anyway. As long as I kill you, these questions will no longer matter. However, before he could make a move, the water giant had already attacked. Next, a savage and primitive fight broke out between the two monsters, who could not kill each other. Neither side used weapons, only fists to fight, and neither of them was injured or tired. However, this evenly matched situation lasted for less than 60 seconds, and then the water giant's body began to fluctuate. Yo, your plugin seems to need to be renewed, but mine is still strong. You may not believe it. I can fight like this for a whole day. The coffee man spoke. Before he finished speaking, the water giant had separated from him and quickly retreated 5 meters away, where the water flow dispersed and the earring man reappeared. He breathed heavily and looked at the coffee man with horror. How could this be possible? The guy on the other side was too strong. It was impossible to win against such an opponent. The earring man finally understood what the guy on the other side meant when he said that he had never met a strong opponent. With his terrifying defense and incredible strength, he can easily defeat most dungeons. It's like a predator standing at the top of the food chain, with no natural enemies. The earring man couldn't imagine what else could kill him. An atomic bomb? But if an atomic bomb was really dropped, Toulouse would be gone. I like the expression on your face now, the coffee man said. Although I have seen it on many people, I must admit that it is still fascinating. Thank you for warming me up. But next we should finish what we didn't do before. After saying that, he took another step and walked towards the man with earrings. The latter's face changed several times, but at this time, he really had no other choice. He was facing a monster that could not be killed by bullets, could not be locked by the Kimura lock, had abnormal strength, and was never tired. And his biggest trump card had already been played. The man with earrings looked at the pearl in his hand. It had lost all its luster, which meant that this sea-level item had reached its limit of use and could no longer be effective. The man with earrings did have another item on him, but it was not a combat type and was of no use at this time. In addition, his physical strength was at the bottom, and he was covered with wounds. He looked like he was at the end of his rope. Don't be too depressed. You are already a good opponent among the opponents I have met. You could almost be ranked in the top 10, the coffee man said. You are just unlucky to meet me. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and was about to strangle the earring man's neck. But the next moment, a sniper bullet accurately hit his eyeball. The coffee man only had time to shout hack before his head suddenly tilted back and fell to the ground. Do you always arrive at the last moment, brother? The man with earrings turned his head and looked at the figure walking in the rain and almost cried. I can't help it. We are far away from each other. I came very quickly. John Hung replied. You are so poisonous. I have been undercover for 8 years, and the total risk is not as much as being your bait twice. The man with earrings complained in tears in the heavy rain. As the two were talking, they saw the corpse on the ground, but it started moving again. Are you kidding me? You're coming again? The earring man widened his eyes. I was so scared. I thought I was going to die just now. The coffee man patted his chest and sat up from the ground, looking frightened. TSK, 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 TSK. I tried to catch bullets with my chest, my eyebrows, and even my anus. But catching a bullet with my cornea is the first time in my life. Are you really still human? Are you sure it's not a monster in human skin? The earring man said in a lost voice. Well, I'm actually quite curious myself. The coffee man grinned. And after saying this, he moved his eyes to John Hung. Ah, you are the one who defeated Scarlet. I have heard of your name for a long time. The main purpose of my coming this time is to meet you, and then heal you. John Hung just stood quietly in the rain, and didn't say anything after hearing this. Sorry, this is not a personal grudge. Although I am indeed pursuing that woman and promise to help her score this time, I am indeed also addicted to duels with various masters. The coffee man pointed a finger at John Hung. I want to see the same expression on you. So next, I have to trouble you to struggle as hard as you can, and then witness my invincibility in despair. After listening to the coffee man's arrogant words, John Hung finally spoke. Styx? The coffee man's pupil shrank suddenly when he heard this name. But then he laughed again. Yes, I didn't make a mistake. You are indeed not an ordinary player. It's a pity that you are destined to not be able to participate in the subsequent proxy war. Styx? What is Styx? The earring man on the other side was confused. Styx is a goddess who lives in the underworld and controls the Styx River in ancient Greek mythology. Some people also call her the Oath and the goddess of hatred. John Hung explained that he had read all the information he could collect about ancient Greek mythology in order to study Kronos, the god of time. The state of the coffee man made him think of a certain possibility, and now the other party's reaction undoubtedly confirmed his guess. In ancient Greek mythology, mortals will enter the underworld if they step into the Styx River, which is ruled by Styx. Gods will lose their divinity if they cross this river, and demigods can become invulnerable by soaking in the river. But this will leave a fatal weakness on their bodies. Wait, why does the plot you mentioned sound familiar to me? Has anyone ever soaked in this river? The man with earrings frowned. Achilles, the son of the sea goddess Thetis and the hero Peleus, is a legendary hero in the Trojan War. His mother dipped him into the Styx River when he was still a baby. John Hung threw away the sniper rifle in his hand and took off the longbow behind him. You are right. I am Styx's agent, and in a sense I can be considered a demigod, the coffee man admitted neatly. Styx took me to the Styx, so now I am invincible. As for the weaknesses recorded in the myth, believe me, you can't find them even if I give you a day. However, he didn't expect that John Hung on the opposite side had a strange look on his face when he heard it. I actually don't want to believe in the existence of fate. But this time I met you. I'm afraid I have to make an exception, Zhang Heng said, and pulled out the arrow of Paris from the quiver again. Chapter 442 Replicating Destiny. Achilles was not only the strongest hero on the Greek side, but also the strongest hero in the entire Trojan War. He was invincible on the battlefield and unstoppable. He killed Hector, the first warrior of Troy, and the originally stalemate war began to tilt towards the Greek side. However, such a powerful demigod hero, who could influence the situation of the war by himself, eventually died at the hands of Hector's brother Paris because of blasphemy against Apollo, the god of the sun. The arrow shot by the latter, under the guidance of Apollo, accurately hit Achilles' ankle, which was also the only weak point on Achilles' body. And this arrow is now in Zhang Heng's hand. Arrow of Paris. Quality D. Function: hit the target's weak point after it leaves the string. Although this arrow has appeared in the previous rounds of the game, it has not played a big role. On the contrary, it played a good role when dealing with Zavirza, the monster that can melt walls, considering that it is actually one of the most inconvenient props to carry. Zhang Heng even thought about whether to leave it in the real world. But now, he should be glad that he didn't make such a decision. Zhang Heng opened his bow. The coffee man laughed when he saw this. Are you trying to replicate the result of the battle 3,000 years ago? Unfortunately, I am not Achilles. And you are not Paris. You want to shoot my heel? How about I expose it for you to shoot? The coffee man said, as he lowered his head and rolled up his trouser legs. This guy is a little too arrogant. When I think that I will die in the hands of such an arrogant guy, I feel even worse. The earring man also smiled bitterly at this time. He also didn't think Zhang Heng had the ability to hit the coffee man's weakness. At this point, the situation was very clear, and it was a dead end for them. If things were really as Zhang Heng said, the coffee man's almost invincible state was brought about by soaking in the sticks. Then it meant that he was almost impossible to be killed. This buff that worked every moment without the help of any props was like putting on a 27-layer protective steel coat for him. The man with earrings even suspected that even if he threw an atomic bomb now, he couldn't kill this monster. Is it really okay to let such a cheating guy exist in the game? The coffee man stretched out his hands, raised them to the sky, and said confidently, "Come on. I can give you 3 chances." However, before he finished speaking, Zhang Heng had already released the bowstring, and the arrow of Paris flew out, bringing a gust of wind. But in the end it brushed past the coffee man's ear. Did he miss? The man with earrings widened his eyes. He didn't expect Zhang Heng to hit the opponent's weakness with this arrow. But it was a bit too much to miss. After all, the distance between the two sides was not too far, so it should be possible to hit the target. Just when the man with earrings was feeling complicated and wanted to show me this, he saw that the arrow suddenly changed its flight trajectory without any external interference. And it was a big turn of more than 180 degrees. The smile on the coffee man's face grew bigger and bigger. In his opinion, Zhang Heng's low-level mistake meant that his mind was already in chaos, and his target was gradually losing the will to fight. However, the next moment, the smile on his face was frozen there forever. Behind his head, where he couldn't see it, the arrow of Paris that had returned accurately hit the little finger of his left hand. As unstoppable as ever. The torrent of fate was unstoppable. No need. 1 arrow is enough, Zhang Heng said calmly. The coffee man's body shook. Obviously, compared with the previous attack, the attack he received was not that serious. After all, he had even caught a sniper bullet on his cornea. It was just a fingernail, and it was gone. This kind of thing that would only hurt a little for ordinary people would not have any serious impact on a monster that was almost unkillable. However, it was just such an inconspicuous little fingernail. As it shattered, the coffee man's breathing stopped. It was like someone took out the battery from an electronic clock, or a fully wound toy got stuck. Then, he fell face down on the muddy ground in this position. What the hell? Do you want to play dead again? Given someone's bad criminal record, the man with earrings was a little suspicious. But the next moment, he saw Zhang Heng put away the longbow in his hand and walk to the corpse not far away. Hey, be careful. This guy likes to pretend to be dead to scare people, the man with earrings reminded. Don't worry. I can assure you that he is really dead this time. Zhang Heng squatted down and turned over the body of the coffee man. How can you be sure of this? The man with earrings stared at the body not far away nervously. Because I received a system prompt. John Hung was a little surprised. According to what the coffee man said before, he killed 3 players in the same camp. Logically, the game props of those players should be on him now. But for some reason, John Hung only found a pair of copper rings on him. The specific function will be known after identification. There are no other game props besides this. Wait, you said he's dead? The man with the earrings suspected that something was wrong with his ears. He couldn't believe that the humanoid weapon that was still alive and kicking a few minutes ago and beat him to a pulp without any chance of fighting back was killed inexplicably. I told you. He is indeed dead and can't be deader. After touching the corpse, John Hung picked up the arrow of Paris that had done a great job this time. So his weakness is on his little finger? The man with the earrings came to his senses and was furious. This is too damn insidious. You can hide your little finger by just making a fist. No wonder I was beaten unilaterally when I fought him. And when he told you to shoot 3 arrows, he deliberately raised his hand arrogantly. This action was to leave the fingernail behind you. But by the way, how did you guess where his weakness was? And what about your arrow that can bend? You know the rules of getting along between players. Have I asked you about the water giant? It's okay to tell you. My water giant status is because of a sea level item. The triggering condition requires a considerable amount of water. River water. Rain water. It's alright. But I just used up the last use. The earring man sighed and looked at the pearl in his hand that had died. How are your injuries? Can you still get up? John Hung asked. I can't die. But I can't move anymore. So I can't help you with the rest. Just find a place to hide me. This dungeon will be over in 4 days anyway. The man with earrings grinned. If you can pass it this time, I owe you one. Well, you can take your time to recover. And leave it to me. John Hung nodded. Chapter 443. Are you in a hurry? Just a quarter of an hour ago, Vincent completely lost contact with the coffee man. The last picture sent back by the drone was that the coffee man's men were sniped by an unknown sniper. And the last 2 drones were shot down. The technicians of the Black Nest looked at each other. And no one spoke for a long time. Only Vincent remained expressionless. Do your job well? Don't make me repeat it a second time. Finally, it was Vincent's voice that broke the silence. Hearing this, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Before the coffee man took over, Vincent had been directing the Black Nest's operations. His words also helped others regain their focus, gather their minds, and return to the work at hand. The previous shock and panic were also diluted a lot. However, Vincent himself was not as calm as he appeared on the surface. In fact, he was almost unable to suppress his anger. Although he was dissatisfied with the coffee man's neurotic behavior of stepping on the trap even though he knew it was a trap, he did not hold back when the latter made a decision. On the contrary, he sent a team with the strongest comprehensive quality to command the other party. And Abu, who had the best sniper skills, accompanied them. As a result, he didn't expect that the coffee man would perform so badly. With such a luxurious lineup, he lost more easily than anyone else. Vincent couldn't help but suspect that the coffee man was deliberately trying to trick him. And the death of the coffee man didn't matter. It was equivalent to disrupting all his previous arrangements. There was no problem with the technical staff, but the operation seemed to be a bit stretched. Vincent had no choice but to put on his armor again and took out his bulletproof vest and his favorite M17. Black Nest has an absolute advantage in armed forces, but as a defender, it also has its own disadvantages. Vincent didn't know what kind of transportation Edward was waiting for to arrive in Toulouse, so he could only disperse his people in various places including airports, stations and highways, while he was in charge and waited for the opportunity to act. In addition, he relied on Zero's powerful monitoring capabilities, hoping to find the target in the vast crowd. Louis is the ace reporter of Le Monde, famous for his ability to dig out scandals in the government and business circles. Strauss-Kahn, the former French president of the International Monetary Fund, was forced to resign because of his exposure of a sex scandal. In addition, he also exposed the fact that the wife of former Prime Minister François was taking a salary without working. Some time ago, he was busy tracking the use of aid funds by a large welfare organization. Louis received a secret tip that this welfare organization was suspected of high-priced purchases and financial fraud, and a large part of the donations received flowed into the pockets of the chairman and vice chairman. However, during this period, Louis received a strange email. The sender said that he had explosive information, but refused to disclose the content. At first, Lewis did not take this email seriously, because with his reputation in the news industry, he would receive many similar emails every day, but most of the senders so-called big things. In fact, they were just in trouble. Lewis sympathized with their experience, but he was not Batman and could not do justice for everyone. Compared with the difficulties faced by individuals, Lewis still hoped to focus his limited attention on the truly important things with far-reaching impact. But soon, he smelled a hint of something unusual. The mysterious sender seemed to know his thoughts and sent him another email. And the recipient of this email was no longer his public email on the internet, but another secret email he used to contact several special whistleblowers. This email finally caught Lewis's attention. His sixth sense as a reporter told him that this time a big fish might have been caught. Then the two exchanged keys and began to communicate through encrypted emails. Lewis's premonition was fulfilled again. The more he learned, the more shocked he was. At the same time, he also realized the danger contained in this matter. The power of the Black Nest is not just a multinational group or a few consortiums. Their tentacles are all over the political and business circles. Once CDOs is successfully launched, they can even easily control the whole of Europe. Lewis immediately put down his work and arranged a meeting time and place with Edward. He brought a cameraman, and also went with him to interview a moderator of a large online forum and a well-known documentary director. The entire interview team had 6 people. They agreed to set off together from Paris and fly to Toulouse. When they landed, everyone's legs were numb with nervousness. Before that, they had learned about the experience of the newspaper's advance team. The 3 interns who served as bait had completed their mission very well, so it was up to them. Lewis looked at Pierre, who was sitting next to him. The latter was his old partner, the photographer, who could help him complete the shooting no matter how dangerous the situation was. "Are you ready, Pierre?" The lights on the runway outside the window had already been turned on. Pierre didn't say anything, but just nodded and made an okay gesture. Before Lewis became famous, he had worked as a war correspondent in Iraq for a period of time. He also met Pierre there. Since the two had survived the Gulf War, there was no reason why they couldn't survive this investigation. "Let's get started." As the plane came to a stop, the flight attendants began to remind the passengers to take their luggage with them, and the adventure of the 6 people began. Airports generally use dual power supplies, and may also have more than one backup power supply system, so power outages are very rare. But tonight, the terminal building of Blagnac Airport was indeed plunged into darkness. The airport was evacuating tourists while trying to find the cause of the power outage. The situation on the scene was a bit chaotic, and no one knew whose foot was stepped on. Vincent, who got the news, took action immediately, issuing instructions in an orderly manner while asking the driver to start the command car. But the next moment a strange voice came from his communicator. "Mr. Vincent, are you in a hurry?" Vincent frowned. "Are you the one who killed Abu and the others?" "Yes, that's right. In order to avoid a recurrence of the previous unpleasant scene, I strongly suggest that you stay where you are now," the voice on the other end of the communicator said. "What if I refuse?" The next moment, he was answered by a bullet, which directly blew up one of the tires of the MPV. "This is just a warning. If Mr. Vincent insists on his own way, the next bullet will probably fall on you," the voice said calmly. Chapter 444 Leaker. "Nice to meet you. Where should we start?" Edward faced the camera and adjusted his hair and collar. "Should we talk about CTOs first? Or Black Nest? Why don't you start by introducing yourself?" Lewis, who was sitting opposite, said. "Okay. Sorry. I haven't done a similar interview before, so I don't know the process in between." Edward paused. "My name is Benjamin Renault. I am the core developer of Black Nest CTOs. Before that, I studied in college for a year, but I dropped out soon. I have a dog named Pudding. Then I also developed 2 softwares with my friends and made a lot of money after selling them. The buyer was a technology subsidiary of Black Nest. Then they found me. It was from that time that I learned about the CTOs project. But the words they used when they recruited me at the beginning were completely different from the current situation." Just when Edward was being interviewed, the little boy walked onto the balcony and saw Zhang Hun watching the night view there. "Z contacted me. He has almost finished his work in Hong Kong. When Edward finishes the interview, he can fly directly to Hong Kong and stay there until the matter is exposed. He should not be in too much danger." "Yes." Zhang Hun nodded. I will send him to Hong Kong. As it concerns the success or failure of the main task, John Hung does not intend to be careless. It is still necessary to make this trip. After all, he has experienced so many dangers. If he fails at the last moment, it will be a lot of fun. Although in theory, when Lewis and others sent the completed interview back to the newspaper via encrypted email, He Chow actually had no reason to kill Edward. However, caution is John Hung's usual style of doing things, and the whereabouts of the red-dressed woman are still unknown. Although according to the coffee man, she gave up halfway. The little boy wanted to say something, but in the end, he just opened his mouth and said, "I wish you a safe journey." "You too," John Hung replied. After the little boy left, the person who came to the balcony this time was Leia. "I've said too many words of thanks, so I won't thank you again this time." As Leia spoke, she took out a USB flash drive from her pocket. "Here, this is what my brother asked me to give you. But to be honest, I don't know what's inside." John Hung took the USB flash drive and raised his eyebrows, because the next moment he heard the system prompt. Game prop USB flash drive found, unidentified. In addition to the half-samurai sword he got from the red-clothed woman and the copper ring he got from the coffeeman's body, he got 2.5 props in this copy, and 300 points for the hidden Easter egg. Overall, the benefits are still good. In addition, John Hung also noticed the proxy war mentioned by the coffeeman before his death, and his distinction between players. John Hung had met a drug addict in the Apollo copy before. The latter could avoid instruments and various tests without the help of any props. Although his ability was not very useful for ordinary people, it was indeed a supernatural power. In theory, there was no essential difference between the extra 24 hours on John Hung's body, and the coffeeman he met this time was even more obvious. His invulnerable state also did not require any props. This also means that he is not the only player with the identity of an agent. When John Hung and the old man in tank suits first met, the latter reminded him to be careful of other agents. Combined with the scattered information John Hung had collected before, he has roughly figured out the purpose of this game. Or at least the purpose of the first half. This strange game has been going on so far, obviously for beings like the old man in tank suits to choose agents. Whether it is similar beings he encountered in the game, or the evaluation column behind the character panel that changes according to his performance in each round of the game. Skill level and props held all confirm this. The so-called players are like commodities placed on the shelves, waiting for different customers to choose. John Hung is more concerned about what will happen next. When all the gamblers at the gambling table have chosen their cards, how will the next game proceed? And how will the so-called proxy war mentioned by the coffee man unfold? 4 days later in Hong Kong, John Hung received a system prompt that the main task was completed, and it was officially confirmed that the woman in red had really given up this copy. He spent the rest of his time strolling around Yau Ma Ti Temple Street, and also found a half-immortal outside the south wall of the Tin Hao Temple to tell his fortune. Ban Tian was dressed very elegantly, with her hair tied up in a bun, long sleeves fluttering in the wind, and a pair of cloth shoes on her feet. She exuded a refined temperament from head to toe. However, the reality was cruel. It was hard to do business in all walks of life these days. Ban Tian had spoken Cantonese for 50 years, but in order to expand the customer channels, she had to take a Mandarin minor when she was old. At this moment, he was talking to John Hung about career and marriage in authentic Hong Kong Cantonese. But he was not as calm as he seemed. He could not see any micro-expressions on John Hung's face, which made him very crazy. He could only use some repetitive words to deal with the situation. Finally, it was the final highlight. Ban Tian said solemnly that John Hung might have a disaster in 2 months. John Hung smiled and said nothing. Just when Ban Tian thought he could only earn a basic service fee, John Hung took out his wallet from his pocket. Ban Tian immediately sat up straight, looking solemn. But he couldn't help but add, "If you don't have enough cash, Alipay will work." "Don't few people in Hong Kong use Alipay?" John Hung asked. "Well, in the service industry, customers are the first. Mainland customers like electronic payment. Since opening Alipay payment, the turnover of my stall has increased by half compared to before." Ban Tian sighed. "I plan to open WeChat next month. By the way, do you usually play online games?" "Occasionally." "What's wrong?" "SSR explosion rate can also be calculated. It's very cheap. Just 200 Hong Kong dollars. John Hung did not open the wallet, but pushed the wallet directly in front of Ban Tian. Bansian looked hesitant. Well, I said you will have a great disaster in 2 months. You don't have to give up on yourself. Young man, listen to my advice. There is no hurdle in life that you can't overcome. And I'm still trying to change your fate. Right? You misunderstood. I just don't need this thing anymore. There's not much money left in it. On the contrary, this wallet was brought back from France. If you like it, keep it, John Hung said. This is not appropriate. Bansian said this, but still reached out to take the wallet, muttering, Is this real leather? However, the next moment, when he raised his head again, John Hung was no longer on the bench in front of him. Chapter 445 The Crossroads of Youth. John Hung has almost gotten used to this lifestyle. He goes to sex and the city every month to complete a round of games, and then returns to school life. Except for people like his roommates, who can notice the change in his temperament. Others can't even tell that he is any different from the night before, especially as he experiences more. John Hung becomes more and more proficient in controlling his temperament, and will no longer have the situation he had just returned from Black Sail. In this Leaker instance, John Hung lived with a little boy most of the time, and did not experience any significant emotional changes or high-intensity external pressure. So the changes in himself were not very obvious. In the afternoon, Ma Wei was preparing for class in the library, and Wei Jiangyong asked John Hung and Chen Huadong to go to the playground to play basketball. The three of them played shooting for a while, and then a group of senior students came. So everyone was divided into 2 groups and started a 3-on-3 game. At first, everyone was just playing for fun, but probably because they felt that it was boring to play like this. Someone suggested that the losing side do 20 push-ups, and the game really became intense afterwards. But at the same time, the confrontation began to increase. Fortunately, both sides were relatively restrained. If someone fell, the opponent would immediately pull him up from the ground and pat his back, until one of the tall and thin guys was blocked 3 times by Wei Jiangyong. He was embarrassed and pushed Wei Jiangyong from behind. So the atmosphere on the court suddenly became tense. As a result, at this time, a red Lexus LC drove over from a distance, attracting everyone's attention. You should know that John Hung School usually does not allow external vehicles to enter, and even faculty and staff can only park their cars in the parking lot. Generally, only when freshmen start school and seniors graduate. The security department will open the 2 iron piers on the road to allow vehicles to pass. Therefore, the appearance of this Lexus LC is particularly conspicuous. It seems that its destination is the office building not far away. But after passing the basketball court, the car did suddenly brake and then reversed. The window of the driver's seat was lowered, revealing the owner of the car behind. She was a very beautiful woman, wearing a white shirt and jeans, with only a little light makeup on her face, and no jewelry. She exuded a strong aura of capable and confident. Chen Huadong's eyes lit up immediately after just one look, and he said with emotion, "This is a top-notch queen." His words also expressed the thoughts of the boys present. It stands to reason that as long as it is not a pure engineering school, there are many girls in the school, with all kinds of characteristics, and everyone has seen all kinds of beauties. But this time everyone had to admit that they had never seen such a beauty, especially when the lady in the white shirt turned her face towards them. Everyone's heartbeat accelerated a little bit, and they also became nervous. "Why didn't you answer my call?" "Huh?" Chen Huadong had no idea what was going on. Then, he heard Zhang Hung's voice from behind him. "Sorry. I was playing basketball and didn't hear you. Why are you here?" "Sister Han?" Han Lu took off her sunglasses. "The dean of your School of Economics and Management has a relationship with me. He invited me to give a lecture at your school. I wanted you to be my guide." Han Lu didn't actually know the dean of Zhang Hung School's School of Economics and Management. But the financial circle was so small that even if they didn't have much contact, they could still get to know each other temporarily by asking a friend. Moreover, Han Lu was well known in the investment world, and entrepreneurs usually begged for a meeting with her, and the meeting time was measured in minutes. She didn't know what was wrong with her now, and was willing to give a free lecture, and no university could refuse. In fact, it can be seen from the school's welcome that not only did they make an exception to let her Lexus LC drive into the campus, but several bigwigs in the School of Economics and Management made time for her in advance. And there was a welcoming dinner before the lecture. "Have you had lunch yet? Do you want to join us?" Han Lu said. John Hung shook his head. "I don't like this kind of occasion." "That's right. Han Lu said. I didn't like school leaders when I was studying. Second only to my dislike for the academic affairs office. Then you can continue to play. And after I finish my lecture, let's find a place to have dinner together. You should be familiar with the area. You haven't contacted me since the last time we met. But I promised your mother to take care of you. I'm mainly afraid of disturbing your work. Aren't you always busy? John Hung said. No. My job is to listen to different people bragging. If I listen less, maybe I can live a few more years. Han Lu smiled and said, It's settled. See you tonight? After that, the red LC raised the window again and drove towards the office building. Only the boys on the basketball court were left with a dull look on their faces. Mr. Zhang, are you being kept by a top rich woman? Chen Huadong said enviously. This is exactly the perfect life I dream of. Don't talk nonsense. She's just my mother's best friend. Zhang Hung threw the ball to Chen Huadong. But the latter was no longer in the mood to play. And said regretfully, Why doesn't my mother have such a best friend? Wei Jianlan on the other side seemed a little worried. Old Zhang, you are not upset about Shen Sisi's matter, right? She found a rich old man. And you found an old woman to retaliate against her. Watch your words. Old Wei. How can such a queen-level sister be an old woman? Chen Huadong said dissatisfiedly. I have explained many times that Shen Sisi and I are really just friends. And she is not kept by an old man. It's fine if you don't resist the rumors. But you also help spread them everywhere. Wei Jianyang scratched his head. It's mainly because everyone says so. But don't worry. If someone dares to spread rumors about you, we will definitely fight him to the end. But then again, do you really have no relationship? At this time, a senior boy wearing glasses hesitated for a moment and said, Was that Han Lu? President Han? I saw her photo in the listed company I applied for before. She was the earliest investor of the company. She is not just an investor of one company. She is behind many companies. She is often in the news. It seems that she has been awarded the title of Asian Female Leader. The thin tall man who was covered up before said enviously, Brother, you are so lucky. You don't have to worry about finding a job after graduation because you know her. As soon as he said this, the other senior students also had different expressions. For them, their student days have come to an end. They will leave school and enter the society in less than one semester. However, different people face different situations. Some have found their ideal jobs early. Some have not found their next job yet. And some are struggling to decide which path to take. Whether to become a civil servant or to do a job they like but not so stable. Many people are also facing emotional pressure. Graduation season is also breakup season. And this sentence is not just talk. Different industries, different cities, pressures from family and reality make many people feel helpless and confused. And as they officially start working, their worldview will be hit by a new round of shocks. Some people choose to break up. Some break up and get back together. Some break up for many years and regret it. And a few lucky people finally try their best to cherish this relationship until it blossoms and bears fruit. No happiness is easy to get. Behind the sweet smiles in every wedding photo, there are quarrels and confrontations that you can't see, as well as the efforts and compromises of each other. All of these come together to form the so-called marriage. Chapter 446 Come. Get closer. The food alley near the school is very lively every night. After all, eating is the eternal theme of mankind. The grilled fish restaurant that Zhang Hung chose tastes good. And the business is naturally very popular. There is a long line outside the door every night. When Han Lu parked the car, Zhang Hung went to the receptionist to get a number. As a result, he didn't know that there were already more than 30 tables of people in front. Do you want to change? Zhang Hung asked Han Lu. No. Let's go here, Han Lu said. I'm not in a hurry anyway. It's a pity that people in the venture capital circle can't hear this. Otherwise they would probably pop their eyes out. It's hard to imagine that Han Lu, who always says my time is precious, let's be brief and don't be polite, can actually say something like I'm not in a hurry anyway. But in fact, Han Lu has always been like this. She firmly believes that the value of everything can be quantified. For her, work is always busy. Therefore, as soon as she opens her eyes every morning, she will rank all the things on hand according to their importance and allocate time according to their value. In other words, when she was willing to sit and wait outside a small restaurant, there was only one possibility. That is, she felt that waiting was worth it for her. I haven't been to school for a long time. I feel younger when I come back occasionally. And I remember a lot of things from my school days, Hanlu said. But in fact, she even forgot the name of the class monitor at that time. And she didn't care about the lives of other old classmates at all. Except for meeting Zhang's mother when she was studying abroad. She didn't have any other best friends who could talk about everything. At Hanlu's level, making friends is more or less utilitarian. More about exchanging interests and win-win cooperation. Of course, there is also friendship in some of them. But it is not so pure. However, Hanlu will not be self-pitying like some little girls in romance dramas. She knows very well that this is a fair world. There are gains and losses. For her, she has gained far more than she has lost. So there is nothing to complain about. Of course, she would be happier if she could get more. Hanlu took out her cell phone and said to Zhang Heng, Come closer. Let's take a photo together. So I can prove to your mother that I didn't let her down. Zhang Heng had no choice but to move closer to Hanlu. It turns out that women of all ages and professions are well versed in the art of taking selfies. And Hanlu is no exception. She quickly found a suitable angle and captured her most perfect profile in the photo. But the next moment, her phone received a text message. The text message came from an unfamiliar number. But the beginning of the message below was Mr. Han. Additional information on the project we talked about last time. Hanlu opened the message. But there was nothing behind it. Only a photo that looked a bit strange. The light in the photo was very dim. And there was a human-shaped shadow in the darkness. And there seemed to be a pair of black wings behind it. Zhang Heng beside her moved quickly and stretched out his hand to cover the phone screen as soon as he saw the photo. But he was still half a beat too late. What the hell? Hanlu frowned. Is it a prank? What time did you go to bed last night? Zhang Heng said in a deep voice. Hanlu was a little surprised. It was the first time she saw Zhang Heng so serious. In the past, Zhang Heng gave her the impression of being calm and mature beyond his age. However, Hanlu still said truthfully, I usually go to bed before 12 o'clock at night. But a pharmaceutical company I invested in is preparing for a round A financing next week. But the valuation has not been agreed. I worked overtime for a while last night. Probably at 2 o'clock in the morning. And I still got up at 7:15. Why are you asking this? Because you may not be able to close your eyes for a while. Zhang Heng said. Hanlu raised her eyebrows. Obviously not understanding what Zhang Heng meant. This matter is a bit complicated to explain. It doesn't matter. We have a lot of time now anyway. Zhang Heng took out a lens from his pocket and handed it to Hanlu. Put it in front of you. Hanlu's expression was a little strange. After so many years in the business world, she had seen all kinds of routines and met many men who tried every means to win her favor. Therefore, when she encountered this kind of thing, her first reaction was that Zhang Heng was setting a trap to trick her. That strange photo might be related to the latter. Although Hanlu has a good impression of Zhang Heng, it does not mean that she will not use her brain when getting along with him. Hanlu has always believed that no matter how perfect a man is, there will be a day when his tail is exposed. But it is undeniable that she is really enjoying this process now. Even if it is an illusion, she hopes to maintain it for a while, and not end the game so quickly. However, when Hanlu put the lens in front of her eyes as Zhang Heng said, she was completely shocked by the scene in front of her. Is this some kind of black technology? Hanlu was surprised. It's incredible. In addition to a clearer field of vision, it also has light compensation. If this thing can be mass-produced, the benefits it will bring will be unimaginable. I have thought of many fields where it can be used. What you need most now is a professional team to help you promote it. And I can provide you with such a team, as long as you let me be your angel investor. Oh, sorry. It's a professional habit. Hanlu laughed at himself. I want to get involved when I see a good project. Considering the relationship between your mother and me, it doesn't matter if you don't plan to accept my investment. I will still help you. Unfortunately, this thing cannot be mass-produced, Zhang Heng said. He was also thinking about the wording. Hanlu was a very rational person with a solid worldview. It was not easy to convince her to break the original worldview and establish a new one. At the same time, Zhang Heng also needed to abide by the rules of not revealing the identity of the players during this period. It was not easy to explain things clearly. Hanlu's enthusiasm disappeared when she heard that it could not be mass-produced, because it meant that no matter how precious this thing was, it could not bring her any benefits. However, She obviously realized something afterwards, and waited quietly for Zhang Heng's next words. Under the ordinary surface of this world, there are some supernatural things. Okay. Is this your mother Xiao Xiao's new research topic? When we studied abroad together before. Although your mother studied theology. As far as I know. She herself does not believe in these things very much. She usually treats those myths as fairy tales. Han Lu said. This has nothing to do with my mother. She doesn't know the existence of those things. Zhang Heng said. I know this is not easy to accept. But what I am going to say next is very important. From now on, you must promise not to close your eyes. Don't sleep. Don't take a nap. Until I find a solution. Chapter 447. Do you have any enemies or enemies? Death Dream. For some time, it has been the most feared game prop among players. The former president of Silver Wing, one of the 3 major guilds, and the owner of the A-level game prop died under Death Dream, as the original owner of Death Dream was killed by the guilds, because they could not decide the final destination of Death Dream. The 3 major guilds finally chose a fairer method to put Death Dream on the auction. In this way, the guild that finally holds the Death Dream will compensate the other 2 guilds with a large amount of game points, so that no one will suffer a loss. However, an accident happened at the auction. A mysterious woman with sunglasses actually bought the Death Dream with the points she cheated from the major chambers of commerce. As a result, the Death Dream that the 3 major guilds had finally grasped disappeared again before it was even warm. In the following months, the player circle has been searching for the whereabouts of the sunglasses and Death Dream that appeared at the auction. However, the 2 of them seem to have evaporated. Until the year before, Zhang Heng took a train home and met a middle-aged man who was taking a nap by the window but could not be woken up. Afterwards, he learned from the forum that Death Dream had appeared again. And this time, there were more victims. But they were no longer limited to the player group. But most of them were ordinary people. At the same time, the victims were scattered all over the country. And there was almost no connection between them. There were many posts on the forum every day following up on this matter. The good news is that with the investigation of the 3 major guilds, the murderers were found one after another. The bad news is that everyone found that these murderers were all ordinary people. The Death Dream in their hands was bought from an online store called Risk-Free Killing Wish. It was like a bad joke played by life. Most people didn't even think that this thing could really help them kill the people they hated. They just wanted to vent their disgust and dissatisfaction in this way. Many people even fell into a state of collapse after learning about the death of the target. However, compared to the mental health of the murderers, players are more concerned about other things. This round of attacks is full of doubts in many places. Among them, there are 2 questions that everyone is most concerned about. One is who is the owner behind the online store called Risk-Free Murder Wish. And the other is why there are so many one-time death dreams now. How did the Risk-Free Murder Wish online store do it? The third question is also the most concerned issue for most players. What is the solution to death dreams? After the former president of the Silver Wing Guild was infected, the entire guild could not survive. The fear of the players for Death Dream also reached its peak at this time. Now Death Dream has a tendency to spread. Although the Risk-Free Murder Wish website has disappeared, no one knows how many copies of Death Dream it has sold before, how many have been used, and how many are left. It is also unknown whether it will appear again. So naturally there is no way to guarantee that you will not be infected in the future. Unfortunately, although there are many speculations about the solution of Death Dream on the forum, none of them has been verified. However, as the murderer is caught, the conditions for using Death Dream have become very clear. The main body of Death Dream is a black feather. Burn the feather and the note with the target's name on it to get ashes, and then throw the ashes into the water to complete the first part of the preparation. The next thing to do is to let the target see the photo that Han Lu received before. The form is not limited to text messages. It can also be something else. A billboard, inserted in a video, even put in a PPT at a meeting. As long as the target can see it, even if he doesn't realize what he saw. So, you mean I'm cursed? And from now on I die in my dreams as long as I close my eyes? Even with the previous filter lens as a foreshadowing. Han Lu still found it incredible to hear such a thing. Yes, you can understand it that way. In fact, it is not too difficult to verify this point. Zhang Heng knew that it was unrealistic to expect Han Lu to realize the seriousness of the problem just by saying this. So he asked directly, "Do you have any enemies or enemies?" This question depends on how you define enemies and enemies. Han Lu said. It is difficult for you to be pure in our circle. People can cooperate today and turn against each other tomorrow. Capital never talks about feelings. If I feel that I need to stop the loss, I will decisively withdraw all the remaining funds. I don't care if your company can't pay salaries or survive tomorrow. Sometimes entrepreneurs will hook up with other investors and find ways to kick me out. Then the day after tomorrow, if I encounter a project that I can't handle alone, I may also join forces with the investor who kicked me out before. It's complicated. Personally, I don't mix any personal feelings or grudges. This is my style of doing things. I have seen too many entrepreneurs die before dawn. In fact, if you play the angel round, you will know that most of the money you spend can't be recovered. But maybe one of the dozens of projects survives, which can make me get enough compensation. In a sense, there is not much difference between investment and gambling. Rationality is my way of survival. But in fact, there are all kinds of people in this circle. And there are some very emotional guys. I don't know how many people will hate me. And there are even more people who dislike me. I can't even remember the names of most of them. Then let's narrow it down. Who hates you so much that they want to kill you? Wow. This question. Don't think too long. Just give me the first name that comes to your mind. We eliminate them one by one. John Hung said. Su Jianjun. Han Lu spread her hands. I didn't have any grudges against him before. He is a retired soldier. About 2 years ago, he came to me with a project through a friend's introduction. He said he wanted to build a vertical media for the home furnishing industry. I read his project proposal and thought it was okay. If this project is successful, it may make 1 or 2 million a year. But to be honest, the upper limit is just like that. There is not much room for imagination. I usually have no interest in such useless projects. But this time, I invested about 600,000 or 700,000 yuan for my friend's sake. I admit that the contract at that time was more demanding. But this is the reality. I need to prioritize my own interests. At that time, no one except me was willing to invest in him. So he signed a contract with me after thinking for 3 days. What happened later? John Hung asked. Chapter 448 Past Events. Later, we had a disagreement. He valued a small textile factory and wanted to buy it to make an independent brand. This was different from what we had agreed on. He hoped that I could continue to invest more. I told him that this was impossible. He was very emotional. And I warned him. Han Lu said. What happened next? A week later, he contacted the textile factory privately without my knowledge. And I executed the agreement, directly froze all the funds in the company's account, admitted defeat and left. I lost about 300,000 or 400,000 yuan. But it didn't matter. I just regarded it as a friendly investment. Later, the friend who introduced him to me also apologized to me and recommended me several reliable projects. I thought the matter was over. But I didn't expect that Su Jianjun himself didn't think so. Han Lu seemed to have a headache when she talked about this. Generally, in this situation, faced with this situation, entrepreneurs either find new investors or dissolve the company. But Su Jianjun has a stubborn temper. I only found out about this later. After the plan to acquire the textile factory failed, he held on for another 1.5 years. Unable to find new investors, he sold his house in his hometown, slept in the company lobby every day, and ate pickles and porridge. But unfortunately, entrepreneurship is not something that will necessarily have good results if you work hard. His company was losing money all the time, and the capable employees left one after another. So it entered a vicious cycle. In the end, he was sued by employees for not being able to pay wages, and the company went bankrupt. He lost a lot of money, but he did not reflect on himself afterwards, but blamed it all on me. After the company went bankrupt, Su Jianjun originally planned to sue me, but he found several lawyers, and they all told him that I did not violate the agreement and could not sue. So he carried a banner outside my company and stood there every day to defend his rights. He also blocked me in the parking lot several times. Once he pushed me in a fit of emotion. I was a little scared because it was late that day and I was alone. So I called the police. The police station was just across the street, and the police came quickly. After understanding the situation, they took him away. That was the last time I saw him. Did he go back to his hometown? No. He committed suicide. He lay on the railway tracks. It is said that his body, well, it was bloody. He also left a suicide note saying that he had always been an upright person. He was arrested and taken to the police station for the first time in his life. He felt that his personality was insulted. Even if he became a ghost, he would not let me go. So do you think this is his ghost taking revenge on me? Han Lu felt a little uncomfortable when she said this, hugging her arms and looking around. As far as I know, this possibility is not high, Zhang Heng said. A dead person is dead. So, are the people who hate you his family members? He has no family. His parents died a long time ago, and his wife divorced him 4 years ago. He has no children. I heard that he seems to have a distant cousin, but we don't keep in touch. I paid for his grave. What about his friends? I don't know. I don't know much about him. I only found out about these things after he died. Han Lu shook her head. Okay. I have a general understanding of the situation. Do you want to go home and wait? Or, I want to investigate with you. Is that okay? Han Lu asked. You said you would prove to me that there is a supernatural world beneath the ordinary world we live in. If I can see the process, it may be more convincing to me. And having something to do can also keep me awake. Okay, Zhang Heng said. Let's first determine whether you are cursed or not. How did you deal with Su Jianjun's relics? It was burned with his body. Actually, there was nothing left of him. Only 2 sets of clothes and a few books on business management. I have to admit that he was a good person, except that he tended to go to extremes and was stubborn. At least, he was much better than most of the entrepreneurs I met who only talk big. I was willing to invest in him because I thought he was a good person and was trustworthy and honest. But I didn't expect it would end up like this. Han Lu sighed. Okay. Then what social media accounts does he have? He's a very old-fashioned person. He doesn't use Weibo or blog. The only account he registered was to promote the company on the forum. In order to save the cost of the internet trolls, he often posts on his own. What about WeChat moments? I deleted it. I deleted him as a friend long before our talks broke down. And I haven't added him back since then. Your friend who introduced him to you? Well, I can ask about that. Han Lu dialed a number, stood up, and walked to the side under the acacia tree. Came back after a while. Spread his hands. He deleted it too. But he deleted it after Su Jianjun died. Mainly because it's not auspicious to keep a dead person's WeChat number in your phone. What's the phone number? It's in the original agreement. I can ask my assistant to send it to me. But what's the use? Let's see how our luck is. Generally, the phone will be cancelled after 90 days of arrears. Zhang Heng said. I need to find a place to surf the internet. There is an internet cafe nearby. But before we go there, let's buy a few buns to fill our stomachs. Sorry. I guess we can't eat the grilled fish tonight. I understand. After all, living is more important. Right? Han Lu's mental state is actually not bad. She can still joke around. Besides the fact that she still doesn't completely believe Zhang Heng's words. Her years of business experience have made her calmer than ordinary people when facing things. The two bought buns at a stall and ate them standing on the roadside. Then they went to an internet cafe to open a private room. After waiting for a while, Han Lu's assistant sent Su Jianjun's mobile phone number. Fortunately, the number has not changed its owner so far. A copy of Su Jianjun's ID card was also sent. Middle-aged people like Su Jianjun usually don't pay much attention to password security. Basically, all accounts use the same password, so it is not difficult to hack into his WeChat account. Zhang Heng first used a copy of his ID card to find the passwords of the marketing accounts registered by Su Jianjun. Then he entered the WeChat login interface and logged in easily. However, because he changed to a new phone, the chat records in it no longer existed. But the moments that Su Jianjun had posted would not disappear with it. Most of them were motivational chicken soup with no nutrition. And there were also junk news in the headlines. However, Zhang Heng quickly locked the target. Chapter 449 Silently Counting. Guimiao, Su Jianjun's comrade in arms. He joined the army in the same year as Su Jianjun. And then one of them retired, and the other returned to his hometown. In the circle of friends, Guimiao is the person who interacts with Su Jianjun the most. Almost every status of the latter has a message from Guimiao, most of which are encouraging Su Jianjun to grit his teeth and get through the difficulties. And dawn will come. He is harming his friends. Starting a business is a very dangerous thing, especially for most ordinary people. The first time you start a business is basically paying tuition. The key is how much you have learned after paying the tuition. Everyone will fall. The difference between the successful and the unsuccessful is that the latter can always find a way to stand up. Han Lu said. You need to learn from past failures, instead of continuing down a wrong path. Is this considered an entrepreneurial course? No. It's just a casual chat between friends. I don't know why, but when I'm with you, I always subconsciously ignore your age. Do you know computer skills? How is this possible? How old are you? Why do I feel like you know everything? Is this also some kind of supernatural phenomenon? Like the prophets in the Bible? Han Lu's shoulders moved closer to Zhang Heng. I just happen to know more, Zhang Heng said, and quickly searched for Gui Miao's current address on the internet. His hometown is not too far from here, about 400 kilometers away, and it will take more than 4 hours on the highway. If there is no problem, let's go now. Gui Miao and Su Jianjun have both served in the army. Should we call more people? Or should I hire 2 bodyguards? No, I can handle it. Zhang Heng stood up and said, Wow, that sounds reassuring. But just to be safe, Han Lu pointed to a message on Zhang Heng's phone and read, Do you want me to find a few old brothers to scare that woman and let her know how powerful she is? Han Lu spread her hands. I don't want to be the one to be taught how powerful she is. Like I said, you can choose to stay at home. I can take a video for you, Zhang Heng said. The fewer people who know about this, the better. I hope you can keep it a secret for me after it's over. Why? You are in danger too. Do you need my help? Han Lu keenly sensed something from Zhang Heng's words. I do know a lot of people. If there is a day when I need you, I will, Zhang Heng said. But now, let's find a way to solve your problem first. Okay. Han Lu no longer insisted on hiring a bodyguard, and drove her red Lexus LC to the location on the navigation with Zhang Heng. 4 hours later, the two got off the highway and entered a small county town. Gui Miao worked in a plastic processing factory in the county, and was the director of the security department there. Zhang Heng asked the old man at the gate, and learned that Gui Miao was also on duty at the factory tonight. Should we come back tomorrow morning? All the security guards in the factory are his subordinates now, Han Lu suggested. We can wait until he gets off work tomorrow morning and stop him on his way home. Confirming whether you are the target of Death Dream is only the first step. I don't want to spend too much time on this matter, because the real trouble is how to remove the effect on you next, Zhang Heng said as he opened the door, got out of the car, and checked the time on his watch. Drive the car forward another 300 meters without turning off the engine. Then close your eyes. Count to 10 silently. And then open your eyes. After that, don't speak. Just listen quietly. Is this some kind of game? Han Lu said. You can think of this as a game. After speaking, Zhang Heng put on his hood. Han Lu drove the Lexus forward 300 meters as he requested, and then stopped the car. She could see Zhang Heng's figure in the rearview mirror. He was standing under the streetlight, looking at the factory not far away, with no expression on his face. Like a statue. Han Lu shrugged. Okay. Then she closed her eyes and counted to 10 silently. In fact, when she counted to 8, she heard a man's panting in the back seat. When she counted to 10, the strange voice panted and asked, Who are you? Han Lu opened her eyes and saw Zhang Heng, who was standing under the street light 10 seconds ago, sitting in the back seat with a sack over his head and his hands and feet tied up. Don't panic. We are just doing an after-sales visit, Zhang Heng said. What after-sales visit? You got the wrong person, didn't you? The man in the sack said. He was very brave. Ordinary people would have been scared to death in this situation. But although his breathing became heavier, his voice didn't shake much. Worthy of being a soldier in his early years. You are Gui Miao, right? Zhang Heng said. Yes, it's me. Gui Miao didn't deny this issue. His wallet was still in his back pocket, so there was no point in lying. Then it seems that we have found the right person. You once spent 10 yuan to buy a quota for killing in an online store called Risk-Free Killing Wish. Right? Who are you? The police. No. Even if I have the idea of killing someone, it is not against the law, Gui Miao said in a hoarse voice. He still didn't know what happened to him. He was eating a midnight hot pot with several security guards just a second ago, and in the blink of an eye, his hands and legs were tied up. A sack was put on his head, and he was taken to an unknown place. Although he couldn't see the outside, he could tell from the space between his buttocks and legs that he was in a car. Gui Miao deliberately raised his voice to see if others could hear him. However, the next moment he was punched in the abdomen, and then a hard object hit his crotch. Put away your little tricks. We don't ask for money or life. We only have a few questions to ask you. Just answer the questions well, and we will let you go soon. Gui Miao finally calmed down after hearing this and asked, "What do you want to ask? Have you ever shopped in our online store?" Gui Miao was silent. "Like you said, it's not against the law to want to kill someone. And we're not the police." "Yes," Gui Miao finally admitted. "Then you received a package in the mail. What was inside?" "A black feather. Something like an instruction manual. And a strange photo. They said that as long as you follow the steps in the instruction manual, you can make the target die unexpectedly." Han Lu's hands on the steering wheel tensed up. "Did you follow the instructions?" "Yes," Gui Miao nodded. "I wrote the name and burned it with the feather, then scattered the ashes into the water, and sent a text message with a photo to the target. For the last question, please tell us the truth, because your answer will determine whether you get out of the car intact, or become pieces and be found in a trash can in a few days." Zhang Heng paused, then said, "Whose name did you write?" Gui Miao swallowed. "Han Lu. This woman killed my best comrade. I have to do justice for him. Congratulations on your freedom, Mr. Gui Miao." Zhang Heng pushed open the door on Gui Miao's side. Chapter 450. I seem to be starting to like her a little bit now. Before letting Gui Miao get out of the car, Zhang Heng glanced at Han Lu, who was sitting in the front seat, and the latter shook her head. So the next moment Zhang Heng kicked Gui Miao out of the car. Han Lu stepped on the accelerator, and the Lexus disappeared into the night with a trail of dust. Gui Miao's cry for help attracted the security guard in the factory, and half a minute later his hood was pulled off his head. Until now, Gui Miao is still confused, not knowing what happened during that period of time. Why did he suddenly appear in a car? What was the purpose of the other party kidnapping him? Everything that happened tonight was like a bizarre nightmare to him. Gui Miao shook his head and muttered, "This is weird." At the same time, Zhang Heng and Han Lu were silent in the Lexus LC. After a while, Zhang Heng spoke first. "I didn't expect you to be so calm. What can I do?" "Kill Gui Miao." "Will you kill him for me? And what's the point of killing him except that we get into a lawsuit? Or beat him up? According to what you said, the curse has already taken effect, and killing him won't change anything," Han Lu said. "This is hard to say. Some people have suspected that killing the holder of Death Dream is part of the solution. Although what happened before has proved that simply killing the holder cannot eliminate the effect of Death Dream," Zhang Heng said frankly. "If it is certain, I am willing to take the risk." Han Lu seemed very calm. "But forget about just venting anger. There are many people who hate me, but Gui Miao just happened to get an opportunity. Even he himself probably doesn't know what he has done. He doesn't even have the courage to really stand in front of me to seek so-called justice for his brother, and can only resort to these crooked ways." Han Lu paused. "Let's not talk about him anymore. I believe you now. There are some things in this world that cannot be explained by science. So you can help me get rid of the curse on me, right?" "I try my best, but I can't guarantee the result," Zhang Heng said. "Shouldn't you comfort me first at this time? Just like when you go to the hospital for a physical examination. Even if you are already hopeless, the doctor will tell you that it's nothing serious." "Sorry. I thought people like you would want to hear the truth more." "That's the theory. But it turns out that women are more likely to lie," Han Lu said, driving the Lexus onto the highway again. "Where are we going next?" "Let's go back first to meet a friend." Considering the urgency of time, Han Lu stepped on the accelerator to the bottom on the way back, completely ignoring the speed limit sign beside the highway. Compared with her life, 12 minutes is obviously nothing. In the end, Han Lu drove back in less than 3 hours. The Lexus stopped outside a KTV. After a while, Fan Mei Nan, dressed in a stewardess uniform, jumped out. "Wow, are you bringing your new girlfriend to protest against me? Where's that Japanese girl? Did you eat her up and then cruelly abandon her?" Zhang Heng ignored someone's complaints and looked at Fan Mei Nan's outfit. "Who's unlucky again?" He. "There's a young man who runs a film and television company who likes to attack some female students in the name of contracted models. I heard that he likes to come here to sing, so I waited here in advance to give him a big gift." As Fan Mei Nan spoke, She adjusted the stewardess hat on her head. Stop playing for now. Have you contacted the person for me? Yes. Fan Meinan nodded. But let me make it clear first. I can't guarantee that she will show up. The 3 major guilds have been arresting her more severely recently. And I have been implicated. I haven't seen her for a long time. And how should I put it? I'm actually a little afraid of her. She's not a very easy person to get along with. Anyway, let's go to the agreed place first. Zhang Heng's strategy was simple. There were many speculations about the solution to Death Dream on the forum. The 3 major guilds must have some inside information that ordinary players didn't know. But the only ones who could really master the solution to Death Dream were its former owners. The first owner of Death Dream was dead, and the only one left was the mysterious sunglasses woman at the auction. Although according to Fan Meinan, Death Dream didn't stay in the latter's hands for too long. She was now the only person Zhang Heng could possibly find. Do you need to change clothes first? Zhang Heng asked Fan Meinan. Do you need to? Aren't you a good fighter? Fan Meinan blinked. No matter how good I am at fighting, it doesn't mean I like to get into unnecessary trouble. Are you trying to subtly praise my current appearance as a crime-prone person? Fan Meinan glanced at Han Lu in the driver's seat while speaking. The latter was completely calm. Okay. Then I just be an ugly duckling that my grandma doesn't love, and my uncle doesn't care about. Wait for me for 2 minutes. After Fan Meinan finished speaking, she turned around and ran back to the KTV. Don't take it to heart, Zhang Heng said. She has always been eager to create chaos in the world. How could that be? She is a very interesting child. Han Lu smiled and asked after a moment. Is she also from your world? The supernatural world under the ordinary world you are talking about. Don't look at her like this. It's hard for ordinary people to get any advantage from her. Han Lu's face showed a thoughtful look. And after waiting for a while, he said, Is there any way to enter your world? Believe me, you don't want to enter this world. Fan Meinan returned and really did what she said. Changed into a loose and inconspicuous outfit. Sat in the car and said, This is a luxury car worth more than 1 million yuan. It's my first time sitting in it. I don't know where to put my butt. If you like it, this car will be given to you. Han Lu said, We can sign a gift agreement first, and then wait for you to transfer the ownership. Fan Meinan was a little surprised to hear this. Huh? Why? Just because I made a few sarcastic remarks about you? You are going to kill me with money to show your generosity? Of course not. Because I heard from Zhang Heng that you know someone who can save me. And it's always right to be generous to your savior. I can't guarantee that I can save you. Fan Meinan opened a bag of pistachios on the back seat. Isn't it too early to thank me now? Not too early. If I die, this car will be even more meaningless to me. Han Lu said lightly. What should I do? I seem to be starting to like her now. Fan Meinan said to Zhang Heng. Chapter 451, She has always been the person I envy the most. Before leaving, Han Lu bought a box of 15 bottles of Nestle coffee at the 7-Eleven on the roadside and opened a bottle to refresh herself. It is now 4 o'clock in the morning. Han Lu's mental state is okay. After all, she has encountered some urgent work or emergencies before, which need to be dealt with overnight. Staying up late is not unfamiliar to her. Although she is not young, she has always maintained a good fitness habit. Her physical condition is even better than some young people under the heavy pressure of 996, which can also win her more time. Then the 3 of them returned to Zhang Heng's school, took his recurve bow, Lego blocks and other gadgets, and then came to the agreed location. This is a small park outside the 5th Ring Road. It is not large, and is very close to the nearby residential area. It is also a place for some elderly people to exercise. Han Lu parked the car outside the park. Fan Meinan said, Well, she basically doesn't trust anyone. So I will go in alone to communicate with her about the general situation first. If there is no problem, I will call you in. Will there be any danger? How should I put it? She doesn't like me very much. She will inevitably make fun of me when we meet. But she won't hit me. Fan Meinan took a deep breath, opened the car door, and got out. So Zhang Heng and Han Lu were the only ones left in the Lexus. The latter turned on the stereo. Is there anything you want to listen to? You choose, Zhang Heng said. Any song that can cheer you up. Is this a privilege for patients? Han Lu shrugged, took out her phone and connected it to Bluetooth. But after flipping through the playlist, she put the phone back inside. Forget it. I'm not in the mood to listen now. Neither of them spoke again. After a while, Hanlu suddenly asked, "What does it feel like to have a child?" Your mother and I are best friends. When we were studying abroad, we were together every day. I thought I knew her very well, including her habit of secretly picking out raisins when eating cereal. But I have never seen such an expression on her face before. When she held the little you in her arms at that time, her eyes kept shining, and her whole person became gentle. Hanlu paused. We also talked about getting married and having children. Xiao Xia said she watched a documentary about childbirth and felt that childbirth was too painful. She said at that time that she would never have children in the future. I said that if that was the case, no one would marry her. She told me that if it really didn't work out, we could just make do with each other. I would be responsible for making money, and she would be responsible for spending money. This division of labor is very much her style, Zhang Heng said. In the end, she married herself off. Hanlu patted the steering wheel. That emotional traitor. She has always been the person I envy the most. She lives like a mentally retarded person every day, and naturally pushes all problems to the people around her to solve them. But that woman has a very powerful natural intuition, which allows her to always make the most correct choice at the most critical moment, whether it is getting married or having children. It's hard not to admire her. I thought I finally won her over in my career. But she doesn't seem to care about this kind of thing at all. That idiot probably still thinks she is as good as me in her field, even though her monthly salary is not enough for me to get my hair done. You've done very well, Zhang Heng said. But people are always unwilling to cherish what they already have. Or once you get something, the utility of this thing will decrease for you. On the contrary, things that you can't get will make you more and more eager. Getting married, starting a career. These are just different personal choices at different stages of life. There is no difference between good and bad. Besides, you are in a period of depression now. When this matter is over, you will return to normal life. Is it my illusion? This sounds like someone older than me said it. Hanlu wanted to say something else, but at this time, she saw Zhang Heng raised a finger. So Hanlu also shut up. And after a moment she said, "What's wrong?" She took a long time to go in. Zhang Heng lowered the window, and the park was quiet late at night, with only the rustling of leaves. Didn't she want us to wait here for her to call us? Hanlu said. Yes, but at this time, it might be better to improvise. Zhang Heng got out of the car, took out the SF recurve bow and his backpack from the trunk, took out a mask from the backpack and put it on his face. Wait for me in the car. Lock the door. Keep the engine running. Don't worry about us if anything happens. Drive away immediately. After saying this, Zhang Heng turned and walked into the small park. Zhang Heng walked slowly, and at the same time, he was alert to the situation around him. In order to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, he did not pull the bowstring. It didn't take long for them to reach the center of the park, but there was nothing there. On the other side was an artificial lake without water, and behind it was a wall. There was basically no other place to hide. So Zhang Heng stopped and became alert. His right hand reached for the quiver, but the next moment 2 hands grabbed his wrist, and then the air in front of him shook, and several figures appeared one after another, 2 of them holding Fan Meinan, one covering her mouth, and another holding Fan Meinan's hands behind her back. In addition, the last figure appeared right in front of Zhang Heng, and took advantage of the fact that Zhang Heng was being attacked and controlled, and punched Zhang Heng in the lower abdomen. In order to block this punch, Zhang Heng had to throw away the recurve bow in his hand. After that, he reacted quickly, raised his head back, and directly hit the nose of the attacker behind him, and took advantage of the moment when the attacker relaxed in pain to get rid of the control. Zhang Heng took 2 steps back to the right and looked at the 4 people in front of him who were ready to fight. The guy who looked like the leader said, "Very good. Catch her accomplices together, and the 3 major guilds will definitely offer a good price." "Who are you?" Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. "If you like, you can call us enthusiastic people." During this period of time, the players' group was almost in an uproar in order to find this woman and her accomplices. Unexpectedly, we were lucky in the end. You may have been misled into recognizing the wrong person, Zhang Heng said. How is it possible? The face may deceive people, but this plasticine prop will not deceive people. The guy who seemed to be the leader reached into his pocket, took out a piece of plasticine, and said with a smile, Chapter 452 Electric Shock. John Hung said nothing more. When the guy on the opposite side took out the plasticine, he knew that no matter how much he explained, it was useless. This group of people had obviously already determined that Fan Main was the mysterious sunglasses girl who appeared at the auction that day. The three major guilds and various player chambers of commerce offered a sky-high reward to catch the latter. Now she is like a walking points gift bag, making countless players jealous. The jacket on the opposite side, whose nose was still bleeding, took out a white glove from his pocket and put it on his hand. He snapped his fingers, and several arcs of electricity shot out from between his fingers. The leader on the other side swallowed a pill, and 10 seconds later, the muscles on his left arm began to bulge, bursting through his sleeves, and became as exaggerated as a world bodybuilding champion. If I were you, I wouldn't resist at all. Otherwise the situation might become very ugly, the jacket said. Just surrender honestly, so both of us can save a lot of trouble. Then I'm afraid you'd be in trouble for a while. John Hung took out a folding knife from the side of the backpack and cut it open. It's not like he had never fought one against many before, but this was the first time he faced multiple players at the same time. In that case, let's go ahead. If we do this, we will be the richest players. After the leader said this, he directly picked up a stone from the grass beside him as a landscape and threw it at John Hung. It was hard to imagine how much strength his left arm had at that moment. After the stone broke away from his arms, it flew towards John Hung like a cannonball. The latter had to roll sideways immediately to avoid the oncoming attack. At the same time, the jacket on the other side also moved. He took off a copper chain used for decoration on the jacket and held it in the gloved hand. The next moment, the current on the glove was also transmitted to the copper chain. The jacket threw the copper chain directly at John Hung. John Hung had to take off the backpack behind him to block the copper chain of the jacket. And the guy leading the other side also rushed in front of John Hung. It seems that this group of people did not get together temporarily. They should be a team. They cooperate with each other tacitly and advance and retreat in moderation. Generally, a player team like this does not have too many props. But this can also allow them to focus on developing more ways to use the props. For example, the glove in the jacket man's hand that can generate electricity was used by him to achieve the effect of a mid-range attack with a copper chain. Compared with the palm, the copper chain is obviously more difficult to defend. However, John Hung's skills were obviously beyond their expectations. Although the opponent did not use any props, he just relied on a small knife in his hand to block the joint attack of the two. Although it was a bit embarrassing, you have to know that his opponents are two players who use supernatural powers. Players who rely purely on combat skills? The leader and the man in the jacket looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. But then they relaxed a little. Due to the existence of game props, the battle between players is full of unpredictability, especially when encountering unfamiliar players. It is very likely that a prop will make the outcome of the entire battle completely different. Originally, their plan was to use the invisible prop to control John Hung as soon as possible. But unfortunately, the other party broke free. The man in the jacket's nose is still bleeding, and he can only use toilet paper to stop the bleeding. What they were most worried about was whether John Hung had some strange props on him. But it seems that they were overthinking. When John Hung appeared, he was carrying a longbow, which should be his best weapon. The game props on him were probably related to the bow and arrow, but he had to throw away the bow in order to block the punch from the front. In the subsequent battles, he switched to using a knife. Although his knife skills were not bad, they were not too strong. Facing the electrified copper chain and an arm with enhanced strength, he did not have any advantage. No, perhaps it should be said that he was always in a suppressed position. In this case, if he had any props that could be used, he should have used them long ago, since they had already figured out the opponent's strengths and weaknesses. In order to avoid more trouble, the four of them did not plan to drag it out any longer. They were not worried about not being able to take down John Hung, but they did not want other players who got the news to come and share a piece of the pie. So one of the two people who controlled Fan Main on the other side also left the field. He released his hand covering Fan Main's mouth, took out a dart from his arms, and aimed at John Hung's eyes. However, at this moment, the situation on the field suddenly changed. The knife in John Hung's hand suddenly disappeared. The guy in the lead had a flash of horror in his eyes, and then he covered his neck and stepped back 2 steps. The knife that disappeared from John Hung's hand before was stuck in his throat. This sudden scene made everyone stunned. No one knew why Zhang Heng, who had been suppressed before, suddenly jumped up. Then the player holding the dart seemed to think of something, and immediately turned the dart to Fan Meinan on the other side. However, before he could say the threat, a gunshot was heard. Zhang Heng took out the M1911 made of infinite building blocks from his backpack and dealt with the guy with the dart first. The other person also reacted quickly and subconsciously hid his head behind Fan Meinan, while reaching out from his pocket to take out a knife. Zhang Heng did not hesitate, pointed the gun at Fan Meinan, and pulled the trigger again. Fan Meinan closed her eyes, and the next moment something warm splashed on her neck. At this point, Zhang Heng finally got Fan Meinan out of the opponent's control, which was also the most troublesome part of the whole battle. He was actually sure that he could defeat the opponent in front of him. But as long as Fan Meinan was still in the opponent's hands, even if he won the battle in front of him, it would be meaningless, and the opponent could use Fan Meinan to threaten him. However, after doing this series of actions, Zhang Heng's other arm was also entangled by the copper chain. A fierce look flashed in the eyes of the jacket man, and a strong electric current was conducted to Zhang Heng's heart along the copper chain. Zhang Heng was electrocuted for the first time. Not the kind of heartbeat, but a real electric shock. At the moment of the electric shock, his muscles spasmed, his pupils dilated, and he completely lost his reaction to the surroundings. His limbs had no strength, and he felt that his heart was about to stop beating. This process lasted for about a few seconds, and then a knife was inserted into the jacket man's chest, and the latter fell to the ground. Fan Meinan lay on the jacket man's chest, and the whole person was still trembling. This was also her first time to kill someone, but she didn't care about her own mental journey for the time being. Then she let go of the knife in her hand and ran to where Zhang Heng fell. Hey, are you okay? Chapter 453 Telepathy. Zhang Heng opened his eyes again and was in the back seat of the Lexus. Fan Meinan and Han Lu were both looking at him. Have we left the park? Zhang Heng checked his body first. Since the power supply had not been long, he was relieved that there were no major problems except for being a little weak. Yeah. Fan Meinan nodded, rarely looking a little guilty. Sorry. It's my fault this time. I almost got you involved. I know she has never liked me very much, but I didn't expect that she would go this far this time, and even plan to let me take the blame for her. What is your relationship with that woman? This is hard to explain. Let's just consider it as a fellow student, Fan Meinan said with a wry smile. But she has always regarded me as a competitor, and our personalities are quite different. Zhang Heng said to Han Lu in the front row. Can you give me some time? Of course. Han Lu opened the car door and walked out. Only Zhang Heng and Fan Meinan were left in the car. After Han Lu left, Zhang Heng looked at Fan Meinan. What is your relationship with Loki in Norse mythology? Fan Meinan raised his eyebrows, looking very surprised. When did you know? As early as when that woman appeared at the auction. I had a vague guess. Of course, I can be more certain of this after I have a deeper understanding of this game. Your style of doing things is very similar to the god of lies and trickery. Are you his agents? No. We are not his agents. At best, we can only be regarded as backup agents. Fan Meinan sighed. You can say that we are all on the inspection list. And you believe in your competitor? Our relationship is complicated, Fan Meinan said. Well, she is my sister. Sister? What kind of sister? A biological sister. But she was given away by my parents when she was very young. So I can probably understand where her dislike for me comes from. But this cannot change the fact that she is my sister. And I only found out not long ago, Fan Meinan said. She also introduced me to that adult afterwards. Were you a player before this? No. I was just an ordinary person before that. No one understood the rules for issuing invitations. In theory, anyone could hold an invitation and participate in the game. But if you didn't have one, you couldn't enter this world. There was another way to enter the game, which was to become an agent. You said you weren't agents yet. Yes, but that lord is very special. Those ancient and sacred oaths have no constraints on him. What he is best at is turning the impossible into the possible. Since you didn't receive an invitation, why did you enter this world? And why did you have to become Loki's agent? Of course I have my reasons. Fan Meinan tried to force a smile on her face. I have said too much. I can't say any more. Believe me, I can take care of myself. Given what happened before. I doubt it, Zhang Heng said, but didn't ask any more questions. paused and said, "Can you still contact your sister?" Death Dream, the trouble has not been solved yet. Based on my understanding of her, she should disappear immediately after doing this. But I can give it a try. How to do it? You said you don't know where she is, so you can only try to ask her out for a meeting. In fact, she and I have had some telepathy since we were young, but I didn't take it seriously at that time. Fan Mainan said, I always thought it was just my illusion. When I was in the 4th grade of elementary school, I accidentally rolled down the stairs and hit my head. When I was unconscious, I switched to a very strange perspective. It felt like I had become another person. My consciousness was still my own, but I couldn't control that strange body at all, just like a strange bystander. Another time, when I was in high school, I was hit by a flying football. I was carried to the infirmary. On the way, this happened again. This time, I saw my face in the mirror. No, to be exact, it was my sister's face. A man hugged her waist from behind. I could feel his breath spraying on the back of my neck. It was a little itchy. It was also that time that I almost lost my first kiss. Fortunately, I regained consciousness as soon as I was carried into the infirmary. I have never told anyone about this, including her. It seems that she doesn't know that you have this telepathy. Otherwise, she wouldn't let you take the blame. Because you can probably use this telepathy ability to lead the people from the 3 major guilds to find her. Zhang Heng said. What should I do? Should I knock you out? That's the problem. I can't achieve telepathy every time I faint. Fan Mainan said with a bitter face. And I'm afraid of being beaten. What should I do? I've looked up some information about telepathy. There are many theories that believe that the closer a person is to death, the greater the probability of connecting with telepathy. Fan Mainan sighed. Try drowning. Are you sure? It won't be a pleasant experience. For a luxury car worth 1 million. It's worth a try, okay? I'm just kidding. Isn't she your friend? I can't just watch her die. Fan Mainan shrugged. Besides, you're here. You make sure nothing happens to me. Right? After speaking, Hanlu opened the car door. How are you guys talking? Do you need me to wait a little longer? No. We have already discussed it. Can we go visit your mansion next? I have always been curious about the lives of rich people. By the way, I also signed the transfer agreement of this car. Fan Mainan said. No problem. Welcome. Hanlu nodded and said. It's almost dawn. I asked the nanny to make some breakfast. Let's eat breakfast later. I don't want to vomit all over your bathroom. An hour later, the 3 returned to Hanlu's residence. Fan Mainan looked normal. She was in a good mood to admire the oil paintings on the wall. However, Zhang Heng noticed that her right hand was holding her sportswear. Obviously, she was not as calm as she looked on the surface. Where is the bathroom? I take you there, Hanlu said. But what she didn't expect was that Fan Mainan didn't leave immediately, but looked at Zhang Heng nervously. Zhang Heng turned to look at Hanlu. Give me a clean towel. And don't let anyone else in. Chapter 454 Drowning. After closing the bathroom door, Zhang Heng did not rush to turn on the faucet, but looked at Fan Mainan again. We may find other ways. You don't have to do this. Yes, you are right. But your friend probably can't wait that long, Fan Mainan said, taking a deep breath and turning on the faucet on the bathtub. I may struggle and can't help but want to lift my head. You have to make sure my mouth and nose don't leave the water. Fan Mainan paused and said, let's set the time to 4 minutes. If it's too short, I may not be able to see anything valuable. If it's too long, you may be brain dead. And even if you are rescued, you will only become a vegetable. Zhang Heng continued. When a person is deprived of oxygen, brain cells will die in about 5 minutes. I will let you breathe again within 5 minutes. Well, it's good that you know, Fan Mainan said. Okay, I don't have anything else to tell you. She glanced at the bathtub again, but it was only half full. Fan Mainan took advantage of this time to unbutton her clothes and took off her outer clothes, leaving only a small vest on the inside. Although she tried her best to act as if she was no different from usual, her obviously heavier breathing still betrayed her inner feelings at the moment. When they first met and Zhang Heng ran away with Fan Mainan in his arms, he found that she was very light, but she usually wore loose clothes, and it was difficult to see it directly from the outside. Now when she took off her top, Zhang Heng found that she was really thin, with thin arms and almost no meat. Fan Mainan seemed unaccustomed to being stared at like this. She crossed her arms and turned slightly away, muttering, "Why is it so cold? I go ask if there's anything that can be heated," Zhang Heng said as he was about to open the door. But Fan Meinan quickly stopped him. "No. Just leave it like this. It won't take long anyway." After that, neither of them spoke again until the bathtub was filled with water. Fan Meinan reached out to test the water temperature and said to Zhang Heng, "Let's get started." The latter nodded. Fan Meinan rarely had such a serious expression on her face. But since she had made a decision, she did not drag her feet and plunged into the bathtub. The world became quiet at this moment, and there was no other sound in her ears. Her black hair floated like algae, and a string of bubbles came out from her mouth, from the bottom of the water to the surface. At this moment, she was like a mermaid living on the bottom of the sea. However, this beautiful picture did not last too long. Soon Fan Meinan felt a lack of oxygen. Her survival instinct made her want to raise her head and breathe again. But her reason made her maintain her current posture until the air remaining in her lungs became less and less. And Fan Meinan became more and more struggling. But just when she was about to give up, a hand pressed her head and pressed her face firmly into the water. The water in the bathtub shook violently. Fan Meinan's struggle became more and more intense. In the end, the desire for breathing surpassed everything. She desperately tried to pry open the arm behind her. Her nails scratched Zhang Heng's skin, leaving blood marks. But she could not raise her head. After a while, as the oxygen was lost, Fan Meinan's strength to struggle became weaker and weaker. This process was also a torment for Zhang Heng behind him, especially when he witnessed the whole process of Fan Meinan drowning, watching her desperately trying to survive. Not only could he not help her, but he had to drag her into the abyss with his own hands. People with poor mental quality might have collapsed at this moment. But Zhang Heng's arm was very stable from beginning to end. Even though he was scratched to a bloody mess by Fan Meinan, Zhang Heng never let go of his hand from beginning to end. However, at the last moment, Zhang Heng hesitated for a moment, but still pulled up one of Fan Meinan's hands. The latter, who didn't know whether she had exhausted her strength, finally calmed down after Zhang Heng held her hand. After waiting for another 5 seconds until there was no more movement, Zhang Heng took Fan Meinan, who had stopped breathing, out of the bathtub. At this time, just 1.5 minutes had passed. Zhang Heng placed Fan Meinan's almost weightless body on the bath towel on the ground. Fan Meinan now looked like she was asleep. Her hair was wet and stuck to her forehead, making her look weak and beautiful. Zhang Heng stared at the pointer of the Shanghai star on his right hand. For minutes was the first time that it felt so long to him. Zhang Heng started to rescue Fan Meinan 20 seconds earlier than the agreed time, pressing his hands on her chest and performing CPR. However, after a set of compressions, the latter did not respond at all. Fan Meinan still had her eyes closed and did not breathe. Zhang Heng could not care less at this time, and directly put Fan Meinan's head on his knees, leaned over, and performed artificial respiration on Fan Meinan, then repeated the previous compressions, and then performed artificial respiration again. After 2 rounds, Fan Meinan's carotid artery finally began to have a pulse. So Zhang Heng gave up the compression and continued to repeat artificial respiration, until one day, their lips parted. Zhang Heng reached out again and subconsciously checked Fan Meinan's pulse, but found that the latter had opened her eyes at some point. The two looked at each other, and the next moment Fan Meinan suddenly started to cough violently. And then she couldn't help but vomited on Zhang Heng's thigh. She hadn't eaten much since the evening, only drank some beer in the KTV and ate 2 bags of melon seeds. And now she vomited out the undigested part. However, Zhang Heng did not show any disgust. He picked up Fan Meinan and let her lean against the wall of the bathroom. Then he wiped her hair and cheeks with a clean towel. I saw her. I saw her," Fan Meinan said in a weak voice. "Well, we talk later if you have anything to say." Zhang Heng used a glass for washing to get some water for Fan Meinan. "Rinse your mouth first." Fan Meinan reached out, but she almost didn't hold it steady. At the critical moment, Zhang Heng held the bottom of the glass again. "Let me do it." Zhang Heng put the water in the cup to Fan Meinan's mouth. The latter took a sip, rinsed it in his mouth, and spit it into the toilet next to him. "Sorry. Your pants. I didn't mean it. Considering that I just kept your head in the water. You spitting on my pants is already relatively gentle," Zhang Heng said. "For a moment, I was really worried that you couldn't save me. Or that you saved me but my brain had already suffered irreversible damage." Fan Meinan took 2 more greedy breaths of air. I'm sure I will never do such a crazy thing again in my life. Chapter 455 Journey. Fan Meinan sat on the sofa holding a cup of hot coffee. That's the situation. She just boarded the plane and sat in the first-class cabin. It should be the first-class cabin. I haven't been in the first-class cabin before. But it looks quite luxurious. There are also many snacks on the table. I got hungry when I saw it. So when can we have breakfast? The nanny is already doing it. It will be soon, Han Lu said on the side. She was very curious about what happened between Zhang Heng and Fan Meinan in the bathroom before. Yes, Han Lu was sure that something must have happened between the two of them. Although they tried to act normal after coming out. Zhang Heng was fine. As a woman, Han Lu could feel that Fan Meinan's attitude towards Zhang Heng had changed subtly. Plane. Do you know her destination? Zhang Heng asked. Fan Meinan subconsciously made a small move and blocked Zhang Heng's gaze with a coffee cup. But then she may have realized that something was wrong and forced herself to drink a sip of coffee to cover it up. As a result, she almost burned her tongue and said with a breath of cold air, "Well, there is a map in front of her. And she should be studying the itinerary. I saw the place marked with a red pin on the map, which should be her destination. Then it seems that we have to go on a long journey as well," Zhang Heng said. "We don't know how many days she will stay at the target location, or if she will just go for a walk. So we must hurry up. The sooner the better. We can book the tickets now. Let my assistant do it. Just give me your identity information and location. She will find the nearest flight." Han Lu stood up and then said to Fan Meinan, "You don't look very well. It's best to take a good rest on the road. And you?" She turned to Zhang Heng again. "What's your waist size? I buy you a new pair of pants." "Ah, that's not good," Fan Meinan said. "What's wrong with that?" "It's me who can't sleep." "Not you," Han Lu said. "How can you help me solve the problem if you don't have energy?" After Zhang Heng and Fan Meinan wrote down their ID numbers and names, Han Lu went to the other side to make a phone call. The remaining two looked at each other. The atmosphere began to become a little awkward. Both Fan Meinan and Zhang Heng consciously ignored what happened in the bathroom before. Both chest compression and artificial respiration were standard steps for cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Zhang Heng didn't think too much when he did it. But it must be admitted that the two people's eyes met as soon as their lips parted. And everyone would have some other thoughts. Fan Meinan wanted to say something witty to hide her true emotions. But when she opened her mouth, she didn't know what to say. Fortunately, not long after, Han Lu's nanny brought breakfast, including fried eggs, bacon, salad, cheese rolls, hot milk, in addition to Chinese food, soy milk and fried dough sticks. Fan Meinan had not eaten much since last night, and her stomach immediately growled when she saw the food. It happened that Han Lu had finished her phone call at this time, walked to the dining table, and pulled out a chair. "Because I don't know what flavor you like. I asked Annie to make a little bit of each. Please help yourself. The tickets have been booked, and the driver will pick us up in 20 minutes. Fan Meinan was still a little weak, and she didn't sleep all night, so she closed her eyes soon after getting on the plane. Han Lu threw another bottle of iodine and a pack of cotton swabs to Zhang Heng, pointing to the wound on the latter's arm. "Is the world you live in so dangerous every day?" "No. Most of the time we are not much different from ordinary people. This time is an unexpected situation." Zhang Heng tore open the cotton swab package and pulled out one. If he hadn't accidentally discovered that Han Lu had become the target of Death Dream, Zhang Heng would not have taken the initiative to find the mysterious sunglasses woman through Fan Meinan, and naturally would not have gotten involved in the feud between the latter and the three major guilds. Fortunately, Zhang Heng later went to the player forum, and did not see that the incident in the small park last night had any further fermentation trend. The bodies of the 4 people were disposed of by Fan Meinan. Fan Meinan originally intended to give the game props on their bodies to Zhang Heng, but the latter refused. Zhang Heng is not sure how many people know that the team of players came to find the mysterious sunglasses woman. Their props seem to be quite unique. If they are recognized by others, it may cause some unnecessary trouble. Therefore, Zhang Heng decided to leave them with Fan Meinan first, and deal with them according to the situation after a period of time. "How do you feel now?" Zhang Heng asked Han Lu. "What else can I do? It's been 24 hours since I last slept. I can only say, I can still bear it." Han Lu shrugged her shoulders and took out her makeup box to touch up her makeup. There were almost no dark circles or haggardness on her face. But the tiredness in her eyes was real. If you are sleepy, you can take a nap. Don't worry about me. Don't worry. As long as you can find that woman later. She should know how to solve your problem. Zhang Heng comforted. Han Lu smiled. This is indeed a very special journey for me. I have an important meeting to attend later. And I also met 2 friends in the afternoon. But since last night, it seems that the only thing that really accompanies me is caffeine. My mother always said that you are a natural fighter and the strongest woman she has ever seen. Zhang Heng said. No. The truly strong person is your mother. She could never beat me in Go. But she still had a lot of fun. Han Lu took a sip of tea. I have never believed that going to a certain place or climbing a certain mountain can cleanse the soul and change the world view. But some of my friends have indeed changed a lot after experiencing some things. Especially a friend who climbed Mount Everest and almost died in an avalanche. After returning, he changed from a playboy who lived a life of debauchery to a vegetarian and a devout Buddhist. Han Lu paused. Only when facing life and death can people realize what is truly important to them. Right? And maybe this is the moment that belongs to me. I just hope that I can still live to tell my feelings afterwards. You will, Zhang Heng said. An hour and a half later, the plane arrived at the target airport. It was drizzling outside the window, and the temperature was slightly lower than when we came. Then Mainan woke up from her seat and found that she had an extra blanket on her body. She rubbed her eyes and said, Are we there yet? Yes. I checked the local news while you were sleeping, and found some not-so-good news. Zhang Heng said. Chapter 456 Flu. What bad news? After a good night's sleep, Van Mainan's mental state finally improved a little, and he lifted the blanket and said, I found out that the number of flu patients in the city we are going to has increased significantly in recent times. Huh? Van Mainan raised his eyebrows. So, we just happened to catch a flu outbreak? By the way, when does seasonal flu usually occur? If I remember correctly, from December to March to May of the following year is the peak season for seasonal flu, Han Lu said. Van Mainan looked at Zhang Heng. I hope I'm overthinking it, Zhang Heng said, and didn't say anything else. However, Van Mainan became alert after being reminded. Well, your worry may not be unreasonable. From what I know about her, if it's not very important, she will hardly go far away. Not to mention that the place she is going to this time is exactly a hospital. Wait, you mean to say, this flu is related to her? Right? Han Lu looked incredulous. Influenza is a respiratory disease caused by influenza virus. It is spread through droplets, contact between people and pollutants. It is just a common infection. She suddenly stopped here. Sorry. I am still trying to understand your world. Before this, I would never have thought that sleep could be a means of killing. Welcome to this bizarre world, Van Mainan said. Anyway, we'd better make some preparations. Let's buy some masks after we get off the plane. After getting off the plane, the 3 people found that the actual situation seemed to be more serious than they imagined. 1/3 of the people they met on the road were wearing masks. In addition, the Isatis root and vitamin C in the pharmacy were sold out. Although there was not enough clinical data to prove that these 2 things could prevent colds, most people still thought they should grab them first. The 3 people changed 4 pharmacies before buying the last 2 masks on the shelf. And they also increased the price tenfold. The ant who was busy buying and stockpiling goods had to give up under Han Lu's money offensive and rushed to the next battlefield in a sullen manner. Fortunately, Zhang Heng had his own mask, so the 3 of them were able to get their equipment together. You're right, said Van Mainan. This flu is a little unusual. If nothing unexpected happens, the source of the problem is likely to be in that hospital. We just need to find your sister this time and get the solution to Death Dream from her. It's best not to be distracted by other irrelevant things, Zhang Heng said. Got it, said Fan Mainan, because the other side arrived in this city an hour and a half earlier than them. The 3 of them did not have extra time to rest. After buying the masks, they immediately rushed to the target hospital. Every year, when influenza is prevalent, hospitals are also the busiest. In order to cope with the surge in patients, many doctors have to work around the clock. And this year's situation is quite special, because of the extended working hours and insufficient rest. The immunity of medical staff is also declining. In particular, they have to face many sources of infection every day, and many doctors and nurses have also fallen. This has also made the hospital staff increasingly stretched. And the scene in the hospital lobby every day is comparable to a large-scale spring festival travel scene. There were parents with children, young people with the elderly, and some young couples snuggling together. The corridor was full of people, and the smell of disinfectant, and the sound of children crying from time to time. It's not easy to find someone in such an environment, Hanlu said. What does your sister look like? Can you give me some description of her appearance? Appearance description is meaningless, Van Manen said. As long as she puts plasticine on her face, she can pinch a face for herself at will. This is why the three major guilds wanted her everywhere before. But no one could catch her. Then it seems that we have no choice but to implement Plan B, Zhang Heng said. I didn't know we had Plan B. What is that? Van Manen asked, and had to stick her small body as close to Zhang Heng as possible, because only in this way could she avoid being squeezed by others. You said your sister came here to find something, and she did a lot of research to find this hospital. Yes. I saw her notes and the map. She ruled out some places, compared some marks, and finally circled here. She looked like she was looking for something. Or someone. In other words, as long as we find what she's looking for before she does, we can find her, Zhang Heng said. Theoretically. That's right. But didn't you tell us not to make things complicated? Like I said, the plan has changed. Okay. Let's give it a try. Van Manen shrugged. Sorry. I don't quite understand. If we're not looking for your sister, what exactly are we looking for now? Han Lu frowned. Assuming that this widespread flu is related to my sister, which is a high probability thing at present. As long as we find the source of the spread of this flu, there is a high possibility that we can follow the clues to find my sister. Van Manen explained. I can understand this part. What is the source you are talking about? It can be anything. Maybe a book. Maybe a piece of expired cheese. A plant that makes you sneeze. Or even a rag. I don't know. But the good news is that my sister probably doesn't know what the thing is. It's like a treasure hunt game, seeing which side moves faster. Of course, she has done more homework than us. And she started an hour and a half earlier than us. Try to find the first person infected with the flu during this period, Zhang Heng said. Even if he is not the source, he must have come into contact with the source. That's true. But how do you determine who is the first person infected? After all, people come to the hospital to get medicine for the flu every day. We can narrow the scope. Since your sister has set her target on this hospital, it means that there is a high probability that he is still in the hospital. I can hack into the local area network of this hospital and check the hospitalization records to find out who has been hospitalized for the flu and has not been discharged until now, Zhang Heng said. After a winter break, have you expanded your skill set? Van Manen was surprised. Are you a rare genius? Why can't I see it? Instead of complaining about me, why don't you think about what your sister would do in this situation, and whether we missed anything? Chapter 457 Hospital Bed. The three of them found an empty office and slipped in. When Zhang Heng turned on the computer and checked the hospitalization records, Van Manen also used plasticine to make a new face for herself. Han Lu was the most nervous of the three. Although she had seen many storms in the capital world, it was the first time for her to sneak into someone else's office like a thief. She stood by the door and paid attention to the movements outside. Zhang Heng said to her, "It doesn't matter. If someone comes in, just knock him down before he shouts." Han Lu looked at what he said and picked up the light beside the bed. But after a while, Van Manen, who was pinching her face, had completely changed into a different look. Zhang Heng looked at the female version of Ma Wei in front of him and didn't know what to say. He paused and said, "Can't you change to a more normal look?" "Oh, okay." Van Manen then started pinching her face again. When she raised her head again, she had become Haze Asuka and blinked at Zhang Heng. "Good morning." "Okay. As long as you are happy." Zhang Heng kept working and soon entered the hospital's patient management system. After searching, he locked his target on a little girl named Wang Shuang. This little girl was sent to the hospital 2 weeks ago, which happened to be when the number of influenza patients admitted to the hospital began to increase significantly. She has been hospitalized for more than 10 days, but her condition has been getting better and worse. She was about to recover, but then it would become serious again. It has been repeated twice. Her attending doctor didn't have any good solutions, and the hospital had already consulted her once. But the results were also minimal. John Hung tore off a sticky note and wrote down the girl's ward and bed, as well as 3 other patients who looked suspicious. At this moment, there was a sound of a key being inserted into the lock at the door. A slightly fat man in a white coat opened the door of his office. John Hung and Fan Meinan were stunned when they saw them inside. Just as he wanted to look outside the door, he was hit by a light bulb on the back of his head, and then fell to the ground without a sound. Han Lu closed the door as quickly as possible and dragged the owner of this office to the sofa. Then she noticed that John Hung and Fan Meinan were staring at her. "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Han Lu asked. "No. It's just the first time I saw a rich man hitting someone, and I was a little stunned," Fan Meinan said truthfully. John Hung got up and checked the unlucky guy on the sofa. The back of the head is a very vulnerable part of the human body. If someone without professional training hits someone's back of the head casually, it is easy to cause paralysis or even death. Fortunately, perhaps because Han Lu is a woman, and because she hasn't slept for a long time, she didn't use too much strength this time. The unlucky guy just fainted, and he should wake up after a while. John Hung had just mentioned it casually, and planned to do it himself, but he didn't expect Han Lu to act so quickly. But fortunately, no big disaster was caused. "Let's go!" John Hung put away the sticky note and said. The 3 of them slipped out of the office again. On the way to the ward, Han Lu's spirit was still a little excited, probably still immersed in the thunder attack he had made before, and the tiredness on his face was much less. The 3 of them passed by the nurse station. The hospital was short of staff, and the nurses were busy with their own things. No one noticed them. John Hung followed the sign, and soon found Wang Shuangshuang's ward. According to the records in the patient management system, Wang Shuangshuang is 13 years old, and should be in junior high school. Her classmates are in school at this time, but she can only lie on the bed with her school bag on the bedside table. At the same time, a woman who looks like her mother is sitting beside her bed. John Hung looked at Fan Meinan, who was watching carefully outside the window for a long time, then shook his head. It's not her. The appearance can change, but the look a mother gives her daughter can't be faked. We have found the target now. What should we do next? Han Lu asked. Good question. It seems my sister hasn't found this place yet. We can find a less conspicuous place and wait for her to show up, Fan Meinan said. Then asked John Hung. Do you have any suggestions? John Hung didn't answer in a hurry. After a while, he said, This is a double ward. Who is the patient in the next bed? In order to protect the privacy of the patient, a partition curtain is set in the middle of the double room. Now the partition curtain is open, and the scene on the other side cannot be seen from the window. This, I'm afraid I have to ask the nurse to know, Fan Meinan said. Forget it. I go in and take a look, John Hung said. But he walked into a ward next to him first. There, a young nurse just pushed a treatment cart in, bent down, tied a patient's wrist with a rubber tube, and applied iodine to the back of the latter's hand for disinfection. While the nurse was concentrating on giving the patient in front of him in 4, John Hung stole a bottle of levofloxacin, a pair of syringes, and 2 4 patches from the medicine basket. He then opened the syringe, stuck the end with a needle on the back of his hand, and fixed it with the 4 patch. Then he inserted the other end into the levofloxacin. John Hung held the levofloxacin and pretended to have walked into the wrong ward. He ignored Wang Shuangshuang and her mother, who were near the door, and directly lowered his head to open the partition curtain. Then she looked stunned, as if she just realized that she had gone to the wrong place. Taking this opportunity, John Hung also saw the patient in the bed next to him. It was an elderly man who was sleeping soundly. The person sitting on the small stool next to him should be her husband, who was peeling an apple, and was also surprised when he saw John Hung. John Hung apologized to the old lady, then pulled up the partition curtain again and walked out of the ward. How is it? Fan Meinan asked. John Hung tore off the 4 patch on his hand and threw the syringe and levofloxacin into the trash can next to the bathroom. I'm not absolutely sure, but the bed next to him does look a bit problematic. It shouldn't be bedtime now. Even if someone is used to sleeping in, they will wake up during the 4. I observed his 4 bottle. It should have been not long after the infusion. It doesn't make sense for him to fall asleep again so quickly after being awakened by the nurse. And knowing that his wife has fallen asleep, he still peeled the apple. The timing is also suspicious. As John Hung was talking, He saw a woman in a hospital gown taking hot water not far away, secretly looking at them. When John Hung moved his eyes over, the woman in the hospital gown suddenly threw away the thermos cup in her hand, and then turned around and ran to the stairs. Chapter 458 Elevator. The commotion in the corridor did not last long, and soon it returned to calm. After a while, the old woman, who had been peeling apples beside her husband's bed, stood up and walked to the door, with a hunched back from behind the partition curtain. She put her wrinkled face in front of the glass, looked around, and confirmed that there was no danger in the corridor. Then she straightened her hunched back, stretched out her hand to push open the door, and walked out with her head down. However, the next moment, something cold and hard pressed against her waist. "Don't scream or make any small movements," John Hung said. "We are not from the 3 major guilds. We just want to ask you a few questions." The old woman was still trembling. She turned her head and smiled, as if to indicate that she didn't understand John Hung's words just now, and hoped that he would say it again. "You can continue to act, but believe me, you won't like what will happen next," John Hung said, as he completely stuck to the old woman, and then controlled her hands, so that the latter could no longer use any game props. After that, John Hung almost dragged the old woman all the way to the elevator. To outsiders, it was like a filial younger generation supporting his elder. The expression on the old woman's face finally changed this time. She opened her mouth and seemed to want to call for help. But the next moment, her right arm was stabbed. John Hung used the remaining infusion patch to stick to the small wound. "Like I said, next time it won't be such a small injury." After seeing blood, the old woman finally calmed down again. John Hung pressed the down button of the elevator, intending to take the old woman out of the hospital first, in order not to arouse suspicion. The Baithan Lu and Fan Mainan chased after her, leaving only John Hung in the ward area. The 3 agreed to reunite outside the west gate of the hospital. So far, everything has gone smoothly. According to Fan Mainan, the sunglasses woman is different from other players. She has always been alone and has no other companions. The woman who suddenly ran away before should be just an ordinary person she hired with money. From this point of view, she is indeed cautious and cunning enough. No matter where she goes or what she does, she will leave a way out for herself. However, this is probably her only way out, because this is a strange city for her after all. She only arrived an hour and a half earlier than John Hung and Fan Mainan, and there is not much room for preparation. What John Hung doesn't understand is that she has obviously found Wang Shuang one step ahead. But why she never took action, but pretended to be a family member of the next bed. Fortunately, this kind of thing is no longer important now. John Hung has no time to care about what happened in this hospital. The most urgent thing is to let the sunglasses girl spit out the solution to Death Dream. The indicator light of the elevator came on, and the door opened. A male doctor and 2 nurses came out pushing a 3-shaking bed. The patient on the bed did not look very good. The 3 of them looked a little anxious. The male doctor bumped into John Hung, but then he immediately held John Hung's arm and said sorry. John Hung replied that it was okay. Then he stepped aside and let the 3-shaking bed go down the elevator first. And then he went up with the old woman. There were quite a few people in the elevator, and the air was a little turbid. Maybe it was because he had been in the hospital for too long. But John Hung's throat was a little itchy. He couldn't help but cough twice. But the situation did not get better afterwards. Instead, the discomfort in his throat tended to get worse. John Hung coughing almost never stopped. At the same time, his body temperature began to rise, accompanied by a headache and irritability. The old woman next to him looked at him with a flash of surprise in her eyes, and then seemed to think of something and became excited. John Hung also realized that something was wrong with his body at the first time. At the same time, he basically ruled out the possibility that the sunglasses woman was the culprit. The latter had been controlled by him during this period, and could not touch any game props. Moreover, this large-scale flu had already broken out before she came. John Hung quickly reviewed what had happened before in his mind, and finally stopped at the collision between him and the male doctor. The latter supported his arm. John Hung looked down at his wrist, which was also the only place where their skin had touched. Now it had turned purple and black. John Hung realized that he could not remember the male doctor's appearance, but he still remembered his name tag. The name on the name tag made him feel familiar, but because he had caught the woman in sunglasses, he did not think about it. Now John Hung finally remembered why the name was so familiar. Because he was Wang Shuang's attending physician. At this point, Zhang Heng finally understood what the woman in sunglasses was waiting for in the next bed. Her target for coming to the hospital this time was not Wang Shuangshuang, but the latter's attending physician. That guy might be the source of this flu. It didn't take Zhang Heng long to sort out everything. At this time, the elevator had just gone down 2 floors. The patients behind were trying to squeeze forward and wanted to get out of the compartment door. When everyone going to this floor got off the elevator, Zhang Heng suddenly stretched out his hand to block the elevator door, and then pulled the sunglasses woman out of the elevator. Zhang Heng didn't know what the male doctor did to him. He only knew that his current physical condition was definitely not as simple as having the flu. In fact, the speed of deterioration was far beyond his imagination. Zhang Heng's temperature kept rising. His vision began to blur, and he felt pain in his lower abdomen. He was becoming weaker and weaker. Zhang Heng immediately pressed the up button after getting off the elevator. The most urgent thing now was to return to the previous floor before his strength was completely gone and find the male doctor who attacked him. Unfortunately, it's too late. The old woman next to him finally spoke again, and she looked at Zhang Heng with a hint of mockery in her eyes. "Who is that guy? Have you heard of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse?" The old woman said leisurely. "The white horse rider in the New Testament revelation." "Plague?" Zhang Heng said, holding back the urge to vomit. "Is that guy Plague's agent?" "Agent? No. 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 That's Plague himself." The old woman's eyes were getting more and more excited. "I've been looking for him for a long time. I have to thank you this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to confirm it." At this moment, the strong cramping in his abdomen had affected Zhang Heng thinking. But in less than 2 minutes, he almost didn't have the strength to stand. The old woman looked at him with a trace of pity. "You are not the first person to die in his hands, and you won't be the last." Chapter 459 The Rider of the White Horse. I saw the Lamb open the first of the 7 seals, and I heard one of the 4 living creatures say with a voice like thunder, "Come!" I looked, and behold, a white horse, and its rider had a bow, and a crown was given to him, and he came out conquering and to conquer. The New Testament of the Bible Revelation of John. This was not the first time Zhang Heng had encountered a monster in the Bible. He had dealt with the mess left by Leviathan, one of the 7 deadly sins, before, but he did not see Leviathan himself that time. Compared to demons like the 7 deadly sins, the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse are even more famous. The 4 horsemen are super bosses that only appear before the end of the world, representing plague, war, famine, and death respectively. Their appearance means the extinction of mankind, and the doomsday judgment begins. Zhang Heng is in a very bad condition now. He can see that the elevator next door is almost reaching this floor, but now he has difficulty even taking a step. It is better to say that he is completely relying on the sunglasses girl to support his body so that he does not fall down, rather than saying that he is still controlling the sunglasses girl. In this state, even if he successfully returned to the upstairs and saw the White Knight, he would probably not be able to fight. The sunglasses woman reached out and took out Zhang Heng's mobile phone from his pocket and threw it into the trash can beside him. Zhang Heng had no strength to stop her. "Sorry. It seems that I can't answer your questions." Zhang Heng didn't care about the sunglasses woman now. Seeing the elevator reach this floor and open the door, he wanted to step in, but at this moment his legs felt like they were filled with lead. Zhang Heng almost used up all his strength to take a small step, but he couldn't stand firmly at all. His body lost balance, and he fell to the ground. His eyes became increasingly blurred. His forehead was burning, and his head seemed to be splitting. The woman in sunglasses pretended to be panicked, and the enthusiastic patients around him immediately called doctors and nurses. Zhang Heng could hear the sound of the stretcher wheels sliding on the ground, but he could hardly see what was in front of him. His lips moved, but it was difficult to utter even a complete word. Fortunately, he was quickly carried onto the stretcher, with a hearing aid against his chest. The doctor was asking for his name and emergency contact. There seemed to be many people watching the excitement around him, and no one noticed that the old woman who had been with him before had quietly disappeared. The latter took advantage of the chaos to sneak into the bathroom, and when he came out, he had completely changed into another person. She saw Zhang Heng being pushed into the emergency room, and then took the safety passage and returned to the 6th floor. The woman in sunglasses came to the outside of Wang Shuangshuang's ward, but she looked through the glass and found that there was no figure of the male doctor in the elevator. However, the woman in sunglasses was not too anxious. The other party had just come to this floor not long ago, And there was no reason for him to leave so quickly. Since she already knew his identity, it would not be so difficult to find him. Then the woman in sunglasses searched the wards one by one. But to her surprise, she still didn't see the target until she reached the end of the corridor. Just when the woman in sunglasses doubted whether her previous speculation was wrong, she saw the figure of the male doctor coming out of the bathroom, not far away, shaking the water droplets on his hands, and then walked into the treatment room on the side. The woman in sunglasses did not hesitate, and immediately followed him, and pushed open the door of the treatment room. But it turned out that there was no one inside. Just as the woman in sunglasses looked bewildered, the door suddenly closed. The male doctor appeared behind her like a ghost and released the doorknob. "Are you looking for me?" "Yes, sir." The woman in sunglasses turned around, with a hint of excitement in her eyes. She had been waiting for this moment for too long. "Aren't you from the side of that bad boy named Loki? Does he know you're looking for me?" The male doctor said calmly, taking off the medical gloves on his hands. "No. It's my own will to come to you. It has nothing to do with Lord Loki. If you know me well enough, you will know that my 3 friends and I are all people who prefer to take rather than give," the male doctor said condescendingly, in an emotionless tone. "No matter what you want from me, I advise you to give up this stupid and unrealistic idea as soon as possible. I am not begging for your mercy." The sunglasses woman knelt on one knee. "In fact, I came here to make a deal with you this time." "What qualifications do you have to make a deal with me?" the male doctor said calmly. "I'm not one of those guys from Northern Europe. And I don't need to give Loki any face. I know what you want. And only you can give me what I want," the woman in sunglasses said respectfully. Outside the hospital, Han Lu and Fan Meinan had been waiting for a while, but still didn't see Zhang Heng come out. Fan Meinan had no choice but to call Zhang Heng's cell phone. But no one answered until the ringing stopped. "He won't have any accidents, will he?" Han Lu said with some worry. "Well, this situation is unlikely. With that guy's skills and calmness, he has always been the one to beat others. I have never seen anyone take advantage of him. Even my sister is not his opponent." Fan Meinan's words also made Han Lu feel relieved. But then again, that guy wouldn't have time to make a phone call. Fan Meinan paused and said that she was a little undecided at the moment. So she made another call. This time, after ringing for more than 10 seconds, someone finally answered. Fan Meinan breathed a sigh of relief. But a strange voice came from the other side. "Who are you? Who are you?" Fan Meinan asked back. "Even if I tell you my name, you probably won't recognize me. I found this phone in the trash can." "Are you a friend of the owner of the phone? Where did you find the phone?" Fan Meinan raised his eyebrows. "The trash can in the hospital. If you hadn't called me before, I wouldn't have known there was a phone in the trash can," the person on the other end of the phone said. "If you are a friend of the owner of the phone, you'd better come and get it. I'm accompanying my wife to do a pregnancy checkup. We will leave the hospital in about 20 minutes. Give me 5 minutes. I'd be there soon." Fan Meinan hung up the phone after saying that. "What happened?" Han Lu asked on the other end. "I don't know." Fan Meinan bit her lip. Zhang Heng's phone was thrown into the trash can. "But I don't know if this is a trap set by my sister." But no matter what, that guy must have run into trouble. "I'm going to go back and take a look. You just stay here. Let's go back together," Han Lu said. "If there is really anything, I can help. I have proved this in the office before." Chapter 460 Separate Actions. "You are his family members?" The female doctor looked at the 2 people in front of her. "About the same. I'm his sister and she's his." Fan Meinan hesitated. "Girlfriend," Han Lu continued. "Ha. That's great. We've been looking for his family members. His condition is not very good now," the female doctor said. "He has a high fever and his temperature has exceeded 40 degrees. I just gave him a fever-reducing injection. There are also other examinations and treatment fees. Who of you will pay for it?" "Give it to me." Han Lu took the bill and hurried to the price window. "We just heard the broadcast. What happened to him?" Fan Meinan asked. "He was fine when we separated 10 minutes ago." "That's what we want to find out. You are her sister. Do you know if he had any medical history, or if anyone in your family has had such a condition?" "As far as I know, no. He has always been in good health." "I noticed that, too. He looked like he had been keeping fit. But he was found fainting outside the elevator just now. We did some tests on him. But it's hard to say until the results are out." But you better be prepared. His condition is not good. As soon as the female doctor finished speaking, a young nurse ran over. Dr. Zhou, it's not good. The patient's temperature is still rising, and it's getting harder and harder to breathe. Sorry. Excuse me. The female doctor put on her mask and walked into the emergency room. What happened? Han Lu said after paying the money. I don't know. But it seems that he really needs our help now. Whatever made him fall, it should still be in the hospital. Modern medical methods may be difficult to solve his problem. We must find that thing to save him. Van Manen frowned and said, This time I really strongly recommend that you stay here, because the danger of this matter has far exceeded your imagination. How do you know what I'm imagining? Han Lu said calmly. Do you think you know the truth about this world from our few words? Van Manen shook her head. This world is far crazier and more dangerous than you see. I haven't slept for almost 40 hours. I will live a crazy life every second after this incident. Han Lu said, as she opened another can of coffee to replenish herself. Okay. Time was running out. And no one knew how long Zhang Heng could hold on. So Fan Manen stopped trying to persuade him. She stroked her chin and said, First, we need to determine where Zhang Heng was attacked. We were chasing the bait before, assuming that Zhang Heng found my sister and successfully controlled her, which should be a high probability event. Zhang Heng would find a way to reunite with us. So the question is, why did he come to this floor? Because he found something wrong with his body in the elevator? Yes. That guy is a very calm and cautious guy. After he realized something was wrong, he immediately got off the elevator and wanted to return to the previous floor. That's why he fell down in front of the elevator. Van Manen bit her lip and continued to analyze. So the thing that caused his physical condition should still be on the floor where Wang Shuang was. And this thing didn't attract his attention at first. No. This range is still too large. We'd better look at the previous surveillance video to find out what he encountered. How do we get the surveillance video? Leave this to me, Van Manen said. In that case, let's split up. I go up first to see if there's anything I can find. Your sister doesn't know about my existence, so I should be safer, Han Lu said. Okay. Be careful. 10 minutes later, Van Manen looked at the unconscious male security guard in the men's toilet cubicle, stripped off his clothes, put them on himself, and transformed himself into the other person. Then Van Manen locked the door, put up a sign saying cleaning in progress, and returned to the monitoring room. When his partner saw him come in, he asked, Why did it take so long? Is your kidney not good? No. I met Dr. Zhou on the way. Someone just fainted in the corridor. Dr. Zhou wanted to know why, so he asked us to copy the previous video to him. His partner was surprised when he heard this. Unless there is a note from the dean, other people cannot view the video. Dr. Zhou must know that. Yes. I know the rules. But the situation is urgent now. The person is in danger. If we don't find the cause quickly, we can't treat him. The note and other things can be supplemented later, Van Manen said. Wow, did you take the wrong medicine today? The partner widened his eyes. You know the rules are the rules. And doing this will cause us to lose our jobs? He paused and said, I don't want to see anyone die. But this is a hospital. People die here every day. And what we have to do is to do our own work well. You are right. Van Manen sighed. Believe me, I don't want to do this to you either. The partner was a little confused. But then he was pressed against the chest with an electric shock device. Sorry. This is not directed at you, Van Manen said and flipped the switch. And the partner's security guard trembled like a sieve, shaking back and forth, until Van Manen turned off the switch. His body also slid off the stool. At this time, Han Lu on the other side had also come to the floor where Wang Shuang's ward was located. This floor was not much different from when they left. The corridor was full of patients and their families. A young nurse at the nurse's station was being criticized by the head nurse because she lost a patient's medicine. The young nurse looked very aggrieved with tears in her eyes. She was giving a patient an injection before, but when she turned back to get a bottle of levofloxacin and a syringe, they were all gone. Now the head nurse asked her to pay for it herself. Han Lu walked up. How much? I pay for it. The head nurse was a little surprised. It's not about money. I just want her to remember this lesson. I don't think she did anything wrong. There are so many people in the hospital now. It's impossible to pay attention to the surroundings all the time. Han Lu took out her wallet and took out 1,000 yuan from it. Is it enough? The nurse was a little embarrassed. No. 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 I lost the medicine. I can do it myself. And according to the hospital regulations, we can't just collect money casually. It doesn't matter. Just treat it as a donation. In addition to the medicine money, you can give the rest to whoever is more pitiful to pay part of the hospitalization fee. Han Lu put the money on the nurse's desk without saying anything. And then said, "Ask you a question. What's the problem?" After Han Lu's interruption, the nurse felt much better about throwing away the medicine, and felt that there were still many good people in the world. "Have you been at the nurse's station recently? Have you seen any new visitors?" New visitors. We have registered them. But I'm afraid I can't show them to you." The nurse apologized. "Can't you make an exception?" Han Lu said. "You can let me register as well. And then pretend that I saw the record. And you don't have to bear any responsibility." As the two were talking, the door of the treatment room opened and a woman walked out. Chapter 461 Hard. The nurse was stunned because the other person did not look like a patient. After coming out, she did not go to the ward, but went directly to the elevator. The nurse opened her mouth and wanted to call the woman, but she thought about the mistake she had made not long ago and did not want to cause trouble. So she hesitated, but the expression on her face was caught by Han Lu, who was beside her. She was keenly aware of something and turned her head to look behind her. "What's wrong?" At this time, another person came out of the treatment room. The nurse heaved a sigh of relief after seeing that person, and a sweet smile appeared on her face. "Director Kwang." The male doctor named Kwang nodded. Seeing that the nurse's expression had returned to normal, Han Lu did not ask any more questions and focused her attention back on the visitor list. She was still thinking about how she saw the name on it. But the next moment, she suddenly felt an inexplicable fear in her heart. The fear came and went quickly, and it was gone in a flash. If she hadn't seen the residual fear in the nurse's eyes, Han Lu would even suspect that it was just her own temporary illusion. Then the male doctor surnamed Kwang asked in a deep voice, "How is bed number 203? The young nurse patted her chest. "She seems to be better today. I just took her temperature, and the fever has subsided." After a pause, she kindly added, "I hope she is okay." Han Lu shuddered when she heard this, but she quickly controlled her emotions. Bed number 203 is Wang Shuangshuang's bed. So the identity of the doctor surnamed Kwang in front of him is also very obvious. He is Wang Shuangshuang's attending physician. This immediately made him suspicious. And he showed up here at the right time, which made it hard not to associate what happened to Zhang Heng with him. Han Lu's heartbeat quickened. She should have thought of it earlier. She had been focusing on visitors before, but forgot that there was another kind of people who could freely enter and leave the inpatient department. That is, the medical workers of the hospital itself. However, Han Lu's face remained calm. She did not forget what Fan Meinan said. If Zhang Heng suddenly fainted and was in danger of death because of Director Kwang in front of him, it meant that the latter was very dangerous. Just at this moment, the phone in Han Lu's pocket rang. Han Lu looked at the caller ID and saw that it was Fan Meinan's number. She took this opportunity to walk to the side, found a wall where no one noticed and stood there, answered the call, and both sides said the first sentence almost at the same time. "I may have found him." Han Lu paused and said, "You go first. I watched the previous surveillance video." Zhang Heng bumped into a male doctor before getting on the elevator. After that, his condition in the elevator became a little strange. After going down 2 floors, he took my sister out of the elevator together. Then he might want to come back to find that guy. But his body couldn't bear it and fell to the ground. Fan Meinan said, "Is the doctor you mentioned Wang Shuangshuang's attending physician surnamed Kwang? I also noticed the person standing next to me just now." Han Lu said, "Yes. That's why I called you quickly. So the person who just walked out of the same room with him is your sister." "That's right." Fan Meinan hesitated. The woman in sunglasses was obviously planning to leave the hospital at this time. And Zhang Heng's situation on the other side was also not good. At this time, a choice needed to be made. Han Lu said without hesitation, "I keep an eye on him here. Come quickly." "Okay." Fan Meinan said nothing more. Although Han Lu's situation was very bad, the most urgent thing was to rescue Zhang Heng first. She said, "Wait for me." Then she hung up the phone. On the other side, Han Lu pretended to be talking, but her eyes were secretly staring at Director Kwang. The latter seemed to have completely ignored her here. He said a few words to the nurse and walked towards Wang Shuangxuan's ward. Han Lu watched Director Kwang walk into the ward. And then she breathed a sigh of relief and put away the phone. She just had to wait for Fan Meinan to arrive. The next moment, a hand suddenly grabbed her neck from behind. Han Lu had no idea what was going on. And then she passed through the wall and was dragged into the ward behind. Her body fell heavily to the ground again. When Han Lu saw the expressionless face of Director Kwang in front of her, the fear in her heart reached its peak, and she couldn't help but scream at the top of her throat. On the other side, Director Kwang just stood there, looking at her indifferently. There was no human emotion in his pupils. Han Lu felt endless despair in her heart. She was horrified to find that her screams could not be heard at all. The two patients on the bed were still immersed in sweet dreams. Not to mention the people outside the door. It was less than 5 seconds after Fan Meinan hung up the phone. No one could hear her cry for help. So naturally no savior would appear. Han Lu struggled to crawl towards the door, trying to escape from the ward. But when she grabbed the door handle, she found that no matter how hard she pulled, she couldn't open the door. She used all her strength to desperately slap the door, trying to attract the attention of the people outside the door. But at this moment, she seemed to be forgotten by the world. Then Han Lu heard the sound of horses neighing. The light in the ward dimmed, and Director Kwang had a crown on his head and a strange longbow in his hand, which seemed to be made of human bones. He opened his mouth, and his voice was like a bell. The day I came to the world, plague was rampant, and all races were crying. After saying this, he slowly raised the longbow in his hand and aimed it at Han Lu, who was already frightened out of her wits. However, neither the White Horse Knight nor Han Lu noticed that at this moment a dark shadow quietly climbed in from the window. Director Kwang, draw the bow. There was clearly no arrow on the bowstring, but Han Lu still felt an unprecedented fear of death. Just when she thought she was going to die, a sharp scalpel stabbed into the back of Director Kwang. No blood flowed from the stabbed part. Director Kwang just frowned and slowly turned his head to look at the attacker behind him. Zhang Heng did not look at Director Kwang's eyes at all. He held the scalpel with an extremely focused look, and went all the way down to cut open the target's back. However, the next moment, a magical thing happened. The top part of the wound began to heal slowly, and it seemed that some power was repairing it. Director Kwang. The first part of the body to heal was as smooth as a mirror, without even a scar. Director Kwang's eyes flashed with sarcasm, as if he was mocking Zhang Heng's overestimation of his own abilities. But the next moment Zhang Heng made a scene that everyone present would never forget. He saw him forcibly insert his right hand into Director Kwang's wound, like a snake slithering through the grass, looking for something. Director Kwang's face changed for the first time. Then Zhang Heng's right hand stopped. He finally found his target. Director Kwang was furious and roared, "How dare you!" But before he finished speaking, he suddenly stopped. Zhang Heng's right hand left his body, and in the palm of his hand, a black heart was beating continuously. Chapter 462 God Killer. Zhang Heng clenched his fist and crushed the black heart without hesitation. Blood splashing. The sound of horses stopped at this moment. The dim room became bright again, and Han Lu finally felt the connection between herself and the world again. The feeling of desolation and loneliness disappeared, but the shock in her heart will never disappear. Even if she recalls it many years later, she still can't forget the scene in front of her. Director Kwang. His body seemed to be frozen there, motionless, his face still showing rage, his mouth wide open, like a roaring lion. Behind him stood a man covered in blood and naked. It was as if David was fighting the giant Goliath. Every inch of his muscle was bathed in black blood. Han Lu's heartstrings throbbed again. Finally, Director Kwang lost all his spirit in his eyes, and his body fell to the ground, which also meant that this short but extremely dangerous battle finally came to a conclusion. Zhang Heng? Han Lu didn't recognize the man who saved him at the critical moment until then, and she couldn't believe it. Zhang Heng stood there with his eyes closed, without any movement, as if he didn't hear his name at all. Just when Han Lu began to worry about him, Zhang Heng suddenly said, "Can you help me find some clothes?" Oh. Han Lu was awakened by the words, and reluctantly looked away. It's not that she hasn't seen young handsome men before, including the young master of the club, the young man in the gym, and the popular idol drama male star. Han Lu has dated most of them. The body shape is very good, and there are also some with exaggerated muscle lines. However, for some reason, compared with Zhang Heng, Their muscles seemed to lack a kind of beauty, just like the expensive and fragile glass toys in the window. Han Lu opened a cabinet on one side and found the sportswear of one of the patients, took it out and handed it to Zhang Heng. Why are you like this? I climbed out of the window of the emergency room, and the clothes are still there. As Zhang Heng spoke, he tore off the infusion patch on his hand, turned on the faucet in the bathroom of the ward, and washed the blood off his body. Are you okay? I heard from the doctor that your condition was not very good before, Han Lu said worriedly. Before Zhang Heng could speak, Han Lu's phone rang again. After answering it, Fan Minon's anxious voice came from it. Where are you? I didn't see you in the corridor. Did something happen? I'm in Ward 207. The situation is a bit, well, it's hard to describe, Han Lu said. As soon as she finished speaking, the door of the ward was pushed open from the outside. Fan Meinan was stunned when she saw the body of Director Quan on the ground. And then she saw Zhang Heng, naked and wet, coming out of the bathroom. And her cheeks immediately turned red. It seems that you are also lucky. Han Lu handed over the sportswear, and Zhang Heng put on his pants and shirt, finally ending this free nude show. Fan Meinan also closed the door immediately. Can someone explain to me what happened? How did you get yourself into the emergency room? And how did you get out? She turned her head and looked at someone. The person your sister came here to see is the White Horseman, one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, Zhang Heng said as he picked up the bone bowl on the ground. We met outside the elevator. He touched my skin, and then I felt like I had several types of smallpox, influenza, and plague at the same time. The 4 horsemen of the apocalypse? In person? How did you survive this? Fan Meinan was surprised. I don't know. I once thought I was dead. I was in a very bad condition in the emergency room. I had respiratory failure. My body temperature kept rising, and my head was always hurting. I couldn't speak, and it was difficult to open my eyes. I could only vaguely hear the people around me walking and talking, Zhang Heng said. Then my heartbeat probably stopped for a few seconds. I didn't count, but it felt like the whole world was quiet. I vaguely saw the electrocardiogram on the monitor turned into a straight line. But the interesting thing was that I didn't feel too much sadness. In fact, I couldn't feel anything at that time. You died? At some point. Yes, Zhang Heng said. After that, who saved you? No one, Zhang Heng said. I don't remember what happened in those few seconds. When I opened my eyes again, I found that my body had returned to normal. I no longer had a high fever and headache, nor did I feel nauseous. I was full of strength again. But I also saw a female doctor holding a pacemaker in her hand, and she was about to press it against my chest. In order to avoid being electrocuted, I had to knock her out, as well as several nurses around her. Then I climbed back to this floor through the window. I happened to see Han Lu in danger outside the window, so I climbed in. You escaped the plague? How is that possible? The 4 horsemen of the apocalypse are world-destroying beings. Fan Meinan's eyes widened. But compared to this, you later killed the White Horse Knight, which is even more incredible. How did you do it? How did you know where his weakness was? And how did you hit his weakness accurately? I wish I could answer all your questions, but unfortunately, I didn't have time to think so much at the time. I acted completely on instinct. But when I was young, I heard a lot of mythological stories from my parents. Maybe 1 or 2 of them mention the weakness of the White Horse Knight. Zhang Hengdao squatted down and picked up the crown and the strange-shaped bone bowl on the ground. This was also his biggest gain after this battle. But he didn't know their quality until the appraisal results came out. However, as the equipment of one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, it must be impossible to be too bad. The body of Director Kwang decayed and melted at an incredible speed, and finally turned into a pool of ash. If it weren't for the black blood still on the ground, everything before would seem to have never happened. Afterwards, Zhang Heng and Han Lu stayed in the room to make sure no one else entered during this period, while Fan Meinan stole a few bottles of detergent and brushes, and the 3 of them cleaned up the blood in the room together. During this process, the 2 women were still immersed in the previous shock and couldn't extricate themselves. Han Lu witnessed the battle with her own eyes. When the bone bow pointed at her, her breathing completely stopped. This was her first time to really come into such close contact with the so-called god, until the scalpel was inserted into the back of the opposite existence. She thought she was dead today. and the scene of Zhang Heng taking out the heart with his own hands was forever engraved in her mind. On the other side, although Fan Meinan did not see the battle, she was more shocked than Han Lu, because she knew very well what level the four horsemen of the apocalypse were. They were far superior to those small gods, who had lost most of their power in the long river of time. The world had not forgotten their names. The power of the White Horse Knights could be seen from the flu that affected the entire city. And such a being died in the hands of a mortal. Even if there was a sneak attack, it was still incredible. Chapter 463 Reasonable Inference. The three cleaned up the ward. And then Han Lu and Fan Meinan took the elevator to leave the hospital with the bone bow and crown wrapped in sheets. While Zhang Heng climbed through the window and returned to the emergency room, took back his clothes and personal belongings, and then quietly left. The three met in the car, and Han Lu was still a little shocked. I still can't believe it. You really killed the plague. One of the four horsemen of the apocalypse? Fan Meinan said to Zhang Heng, who opened the car door. The latter sat down, closed the door, and shook his head, saying, "It's meaningless to discuss this matter anymore. We came here to find your sister, but now we've lost her again. That's a problem. To be honest, I don't want to be flooded again, because that feeling is really terrible." Fan Meinan smiled bitterly. "We may have another chance," Zhang Heng said. "What chance? Why did your sister come to find plague? One of the four horsemen of the apocalypse? The three major guilds are chasing her very closely, and she is very angry about this. Could it be that she wants to use the White Horse Knight to kill the three major guilds?" Fan Meinan dragged his chin in thought. It is not an easy thing to wipe out so many players in one go. Even gods can rarely do it. But Plague should be one of them. She may have gotten what she wanted from Plague. No, Plague is not an easy person to talk to. If you want to get his help, you may have to pay a high price. Their contact this time is just a tentative one. First establish contact, and then there should be follow-up contact. This is the most reasonable inference, Zhang Heng said, pulling out a Samsung Galaxy from his pocket. I got the mobile phone of the White Horse Knight. It is possible that the two of them will contact each other again. But why must it be through the mobile phone? Because we only have the mobile phone as a clue now. Zhang Heng opened the laptop next to him. I can flash the machine to clear the lock screen password and see which contacts are in it. Han Lu's fate was at stake, and she became nervous. Zhang Heng asked Han Lu, "When did you see them come out of the room?" Around 11:03 or 11:04. Han Lu answered, closed her eyes, and thought for a while. Then said, 11:03. I looked at the clock on the wall of the nurse station at that time. The last incoming call on the phone was at 10:20 in the morning. It shouldn't be her. Zhang Heng flipped to the address book and continued to slide his finger down. The notes in it are all colleagues in the hospital, and I don't see any suspicious names. In this case, we can only wait for the other side to contact us. I didn't realize that the White Knight is so dedicated to his work in this hospital. Zhang Heng asked Fan Meinan, when you disguised yourself as someone else before, you could even change your voice. Can you pretend to be the voice of Plague? Yes, but I have to hear him speak first. That's easy, since he has become the director of this hospital. There should be some video materials on the internet. As Zhang Heng spoke, he quickly found a symposium of infectious diseases and epidemiology experts organized by the municipal health department. Plague also spoke at the meeting as an invited expert. But now it seems a bit black humor. Fan Meinan read the speech of Plague, which was not very informative to deal with the situation, cleared his throat, and the next moment he spoke the voice of Director Kwang. Under the leadership of Vice Mayor Gua, we will work together to build a harmonious and loving doctor-patient relationship. Zhang Heng looked at Han Lu, who nodded. Generally speaking, there is no relationship, but the tone can be a little colder. Got it. Then we will have to wait for your sister to contact Plague again. Zhang Heng asked Han Lu, can you still bear it? Well, it's okay for now, Han Lu said. I checked the information, and it is said that the limit of people not sleeping is about 10 days. But basically after 7 days, the brain will start to be damaged. And after 5 days, hallucinations will occur, and it is possible to fall into mental disorder. We will find a way to solve the problem within 5 days, Zhang Heng said. If it really doesn't work, I will have to drink some water in your luxurious bathtub again. Fan Meinan sighed. Then, where are we going now? Han Lu opened another bottle of coffee, and now she drank it like water. Go back, Zhang Heng said. You need to rest. But you can't really fall asleep. If that guy really wants to deal with the people from the 3 major guilds chasing her, the battlefield must still be in the city where we live. Okay. Then I ask my assistant to book a return ticket. Give me some time to deal with some personal matters. And we meet at the airport. Zhang Heng then contacted the bartender and asked for the address of the game point in this city. He had just received 2 pieces of equipment from the White Horse Knight. The crown was fine. But the bone bow was obviously not something he could take on the plane. It was also hard to trust ordinary express delivery. So Zhang Heng decided to use the special logistics of the game point. The advantages were that it was safe and fast, and would not be lost. The disadvantage was that it was the same as the services of all game points, which was incredibly expensive. It cost 15 points to check in 1 game item, and 20 game points for 2 items, which was equivalent to nearly 800,000 renminbi. The profit margin was comparable to robbery. Fortunately, Zhang Heng had gained a lot of points in the leaker's copy, so he had no worries in this regard for the time being. Then Mainan and Zhang Heng came to the game site together, and after the latter paid the fee, he pulled him to a corner. You know, even if you find my sister, she may not know the solution to Death Dream or Death Dream, there is no solution at all. Zhang Heng nodded. I did consider this possibility. So, should we tell her about this too? I will. When the time is right. Zhang Heng said. When is the right time? When we are sure that we are helpless. She might die in agony. That is better than giving up at the last minute before being rescued. Zhang Heng said. What supports her now is the belief that we can save her. If we tell her the truth, she may not even last 5 days. You are the boss. You have the final say. Then Mainan shrugged and stopped arguing. Thank you. Zhang Heng paused and looked into Fan Mainan's eyes. I haven't had time to say thank you for what you did for me before. Oh, are you talking about the stupid thing where I put my head into a bathtub full of water and almost drowned? Unfortunately, I still couldn't find my sister in the end, and was almost killed by the White Horse Knight. If you need help in the future, remember to come to me. Wow, that sounds thoughtful. Fan Mainan blinked. Then I take it seriously. Is it true that you can even kill the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse? Why didn't I realize you were so powerful before? Chapter 464 changes. After returning, the 3 of them temporarily separated. Zhang Heng was lucky that he was not called on the day he skipped classes. After returning to school, he took a shower first. It was past 3 in the afternoon, and there were not many people in the public bathroom. Zhang Heng stood under the shower and thoroughly cleaned off the black blood that had not been washed off before, although his physical condition had returned to normal. This blood was after all from the plague, one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. It always did not hurt to be careful. Zhang Heng applied the shower gel on his skin and then rinsed it off with hot water, repeating this twice. And then he looked at his right hand. The needle hole left by his rescue had disappeared, and it had been less than 5 hours since he pulled out the infusion needle. Zhang Heng did not tell the truth to Fan Mainan and Han Lu. After surviving the deadly plague, his body did undergo some changes, especially in the few seconds when his breathing stopped. Zhang Heng's consciousness did not completely disappear. He saw something, but the scene was so bizarre that he could not even describe it in words. But when he opened his eyes, apart from the fact that his self-healing ability was a little stronger than that of ordinary people, he did not feel any other differences for the time being. His strength, agility, and reflexes were basically the same as before. The reason why he was able to kill Plague, one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, was not only because he took advantage of the sneak attack, but also because the latter did not take him seriously at all. The White Horse Knight obviously did not expect that he would be betrayed by the opponent in this way, so he looked so angry at the end. Zhang Heng couldn't be sure what had happened to him, or what was happening. Fortunately, his new self-healing ability was not as exaggerated as the White Horse Knight's, and it was generally difficult to detect if he didn't pay attention. As for whether there were any hidden changes, he had to observe slowly. After taking a shower, Zhang Heng temporarily put aside his worries about his body and went to the supermarket in slippers to buy a bottle of iced black tea. When he was checking out, he found that his campus card was left in the public bathroom. He frowned and was about to take out his phone. But the next moment, a campus card was handed to him from behind to help him pay for the black tea. Zhang Heng turned around and saw Shen Sisi. The latter smiled at him. I treat you. Thank you. Anyway, a bottle of black tea was not worth much, So Zhang Heng did not refuse. How have you been recently? Shen Sisi asked. It's almost the same as usual. Going to class, playing games, and reading books in the library. Zhang Heng twisted the black tea and took a sip. Really? But I didn't see you in the basic computer operation class this morning. Nothing else. I just heard from Xiao Xiao that you happened to choose the same elective as me. Oh, something happened to my mom's friend, so I couldn't catch up. Zhang Heng. Your mom's friend. Han Lu? Shen Sisi raised her eyebrows. How did you know? You should ask who else doesn't know. Your two roommates spread the news that you know Han Lu everywhere. They almost printed flyers and distributed them everywhere. Just kidding. This is what Xiao Xiao told me. She must have heard it from her boyfriend Wei Jianong. Shen Sisi said. I won't say any more. I have classes in the evening, and I haven't finished my homework yet. I'm going to the library first. As she spoke, she took out her phone again. By the way, I and a few friends have created a public account that specializes in dealing with things like the previous one. You can recommend it to people around you who need it. If you encounter any difficulties, you can leave a message on it. Our people will help you answer it when they see it, and will also provide help if necessary. Zhang Heng received the QR code sent by Shen Sisi, and scanned it to find a public account called Stranger Things. Zhang Heng didn't know whether Shen Sisi's inspiration came from the previous player forum. It can be seen that she is going further and further on the path she has chosen. Whether it is the previous public welfare club against alien species invasion or the current public account. Her idea of helping ordinary people has never changed from beginning to end. According to Fan Meinan, more and more players agree to join her. And she has even attracted the attention of several local guilds, which has also increased her workload. For Shen Sisi, it is becoming increasingly rare to read books and study in the library. She has even considered taking a leave of absence. Zhang Heng used the mobile phone that Ding Xi had bound to his bank card to register a WeChat account and left a message under Stranger Things. I have a friend who received a very strange photo. What should I do? Less than 2 minutes later, the other party replied to him. What kind of photos? Zhang Heng described the photos Han Lu received, and the other party immediately became nervous and replied almost immediately. From now on, please don't close your eyes. Where is your friend now? Zhang Heng typed a line of words, but after thinking about it, he deleted it and put the phone back in his pocket. From the other party's reaction, it can be seen that they have no solution. Zhang Heng originally had the idea of giving it a try. Death Dream, it is recognized among the players that there is no solution. The three major guilds have invested so much manpower and materials, but there is still no good solution. Not to mention other people. And with Shen Sisi's personality, if she really finds a solution, she will definitely make it public online as soon as possible to prevent more people from being harmed. The most reliable solution at the moment is to find the sunglasses girl. But Fan Meinan has not contacted him until now, and obviously has not received any news. Zhang Heng has no better solution, so he can only continue to wait. What he didn't expect was that this wait would take 2 days. It has been 3 days since Han Lu last closed her eyes. More than 80 hours without sleep has made her fall into a state of anxiety and depression. Han Lu's psychological quality is better than most ordinary people. But even so, she is about to run out of patience. The endless reliance on caffeine to refresh herself makes her look very tired. When Zhang Heng came to Han Lu's residence after class, the latter was throwing things because the nanny's cooking noise was too loud. Zhang Heng then noticed that Han Lu's eyes were full of bloodshot. After seeing Zhang Heng, she seemed to have lost all her strength and fell back on the sofa, rubbing her temples. Zhang Heng noticed the pile of supplementary documents on the coffee table. Are you still working? No way. I have to find something to do. Han Lu smiled bitterly. Otherwise it's too hard to bear. I am willing to use half of my assets for an hour of sleep. Just 1 hour is enough. Chapter 465 Date. Zhang Heng took the coffee pot from the nanny and poured a cup for Han Lu. Interesting. I used to like coffee and flew to Ethiopia to buy coffee beans. But now I want to vomit when I smell coffee. Han Lu took the cup, put it down, and looked into Zhang Heng's eyes. Tell me the truth. Do you really have a way to solve my problem? Because if I can choose how to die, I don't want to collapse suddenly at work. Even if I really have to die, I should find 4 or 5 young men and have a mixed bath or something, so that it will be more worthwhile. I'm trying. You know that this answer is not enough for me. Han Lu said. John Hung opened his mouth. And at this moment, his phone vibrated. It was a WeChat message from Fan Main An. With only one sentence, which could be seen without unlocking. She called me. John Hung stood up. Hold on for a while. There will be results soon. You have held on for so long. If you give up now, all the suffering you have endured before will be in vain. I know what sunk costs are. John Hung walked to the door, and Han Lu spoke again. If you still can't catch her this time, can you ask for a few days off from school? I have a lot of friends. But none of them I want to see before the funeral. And your mother may not have time to come back. I don't want to leave this world alone. You won't leave this world, John Hung said. Since you can survive the hands of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, there is no reason why you can't survive this crisis. Suburban area. There were still vehicles passing by on the elevated road late at night. But there were no people on the street. The woman in sunglasses seemed to come out of the darkness, her red high heels making a tapping sound on the ground. She did not rush to the meeting place, but first took out a thermal imaging night vision device from her handbag, walked around the surroundings, and confirmed that there was no ambush. Then she took back the night vision device in her hand, tidied her clothes, and walked towards the target location. The White Horse Knight made an appointment with her to meet in front of a closed newsstand. The woman in sunglasses went over her prepared speech in her mind again. Compared with the first meeting, she was much more relaxed, because since the other party was willing to come here, it meant that he was still very interested in this deal. But after all, she was going to face the existence that could bring doomsday. So she couldn't relax much even if she relaxed. The woman in sunglasses arrived at the newsstand 5 minutes in advance, and at the same time left a retreat route for herself as usual. She spent 10,000 yuan to hire an amateur driver, who could drive to her within 120 seconds in case of an accident. After becoming the public enemy of the 3 major guilds, many people thought that she would be found soon. But until now, she is still alive and well. In addition to her superb disguise, her greatest reliance is to pay attention to details. Of course, this move is not to prevent the White Horse Knight. She has witnessed the latter's strength in the hospital. If the plague attacks her, she thinks she has no power to resist. The woman in sunglasses stood by the newsstand and looked at her watch. There were less than 2 minutes left before the agreed time. The woman in sunglasses looked up and vaguely saw a black figure, wearing a crown, and holding a longbow standing on the elevated platform. Just like the appearance of the White Horse Knight, recorded in the Book of Revelation. The black figure was also looking down at her from above. And after just a few seconds, the black figure turned around and disappeared. The woman in sunglasses also became nervous. Then she noticed a figure walking towards her not far away. Plague returned too. Director Kwang's appearance also reduced the pressure on the sunglasses woman. But the other party's teleportation still made her amazed in her heart. As expected of a world-destroying god, his strength is completely unfathomable. Sir, the sunglasses woman said. Her expression was as respectful as ever. Director Kwang, with no expression on his face, he just kept the same pace and walked step by step to the sunglasses woman. Have you made a final decision? As long as we follow my method, we can reproduce the Spanish flu in 1918. And your name will definitely be remembered by the world again. The woman in sunglasses paused and said, It's not the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. It's only you, the White Horse Knight. You will become everyone's nightmare. You are the first knight to appear in the world. And you should be the leader of the 4 horsemen. Whether it's death or war, they are compared to you. Stretch out your hand. Director Kwang interrupted the woman in sunglasses and said in an unquestionable tone. The latter did not hesitate and immediately stretched out her right hand. So, Director Kwang also took something out of his pocket. A hint of doubt flashed in the eyes of the woman in sunglasses, because the thing looked a little strange. It was not that its shape was exaggerated. In fact, it looked too ordinary in terms of shape. It was square, like a mobile power bank. This thing is normal in anyone's hand, but it looks a bit strange in the hand of Plague, one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Before the woman with sunglasses could ask anything, she saw the opposite. Director Kwang suddenly showed her a weird smile and pressed the switch at the same time. The electric shock device instantly generated a high-voltage pulse through the built-in transformer, which knocked the woman with sunglasses to the ground. She fainted without even the chance to call the amateur driver. Then, Director Kwang, he handcuffed the sunglasses girl's hands and feet immediately. And just as he took out his phone to call someone, he saw Zhang Hun appeared in front of her. Fan Meinan was stunned. Oh my god. You got here so quickly? Lu Xiong? John Hung didn't say anything. Dragged the sunglasses girl off the ground and carried her into the back seat of the Polo next to him. John Hung hasn't got a driver's license yet, but it's not a big problem to drive a little at night. The main thing is that he can't take a taxi with an unconscious sunglasses girl. He specifically told Fan Meinan to set the date at 12 o'clock in the evening because he didn't want to make any mistakes like last time. This time, no matter what preparations the sunglasses girl made, it would be meaningless because as soon as 12 o'clock came, she would immediately enter the static world that belonged to John Hung. However, the plan went more smoothly than expected. Based on the previous preparations, the sunglasses girl didn't suspect Fan Meinan's disguise as Director Kwang. Of course, the most important thing was that she didn't expect that the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse could be killed by someone. So John Hung didn't actually use the time stop this time. After choosing a road that avoided the amateur driver, John Hung drove the Polo onto the elevated road next to him. The next question was how to get the solution to Death Dream from the sunglasses girl. Chapter 466 Seth. The woman in sunglasses opened her eyes and found herself sitting in an abandoned old workshop, with her hands tied behind her back. The person who tied her up must be an old hand, because she tried to find that she couldn't break free, and her fingers couldn't reach her pockets. Are you looking for these things? Fan Meinan asked while holding a bag of plasticine. It's you? The woman in sunglasses snorted coldly. I haven't seen you for a few months, but you have become much bolder. You even dare to disguise yourself as the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Aren't you afraid of the revenge of the plague? Well, I don't think he has time to retaliate against me, Fan Meinan said. Then she sighed. Let's get back to our business. You know I have no ill will towards you. So why don't you sit down and talk to me? I just want to ask you a few questions. Then what? Hand me over to the people from the 3 major guilds? Of course not. As long as you answer me, I will let you go. What if I don't cooperate? The woman in sunglasses raised her eyebrows, her tone full of aggression. I'm doing this for your own good. Fan Meinan smiled bitterly. If you don't want to cooperate with me, that guy will come down in person. Believe me, you don't want to see him. Your way of doing this for my own good is to bring others to catch me. You've also made me take the blame for you several times. So if we really want to count, you still owe me more. Fan Meinan responded sharply. Don't forget who introduced you to Loki. Without me, you would still be. Okay, let's not dwell on this topic. Okay? Fan Meinan interrupted the sunglasses girl. A strange expression appeared on the latter's face. You don't want your companion to know? Oh, you didn't tell him anything. TSK. This is too sad. Enough of the small talk. Let's focus on the current matter. Fan Meinan said. You took the Death Dream from the 3 major guilds. So you must also know the solution to the Death Dream. Should I know? The woman in sunglasses asked back. Fan Meinan walked to the side of the woman in sunglasses and looked into her eyes. I know there is a conflict between you and the 3 major guilds. I don't know what your plan is, but I have never interfered with you. However, the person who was hit this time is an ordinary person, and it has nothing to do with the 3 major guilds. Tell me the solution to Death Dream, and I swear that I will only use it to save people and will not leak it. The woman in sunglasses also raised her eyes at this time, looked into Fan Meinan's eyes, and said softly, No, you know nothing. My sister? So this is targeting me? Fan Meinan was also a little annoyed. Because you were taken away from home when you were young. You have always been brooding over it. So you took it out on me. Is this what you think of me? The woman in sunglasses shook her head. You always complain all day long that I don't trust you. But the irony is that you have never trusted me. I told you when we first met that I took the initiative to leave home. So I have never blamed anyone. Otherwise, I would not have introduced you to Loki. But you always suspect that I am holding a grudge. But the interesting thing is that I can no longer remember the faces of those 2 people. The sunglasses girl paused and continued. Then you asked me if I had a solution to the Death Dream. And I said I didn't. But you still didn't believe me, and thought I was against the 3 major guilds, and refused to tell you the solution. So I could only follow your words and say I had it. And then I found something for you to do. But I didn't expect that group of people to be so useless. You chased me all the way, and almost ruined my business. And then you tried every means to capture me. Now, tell me, who is targeting whom between us? Impossible. Death Dream has stayed in your hands for so long. You couldn't have opened the box during this period. Van Manen frowned. Like I said, this is a deal, the woman in sunglasses said calmly. I'm not the one who wants Death Dream, I'm just a porter in the whole thing. Then who took Death Dream? Van Manen asked. You asked this question before. And my answer at that time was that you'd better not know. And my answer remains the same now. You still don't want to tell me at this point? I'm doing this for your own good. That guy is not someone you can easily mess with. If you pretend to be the White Horse Knight, he may not bother with you and come to trouble you. But if you mess with that guy, you will definitely regret it. Tell me who took away the Death Dream. Van Manen repeated with a serious look. Tell me his name. Don't be lucky. You know you will tell it sooner or later. Okay. Then as you wish. Set. The woman in sunglasses shrugged and spat out 2 words. Who is that? In Egyptian mythology, the child of the twin gods Geb and Nut. It is said that he violently tore his mother's womb before the due date and was born in this way. In the early days, Set existed as the god of strength and was worshipped by many people. His status was extraordinary. However, as Osiris gained the kingship of Egypt, Set's status was also challenged. So the jealous Set killed Osiris. Later, Osiris's child Horus dueled with Set to avenge his father, and was finally dug out of his eyes by Set. However, Horus also tore off one of Set's legs. In the end, the gods exiled Set to the desert. After that, he lived with the sun god for a while, killed the giant snake Apep, and was called the protector of the sun boat by people at that time. However, as Horus became the main god of the country, Set became the representative of the rebels and eventually degenerated into the current god of chaos. He got the Death Dream through me and copied the Death Dream dozens of times to spread chaos. The woman in sunglasses said. Where can we find Set? I don't know. This guy is the god of chaos. How can he have a fixed whereabouts? The woman in sunglasses said. To be honest, I don't want to deal with that guy anymore. If he gives me a copy of the Death Dream as promised before, I don't have to look for Plague. Speaking of which, why did you get Plague's call? I have figured out the trick on the bridge. But how did you get my call? Van Manen shook his head and ignored the woman in sunglasses. Instead, he said to his headset. The ring didn't respond. Did you hear it? Chapter 467 so far. Van Manen took the pair of copper rings from her and the sunglasses girl's hands and threw them to Zhang Heng, who was walking down from the 2nd floor. Name, Oath Ring. Quality, F. Function, if the wearer breaks the oath. The other party consents it. This F-quality small prop was obtained by Zhang Heng from the coffee man in the last round of the copy. The identification results came out in the afternoon. And this prop came in handy. Oath Ring. The conditions for use are very simple. Just mix the blood of the 2 people. Write the oath on parchment. And then wear the ring on each hand. If one party breaks the oath, the ring on the other party's hand will become hot and be sensed. If the ring is taken off, the oath will be invalid. Styx is not just a goddess who lives in the underworld and controls the Styx River. She is also known as the goddess of oath and hatred. It is not surprising that the coffee man, as her agent, holds this item. Although the oath ring is only of F quality, it is actually quite useful. For example, it can be used as a lie detector after writing an oath not to lie. In addition, the identification result of the USB flash drive that Edward gave him has also come out. It is also an F-quality item. Its function is that when it is inserted into the computer, the internet IP address can never be tracked. The 2 game props he got in this round of dungeons were not very conspicuous, but quite practical. However, they did not directly help to remove the curse on Han Lu, and the path of the sunglasses woman, which he had placed the greatest hope on, has now been proven to be unworkable. Van Manen saw Zhang Heng draw out a knife and walk towards the sunglasses woman, with a somewhat nervous look on his face, and said, She has told us everything she can tell us. Yes, so there is no point in keeping her. Zhang Heng used a knife to cut the rope on the sunglasses woman's hand. The latter rubbed her wrist, glanced at Zhang Heng wearing a mask, and rationally did not say anything harsh or threatening, and walked out of the factory with her head down. But just as she was about to reach the gate, Van Manen said again, You'd better not contact the White Horse Knight again. Why? The sunglasses woman stopped and said in surprise. Because he can no longer reply to you. Hee hee. Is this an early April Fool's Day joke? I thought so when I first saw it. But it's just a friendly reminder from a relative. The sunglasses girl seemed to understand something. and her eyes stayed on John Hung for a second. Then she turned around and walked out of the old workshop without saying anything. Then Mainan was a little depressed. But she still cheered up. It seems that we are really at the end of the road now. My sister doesn't have the solution to Death Dream, and it will be difficult for us to find Set in a short time. Sorry. I pointed you to a dead end. John Hung shook his head. You have helped a lot this time. Leave the rest to me. I will tell her. Let's go. I will drive you to your residence first. It was 3 o'clock in the morning when John Hung returned to Han Lu's house. Han Lu's house was the only one with the lights on in the entire community. John Hung knocked on the door, and it was Han Lu herself who opened the door. Music was still playing in the house, and there were cigarette butts scattered all over the floor, and a bottle of open plum wine. Don't worry. I just drank too much coffee and tea, and I won't get drunk if I change my taste occasionally, Han Lu said. Where's the nanny? John Hung looked around the messy living room and asked. I gave her some money and let her stay in a hotel. So, there are only 2 of us left tonight. Han Lu exhaled a puff of cigarette and put her hand on John Hung's lips. Shoo! Don't tell me the result yet. Come and have a drink with me. John Hung closed the door and sat opposite Han Lu. The latter took out a glass with Mount Fuji on the bottom and poured amber wine. John Hung picked up the glass and took a sip. The fresh and sweet fruit mixed with the strong distilled liquor can indeed bring people a different taste experience. How is it? Han Lu asked. We found her. I'm not asking you how my business is going. I'm asking you how the wine is. Han Lu frowned and threw the half-smoked cigarette on the floor. John Hung took the wine glass from Han Lu. At least listen to me before drinking. No. I don't want to listen to you now. Han Lu shook her head and tried twice to take the wine glass back from John Hung's hand without success. So she simply picked up the bottle next to her. We found her and asked her about Death Dream. And she? Han Lu suddenly threw the bottle of wine in her hand against the wall, interrupting John Hung's words. Glass shards flew, and wine was all over the wall. Han Lu said angrily. I said, I don't want to hear about this now. Do you think I really don't know? I knew what the result would be when I opened the door. Why can't we pretend that we don't know anything and drink a glass of wine quietly first? Sorry, John Hung said. No. I should be the one who should be sorry. At my age, it is impossible not to have considered death. I always thought I was very brave. So if the god of death stood in front of me one day, I could also look him in the face calmly and finish the last journey of my life. I want to maintain the last elegance. This is very important to me, because we can't defeat death, but at least we can retain our dignity in front of death. I don't want to become a hysterical shrew like now. But, until you really reach the last moment of your life, you don't know what kind of mood you will have. Right? You've done a good job, John Hung said. But I want to do more. I still want to live. That's the problem. I don't want to die like this. I'm unwilling. So I'm so angry and out of control, Han Lu said. John Hung was silent for a moment. There's still time now. Maybe I can look for other ways. You know, the worst part of this process is not despair, but being given hope with great expectations, and then watching the hope shattered. I don't want to go through this again. Han Lu looked extremely tired at this moment, like a traveler who had been trekking in the desert for several days without drinking a drop of water. That's it. Let's stop here. Is there anything else you want to do? John Hung asked. I was originally planning to have sex with you, but then I changed my mind. What I lack is never a man to have sex with. With just one phone call, I can find men of all types and sizes. And what I really want is no longer available. Han Lu shook her head and said, The girl who was with us before. She always looks like she doesn't care about anyone. Just like me when I was young. But I can see that she actually cares about you. But she doesn't want you to see it. Based on my experience, she will be hurt by her mentality sooner or later. Han Lu's misty eyes suddenly became clear at this moment, as if she could see John Hung's heart at a glance. Because you don't have much emotion left. Right? Chapter 468, A Sudden Turn of Events. John Hung didn't know why Han Lu suddenly said this. He knew his own problem. He had been a quiet person since he was a child. Compared with other children who liked to play in groups, he preferred to be alone, read books, and allocate his own time. However, he was far from having any mental illness. In fact, he was not much different from other children in his childhood. He had all the emotions he should have. However, As he was involved in this game, his abilities were rapidly improving. At the same time, his emotional fluctuations became smaller and smaller. This allowed him to stay calm in battle and always make the most correct choice. However, as a price, he was even a little unsure whether he could still be classified as human. Especially after this incident, he also found that his body had undergone some changes. Han Lu had almost vented her anger after smashing the bottle, and then sat on the ground with her knees hugged, looking very depressed. Just then, Zhang Heng received another WeChat message. This WeChat message was not from Fan Meinan, but from the public account called Stranger Things. Are you there? Did your friend get some sleep? Zhang Heng didn't want to reply again, but seeing that the other party sent it in the early morning, it was obvious that he had been paying attention to this matter. So he typed another sentence out of politeness. Thank you. It's over. Over? What's the end? Don't give up. I may be able to solve your friend's problem. The other party did not reply, but sent a WeChat ID. Zhang Heng took a look and found that it was Shinsi's WeChat ID. In other words, the person who is now talking to him through the official account should also be Shinsi himself. Zhang Heng added this WeChat ID with another mobile phone number. Shinsi didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. You are a player, right? I saw your previous message, but you didn't reply to us afterwards. Don't you believe that we can save your friend? Do you have any solution? Zhang Heng typed. If you are a player, it will be easy. I don't need to explain so much. You must know how terrible Death Dream is. What's more terrible is that this thing has been flooding again recently. We have been studying it for a long time. Before Zhang Heng replied, Shinsi's next WeChat message came. I know what you want to say. The 3 major guilds and other players are also studying Death Dream. But there has been no result. Why can we do what they can't do? Why? Have you heard of Morpheus? One of the 3,000 dream gods Oenii in Greek mythology. How come Death Dream is related to him? No. There are many theories about the origin of Death Dream. Currently, most people tend to believe that Death Dream is related to Hypnos. Hypnos is the twin brother of Thanatos, the god of death. He married the sea nymph Pasithea and gave birth to 3 children. He is also the leader of the 3,000 dream gods, and Morpheus is one of their children. After Shinsi sent this message, she was obviously thinking about the wording. She waited for a while before sending her next message. Half a month ago, our people got a prop related to Morpheus, which can enter other people's dreams. We don't know the mechanism of Death Dream, but judging from its name, it should be related to dreams. Name a price. Zhang Heng said. The quality of that prop itself is only D level, and it is not very valuable. Although we have imagined using it to deal with Death Dream, it is only in the imagination stage. We don't know what will happen in reality. Even if we can enter the target's dream, we don't know if it will be in time. We have no idea what will happen next. The most important thing is that we can't find anyone who has been hit by Death Dream and has not died yet. So even if we want to study it, we can't start. So what do you want? We don't want anything. We just want to go in and have a look. Get close to the Death Dream. Try to find a solution, and see if there is any way to prevent more people from being harmed. Of course, if you are worried about danger, you don't have to follow us. Just give us your friend's address and contact information, and we can go directly to him. Can your prop allow many people to enter the dream together? Zhang Heng asked. Theoretically, that thing can allow up to 4 people to enter the dream at a time. Then leave a place for me. Okay. Shinsi was very straightforward, and then typed, give me the address. If it's not too far, my people, and I will arrive in about an hour. Zhang Heng sent Han Lu's address to the other side. At this point, he didn't plan to hide his identity from Shinsi anymore. Of course, he could choose to wear a mask, but in fact, it didn't make much sense, because Shinsi would definitely think of him when she saw Han Lu. The two had just met in the school supermarket in the afternoon, and Shinsi also knew that he skipped class because of Han Lu. 45 minutes later, the doorbell rang, and Zhang Heng got up to open the door. Shinsi stood outside the door with 2 people. The moment she saw Zhang Heng, her expression did change a lot. She almost subconsciously blurted out, "Why are you here?" But then she seemed to think of something and hesitated. "Is the WeChat name Simon I just added also yours?" Zhang Heng nodded. "Why? Do you know each other?" A girl with a single ponytail behind Shinsi said. "I always thought we knew each other, but now it seems we didn't really know each other." Shin Sisi said. I'm sorry. I didn't tell you the truth before. Zhang Heng said. I believe you. But I can't give the same trust to the people around you. I understand your concerns. Shin Sisi said. Wang Yu also left our team after that incident. But you can rest assured that the people I bring this time are all old team members who have been with me for a long time. Shin Sisi then made a brief introduction to the three people. The girl with a ponytail was called Rabbit, and the short-haired boy holding a flower pot next to her was called Li Bai. After entering the room, the latter looked at the luxurious decorations in the room and was amazed. He also felt sorry when he saw the wall splashed with plum wine. Shin Sisi did not look away and quickly entered the working state and said, The person who was in the death dream was Han Lu? Zhang Heng nodded. She hasn't closed her eyes for 4 days. This can explain why this place is in such a mess. The girl named Rabbit said. Where is she now? Shin Sisi asked. In the bedroom. I told her the general situation, and she agreed to cooperate with us to make a last stand. Chapter 469. See you there. What do I need to do? Han Lu asked Shin Sisi. The latter picked a small black flower from the flower pot, tore off one of the petals, and handed it to Han Lu. Swallow this petal, and then just sleep normally. This is exactly what I want to do most before I die, Han Lu said self-deprecatingly, taking the petal. What will I see after I close my eyes? A nightmare. Or hell? We will know soon, Shin Sisi said. She paused and added, I don't know if he told you before that you may not be able to wake up after closing your eyes. So, I left a suicide note and a video. Don't worry. If something unexpected happens, the police won't suspect you. What I actually want to say is, do you have anything else to say? The arrangements for my death have been written into the suicide note. I have said too much tonight, so there is no need to say anything more, Han Lu said, then looked at Zhang Heng. I drank a lot of wine. I hope you don't take my previous words to heart. Zhang Heng nodded. Wish you a good dream. Han Lu had changed into pajamas, lit the aromatherapy, drank the petals with warm water, and then lay on her big bed. But she opened her eyes again 3 minutes later. No, I can't fall asleep even if I'm sleepy if you're all around my bed like this. Then let's go out first. Anyway, the death time of death dream is usually 2 hours later, Shin Sisi said. Then the four of them retreated to the outside of the living room. While waiting, the short-haired boy named Li Bai touched things here and there like a curious baby. Sister Sisi, you said that such a large porcelain must be worth tens of thousands. I don't know much about porcelain, but the ones that Han Lu can collect should generally be worth millions, Shin Sisi said. Li Bai smacked his lips. Wow, this bottle is equivalent to my points for several rounds of games. Is the woman inside as rich as Jack Ma? Rabbit continued. There are many more rich people in this world than you know. You exchange your points for money every day. I guess you never thought that someone would buy 3,000 game points at once. Let me calculate how much it costs. Wow, at least 100 million. Li Bai was surprised. But then he said, I am quite satisfied with the current situation. I used to be an apprentice in a barber shop and my hands were almost peeling from washing customers' hair for only 1,500 yuan. Now I can basically send money home every month. I pay for my sister's tuition and my brother's wedding. Idiot. Don't you know how to think about yourself? Everyone is trying to accumulate points to exchange for props to become stronger. But you can't even keep any points. The girl named Rabbit looked angry. Li Bai scratched his head and laughed twice. Don't we still have Sister Sisi and you guys? Don't worry. I won't hold you back. If there is anything dangerous, just leave it to me. I have never run away from a fight since I was a child. No matter how many people are on the other side. This is the problem. Normal people will run away when they see that they can't win. No matter how reckless you are. You only have one life. If you lose it, it's gone. Rabbit was speechless. On the other side, Shin Sisi was also looking at Zhang Heng. Why? Zhang Heng asked. So, did you also get rid of the monster that could melt the wall? Oh, you mean Xaviercha? Yes, I killed that thing. Zhang Heng did not deny it anymore. In that case, I was saved by you again. Again? Didn't you help us drive away a gangster when we were camping before? At that time, I didn't know you were a player. Even if I didn't take action, you could handle it easily, Zhang Heng said. As for Xaviercha, if you hadn't helped me delay, I wouldn't have been able to go back to the dormitory to get the props. Besides, You helped me this time. So we are even. Shinsisi shook her head. Like I said, we don't know what the mechanism of Death Dream is. We only have a rough idea, which needs to be tested in practice. But we haven't found an opportunity. So this time we can only take what we need. After talking about the previous things, the two didn't know what else to talk about. Shinsisi and Zhang Heng's relationship was awkward. They studied in the same school, and were not only classmates, but also friends. However, they were just ordinary friends, and were not very familiar with each other. In fact, under normal circumstances, they might not say a few words in a semester. Now that they knew that Zhang Heng was also a player, the relationship between the two seemed to be closer. However, due to the special nature of the player group, generally speaking, if they were not very familiar with each other or teammates, they would not reveal their situation. Zhang Heng remembered something and gave Shinsisi the phone number of the man with earrings. He said, "Have you been recruiting people recently? You can try to contact him. I had contact with him in the last round of the dungeon. He should be a police officer. He is good at fighting and upright. You may be able to chat with him." Shinsisi thanked him and took the number. Then he asked casually, "What about you? Are you interested in joining? We are not a guild, and our management is usually loose. We only gather together when there is a problem and work hard to protect the city." "Sorry, I may be used to being alone," Zhang Heng said, but added, "But you can come to me for help if you encounter any difficult problems. I will see if there is anything I can do." Shinsisi did not force him to do anything. It was almost a quarter of an hour since Han Lu swallowed the petal. Shinsisi opened the bedroom door again, and the four of them walked to Han Lu's bed. This time Han Lu did not open her eyes again. Her breathing was steady, and there was still a little redness on her cheeks after drinking. Shinsisi reached out and pushed her body, but the latter did not react at all. Just like the middle-aged man Zhang Heng met on the train. Shinsisi retracted her hand and said to the three people beside her, "You can start." The black flower that had just been picked still had 4 petals left. Rabbit carefully tore off the 4 petals. 1 petal for each person. Swallow the petals, and you can enter her dream, Shinsisi said to Zhang Heng. On the other side, Li Bai had already laid on the floor and swallowed the petals in 1 gulp, while Rabbit moved a sofa chair, sat on it, found a comfortable position, and also ate the petals. Shinsisi found a place to lie down next to Han Lu. "The bed is big. You can lie next to me." Zhang Heng didn't hesitate to hear this, and laid down directly beside Shinsisi. "See you over there." Shinsisi put the petals into her mouth. Chapter 470 Dream. Zhang Heng did not expect that the taste of the black petals was surprisingly good. It tasted strangely sweet, but there was only 1 small petal. Before Zhang Heng could savor it carefully, he was enveloped by a huge sense of drowsiness. The next moment, his mind also subconsciously resisted. His brain calmed down in an instant and mobilized all his attention to fight against the drowsiness. As a result, after a brief absence of consciousness, Zhang Heng opened his eyes again and saw the ceiling of the bedroom again. Did he fail? Zhang Heng frowned. He didn't try to stay awake. His brief resistance was just an instinctive reaction to the attack. But then Zhang Heng noticed something different around him. There was no Han Lu, Shinsisi, or anyone else around him. He was the only one in the bedroom, and judging from the light coming in from the window, it was already daytime. Zhang Heng got up, walked to the bedside, and looked at the community garden below. A man wearing under armor was running. He ran past an old man walking his dog, and the two greeted each other. Everything looked normal. Zhang Heng then walked to the dressing table, where a box of powder and mascara were opened and hung on the table. Women of all ages would cherish their cosmetics. This meant that Han Lu left in a hurry. Why? Why was she in such a hurry to leave? Was she running away from something? Zhang Heng touched his pocket. All the props on his body were gone, except for the starfish watch on his right hand. So Zhang Heng picked up the floor lamp in the corner and pushed open the door. I don't know if someone has cleaned up the living room. It is no longer a mess. It looks clean and tidy. The only strange thing is that the door is open. Han Lu was so hurried when she left her residence that she didn't even close the door. No matter how you look at it, it's a bit abnormal. Zhang Heng is almost sure that he is in Han Lu's dream now. The only problem is that Shinsisi and her team are now missing. Zhang Heng took out his mobile phone and found that there was no signal on the screen. This way, his wish to contact Shinsisi was also ruined. John Hung hesitated and didn't wait here. Compared with teamwork, he still prefers to act freely. Instead, he wrote a note and posted it on the door. If Shin Sisi or the other two could see it, they should know that he had been here. Then John Hung took the elevator downstairs and walked out of the community. It was the first time for him to enter someone else's dream, because no one knew the mechanism of Death Dream. So Shin Sisi did not say what to do before leaving. But in this situation, it was obvious that he should find Han Lu first. John Hung planned to go to the latter's workplace first to see if Han Lu was there. For now, this world is almost the same as reality, including some details, such as the scratches on the elevator buttons, the flowers in the flower bed that were broken by children. I'm afraid that even Han Lu, who has always lived here, will not remember such details. There is a very interesting saying that every ordinary person receives a huge amount of information through eyes, nose and ears every day. But unfortunately, human memory is limited. The brain will filter the received information and only keep the useful part. However, this does not mean that the useless noise will disappear completely. They just settle in your subconscious mind. Just like when you were 3 years old, you saw a snake in the countryside. As you grow up, this thing gives way to those more important. The snake disappeared from your mind, but in your subconscious, it still lies quietly in a corner. Some people try to awaken this part of memory that no longer exists through hypnosis and meditation. But in comparison, there is a simpler way, which is to dream. In a sense, dreams are like a key to open the treasure house of the subconscious. John Hung picked a flower from the flower bed and put it under his nose. But he didn't smell the fragrance of the flower. This is because Han Lu has had rhinitis since she was a child, and she rarely smells the fragrance of flowers, no matter how similar it is. This is not the real world after all, considering that Han Lu might be facing some danger at the moment. John Hung did not delay any longer, walked out of the community, stopped a taxi, and came to the CBD where office buildings are gathered. Han Lu rented half a floor for office in the most expensive area to receive some entrepreneurs who came here because of her reputation. She has a professional team to handle legal issues, analyze project feasibility, and take over project management when necessary. John Hung made a simple registration at the reception downstairs. But unfortunately, the receptionist at the front desk told him that Han Lu was not in the company at the moment. Her smile was sweet. After all, she didn't know whether the bald fat man she received today would become a billionaire tomorrow. However, John Hung noticed the hand hidden under the table and the connect the dots game on the phone screen. This showed that Han Lu had noticed her slacking off at work. John Hung spent half a second in silence, then asked the girl, "Do you know where Han Lu is now?" The girl shook her head. "Sorry, I don't know Ms. Han's schedule. Did you make an appointment with her in advance?" John Hung took out his cell phone and shook it. "I need to find her urgently. But my cell phone has no signal, and I can't contact her." Perhaps because she saw that Zhang Hung was about the same age as her. The girl relaxed a little and stuck out her tongue. "My cell phone has no signal either. It's so strange. This situation has lasted for 2 hours. So I didn't have breakfast. And I didn't have any cash on me. So I couldn't pay for a rice ball at the convenience store." While the two were talking, John Hung felt that the light suddenly dimmed. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window, not far away, a man and a woman were holding coffee and looking up curiously at something. John Hung walked over and saw the sun hiding in a huge cloud. The male white-collar worker said, "It looks like. Is it going to rain? Ah, so annoying. It happened when I didn't bring an umbrella." The female white-collar worker next to him complained, "Don't worry. It shouldn't rain for that long. And if it really doesn't work, I drive you home after get off work. Put away your warm-hearted routine. I'm not a female student who just graduated from college." The female white-collar worker sneered. "Don't be so sensitive. It's just concern between colleagues. I don't care what you're up to. What Mr. Han hates most is office romance. I'm very satisfied with this job and my current income. And I have 2 houses to pay. So please find someone else to flirt with." Chapter 471. Our city is not near the sea. John Hung could actually break into Han Lu's office to see if she was there. But after a moment of hesitation he gave up. Firstly, the girl at the front desk didn't seem to be lying. And secondly, if they were really under the eyes of Han Lu, who was most concerned about efficiency, the 2 white-collar workers, a man and a woman, would not be so relaxed, watching the clouds and drinking coffee. John Hung didn't know what chain reactions would be caused by taking action in Han Lu's dream world. For the sake of caution, he chose the safest way and went back to the front desk to ask the girl, "Does she usually go to any other place?" The girl was a little embarrassed. Of course, she knew that as a qualified receptionist, she shouldn't casually reveal the boss's whereabouts. What's more, the industry Han Lu is engaged in has always made her loved and hated. Some time ago, an entrepreneur whose investment was withdrawn came to the company's door to protest with a banner. It is said that the man later blocked Han Lu in the parking lot and committed suicide shortly after being taken away by the police, which also made people in the company nervous for a while. However, Han Lu herself did not react much, and the projects that should be promoted were still being promoted in an orderly manner. The incident just passed, and Han Lu paid for everyone in the company to take self-protection training courses. Although the girl had a good impression of John Hung, but she could only show a helpless smile on her face. John Hung did not force it, thanked him, and left the office building. Compared with the clear sky when he came, the wind outside the door was obviously stronger when John Hung walked out, blowing the parasols of the Starbucks next door rustling. And there were women covering their short skirts. In addition, the sun was completely blocked by dark clouds at this time, and the light was almost the same as at 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening. Although most people on the roadside still thought that this was a sign of an approaching rainstorm, John Hung keenly sensed something unusual. So far, the most abnormal thing in Han Lu's dream was the dark cloud above her head. John Hung didn't think that this was just a weather change played by Han Lu. He realized that he didn't have much time left. But now his problem was that he had lost his direction. After all, he had limited knowledge of Han Lu. Apart from the latter's residence and company, he didn't know where Han Lu would go. John Hung stood there in thought for half a minute, then reached out to stop a taxi. The driver was a man with a pointed face and monkey cheeks. John Hung noticed that his pants zipper was not closed. At the same time, there was a men's magazine next to the seat. The girl on the cover looked very seductive. John Hung knew that his idea was correct. In this dream world, everything was what Han Lu had experienced or imagined, and this taxi was no exception, especially when it came to details, such as the driver's appearance and license plate number. It was difficult for her to make up out of thin air. Everything has its source, and of course, there will be some processing on top of it. For example, the taxi driver may not really be so vulgar, but it can be seen that Han Lu did not have a good impression of him. John Hung opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. He had figured out how to find Han Lu. This was a collection of Han Lu's subconscious, with clues everywhere. At a certain time on a certain day, Han Lu did not drive because of some reason, and she took this taxi after leaving the company. The driver smiled silly when he saw John Hung get in the car, and said, "Where are you going to play, brother?" John Hung said, "Master wants to ask you about someone." "You want to ask me about someone?" The driver was stunned for a moment, then asked, "A man or a woman?" "Women. I know women." The driver patted his chest. "Brother, do you want me to introduce you to some good girls? Thailand? Vietnam? There are also big horses from Russia." "No. I just want to find someone who got in your car before." John Hung described Han Lu's appearance to the driver. The latter frowned and thought for a while. "I seem to have some impression of her, but it's been so long that I can't remember it anymore. When I was young, I was nicknamed San Juan Kisalang. I have seen all kinds of beauties, so it's impossible for me to remember one person all the time. You probably haven't seen her type very often," John Hung said as he took out his wallet and pulled out 500 yuan. "Tell me where she went, and the money is yours." The driver's eyes lit up immediately when he saw the money, and he patted his head. "Oh, I finally remembered. Look at my memory. I take you there." The driver pressed the meter while speaking, and then stepped on the accelerator. John Hung fastened his seatbelt, but after half an hour he frowned again. "Where are you going?" "To the airport. Didn't you ask me to take you to where she went?" The driver laughed. John Hung was speechless. It was certainly possible that Han Lu would not drive to the airport, but it would be meaningless. "Pull over." John Hung unbuckled his seatbelt and planned to try his luck in another car, but the car in front stopped first, and then the taxi driver stepped on the brakes, muttering, "No way. Isn't it past the morning rush hour? It's still so congested. Are the municipal planning officials all idiots? The traffic is restricted every day, But the road conditions haven't improved. John Hung didn't say anything. Then he saw the car in front open the door. And the people inside got out, with their hands on the awning. Do you have any manners? If everyone is like this, how can we drive on that road? The taxi driver honked his horn to vent his dissatisfaction. But the next moment, he saw John Hung also open the door and got out of the car. At this time, the road was full of people, and it was difficult to see the situation in front. So John Hung simply stepped on the roof of the car. And then he saw the most magical scene in his life. At the end of the road in the distance, a white line was sweeping towards the side. Wherever it passed, vehicles were overturned and trees were uprooted. People standing in front of the road had already begun to flee in panic, and people behind were still asking each other what happened. The driver got out of the car, jumping up and down anxiously. How could you climb on my car? Your car is gone, John Hung said. The tsunami is coming. Run for your lives. Are you kidding me? Our city is not near the sea. Hey, you have to pay for standing on the roof of my car. John Hung ignored him. Although the tsunami seemed far away, the actual wave speed could be as high as 700 to 800 kilometers per hour, which was as fast as a jet plane. So every second was precious now. There was no need to think about driving. The road was so congested that it was unrealistic to turn around. With just 2 legs, the distance he ran was not enough. John Hung quickly looked around, looking for a commanding height. Chapter 472 Tsunami. The tallest buildings nearby are the residential buildings on the east side of the road. But there are green areas in the middle. John Hung estimated the distance, and thought it would be difficult for him to run there. Instead, the 4-story museum on the west side looked more realistic. John Hung stepped on the roof of the car and ran directly there. There was a shouting and cursing from the car owners behind him. But at this time John Hung had already jumped to the bus stop, pushed away the 2 middle school students who were playing with their mobile phones there, rushed over the bicycles and sidewalks, jumped over the ticket gate, and ran to the gate of the museum. The guard standing guard outside the duty room was startled, but he quickly reacted and chased after him while shouting stop. John Hung not only did not stop, but he sped up after hearing the words, climbing the stairs, and took advantage of the fact that the old couple had just entered the museum and the censor door had not yet closed, and he also dodged and hid inside. The museum had just opened in the morning, and there were not too many people inside. There were only a dozen people in the bronze exhibition hall on the first floor, walking and admiring the collections in the display cabinets. John Hung found the stairs as fast as he could. But at this time, the guards on the first floor had obviously also received the alarm and quickly surrounded John Hung. John Hung did not bother with them anymore. He calculated the time in his mind and estimated that he should have 6 or 7 seconds left. So he bent down and dodged the pounce of the guard on the right. The guard on his left only grabbed a handful of air because he was separated from him by a display case. In the last 3 seconds, John Hung had already increased his speed to the extreme and rushed up the stairs. Through the glass wall, he could already see the oncoming huge waves, which were about 10 meters high and hit the glass wall on the south side of the museum. The hard double-layer tempered laminated glass did not even last half a second before it shattered. Immediately afterwards, the surging seawater poured into the museum, mixed with branches, bricks, bicycles, and other messy things. John Hung rushed to the 3rd floor at the last moment. But in the blink of an eye, the 2 floors under his feet were completely swallowed up. The guards who were chasing him were swept away by the huge waves without a sound. And the group of tourists walking and visiting downstairs were also in danger. At this moment, John Hung was like being alone on a deserted island in the vast ocean. The power of an individual is too small in the face of natural disasters, especially for most people. They did not expect a tsunami to happen. When the huge wave came, many people did not realize what happened. The next moment, they were knocked unconscious and swept forward by the water, hitting the wall or the car. The more unlucky people directly hit something sharp and were pierced through, and they could never wake up again. Behind John Hung, a little girl in a skirt, about 6 or 7 years old, opened her eyes wide and was completely shocked by the scene in front of her. John Hung had no time to care about where the latter's parents were. He had escaped the disaster by chance, and before he had time to catch his breath, the second wave had arrived. This wave was even higher than the previous one, almost level with the roof of the museum. John Hung did not run upstairs again, but turned and ran towards the center of the exhibition hall on the 3rd floor. He heard a thunderous rumble behind him. The big wave effortlessly smashed the last 2 layers of glass. The exquisite Tang and Song porcelains displayed in the display cabinets withstood the erosion of time, but could not withstand the erosion of real water flow. Like the glass wall before, they were all broken into pieces. The little girl standing there was also swallowed by the huge waves. John Hung finally ran to a pillar and pressed his body against it. The next second, the waves hit the pillar fiercely. The water flows separated from both sides of John Hung's body and continued to rush forward with an unstoppable momentum. Hitting the wall, John Hung could feel the museum shaking. But the solid foundation and solid building structure helped it withstand the impact. However, John Hung on the other side was not so lucky. The waves did not destroy the wall and quickly rolled back. John Hung could only curl up as much as possible to protect his vital parts. Fortunately, this time the backflow did not have much kinetic energy. But because the pillar was very smooth and there was no fixed point, John Hung was eventually washed out. Underwater undercurrents surged. He didn't know how many times he rolled. He just felt that his whole body was spinning. However, after experiencing the Apollo training camp copy and being thrown around by the centrifuge in various ways, John Hung can indeed be called a master in resisting dizziness. He held his breath and tried to use his back to deal with the impact. And he never lost consciousness. Until a minute later, he could clearly feel that the water flow began to slow down, which meant that the first wave of tsunami was about to pass. John Hung waited for about 20 seconds, and finally regained control of his body before the oxygen was about to run out. John Hung tried to stick his head out of the water, and the world outside was completely different. The familiar city now looks a little strange. The crowded traffic on the road before disappeared. No, even the road disappeared. And the low-rise storefronts nearby also sank into the water, leaving only the roofs. The situation of the high-rise buildings was relatively good. Some high-rise buildings with weak structures were pushed down in the direction of the tsunami. But when the tsunami rushed here, the destructive power was not as great as at the beginning. John Hung wiped the seawater off his face. He was surrounded by half-broken sycamore trees. Telephone poles tilted in the water, and the wires and branches were entangled. A pair of sandals were rising and falling with the waves, and its owner was nowhere to be found. John Hung saw the door panel floating not far away, and pulled it in front of him, so that he didn't need to continue treading water, which could save some physical strength. The tsunami might not only have one wave, and no one knew when the next wave would come, so John Hung decided to prepare in advance. However, considering that he was now in Han Lu's dream, the common sense and experience in the past might not be effective. In fact, this inland tsunami was weird enough. John Hung didn't know whether it was related to the dream of death. But on the other hand, its appearance explained why Han Lu left her residence in a hurry. She had obviously been warned in advance. And John Hung had no good solution. He could only pray that Han Lu had moved to a safe place in time. The rest of the matter would probably only be known after he found her. But the bad news was that the tsunami had destroyed the city in a mess. And all the people related to Han Lu had been wiped out. John Hung had completely lost his target and didn't know where to start next. He could only find a safer place first and wait to see if there was a second wave of attacks. Chapter 473 Han Lu's Childhood. John Hung paddled the door and swam in the opposite direction of the tsunami. He saw many tragic scenes along the way, including floating corpses, mothers who had lost their children, and children who had lost their mothers, sitting on the rooftops, as if they had lost all their souls, and people holding their companions' corpses and sobbing, or seeking help from no one. In addition to these, there were also some survivors with foresight and a sense of crisis, fishing for food in the water or looking for drinking water. John Hung remained unmoved and continued to move towards the target location. Anyway, this was just a dream, and his intervention would not change anything. Finally, he came to a 5-star hotel. The reception hall of the hotel had been submerged in water, and the front desk staff could no longer register guests who wanted to stay in the hotel. John Hung climbed directly along the outer wall to the 6th floor and found a room with an open window. The people inside were nowhere to be found, but the suitcase was still thrown beside the bed. John Hung saw the free mineral water on the table, picked it up and drank half a bottle, then took off his wet clothes and shoes, dried his hair, and changed into the hotel's bathrobe and slippers. John Hung didn't know what was going on with Shinsisi and the others. As far as they were concerned, they were probably scattered after entering the dream. Of course, Shinsisi and the others entered earlier than him, and he didn't know if they had found Han Lu. In this situation, it was difficult for Zhang Heng to take any effective action. He stood in front of the window of the hotel, looking at the vast ocean below. The only good news was that there was no tsunami until the evening. But on the other hand, there was no sign of the water level in the city dropping. Zhang Heng glanced at the starfish in his hand. It had been 12 hours since he left Han Lu's residence. This was obviously not a normal time, because the time of death for people who were hit by the death dream was long or short. But the longest time was no more than 3 hours. Just when Zhang Heng didn't know what else he could do next, the strange cloud covering the entire city above his head quietly dissipated. And then the sleepiness in Zhang Heng's brain came again. This time Zhang Heng opened his eyes and found himself standing outside a watch shop. The time of the starfish was about 2.5 hours earlier than when he first entered the dream. And it was just dawn. The city had completely returned to normal, with no signs of a tsunami. The breakfast stall owners on the roadside had already started to get busy. But Zhang Heng still noticed something different. That was that the shops on the street generally looked very old, like products from the 1970s and 1980s. Take the watch shop next to him as an example. There were no fancy neon signs. The simple black plaque had 4 big characters printed on it: watch repair. There was also a piece of yellow paper pasted on the glass window, with Shanghai, Dongfeng, Beijing written in red on it. Zhang Heng guessed that this should be a brand of watches, but it was almost invisible on the market now. He walked out of the alley. Unlike the terrible traffic jams from the 3rd Ring Road to the 4th Ring Road in later generations, there were few vehicles on the road. Most people were riding bicycles. Occasionally, an old-fashioned iron bus passed by. There were even leisurely donkey carts next to it. Traffic police wearing white tops, black pants and arm belts around their waists stood at the intersection to direct traffic. Not far behind him, a small square held a banner that read "Long live the friendship between the Chinese and French people." A green military truck passed by Zhang Heng, carrying a full truck of young people. They held the beams above with one hand and straw hats with the other, singing songs. Everyone's face was full of hope for the future. They were completely different from the young people in later generations, who were depressed by mortgages and 996 and couldn't raise their heads. Is this a dream about childhood? Zhang Heng calculated that Han Lu should still be in school at this time, but he didn't know whether she was in junior high school, or elementary school. It was quite interesting to go back to the 1970s and 1980s and see the history of this city with his own eyes. But it was not so friendly to Zhang Heng and others who wanted to find Han Lu. After all, Zhang Heng and Han Lu had not been in contact for that long, and his understanding of the latter was limited. Zhang Heng could only try his luck in a taxi because there was no one at his residence and company before. Now the dream changed to Han Lu's childhood, and Zhang Heng was even more confused. He was not born at that time, and most of his knowledge of this era came from books and movies. As for where Han Lu lived at that time, how many people were in her family, and which school she studied in, he had no idea. But then something seemed to flash through Zhang Heng's mind, and Zhang Heng realized that he seemed to have grasped some important clues. But when he tried hard to think about it, he couldn't remember it. Zhang Heng stood on the roadside for a while, and could only continue to try his luck. He waited for the light to turn green, and walked to the square opposite. There were 3 young people, 2 boys and 1 girl, rehearsing a dance. The girl was wearing a long-sleeved military uniform, and the 2 boys behind her were wearing a Zhongshan suit and a suit. The 3 danced very selflessly, completely ignoring the eyes of the people around them. The reason why Zhang Heng noticed the 3 of them was because of the girl. She looked so dazzling in the crowd, as if she was emitting some kind of light. Zhang Heng tried to put himself in Han Lu's perspective. Just like the wretched taxi driver before, Han Lu obviously also invested a lot of feelings in this dancing girl. It can be seen that she envied this girl who could dance freely at that time. Because of this, she became so energetic in Han Lu's memory. However, this was useless information for Zhang Heng, because Han Lu was in a bystander's perspective, silently envying this girl in the crowd, but had no communication with her. In this way, Zhang Heng could not get any information about Han Lu from the dancing girl. Zhang Heng quickly looked away and looked for the next target. His eyes fell on another woman watching the dance not far away. She was also the second most conspicuous person in the square. Of course, what was more conspicuous was the frog-shaped glasses on her face. The trademark on the frame was retained as a sign of imported goods. It was impossible not to attract attention. Then John Hung saw the popsicle cart not far away. An old man wearing a white hat and a white apron was selling popsicles for 5 cents each. John Hung was a little speechless. Could this square be considered a collection of Han Lu's envy? He could already feel that Han Lu should not be too old at this time. At this time, someone patted his back. John Hung turned around and saw a face full of surprise. It was the girl named Rabbit in Shinsee's team. The latter looked like she had seen a savior. Oh my god. I finally met someone I know. That's great. Do you know where this damn place is? Chapter 474 Air Raid Shelter. A city from more than 40 years ago? No wonder. I just wandered around in an alley whose name I don't know for a long time, and almost got dizzy. Rabbit finally breathed a sigh of relief after meeting John Hung. But what's worse is that before. I was trapped on the roof, and was blown by the sea breeze for most of the day. I saved a guy who fell into the water. But he wanted to kick me down. It was so abominable. Do you know why we came here from that tsunami? John Hung asked. Well, many people think that people only have one dream a night. Because most people only remember the last dream before waking up. But in fact this idea is wrong. In the study of sleep, most researchers are accustomed to dividing the sleep structure cycle into 2 phases, rapid eye movement sleep and non-rapid eye movement sleep. They will alternate in a night's sleep. Early studies show that people only dream when they are asleep. But new studies later overturned this statement. Therefore, in theory, we may have many dreams in one night. As far as the current situation is concerned, we should have come from Han Lu's previous dream to the second dream. But it is not clear whether this transformation between dreams is a natural transition between different stages, or a special effect brought by Death Dream. The rabbit said quickly. Do you have any plans? Does improvisation count as a plan? The rabbit shrugged. We got this item for entering dreams not long ago. It doesn't have a limit on the number of times it can be used. But you have to use a flower each time. The key is that it has only 3 flower buds in total. After using them up, you have to wait for them to grow again. And only one of them has bloomed. Because we are worried that someone will be infected during this period. We didn't do experiments in advance. We can only take it one step at a time. After the rabbit finished speaking, he looked at the popsicle truck not far away. Wow, this popsicle looks delicious. Only 5 cents apiece. And you don't have to worry about the calories. Let me have one first. As she spoke, she took out her wallet and handed over 10 yuan, saying generously, No need for change, old man. But the latter did not reach out, but stared at the 10 yuan and frowned. Little girl, is this a counterfeit bill? Rabbit looked embarrassed and had no words to say. Finally, under the suspicious eyes of the old man, he fled in panic and returned to John Hung in shame. It's terrible. They don't recognize the new version of RMB. There were no more useful clues on the square. So John Hung and Rabbit could only continue to look for the next target. During this period, John Hung would look at his watch every once in a while. Rabbit interrupted and said, It's useless. The time in the dream is different from the time outside. John Hung hummed, looked at the time recorded on the phone twice, and memorized all the time in his mind. Then he said, I know. Just see if I can find any connection. Connection? What connection? I don't know yet. It's better to be prepared, John Hung said. The two of them pieced together a lot of Han Lu's childhood from the mouths of passers-by along the way. But there was no information that could lead them to Han Lu. Until they accidentally met Han Lu's mother, who was a translator, with a serious expression, and did not smile. It can be seen that Han Lu has complicated feelings towards her mother. Her mother often travels due to her job, and she missed most of Han Lu's childhood. At the same time, her expressionless poker face also makes her look a little mean. However, John Hung also found some similarities between the two, such as the frowning movements when they are impatient are almost carved from the same mold, such as a certain perseverance hidden in their personalities. And John Hung finally knew where Han Lu's rhinitis came from. John Hung and Rabbit quietly followed Han's mother, hoping to find the place where Han Lu lived in her childhood through her. However, not long after, John Hung noticed the strangeness of the clouds above his head again. It was exactly the same as before the tsunami. It was like some kind of omen before the disaster. And then Rabbit also raised his head and muttered, No way. You are still playing this trick? What should we do? Should we continue to follow, or find a high place to see the situation first? John Hung thought for a while, and said to Rabbit, You find a safe place first. I will continue to follow here. You tell me where you are going. I will find you when there is news or when the tsunami is over. Rabbit hesitated. In that case, I'd better stay for a while. Anyway, according to the previous rules, the tsunami will arrive in about half an hour. I can retreat safely with just 5 minutes in advance. John Hung did not persuade him again. However, the two of them were completely wrong this time. A quarter of an hour later, looking at the thing that poked its head out of the clouds, Rabbit opened his eyes wide. Is it true? I thought the inland tsunami was ridiculous enough. But I didn't expect that there would be a fantasy species? 3 huge black shadows were seen spreading their wings and flying over the city. Like flying death. Looking down at the common people. I just hope they won't spit fire everywhere like in Game of Thrones. As soon as the rabbit finished speaking, a giant dragon opened its mouth, and its hot breath accurately hit a metal bus on the road. As a result, the people on it didn't even have a chance to escape, and were directly swallowed by the sea of fire. The amazing heat even melted the car body. Then the giant dragon did not stop, and the tongue of fire quickly swept the entire street. In just a few breaths, the originally lively and cheerful street quickly turned into purgatory. Unlike the previous tsunami, the people who were caught in the tongue of fire didn't even leave their bones. Air raid shelter. John Hung quickly spat out 3 words. Air raid shelters are rare now. But in the early 1970s, due to the deterioration of Sino-Soviet relations and the threat from the United States, the shadow of nuclear war has always been hanging over everyone's mind. Therefore, during that special period, almost all major universities, factories, and institutions across the country were frantically digging air raid shelters. An underground city was dug directly under the capital, which was connected in all directions. It could be drilled all the way from Wangfujing to the railway station, and even had a cafeteria and a barber shop. Fortunately, these air raid shelters were not used in the end and gradually withdrew from the stage of history. However, with the appearance of the giant dragon, they can now play a role in another way. There was an air raid shelter entrance less than 400 meters away from the 2 people, and the terrified crowd was rushing there. In fact, John Hung didn't need to speak, and Rabbit was swept along by the crowd and rushed over involuntarily. However, after running 2 steps, she found that there was no shadow of John Hung beside her. Chapter 475 Dragon Flame. Rabbit turned back with difficulty in the crowd and saw that John Hung not only did not run with her, but rushed towards the direction of the dragon. Before, everyone's attention was attracted by the 3 dragons that suddenly appeared above the city. And only John Hung always paid half of his attention to Han Lu's mother. When the crowd began to flee in panic, Han's mother obviously wanted to run towards the air raid shelter. But she didn't run far before someone pushed her from behind. And then she fell to the ground. Falling in a crowded and disorderly crowd is a very dangerous thing. Han's mother tried hard to get up from the ground, but soon a foot stepped on her waist. It was a young student, very polite, and still said sorry. But the next moment another foot accidentally stepped on Han's mother's calf. It can be seen that the student tried hard to resist the crowd behind him and let Han's mother stand up. But his strength alone was of no help at all. Driven by the instinct of survival, the people behind him almost forced the people in front to run. The young student not only did not ask the person behind him to stop, but was also pushed and staggered, almost falling. When he looked again, he didn't know how many feet were on Han's mother. But at this moment, a figure squeezed past him. The young student opened his eyes wide. Now he couldn't control his direction at all. Just like being swept into a huge wave, the words "no one can help themselves" emerged involuntarily in his mind. He couldn't imagine that there were still people who could move against the huge waves at this time. That person looked like a small boat in a storm, which could be torn apart at any time. But he could always find a little gap between people. John Hung squeezed to the place where Han's mother fell. The latter looked very embarrassed, with countless footprints on her body and her right hand injured. But fortunately her life was not in danger for the time being. Of course, if it was delayed for a while, it would be uncertain. John Hung paused for a moment, found a good opportunity, and picked her up from the ground. In the midst of his busy schedule, he also took the time to look at the giant dragon in the sky. The 3 dragons were now moving separately, wandering around the city, happily setting fires. This time, even if they hid in a tall building, they could not escape, because a breath of air would engulf the entire tall building in flames. Of course, The most troublesome one was the one that attacked the bus before. And it was also the dragon closest to John Hung and his team. It had already turned 2 streets into a sea of fire. Now it landed on the roof of a hotel. With 4 claws on the eaves. Adjusted its body shape. And was selecting the next target. The air raid shelter, which became the center of the crowd, was soon targeted by it. At this time, the rabbit had been squeezed to the door of the air raid shelter. And compared with before, John Hung not only failed to shorten the distance between him and the air raid shelter, but was even further away. Moreover, John Hung was now carrying a person, and he could no longer squeeze in the crowd as flexibly as before. So the situation now became more serious for him. After a short rest, the dragon spread its black wings again and swooped down towards the crowd. At the same time, it took a deep breath in the air. The next moment, hot dragon flame shot out from its mouth, hitting the crowd below with terrifying heat. Half of the street turned into a sea of fire in the blink of an eye. A large area of charred open space appeared around the air raid shelter. Not only those who had not squeezed in were turned into charcoal in the flames, but even those who had entered the air raid shelter but had not walked far were also in trouble. The power of dragon breath can be seen. John Hung was lucky. He was at the edge and witnessed the world burning. The high temperature made the hair on his body and head curl up. However, unlike the passers-by around him, who couldn't wait to turn around and flee in panic, John Hung hesitated, covered his mouth and nose with clothes, and resolutely rushed into the sea of fire in front. It is stupid to challenge the flying speed of the dragon with your legs. Similarly, it is a dead end to get together with most people. This dragon is very cunning. It kills wherever there are many people. It is simply a walking head harvester. At this time, the only hope was the area where it had just sprayed fire. It was obviously very satisfied with its masterpiece. After exhaling, it stopped looking there and continued to look for the next target. However, it was not easy to make such a decision. In addition to overcoming the fear of the dragon, the high temperature and large amount of toxic smoke in that area were enough to stop everyone. The first step John Hung took felt like stepping on the crater of a volcano, and the rubber soles of his shoes made a sizzling sound. Even with John Hung's physique, he couldn't last long in such an environment. He couldn't even take care of Han's mother on his shoulder. Fortunately, he was not too far away from the entrance of the air raid shelter. John Hung burst out at the fastest speed and ran to the target location in less than 8 seconds. The iron door of the air raid shelter, which was 1 foot thick, was melted in half, revealing a dark hole. You could smell something burnt inside. Just when John Hung arrived there, a heat wave also hit him. John Hung even had a moment of trance. He thought he had made a wrong bet this time. The dragon ignored the group of people outside and directly used breath on him. However, John Hung soon realized that this was not a fatal high-temperature dragon flame, but just the airflow caused by the dragon flapping its wings when flying. The target of that thing was indeed the crowd. It was just that the temperature in the area where John Hung was now was astonishing, which gave him the illusion that he was about to be exhaled. Then John Hung bent down and got into the air raid shelter. His body was almost at its limit at this time, like a piece of barbecue placed on a stone slab. At the same time, because he inhaled too much toxic gas, his mouth, nose and respiratory tract were severely irritated. However, after enduring the most difficult dozens of meters, the air finally became acceptable again. The ventilation system of the underground city was well done. It was said that there were more than 2,000 ventilation holes alone. Normally, walking down there would not make you feel suffocated. John Hung ran for a while, and finally came to a relatively safe place. He put Han's mother on his back against the wall. Only then did he have time to check her condition. Han's mother could still breathe, but she was a little unconscious. Her skin was purple, and her reaction to external stimuli was very slow. It should be the result of inhaling excessive carbon monoxide. Fortunately, she survived after all. John Hung breathed a sigh of relief. Han's mother was the only useful clue he had obtained during this period of time. If the latter died like this, he would have to start looking for a needle in a haystack again. This was also a situation John Hung did not want to face. Therefore, he would rather take some risks to save Han's mother. Chapter 476, Missed Opportunity. Rabbit was swept along by the terrified crowd and stumbled forward. She only slowed down a little after entering the air raid shelter. However, as Long Yen rushed into the cave entrance, the crowd panicked again. The survivors wanted to stay away from the cave entrance, So Rabbit was squeezed and dizzy again. When she came to her senses, she didn't know where she was standing. The air raid shelter looked the same everywhere, and there were passages everywhere. It took her a long time to find her way back to the original entrance and see Zhang Heng again. "Wow, what happened to your skin?" Rabbit exclaimed. "It's just a minor burn. It's nothing serious," Zhang Heng said. "Can you help me find some water?" Oh, no problem." Rabbit nodded and ran back after a while, handing Zhang Heng the iron kettle that he got from somewhere. Zhang Heng fed Han's mother some water, told her to have a good rest, and then stood up. "How is it?" Rabbit, who had been waiting impatiently, came over and asked. "Well, this dream should be based on Han Lu's memories of a certain day when she just started junior high school. Today is her 13th birthday. Her mother made an exception and took a day off to take her to the zoo to see pandas. They made an appointment a month in advance. Han Lu must have been looking forward to this day. She was so excited that she didn't sleep well that night. However, in the early morning, Han's mother received an emergency call. There was an important translation task in the morning, so she had to give up her vacation. However, when she returned home, she found that Han Lu had left home in anger. So she had to go out to look for her. Okay, it's a tragic story. But why does a three-headed dragon appear in this dream about childhood trauma? This is also a question we need to find an answer to. Do you have any ideas? Zhang Heng asked. Well, as of now, both of our dreams have experienced huge and devastating disasters. The tsunami before and the dragon now. And the appearance of the large cloud is a precursor to the disaster, Rabbit said. They all have one thing in common, which is that they are incompatible with dreams. Excluding the possibility that Han Lu has been watching disaster movies or watching Game of Thrones recently. These disasters are probably not part of Han Lu's dreams. They are more like some kind of alien species. Death Dream? Rabbit nodded. Yes, these disasters are likely related to Death Dream. Why did Death Dream destroy Han Lu's dream? What's the point of doing this? Good question. There are many scholars who focus on dream research. Even before humans mastered writing, the study of dreams had already begun. Unfortunately, to this day, our understanding of dreams is still very limited. Not to mention that Death Dream is related to hypnos, and has always been the most mysterious B-level prop. Rabbit paused, but judging from Han Lu's behavior, she seems to be afraid of these disasters. She hides early before the disaster strikes. We don't know what will happen if she dies in the disaster. But I strongly suggest that it is best not to let this happen. We need to find her as soon as possible. Do you know where she is hiding? Han Lu's mother did give me some places, saying that Han Lu might be hiding there. It is difficult for her to move now. She hopes that we can help her bring her daughter to the underground city. Zhang Heng said. Great. Let's get going now, Rabbit said. According to the last round of dreams, we should have at least half a day to move around. The city in the 1970s was still very different from that more than 40 years later. In addition, for safety reasons, the two chose to go directly through the underground city to the nearest air raid shelter entrance, and then return to the ground. Therefore, it was not easy to find the right path in the underground city with many connections. Zhang Heng hired a person who was familiar with the city. Although he and Rabbit had no place to spend the new version of RMB, the wallet itself could still be used for trading. Besides, bartering was very popular these days. The other party tried to pinch the wallet and felt that it was made of real leather. In addition, Zhang Heng explained that he was saving people, so he agreed very readily. However, he was only able to help them in the underground city. They had to walk on their own after returning to the ground. Zhang Heng and Rabbit found 3 places in a row. According to Han's mother, these were also the 3 places that Han Lu liked to go most when she was alone. One of them had turned into a sea of fire, and there was no trace of Han Lu in the remaining 2 places. However, Zhang Heng and Rabbit were not discouraged, because as one place after another was eliminated, there was only one place they had not been to, and there was a high chance of meeting Han Lu there. However, this time when the 2 came out of the underground city again, the clouds in the sky were thinning at a speed visible to the naked eye. Rabbit was so angry that he jumped up and down. Hey, what I fear is what I fear, and it has to be at this time. Logically, there should be another 30 or 40 hours before the next round of dreams. Zhang Heng frowned. The last location was the home of Han Lu's best friend in junior high school. It was just 1 street away. Not far away, But the problem was that a giant dragon had landed on the roof to rest, and everyone nearby had already run away. If he rushed over, he would be particularly conspicuous. John Hung waited and gave up. According to the experience of the previous round, when the clouds dispersed, the dream would change in about 2 or 3 minutes. During this time, it would be difficult for him to find an effective way to avoid the dragon's attention. In addition, the dragon was now parked there, which meant that Han Lu might have left that place. The rabbit was a little discouraged when he saw this. I ran for a long time and almost became a barbecue. In the end, it was all in vain. John Hung didn't say anything when he heard this. He kept looking at the giant dragon not far away, wondering what he was thinking. The rabbit took advantage of the last little time left to say to John Hung, "It's hopeless this time. We may not be so close to each other in the next dream. Why don't we agree on a place in advance? You decide." John Hung retracted his gaze and said. The rabbit thought for a while. "How about the square we foresaw before? Now I remember where it was. 40 years later, it was transformed into IKEA. Do you remember the name of the street? Well, we meet there after that." After John Hung finished speaking, the dark clouds above his head had disappeared, and the sun poured down again, as if a layer of golden light was coated on the huge dragon wings. The latter raised his head and roared at the sky. The next moment, the third dream had arrived. Chapter 477 3 Dreams. John Hung opened his eyes again and found that he was in a different place again. This time, it was not just the time that changed. He was no longer in the original city. No, to be more precise, he was not even in his own country. At this moment, John Hung was surrounded by blonde and blue-eyed foreigners, and the names of the shops on the roadside were all marked in English. John Hung found a bookstore on the roadside and learned from the owner that he was now in Durham, a small town in the northeast of England. When John Hung heard the name, he immediately remembered something. Han Lu had studied in the UK for a period of time, and the place was the world-famous Durham University. This is the third oldest prestigious university in the UK, and is called Oxbridge together with Cambridge and Oxford. It has always been ranked in the top 100 in the world. In addition to attracting a large number of applications from the middle class and wealthy children in the country, it is also favored by international students from all over the world. The business school where Han Lu is located has passed triple certification, EQUIS, MBA and ACSB, and is one of the few business schools in the world. John Hung took a taxi to Durham University without hesitation. The driver was very enthusiastic and thought John Hung was a tourist. He also introduced the city's tourist attractions to him. However, when they arrived at the destination, John Hung could not pay and could only knock him out apologetically, stuffed him into the trunk, and then drove the taxi to an underground parking lot. After parking the car, John Hung walked into Durham University. Like most famous schools, Durham is very large, with ancient brick walls and castles everywhere. There are school buildings from the center of Durham to the suburbs. Moreover, Durham is one of the few universities that still implements the college system. The student dormitories are not divided by majors, but are a bit similar to the magic school Hogwarts in Harry Potter. The college arranges accommodation according to the students' personalities, hobbies and habits, which makes it more difficult to find people. As a result, when John Hung was thinking about where to go next, a short-haired girl came towards him. She was not much older than him. She should be a student of this school. She was holding 2 books in her arms and hurried on her way. Not long after passing by John Hung, she suddenly stopped. Then she stepped back and asked in Chinese, "What's wrong? Classmate, do you need help?" As a result, after she said this, she found that the boy opposite did not reply, but just looked at her straight. The short-haired girl touched her face. "Huh? Don't you understand Chinese? Are you a Korean or Japanese student?" "Sorry. I actually want to find someone." John Hung finally recovered from his brief absence and spoke, but his eyes did not move away. He had only seen the other person so young in photos before. "That's it. You are unlucky to meet me. I have been studying here for 1.5 years, but I can count the number of people I know on my hands. I guess I can't help you much." The short-haired girl shrugged. "No, you must know this person, because she is your roommate," John Hung said. "Is it a coincidence?" "No. It should be said that this seemingly heartless woman has always had a sharp intuition that is completely inconsistent with her cute appearance. Therefore, she can suddenly stop when passing by him. It is because she sees through his hesitation and lends him a hand. Jong Hung can only sigh that this may be some kind of superpower. You know, with the things he has experienced, it is almost impossible for him to be seen through his thoughts now. Perhaps this guy is the only one in the world who can do it. Wow. Are you Han Lu's foreign boyfriend? I've heard a lot about you. The short-haired girl opened her eyes wide. I've heard her talk about you. And I've seen your photo. Wait. The person in the photo doesn't seem to be you. She covered her mouth at this point. I'm done. Haven't I said too much? But Han Lu shouldn't be that fickle. She complains about her homework every day. She doesn't have the energy to have an affair. Right? You misunderstood. I'm just her friend. Jong Hung said. I have something to do with her. Is there something urgent? Jong Hung pointed at the book in the short-haired girl's arms. It's not too urgent. If it doesn't work, I can go there in the evening, the short-haired girl said enthusiastically, snapping her fingers. I take you to find Han Lu first. That's troublesome. Ha! Don't be so polite. We are all descendants of Yin and Huang, the short-haired girl said casually. In return, you can tell me some gossip about her. Okay. I have a lot of explosive stories about her childhood. Do you want to hear them? Of course. Of course. The short-haired girl was overjoyed when she heard this, and nodded repeatedly. With someone as a guide, Jong Hung finally didn't have to try his luck everywhere. The two of them walked and talked, and soon came to the tennis court. The short-haired girl came out of the dormitory. She said that Han Lu went out early in the morning, and was not in the dormitory all morning. She didn't say where she went, but she had the habit of playing tennis, and often came to play tennis at this time. However, that figure was not seen on the tennis court today. The short-haired girl comforted Jong Hung. It's okay. Let's go to the next place. I can't help you find other people, but I can find Han Lu with my eyes closed. Jong Hung didn't agree immediately after hearing this. After a pause, he asked, Well, don't look for places she often goes to. You know her so well. Do you know where she will hide if she is frightened? Huh? The short-haired girl was stunned when she heard this. That girl is so brave. We can laugh out loud when watching horror movies together. Who can scare her? You? The short-haired girl looked Jong Hung up and down while talking. But before the latter could deny it, she shook her head first. No. I'm very good at judging people. You're not a bad person. Some bad things are indeed about to happen. So I'm so anxious to find her. Can you help me? Jong Hung raised his eyebrows. So mysterious. Is she going to save the world? The short-haired girl opened her eyes wide. It looks like fun. Then add me in. I know a place. She likes to sneak there when she's in a bad mood. Where? The Oriental Museum, said the short-haired girl. There are many Asian and Indian collections there. Han Lu always said that staying there makes one feel at home and calms down. Let's go there now without delay, said Jong Hung. He looked up at the sky. The strange cloud was about to appear again. So far, he has experienced 3 rounds of dreams. According to the time calculation, the cloud appeared earlier and earlier, and the dream ended faster and faster. This was not a good sign, reminding Jong Hung that he didn't have much time left. Chapter 478. Do you have any other clues? Even the short-haired girl noticed the difference in the atmosphere along the way and muttered, Hey, I always feel that something bad is going to happen. Jong Hung looked at her, but did not explain anything. Instead, he said, We talked a lot about Han Lu. Let's talk about you. Me? The short-haired girl was a little surprised. Am I also related to your mission to save the world? No. Just chatting to kill time, Jong Hung said. We still have a while to get to the museum anyway. Okay. I don't have any objections. The short-haired girl scratched her head. But I'm a boring person. My biggest hobby is to stay in bed and read novels, movies and comics. It's not that I refuse to socialize, but I just think it's troublesome to do my hair before meeting people every day. My major in school is not very popular. I don't know if there is anything worth introducing. Do you have someone you like? Wow. This is a very personal question. Sorry. If it offends me. Theoretically, if any other stranger asked me this question within half an hour of knowing me, I would feel a little rude. But I don't know why. I don't feel that way when you ask me. It's so strange. Have we met before? You always give me a very familiar feeling, the short-haired girl said. Really? To answer your previous question, I dated a boy. But that was in high school. He rode a bicycle to take me home. I could smell the soap on his shirt. I quite liked that smell. But later he was seen by my dad. And then my dad would wait for me at the school gate every day after school. It was so miserable. But we broke up because our relationship affected his grades. And after studying abroad, chasing dramas affected my love life. Don't worry. You will meet someone you like in the future. He will appear at the right time. And you will have a happy family. He can give you all the happiness you want. Is this a prophecy? The short-haired girl laughed. But it sounds good. I take it as true. The bus stopped in front of St. Aidan's College. And the Oriental Museum was next to it. At this time, the sky was covered by clouds. The short-haired girl was a student at Durham University. So she didn't need to buy a ticket. John Hung touched his pocket a little embarrassedly. I treat you. Put it on Han Lu's head, the short-haired girl said, reaching out for her wallet. Thank you. John Hung breathed a sigh of relief. Although in theory, he could use the previous method to kill his way into the museum. It would make too much noise. And it would be bad if the nearby police were alerted. It's still unknown what the disaster is this time. So it's better to keep a low profile. The museum is not big. And there are few people inside. What John Hung didn't expect was that he actually ran into Rabbit inside again. Rabbit was standing with a tall and handsome boy. Oh! No. That's Freddy. The short-haired girl stuck out her tongue. Who is Freddy? One of Han Lu's admirers. A little star of the school's football team. He has been pestering Han Lu for some reason. Han Lu told him that she has a boyfriend. But it's no use. Han Lu can only try to avoid him. At this time, the rabbit on the other side also saw John Hung, with a look of surprise on his face. Did you find this place too? John Hung's eyes moved. Rabbit continued. To be honest, I don't know where I am. We had agreed to meet at a meeting place. Luckily, I met this handsome guy. I asked him if he knew Han Lu, and he said he would take me to find her. Unfortunately, we seemed to be a step too late. She was no longer here. I asked the staff, and they said she left about a quarter of an hour ago. Now the disaster seems to be coming again. This time it only took an hour and a half. At this rate, we may not even have half an hour next time. By the way, who is this? The short-haired girl was about to speak. But John Hung said to her, there is nothing for you here. Thank you for your help. See you later. This sentence didn't sound very polite. And it also seemed like he was going to destroy the bridge after crossing it. However, the short-haired girl didn't say anything. She glanced at John Hung and Rabbit and smiled. Then I wish you all the best and save the world as soon as possible. After that, she walked out of the museum. Rabbit raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? There are no other clues on her? That's about right, John Hung said. Who is he? The football player named Freddy suddenly spoke up. He had been looking at John Hung with hostility. Seeing that the two had been communicating in Chinese, he became more and more annoyed with John Hung. A friend of mine. It's okay, Freddy. Rabbit turned around and comforted him. Then looked at John Hung again. What should we do now? Do you have any clues? John Hung didn't speak until the short-haired girl walked out of the museum door. Then he spoke again. What should I call you? Hypnos? Rabbit's face showed a trace of surprise. Who? Me? You must have been confused by the dragon before. Right? Do I look a lot like Hypnos? I started to doubt you in the last dream. John Hung said. I have to admit that your point of view is very good. Rabbit and I just met not long ago. Apart from her name and appearance, I know almost nothing about her. So it is difficult for me to recognize you pretending to be her. What? You think I am someone else pretending to be me? Rabbit looked puzzled. Why? You have been disguising yourself very well. To be honest, I did think you were Rabbit when I first met you, John Hung said. But later, you started to make me suspicious of some details. As far as I know, the other three have always been working as a team. But you never mentioned your teammates after meeting me. In addition, when setting the meeting place for the next round of dreams, you chose the square where we met. Is there any problem with this? Rabbit asked. Although it's not a remote place, it's also a very unpopular place. You said before that you didn't remember the way, although later you said you had some impression. But if you are really a rabbit, you should also want to meet up with other teammates. Try to choose a place you are all familiar with. Or just at Han Lu's house. The reason why you chose the meeting place where we first met is because you don't want me to meet other people. Especially the real rabbit. Interesting reasoning. Then how do you explain those disasters? I have experienced those disasters just like you. Chapter 479, I want to correct something. Those disasters have nothing to do with death dreams. Right? On the contrary. It is more like a self-protection mechanism for Han Lu. What if rats and cockroaches get into your house? Buy some rat poison and put it in the corner? Or disinfect the whole house with insecticide? It seems that she chose the latter. Rabbit said. Yes. I was wrong from the beginning. Whether it is a tsunami or a giant dragon, those great disasters that destroy the world, their target is not actually Han Lu. You can't be blamed for this. After all, most people found Han Lu running away and hiding. And those disasters were the only abnormal things in the dream. So they would think that it was the death dream that was chasing Han Lu. But in fact, the person she was hiding from the beginning to the end was you. And only you. Right? Zhang Heng said. Her frequent changes in dreams were also to escape your pursuit. From her daily life to her childhood. And then to studying abroad. I was not with you in the first round. And I don't know why the tsunami came. But later we found Han Lu's mother, who should be the key figure in the second round of dreams. And it happened that the strange cloud appeared at that time. Maybe it's just a coincidence? Rabbit said. Yes. But this time, when you and this, Freddy appeared in this museum that Han Lu likes to go to the most. Those clouds appeared again. It may be a coincidence once. But the possibility of it being a coincidence twice is very small. Zhang Heng said. Those disasters not only want to kill you, but also want to kill other people in the dream. Because we are now like standing in Han Lu's information library. These subconscious memories contain all the information about her. She is worried that you will find her with this information. So she simply destroys everything. You chose me instead of others, because I am most familiar with Han Lu, and I am most likely to lead you to find her. Anything else? Rabbit asked. Actually, what really made me decide to doubt you was the dragon. Dragon? Yes. In the last dream, we came to Han Lu's classmate's house at the end. And the dragon landed on the roof of the building. But the building was intact. I was thinking at the time that if these dragons were chasing Han Lu, they should burn the building as soon as possible. But the dragon didn't do that at the time. Instead, it seemed to be guarding the place and preventing others from approaching. It was also at that time that I really began to think about another possibility behind these disasters. Your amazing insight and reasoning ability are second to none among all the people I've met. Of course, the woman named Han Lu is also good. Her dream defense is in the top 10 among all the people I've met. Rabbit smiled. I didn't expect you to find out so quickly. This will be an interesting game. But unfortunately, you won't be able to enjoy the latter part. Since you have discovered my identity, I have to get rid of you first. And then use your identity to approach other people. The woman named Shinsisi is also good. She should be able to lead me to find Han Lu. After saying this, she said to Freddy in English, he just said some very rude words to me and threatened me personally. Can you help me teach him a lesson? Of course. It's my honor, Freddy said with a clenched fist. He had obviously been waiting for this moment for a long time. Zhang Heng didn't know what the real Freddy was like. But it seemed that his memory of him in Han Lu was not very good. In the dream, he was very jealous and aggressive. He had been unhappy with Zhang Heng, who kept talking to the rabbit. On the other hand, the rugby player does have the strong physique that all men dream of. His arms look as big as the calves of ordinary people and are full of muscles. He grinned and muttered, "Let me teach you a lesson about etiquette when dealing with ladies." However, Zhang Heng on the other side did not even look at him, but instead focused all his attention on the rabbit. His reaction further angered Freddy, who took a step forward and walked in front of Zhang Heng, then raised his fist and hit Zhang Heng in the face. However, the next moment, Zhang Heng somehow got behind him and then stretched out his hand to hold the rugby player's neck. The latter subconsciously stretched out his hand to pry Zhang Heng's arm apart. But then his unprotected ribs hurt. Zhang Heng didn't hesitate and pushed Freddy's head against the display case on the other side. Freddy broke the glass of the display case and then hit the jade bowl inside. He couldn't get up from the ground. Great, Rabbit applauded. I even want you to be my agent. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard a fight outside the museum. A man dressed as a museum staff member fell in. Zhang Heng recognized him as the uncle who checked their tickets before. Zhang Heng thought the latter came in to stop their fight. But he didn't expect that another man in a suit and sunglasses came in right after him. Agent Smith. a character from The Matrix. So he is the one who caused the disaster this time? By the way, I like that movie very much, Rabbit said. John Hung also knew Smith's name. The latter was originally an ordinary antivirus program in the Matrix world, responsible for removing people and programs that were harmful to the Matrix world. But then he gradually got out of the control of the Matrix and became a virus-like existence. In addition to his super strength and reaction speed, Smith's most powerful ability is his unlimited replication ability like a virus. He can turn the target into another self by inserting his hand into the target's chest. John Hung is not sure which part of the Smith in Han Lu's dream is. If it is the last part, then he is basically evolved into a Superman who can fly and hide, or a Superman who is not afraid of kryptonite. But maybe this is good news for him, because he now knows that these disasters are Han Lu's self-protection mechanism to deal with Hypnos. However, Rabbit seems to see what he is thinking and smiles. Don't worry and relax. Your previous guesses are almost the same. But I still have to correct one thing. These disasters are not just for me. Strictly speaking, they are for all foreign invaders, including you. Of course, they are like the guards in Han Lu's subconscious mind, and their goal is to destroy everything. Chapter 480, The Eternal Dream. Smith, who came in from outside, also saw John Hung and Rabbit. He did not rush to attack either of them, but picked up the museum staff from the ground and inserted his right hand into the latter's chest. The latter screamed in pain, and a pool of black liquid began to spread from his chest. After about 2 seconds, the museum staff was completely assimilated into Smith's appearance. Rabbit shrugged. Like I said, neither of us can escape. Before she finished her words, a Smith rushed towards her, and Rabbit was punched in the face. Ah, this hurts too much. Half of her face was almost smashed by the punch. And then Smith kicked Rabbit in the lower abdomen, kicking her out and knocking over several display cabinets along the way. John Hung had no time to care about the situation here, because another Smith, who straightened his suit, also walked towards him. John Hung quickly glanced around and saw a bronze sword in a display cabinet. He smashed the glass and took out the bronze sword from the spring and autumn period. It was his turn to face Smith's fist. With the Rabbit's experience as a lesson, John Hung did not take the punch head-on. He used his speed to dodge it, and then swung the bronze sword in his hand to chop Smith's head. In terms of reaction speed, the Smith John Hung met was obviously not the strongest Smith in the Matrix, and it was because of this that the opponent could not dodge his sword. However, the bronze sword chopped Smith's forehead, and except for a little crookedness of his sunglasses, it did not even affect his hairstyle. Then Smith reached out and grabbed the bronze sword, broke it into 2 pieces easily, and threw it at his feet. He stretched his neck, took off his sunglasses, and gestured to John Hung to continue. John Hung was not too surprised by the result of the first round of fighting. After all, Smith, as the guard of the third round of dreams, should be on the same level as the tsunami and the dragon before, and it is obviously not easy to defeat. However, John Hung's biggest problem now is that he lost all the game props in the dream, which also left him with less room for response. John Hung still adopted the strategy of fighting in a roving manner, trying to pull away as much as possible. In addition to taking advantage of his speed, he was also on guard against being controlled by the opponent. Smith's biggest killer move in the movie was the infinite replication. As long as it fell into his hands, there was a risk of being assimilated by him. Smith on the other side also walked to the Rabbit that was kicked away. The latter lay on the ground motionless, as if it had died. Smith stretched out his hand and wanted to stab it into the Rabbit's chest to give it the final fatal blow. But the next moment, his arm was grabbed by another hand. Rabbit opened her eyes and grinned at him. I admire your serious and responsible work attitude, but don't forget to combine work and rest. After that, she tapped Smith's brow with a finger, and the latter collapsed to the ground and fell into a coma as if the power suddenly went out. Rabbit stood up and patted the dust off his body, looking at John Hung, who was at a disadvantage and a little embarrassed on the other side. It seems that I don't need to take action anymore. You guys take your time. Don't worry about me. I leave first. After saying that, she pushed open the window of the museum and climbed out. John Hung and Smith were afraid of each other, so they didn't chase after him. As a result, they waited for less than half a minute and saw the Rabbit that had left earlier climb back out of the window. Still cursing, John Hung took the time to look in her direction and saw dozens of figures standing outside the window. They were all dressed the same. in suits and sunglasses, and had the same face. It seemed that Smith had already turned on the infinite replication mode. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before everyone in the city would be transformed into the same face. Before, Rabbit looked like she had finished the fight easily, and it seemed that she had not even sweated a drop. However, you have to know that in order to trick Smith to come to her, she was hit by punches and kicks from the opponent. Her face was broken, and 2 ribs were probably broken, so she used that little bit of ease. But now she has to face multiple enemies, and it is likely that Smiths will continue to come from all directions in the future. So it is no wonder that her face is not very good now. However, this is not good news for John Hung, and his pressure is also increasing. He has no good way to deal with a Smith. He relies on LD3 swordsmanship and the body skills he practiced in the Black Sail copy to barely deal with the opponent. If more Smiths join in, his situation will become very dangerous. Now the 2 of them were trapped in this small museum. John Hung knew that he could not be a match for so many Smiths. His only hope was that Rabbit would be killed first, so that Han Lu could wake up in time. John Hung had already quietly distanced himself from the window. Then he saw Rabbit on the other side sigh. "Do you still have to use that trick in the end?" After saying that, he took out a harmonica from his pocket and started playing. When he heard the first note, John Hung had a warning in his heart and reached out to cover his ears. However, even so, the melodies were still desperately drilling into his head, and at the same time his consciousness became more and more blurred. John Hung knelt on one knee, picked up a thin piece of glass on the ground, and pierced his eardrum directly. But those brisk and joyful melodies did not disappear with other sounds. In John Hung's last sight, those Smiths in suits also fell down like wheat in the sound of the harmonica, and the whole world fell into sleep. 3 minutes later, Rabbit finished playing. His condition did not look good. He moved the harmonica away from his almost bloodless lips, closed his eyes, and stood there for a while. And then he took a breath. Then he put the harmonica back into his pocket and walked to John Hung's side. "That guy called Set went too far. He copied so many copies of my props, making me run around everywhere. This time, I almost failed. Forget it. Let's finish this order first." Rabbit squatted down and placed his finger on the forehead of the unconscious John Hung. "In the name of Hypnos, I order you to show me the dream in your heart, and I will grant you eternal awakening." What the hell is this thing? The next moment, a look of horror appeared on Rabbit's face. He was the god of sleep in Greek mythology, and had seen all kinds of strange dreams. Tsunamis and dragons were common to him. He had also encountered dreams that were 100 times crazier than this one. But he swore that he had never seen such a crazy and twisted nightmare. Just a quick glimpse and his whole body couldn't help but tremble. Chapter 481 Waking Up. John Hung once again saw the same scenes he had seen in the emergency room. He didn't know how long these scenes stayed in his mind, nor could he understand the meaning behind them. Or maybe they had no meaning at all. Just some meaningless mumblings in his sleep. And when he opened his eyes again, he saw the familiar ceiling again. The fourth dream? John Hung recalled what happened before, and he only remembered that he seemed to have been tricked by Hypnos and fell into a coma. And what happened afterwards was not in his memory. But soon, he found some differences. He actually saw Han Lu, who had been missing in the previous rounds of dreams, lying next to him. Shen Sisi, who was lying on a stool not far away, opened her eyes when she heard the noise, rubbed her eyes, and said in surprise, "You're awake. Great. Where are we?" John Hung asked. "Han Lu's home." Shen Sisi raised her eyebrows. "Don't worry. We have left her dream." It was probably during the third round of dreams. The situation was very bad. Almost the whole city was filled with Smiths from the Matrix. Levi sacrificed himself to protect me and retreat. He died? No. I mean, he did die in Han Lu's dream and was transformed by Smith. But for him in the real world, he just withdrew from Han Lu's dream. Your situation was strange, Shen Sisi said. Han Lu woke up after the third round. And then we all woke up. But you were still in a coma. I tried to call your name in your ear and patted your cheek, but you never woke up. For safety reasons, I didn't use more intense methods. So are you okay now? Are you feeling unwell? Wait, we are in the real world now. And you said Han Lu woke up once? Yes. She is the only one who woke up after being cursed by the death dream. And she seems to be fine now. But she is a little too sleepy after not sleeping for several days. The more than 1 hour of sleep before was obviously not enough. So we gave her a simple check and let her continue to sleep. You defeated Hypnos. How did you do it? Zhang Heng asked. Well, this is actually the question I wanted to ask you, Shen Sisi said. In the previous dreams, there were serious and abnormal disasters in each round. We speculated that those disasters were likely related to the death dream. So we were looking for Han Lu and trying to solve those disasters. Unfortunately, we didn't make any progress for the time being. And then we suddenly woke up. Where's the rabbit? Zhang Heng asked. After confirming that Han Lu was fine, I asked them to go back first, Shen Sisi said. Especially Rabbit. She is a senior this year and is very busy with her homework. What's wrong? Do you have anything to do with Rabbit? Have you seen her in these rounds of dreams? Yes. We met in the first round of dreams. And then when the tsunami happened, she and I hid in the TV station building together. Shen Sisi paused. Why do you ask about her? I met Hypnos in the second round. He disguised himself as a rabbit and approached me. He wanted me to take him to find Han Lu. I was just a little suspicious of him at that time. But we met again in the third round. And I confronted him. Zhang Heng said. Are you alone? Shen Sisi raised her eyebrows. This is too risky. Hypnos is the god of sleep. And dreams are his home turf. He will be very difficult to deal with here. Sorry. He seems to be able to disguise himself as other people in dreams. I don't know what he will look like next time we meet. Zhang Heng said. I don't know who else I can trust. So I can only choose to fight quickly. I understand. If I were in your position, I would probably do the same. How did you make him give up on Han Lu? I don't know. We were surrounded by Smith. And then he took out a harmonica. Everyone who heard the melody fell down, including me. So I asked you what happened after that. Zhang Heng said. I never met him from the beginning to the end. And the same goes for others. Unless he briefly disguised himself as one of us as you said. Shen Sisi thought for a while, and shook her head. But this possibility is not high. In addition, we have been together for a while in the dungeon. It is not so easy for Hypnos to replace one of us unknowingly. So did he give up on his own? But this has never happened before. Otherwise Death Dream wouldn't have made so many people nervous. Zhang Heng and Shen Sisi have exchanged information about this dream. But the result is disappointing. Not only did they not figure out what happened afterwards, but the mysteries became more and more. The two still don't know how Han Lu survived the curse, and why Hypnos let them go when he had an absolute advantage. Zhang Heng glanced at Han Lu, who was still sleeping, and said to Shen Sisi, Can I ask you for a favor? The latter understood without waiting for Zhang Heng to continue. Don't worry. My people, and I won't tell anyone about this. So she won't be targeted by other players. And no one will bother her. Shen Sisi smiled bitterly as she spoke. And it seems that this is an unexpected situation. We haven't found a stable solution to the death dream. And we can't use this method to save other people. So, just pretend nothing happened. No. Thanks to your help this time. If you hadn't contacted me and brought that item, we wouldn't be able to enter Han Lu's dream. And she might have died like everyone else now. Zhang Heng said. You have thanked me more than once. Shen Sisi said. Like I said before, I am just doing what I have always done. She paused and said, I still hope that players can have clearer codes of conduct and self-restraint mechanisms, and pool everyone's strength to protect ordinary people from the threat of supernatural forces. If you are also interested in these, you are welcome to join us at any time. I will consider it, Zhang Heng said. Shen Sisi stood up from the chair. It's almost dawn. I go to school first. You? I wait for her to wake up and say goodbye to her before leaving, Zhang Heng said. But he couldn't help but look out the window. There, the sky was slightly pale. And this time, there was no strange cloud, which also proved that he had returned to reality. See you at school. Shen Sisi stood up and said. Chapter 482. I have my plan. Behind the hillside full of valerian is a forest. There is a wooden cottage in the forest. The natural scenery around the cottage is very beautiful. There is a stream flowing outside the door. The branches of ancient unknown trees seem to be intertwined under the influence of some mysterious power, weaving into a huge tree canopy, blocking all sunlight. But apart from the lighting, this is probably the kind of forest holiday cottage that everyone hopes to build one for me too. The owner of the hut has a rather peculiar hobby. His pets are not cats or dogs, but a group of crows. However, they seem to be a little different from ordinary crows. They quietly rest on the roof and branches, and do not make any noise, as if they are asleep. In the dark room, a pale man suddenly wakes up from a feather bed with black curtains. There are beads of sweat on his forehead, and his eyes flicker. But what is more concerning is the pair of wings behind him. When spread out, they are 4 meters long and 2 meters high, as if they are going to fill the entire room. However, if someone is careful, they can see that the pair of wings are also trembling slightly. But the next moment, someone plucked the harp, and the melodious and soothing sound of the harp floated into the man's ears through the door, calming his mind again. He sat on the bed for a while, then stood up, put on his slippers, walked to the table, and picked up the half-finished bottle of Coke on it. The added sugar also helped him calm down further. But when he saw his slightly bulging belly, he couldn't help but sigh. He threw the empty Coke bottle into the trash can beside him, then opened the door, but couldn't help frowning when he saw the figure on the sofa in the living room. Thank you, Pasithea, for your amazing performance. I feel like I'm sitting in the Golden Hall of Vienna. I have to take my hat off to you. The funny-looking old man on the sofa applauded after the piano ended. An old woman with white hair nodded in thanks, then put away her harp and walked out of the cabin tremblingly. After she closed the door, the man looked at the old man warily and said, "Why are you here?" The old man did not answer, but paused. The grace of the 3 graces. I still remember how beautiful she was back then. She reminded me of Daphne. No wonder you couldn't help but offend Zeus for her. By the way, how is your waist? It must not be very comfortable to fall from such a high place. So you came here to laugh at us? No. I just feel that time flies. And the goddess back then is also old. Pasitha's condition is not good. After all, there are too few people who know her name now. The man said, "If this continues, she will disappear from this world in a short time. This is really a pity." The old man said, "But this is the fate of old guys, isn't it? After all, nothing can fight against time. One day the world will forget all of us." The man snorted coldly. "Really? But I see that you have been jumping around quite happily recently. I heard that you went to Silicon Valley to find the guy. Hatred and hatred can't help us survive. The development of things is the law of nature." The old man said, "So you are going to follow the law of nature and completely betray us and join the opposite camp?" The man took a knife from the wall and walked towards the old man. "Listen to the way you talk now. It's as disgusting as those guys. I should also tell others to be wary of you. Oh, I almost forgot that time is such a ruthless thing. You only look forward and never look back." "Right," the latter shrugged. "Listen to what you are saying. Hypnos, you should know that no one is more nostalgic than me. I am the only one who remembers those names that have disappeared in history. I told you that no matter what difficulties you encounter, you can come to me. My door is always open to you." Hypnos snorted coldly, sat down next to the old man, took an apple from the fruit plate and peeled it with a knife. "This is a mistake. We should not have agreed to their request to play any game from the beginning, but should have followed those ancient traditions, gathered everyone together, and fought a big battle with them. Yes, we may be at a disadvantage, but we have defeated the giants and can also win this war. I don't know what kind of magic you gave Zeus to make him willing to accept such an obviously crazy request. Unfortunately, we can't," the old man patiently explained. "This is completely different from the war with the Titans. Judging from the situation at the time, if we continue to fight, we will only die. Now is the best outcome for us." "Not for me," Hypnos said. "Pasithea is so weak that she can't wait for the next game. I must help her get a good result in this game. Do you have a choice?" "Yes, I did meet someone this time. A girl named Shinsisi. I have been following her for a while, but this time I encountered some other things in my dream." Hypnos remembered the scenes he saw in his previous dream and shuddered. Then he saw the old man's raised mouth corners, and immediately realized something, and said vigilantly, "You came to me because of this matter, right?" "Yes," the old man admitted very straightforwardly. "I hope you can forget what you saw. Is he related to you?" Hypnos took a bite of the apple. "I'm doing this for your own good. Knowing too much is sometimes not a good thing," the old man said. "Are you crazy? Why do you want to provoke that thing?" Hypnos said angrily. "Do you think we don't have enough enemies now? No one over there touches it. Are you too naive? If it wakes up, it will be an absolute disaster for all of us. Thanks to those stupid humanistic works of mortals. Its name is now known to everyone. All of us put together are not as good as its little finger. Can't you see that its shadow is everywhere in newspapers, novels, movies, and games? Calm down. Calm down. Hypnos. I did this for a plan, the old man said. So far, the situation is still under my control. How about this? In exchange, I can help Pazathea find an excellent agent. Well, the girl named Shinsisi may not be suitable because someone else has already set her sights on her. She has entered the probation period. But I can help you find someone else. And Set, I can also help you solve this problem and prevent him from copying your death dream again, so that you don't have to run around like crazy anymore. Chapter 483. He is coming back. Hanlu didn't wake up until the evening. She slept for 14 hours. Even so, she still felt dizzy after waking up. The sleep lost before is not so easy to make up, even if you spend more time lying in bed afterwards. But when Hanlu opened her eyes, John Hung could finally put most of his worries aside. Although he still didn't know why Hypnos let Hanlu go and disappeared when he had clearly controlled the situation. But for now, Hanlu is indeed out of danger, John Hung said. For safety reasons, you'd better call me or send me a text message every morning. It doesn't take too long. A month will be enough to prove that Hypnos will no longer be watching you. No problem, Hanlu said. And then she paused and said, You saved me. Well, that's not certain yet. Although Zhang Hung also speculated that Hypnos' sudden retreat might be related to him, he had no intention of attributing the incident to himself without sufficient evidence. You saved me, Hanlu said without any hesitation. If you hadn't seen my message, I would have died in my sleep. It was the props provided by Shinsisi's team. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to enter your dream. I will find a way to repay them. But they appeared because of you. So let's go back to the previous question. You saved me. This is the second time, including what happened in the hospital. What do you want? Hanlu said bluntly. For now, I don't need anything. But I come to you when I need it. John Hung stood up and put on his coat while speaking. I've missed another day of class and have to go back to school. While I'm waiting for you, I make some food and put it on the table. You can take a shower and have a good meal afterwards. Nothing else happened in the next 2 weeks. And John Hung successfully got his driver's license. But the license plate was still a long way off. If you want to get a license plate, you have to apply for a lottery first, and then wait for the lottery every 2 months. The probability of winning is comparable to the Mark 6 lottery. Even with the bonus of Lucky Rabbit's foot, it is unlikely to win in one draw. But John Hung was not in a hurry. Anyway, the car was under the name of Hanlu's company, so it was fine as long as he could drive it. In fact, the night John Hung got his driver's license, the 4 people in the dormitory had another meal outside, and they deliberately chose a place far away and took a car together. Chin Huadong was a little worried about John Hung driving skills as a rookie driver. He kept shouting, There are cars. There are cars. It's dangerous. It's dangerous, and fastening his seatbelt all the way. However, when he saw John Hung skillfully weaving in and out of the traffic on the crowded road, he finally shut up. After getting off the car, he specifically found John Hung to ask who his coach was, and if he could recommend one. John Hung readily gave Chen Huadong his coach's WeChat, and the latter was already imagining that he would become the driving god of Akina Mountain after 20 days of intensive training. However, there is always a gap between ideals and reality. In addition to making up for some test standards and new traffic regulations in the driving school, John Hung actually did not learn anything. His driving skills were practiced by following a seafood store owner in the Tokyo Drift Dungeon, because he still had to drive. John Hung was the only one among the 4 who didn't drink. After dinner, he drove the slightly drunk Ma Wei, Chen Huadong who looked fine, and Wei Jiangyang who was completely unconscious back to the dormitory. After finding a way to lift Wei Jiangyang to the bed, John Hung turned on his computer, as there was still some time before the power went out. Some time ago, he searched for the scientific expedition team that went to Greenland 17 years ago, and found the Facebook of 2 of them, and the Twitter of 1. Because there was no useful information on Twitter at the time, and Facebook was private, John Hung investigation could only stop there. However, after returning from the leaker's copy, he mastered the LV2 geek skills, and there was more than one way to get the login passwords of the 2 Facebooks without anyone noticing, and he was finally able to enter one of them to find out. John Hung first logged into Nicholson's Facebook. The latter is a former member of the Navy SEALs, who just turned 50 this year. In the photo, he really looks like a tough guy, with developed chest muscles and thick arms. He only wore beach pants and squatted on the beach, grilling oysters, and behind him stood a young girl, hugging his neck intimately. John Hung then saw the young girl in the photo album. She was standing with another older woman. If nothing unexpected happened, they should be Nicholson's daughter and wife. Nicholson returned to Colorado after the expedition and co-founded a small construction company there. However, it closed down about 4 years ago due to poor business conditions. After that, he became a truck driver. He didn't use Facebook very often. Most of the photos on it were with his family. Although he was 50 years old, he often received greetings from beautiful women because of his tough appearance. But Nicholson ignored them. In addition, John Hung also noticed that Nicholson rarely updated his Facebook in March, May, and August every year. It was not known whether it was a coincidence or for some reason. In addition, John Hung also recalled his life in the Navy SEALs, and even earlier, but he never mentioned the scientific expedition, just like he had never been to Greenland before 17 years ago. On the other hand, the Facebook of psychologist Marshall was much more exciting. Usually he would post some of his work status and interesting life stories. But at night, especially in the early morning, Marshall would post some of his own simple drawings, or some vague and neurotic sentences, such as, "He has seen me. I still remember those crazy whirlpools, fragmented eyes, his eyes, he is coming back." These sentences and sketches are only visible to yourself. In other words, other people don't know what this psychologist is going through in the dead of night. Unlike Nicholson, Marshall, 42, has not yet started a family. He has only a girlfriend who he has been dating for 4 or 5 years. They broke up a year ago. According to Marshall, it was because the latter couldn't stand his nocturnal wandering disorder. But John Hung intuition told him that there were deeper reasons behind this. In addition, Marshall didn't update his Facebook a week after the breakup. John Hung didn't know what happened to this psychologist. Chapter 484 Deductive Method. John Hung wrote down the addresses of the former Navy SEAL and the psychologist before the power went out. Both the United States and Greenland are quite far away from a city, and further investigations will be required after arriving there. It will probably be difficult to get any results without a week or two. And now that school has just started, John Hung has already been recorded as skipping classes. His good luck has finally run out. In order to solve the trouble of Death Dream, he was also recorded as skipping classes twice. He cannot leave for the time being, so he can only postpone his trip to the summer vacation. John Hung came to the Sex and the City bar again at the end of the month. This time, the bartender did not mix cocktails behind the bar, but stood outside the door of the lounge, lit a cigarette, and looked coldly at the men and women twisting their bodies to the melody at her feet. Seeing John Hung coming up, he said, "The matter you entrusted me with has come to fruition." The music was too noisy, so John Hung had to take 2 steps forward. "I found someone who can help you repair the samurai sword. He is the most powerful blacksmith I have ever seen. He once forged weapons for the gods. With his help, not only can your samurai sword be restored to its original state, but he can even help you make some upgrades based on the original foundation. But you need to pay 2,000 game points. In addition, you have to find the lower half of the knife and give it to him together with the upper part. He just helped me put the 2 parts together, and then he charged me 2,000 points. This is not a small amount. Such a large amount of game points can already buy a sea-level prop, and it is a relatively popular one." John Hung still remembers the escape dagger that was very popular at the auction before. The final transaction price was only 2,050 game points. After a pause, he continued, "Besides, you haven't told me what quality this game prop is. Unfortunately, I can't identify it before recasting it," the bartender said. "So this is like a gamble?" John Hung frowned. He got this samurai sword from the red-dressed woman in the last round of the game. After returning to the real world, John Hung gave it to the bartender along with the USB drive and the copper ring, and entrusted her to find a possible repair. But he didn't expect the final price to be so high. Using 2,000 points to repair an item of unknown quality is too risky, no matter how you look at it. Even a C-level item may not be worth this much. And if it is a D-level, E-level, or even F-level item, then John Hung will lose a lot. Anyway, I have found the person for you. The decision is in your hands, the bartender said. Wait until I find the lower half of the broken sword before considering it, John Hung said. If nothing unexpected happens, the remaining part should still be in the hands of the red-clothed woman. And it is not easy to get it. So John Hung does not need to worry about this matter for the time being. He pushed open the door of the lounge, walked to the empty booth with ease, took out the alarm clock under the seat, set the time, and started his 7th round of the game. Player identity verification in progress. Verification passed. The 7th round copy is being randomly drawn for player number 07958. Drawing completed. The current copy is deductive method. Logicians can infer the existence of the Atlantic Ocean or Niagara Falls from a drop of water. And I don't need to see or hear it with my own eyes. So life is like a chain. We only need to glimpse one link to know the whole. Mission goal: complete a case investigation with your new roommate and find the criminal first. Mode: single player. Time flow rate: 240. 1 hour in the real world is equal to 10 days in this game. And the player is forced to return to the real world after 30 days. Friendly reminder: the game will officially start in 5 seconds. Please be prepared. When John Hung saw the name of this round of copies, he had already thought of a famous name in the detective novel world, thinking that it couldn't be such a coincidence. And when he opened his eyes and saw the road sign in front of him, he finally further confirmed his previous guess. Baker Street. John Hung moved his eyes to the house across the road. And as expected, he saw the house number 221B. The famous Baker Street 221B is the residence of the author of a practical manual of beekeeping and research on isolating queen bees. Of course, he wrote this great work after he retired. John Hung took a step forward, walking on the muddy road mixed with horse manure. The sky of London was as gloomy as ever, and the grey mist shrouded the city like the face of a typhoid patient. A man wearing a bowler hat drove a carriage past John Hung, and the mud splashed on John Hung's trouser legs. But before the latter could speak, the carriage had quickly disappeared on the street. John Hung reached out and knocked on the door. After a while, the door opened, and a middle-aged woman's face appeared, smiling. "Oh, you must be the new tenant here, Mrs. Hudson?" John Hung said. Mrs. Hudson is the landlady of 221B Baker Street in the original book. She also works part-time as a cook and cleaner. These expenses are already included in the rent. However, she looks younger in real life than in the original book. Less than 40 years old. "Yes, Mr. John Hung. Where is your luggage?" Mrs. Hudson said enthusiastically, looking behind John Hung. The latter was stunned. I left my luggage with a friend. I will pick it up later. But there is not much. Can I go to see my room first?" "Of course," Mrs. Hudson said. "Come in. This will be your home from now on. The furniture is well matched. The light is good, and you can see the street below when you open the curtains." But she hesitated when she got to this point. John Hung asked, "What's wrong?" "It's your roommate. His personality may be a little weird, but I can assure you that he is a decent person. But he has some minor problems. No one is perfect." Mrs. Hudson sighed. "Anyway, you are welcome to stay." John Hung raised his eyebrows. "Where is my roommate now?" "He went out to listen to a concert this afternoon, but he should be back by now." Just as Mrs. Hudson finished speaking, there was another knock on the door. Mrs. Hudson turned around and opened the door again. This time, a man with a hooked nose and a height of more than 6 feet stood outside the door. He seemed to be still wandering in the ocean of music until he noticed John Hung behind Mrs. Hudson. "Oh, it seems that my roommate is here. Nice to meet you. I am Sherlock Holmes. You can just call me Holmes." As he spoke, he stretched out a palm with traces of ink and reagents. Chapter 485. I'm glad you introduced me to me. John Hung shook hands with Holmes. But Holmes didn't let go immediately. "You've lived on the sea for a long time. Are you a seaman?" "No. More like a decision maker on the ship. The captain or the first mate. But that should have been a long time ago." "Interesting. You shouldn't be in such a high position at your age." "Forgive me. I don't know much about the political system in the East." "You have experienced war. More than once. And have seen blood. But you are not a soldier. This is even more interesting. You have also practiced archery. I have to praise your versatility. You have been to many places. Are you a traveler?" "Finally. I hope to hear you play the piano someday." "Wow. Very impressive. Did you deduce all of this? John Hung said. It's just some tricks of a magician. Once it's revealed, it's not worth mentioning. In addition, please forgive me if I offend you. Holmes smiled. But it can be seen that he is still very proud and complacent, which is almost exactly the same as in the original book. It is not a polite thing to reveal all the details of the other party just after meeting for the first time. Although he used words like "I hope you will forgive me" at the end, it was more like a casual remark. This is probably a common problem of all geniuses from ancient times to the present. They always focus on themselves, act arbitrarily, and rarely care about the feelings of others. However, when he wanted to withdraw his hand the next moment, he found that John Hung did not let go. You lack knowledge of literature, philosophy, and astronomy, and your understanding of politics is extremely limited, but your knowledge of chemistry is profound. You are seriously biased in botany. You don't know gardening, but you know all kinds of river crabs. You are also taking those river crabs. Unfortunately, you should stay away from them. With your willpower, I believe you can do it. You are good at identifying soil. You have rich but unsystematic knowledge of anatomy. You have been a boxer, and you are also quite good at fencing and stick fighting. You have a brother who is a government official. He is smarter than you, but you hate to admit it. Your grandfather was a gentry for generations, but then the family fell into decline. By the way, I also hope to hear you play the violin, but the premise is that you play it well. Otherwise it will just be a ghost crying and wolves howling. John Hung finished speaking in one breath. This time it was the man opposite to be stunned. After a pause, he leaned over and looked at Mrs. Hudson. Did you tell him everything about me? The latter shook her head. I don't know what you do in the room all day long, Mr. Holmes. I just hope you don't mess up the house again. Ha! Holmes frowned, as if he was stuck in some difficult problem. After a moment, he said, as for the chemical knowledge, you can tell from the chemical reagents left on my hands. The violin was when we shook hands, and you touched the calluses on my fingers. In addition, I mentioned that I went to a concert, so it wasn't difficult. As for fencing, my rapier is on the balcony. Did you see it when you were downstairs? I used to be a boxer, and I still retain some of my boxer habits. It's not surprising that you can see that. Let's not talk about stick fighting for now. How did you see my attainments in various subjects? This kind of thing is not a secret. If we lived together for a while, you would be able to see it quickly. But this is the first time we met. Right? And my brother. I seldom talked about him with anyone. Even Mrs. Hudson didn't know he existed, let alone my grandfather. How did you know? Arthur Conan Doyle told me that. Don't take it to heart. John Hung also smiled, and finally pulled his hand back. Arthur Conan Doyle? Who is that? Holmes was confused. I don't remember having such a friend, Mrs. Hudson on the other side said. I'm glad you introduced each other. Although the person you introduced to each other is a bit strange, because most people usually introduce themselves at this time. But it doesn't matter. The important thing is that you have already known each other. I can get you some tea and snacks, so you can continue chatting. That's great. It was obvious that Holmes was beginning to take an interest in John Hung. He took off his hat and hung it on a hook beside him, then took off his coat, sat down on the sofa, took out a pipe and filled it with tobacco. Mr. John Hung, I must admit that you are much more interesting than I thought. I do have some old stereotypes about Oriental people. Before, I was still worried that you would move out after staying for 2 days, like my previous roommates. But now I am sure that we will get along very happily in the days to come. Mr. Holmes, I am also very interested in your observation and reasoning skills, and I hope to learn from you in the future. John Hung also sat down on the sofa opposite. Interesting. There are indeed many people who come to me for help, whether they are private detectives or those police officers from Scotland Yard. When they encounter difficult cases that they cannot solve, they will come to me with the evidence they have collected to ask for advice. But they just want to eat chicken. You are the first one who wants to raise chickens yourself. Holmes paused. I don't mind sharing the skills I have learned, but some things sound simple. But it's another matter to actually do them. It requires a lot of practice. It's not that no one wanted to learn from me before, but they gave up later. But you are different. You have excellent observation skills. Very good. Maybe you can master it quickly. Although I have written it very clearly in the rental notice in the newspaper, I still repeat the key points for the sake of caution. The two of us will rent a house together, and the rent will be shared. You, and I will each have one bedroom. Because I moved in first. You have no choice. But I can assure you that your bedroom is also very comfortable. We share the living room. But I have priority to use it when I need to work. Sometimes, I will do some experiments in the room. And I may also play the violin. I hope you don't mind. Oh! You can also tell me in advance if you have any habits or hobbies. There's only one thing. I hope you don't play your violin in the early hours of the morning. It's reasonable. I will try to avoid this. Holmes was sincere. But his words were evasive. It was obvious that he had no confidence and had prepared to play dirty in advance. Then I have no problem. Very good. Then let's have a toast to our future cohabitation. Holmes then shouted to the kitchen. Mrs. Hudson, we have changed our minds from afternoon tea to wine. Please take out the bottle of port wine I treasure. We have to entertain this mysterious Oriental tenant. Chapter 486 The Unknown Female Corpse on the Thames. The pleasant cocktail party did not last long before it was interrupted by an uninvited guest. A tall man, with a fair complexion and grayish-yellow hair. However, he looked a little worried. As soon as he entered the door, he said, Something happened. When did you come to see me? It was because something happened. Holmes sat on the sofa. But he was not in a hurry at all. And he introduced John Hung. Gregson. The best of Scotland Yard. Of course. Compared to his companions. After saying that, he looked at Gregson again. John Hung. My mysterious and lovely new Oriental roommate. We are discussing the impact of professionalism on opponent type and destroying my treasured port wine. You came at the right time. Would you like to have a drink together? I'm afraid it's not a good time to drink now, the sheriff said, glancing at John Hung. Don't worry. My friend is very tight-lipped and won't say anything, Holmes said. So you can tell me anything you want to tell me. Okay. Gregson obviously hadn't dealt with Holmes for the first time. Hearing this, he stopped dwelling on John Hung's question and said directly, I've encountered a very difficult case. I'm skeptical. But you can continue. In the afternoon, a patrol policeman found a body in the Thames and asked a nearby boatman to help salvage it. It was a young girl. But we have no other clues. The poor child had no clothes, jewelry, or other things to prove her identity. We don't know her name, where she lives, what she does, or if she has any friends or relatives. In short, we know nothing about her. And no one has reported her missing recently. You said you were most interested in this kind of case that has nowhere to start. So I came to you as soon as possible. A wise move. After listening to Gregson's description, Holmes' face showed a hint of excitement. He turned to John Hung and said, My friend, I'm sorry that our cocktail party has to end early. It doesn't matter. Work is more important. John Hung expressed his understanding. Holmes stood up and put on his coat again. But then he said, Where is your hat? The theoretical course is over. Next, we should go to practice. John Hung was a little surprised. He could see that Gregson didn't really want him to participate in this case. He and Holmes had just met for less than 2 hours. Although they had chatted quite well before. There was no need for Holmes to stay with him when it came to doing business. Although John Hung had the main task, he did not expect to encounter an opportunity on the first day. Holmes was a man with excellent observation ability, and John Hung happened to have many secrets. Therefore, he had not had an easy time in the past 2 hours. Even though he had mentioned that he wanted to learn from Holmes before, John Hung did not want to show too much eagerness, lest it be too much. However, it seems now that Holmes's habit of dragging his roommate with him when solving cases is still as serious as in the original book. He dragged Watson to the crime scene without saying anything when he met Watson not long ago. But if John Hung remembered correctly, Watson had lived with Holmes for several weeks at that time, and they had understood each other's temperaments. This time, he and Holmes were really better than strangers. The sheriff opened his mouth, but in the end, he said nothing. John Hung naturally did not hesitate to follow Holmes out, and the three of them got on a four-wheeled carriage parked outside the door. Most of the stories in the detective collection of Sherlock Holmes took place in the late 19th century, when Britain was in the Victorian era. During this period, Britain completed the Industrial Revolution and expanded its colonies overseas. Its politics, economy and culture developed rapidly, and its industrial production capacity was greater than the sum of other countries in the world. At this time, the British Empire was the veritable center of the world. As the capital, London, with a population of more than 6 million, is undoubtedly the world's largest city. However, the gap between the rich and the poor is also very huge. To use Dickens' words at the beginning of A Tale of Two Cities, this is the best of times and the worst of times. The rapid expansion of the population in a short period of time has made London overcrowded. John Hung still remembers a data he saw in later generations. In an area of about 1,200 feet, there are a total of 2,795 families, more than 10,000 people, and 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren are crowded in a small house. Just like piglets locked in a pigsty. The annual salary of ordinary workers was less than £10, most of which went into the pockets of landlords. They ate low-quality bread mixed with expired flour, potato flour, even alum and chalk powder. They dared not get sick, had no money to buy clothes or toys for their children, and it was difficult to get enough rest time. In contrast, Watson, a military doctor in the book, although he was not a rich man, could live comfortably in London. He could receive an allowance of 11 shillings and 6 pence a day, which was about £17 a month. As for the big landlords and factory owners, they had more money in their pockets. They lingered in various dances and theaters every day, and their bed partners changed again and again. The carriage drove towards the Thames. Holmes was in a good mood all the way. He talked endlessly about the concert he had attended before. Unfortunately, the 2 companions beside him could hardly have much in common with him on this topic. Inspector Gregson was still worried about the case at hand and seemed a little absent-minded. Although John Hung had practiced piano for a period of time, his understanding of 19th-century musicians was limited to a few famous ones. "I like music. It is one of the few things in this boring and tedious world that can excite my nerves. Apart from that, there are all kinds of cases. The more incredible the code is, the more arduous and complicated the analysis work is, the happier I am. Unfortunately, there are fewer and fewer criminals who are willing to use their brains now." Holmes seemed to be in high spirits and started talking. For most cases, you can actually find similarities from previous cases. So when you are at a loss, you can always gain something by flipping through old files. "Why? Have you built an archive where you live?" Gregson interrupted. "I do have the habit of collecting clippings to record difficult cases, but more of the records are here." Holmes pointed to his head and smiled. Chapter 487. Let's solve the case quickly. It was already dusk when the carriage arrived at the location where the female corpse was salvaged. Gregson left 2 people there to look after the body. They covered the poor child with a blanket they had asked from the boatman, so that she would not be exposed to the eyes of the idle people around. Now this was all they could do. The 3 of them got off the carriage, and Gregson noticed that a guy who looked like a reporter had arrived in the crowd and was fiddling with a large camera. "These guys are like fleas that can't be shaken off," Gregson muttered, not looking very happy. But there were no clues in this case so far. Maybe he could try to ask the newspaper to find the victim's family. So he walked towards the reporter. Holmes on the other side did not rush to lift the blanket, but first chatted with the police who found the body, then wandered around for a while, and then walked slowly to the body. John Hung was already holding his nose and checking silently. The smell by the Thames River was not very pleasant. Before the 19th century, the river water here was clear and full of fish and shrimps. However, after the Industrial Revolution, as the city expanded, a large number of factories were built along the river. Industrial wastewater and domestic sewage continued to pour in, causing the environment on the Thames River to deteriorate sharply. Coupled with the garbage floating on the water surface, it has become a veritable stinking ditch. However, the government obviously also realized the problem and built an intercepting underground sewage system and a sewer parallel to the Thames River, trying to transfer the pollution in the urban area to the downstream as much as possible. It must be admitted that this method did play some role. John Hung looked at it for a while. Like Gregson, he could only see a limited amount from the body. Holmes was right. His observation skills were excellent, but the subsequent reasoning needed sufficient knowledge to support it. In addition to not having a case library in his mind like Holmes, John Hung's biggest problem was that his knowledge of the Victorian era and the city was limited to books and movies, or 1 or 2 BBC documentaries. As a layman who was just watching the fun, this knowledge might be enough. But it was obviously not enough to use this knowledge to solve the case. For example, Holmes can tell what brand and origin of cigarettes a person smokes by looking at his clothes or the ash on the ground. John Hung may also notice these details that ordinary people cannot notice. But he has no idea what brands of cigarettes are available in this era. so he naturally cannot complete the next step of reasoning. John Hung realized that it was not an easy task for him to complete the main task. The most disadvantageous point of the competition between him and Holmes was that he was in the era of the other party. This round of dungeons did not seem as dangerous as before. But the actual difficulty was the greatest dungeon he had ever experienced. Fortunately, he had enough time to meet the challenge. Holmes squatted on the ground and carefully examined the body. During the period, he took out a magnifying glass and focused on the palms and hair of the woman. Even the nails. At this moment, he was no longer lazy as before, and looked like a well-trained hound. At the end, he almost stuck to the body, face to face with the female corpse, and his eyes moved down all the way, finally pausing for a moment on the latter's neck. Then he stood up again, dusted off his clothes, and asked John Hung, "What did you see?" "Well, it should be murder. The victim is a female, 15 to 16 years old. She seems a little weak and may have a disease. The cause of death is not drowning because the head was hit hard. In addition," John Hung paused, "the victim may have been violated before death." "Not bad." Holmes smiled. "You are not a forensic doctor. It is not easy to see so many things. Take your time." As he was talking, Gregson on the other side finally finished dealing with the reporter. He took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead and walked over. "It's already been negotiated. That's a reporter from the Echo. Let him take a photo and put it on the front page. If the child's family sees it, they should come to the police station to find us. By the way, how is it going here? We don't know the child's name yet," Holmes said leisurely. Gregson's emotions were a bit complicated. Hearing this, he seemed to be disappointed and relieved. He said, "Ah, this is also unavoidable. In fact, I have done everything I could before. But the victim didn't even have any clothes left. It's too difficult to find clues. It seems that we still have to wait for the news from the newspaper." "That's not necessary." Holmes was amused, lit his pipe, took a deep breath, and dispelled the smell from the river. The sheriff was stunned when he heard it. "What do you mean?" "If I were you, I would send someone to investigate the John textile factory 1 mile upstream from here. The child works there. In addition, the murderer is a man, and he is an acquaintance of the child. But he has always had improper thoughts about the child. He is 6 feet tall and strong. There are scratches on his body, especially on his arms." After Holmes finished speaking, he regained his uninterested look and said to John Hung, "Let's go. Our work is done. And it's getting late. How about going to have dinner together? Let's go to Halbin Restaurant. The hand there has always been my favorite. Obedience is worse than respect." John Hung said, "We can call a carriage ourselves, so you don't have to bother to take us there." "Sheriff," Holmes then said to the stunned Gregson, "why are you still standing there, now that you have got the clue you want? Now, hurry up and solve the case." Half an hour later, John Hung and Holmes were already sitting at the table in the Halbin Restaurant. The waiter poured the two of them pre-dinner red wine, and the tragedy that happened on the Thames River before was also diluted by the slow music in his ears. Holmes held the wine glass and looked at John Hung opposite with interest, as if he had discovered something interesting. After a moment, he said, "You are really able to keep your composure. I am becoming more and more interested in you. But it doesn't matter. It's still a while before the dishes are served. If you have any questions, just ask. I will tell you everything I know. Then I won't be polite. How did you deduce the place where the girl worked? And how did you know the general characteristics of the murderer?" John Hung finally asked. Chapter 488. We can make a bet. "It's not difficult," said Holmes. "To be honest, when I heard Gregson's words, I thought we had encountered some rare and strange case. At least the kind that happened on the Isle of Arran in 1832. But when I went to the scene, I found that it was nothing special. Let's talk about John's textile factory first." Holmes paused. "Do you remember what we talked about this afternoon? Are you talking about the influence of occupation on the opponent's type?" "Yes. I have been doing research in this area recently. I have found many people from all walks of life in London, including masons, fishermen, cooks, typists, etc. I go out at dawn every morning and stay in the slums until the sun goes down. I spend a lot of time studying their hand shapes, comparing them with each other, and with other people in the same industry. The results are remarkable. I am planning to compile it into a paper," Holmes said. "Just now at the riverside, I focused on examining the child's palm and compared her palm with my research results. Although her body has been soaked in the water for quite some time, there is no doubt that she worked in a textile factory. So your previous observation is not wrong, because long-term work has made her body a little weak, and she may still be sick when the incident happened. But there are many textile factories in London. How can you be sure that she was in John's textile factory? Good question, said Holmes. I tend to think that the place where the body was dumped and the place where the body was found are very close. This is also easy to explain. The body was found during the day, although there was a little fog on the river. The visibility was actually good. In addition, there were cruise ships or cargo ships passing by from time to time. If there was a body on the river, it would be difficult for it to float too far without being discovered. Wait, but you said before that her body had been in the water for quite some time. That's right. Holmes smiled slyly. But please pay attention to my wording. I said her body had been in the water for quite some time, not floating for quite some time. Is there any difference between the two? Of course. Judging from the state of the body, the victim's death should have been last night. The murderer accidentally killed her and was in a panic afterwards. He threw the body into the river and probably tied it with stones or something so that it would not be discovered. People would just think that the child was missing. There are people who come and go in this city every day, especially for the lower class like her. Not many people care about where she went. You know, the police have completely different attitudes towards missing and murder. Then why was her body discovered by the patrol? There are many possibilities. Maybe the perpetrator was too nervous and didn't tie the rope tightly. Maybe something happened and broke the rope, Holmes said. I'm not just guessing. In addition to the time issue I mentioned, I did find traces of rope binding on the victim's wrist. This explains why her body was in the water for a long time. But it didn't take long for her to get out of the water and float to the place where she was found. John Textile Factory is the closest textile factory upstream, and it was also the place I first suspected. In addition, I found some blue crystals in her hair, which are copper sulfate pentahydrate formed when copper sulfate meets water. Coincidentally, there is a chemical factory next to John Textile Factory, which is also the most important basis for my final inference, Holmes said. Seeing is believing. This has already raised criminal investigation to the level of almost precise science. Zhang Heng also gave a heartfelt compliment. Although Holmes didn't say anything when he heard the compliment, his expression looked very useful. He paused and continued. As for the inference about the perpetrator, it's nothing special, to be honest. I'd like to hear more details. We all know that the perpetrator wanted to take advantage of the victim, but was fiercely resisted by the child. She was very brave and kept fighting with the other party. But the difference in strength between the two sides was too obvious, so she didn't escape in the end. However, the guy didn't feel comfortable for too long, and was scratched by the victim. Although the body was soaked in water for a long time, there was still some skin tissue left in the nails. This was probably the reason why he was so angry that he strangled her to death. Wait, you said the child was strangled to death? Right, Holmes said with certainty. But wasn't her head hit hard? Zhang Heng asked. Like I said, there was a fight between the two, judging from the marks of the wound. I tend to think that her head hit the table, but it was not fatal. What really killed her was suffocation. Not suffocation in the water, but someone strangled her throat. There were bruises on her neck, but they were not obvious after being soaked in water. It is probably not easy for ordinary people to find them. As for the fact that they knew each other, it was normal. At that time, it was already dark. If they were strangers, it would be almost impossible for them to be in the same room. What about his height? You said he was about 6 feet tall. How did you infer that? Zhang Heng asked. Well, that requires some skill, Holmes said. I simulated their, position at the time, with the woman at the bottom and the man at the top. Then, by comparing the bruises on the neck, I was able to determine the direction and angle of the palm, and then figured out that the murderer's height was about the same as mine. Holmes talked eloquently, and finally sorted out all the previous inferences before serving the dishes. Many things in this world are like this. When you first hear the conclusion, you feel it is magical and incredible. But once you know the reasoning process, it seems not so mysterious. Just like a magician's magic, positive reasoning is easy. For example, you know it is breakfast when you see bread. But the opposite is not true. This is also a skill that detectives need to exercise. If you want to learn, you can start with guessing occupations. You can guess what a person is engaged in from his sleeves, shoes, calluses on his index finger and thumb, nails, shirts, expressions, etc. For example, the gentleman at the table behind you. I can tell from observation that he just came back from Afghanistan and is a military doctor. John Hung showed a strange look on his face for the first time tonight, thinking that it would not be such a coincidence. Holmes thought John Hung did not believe it, and said, "We can make a bet to see who can accurately say more about him. Don't worry. I have never seen him before." Chapter 489. Mr. Watson. Holmes shook the red wine in the glass. The way this gentleman holds the knife shows that he is a medical student. He obviously has a military demeanor. That's clear. He is a military doctor. His face is tan black, but his skin is not black. His joints are white. So he has been in the tropics for a while. His complexion is not very good. His face is haggard. Obviously he is injured. The injury is in his left arm, because his left arm looks a little stiff. So the question is, where in the tropics can a military doctor be injured? Needless to say, it can only be Afghanistan. Impeccable inference. It seems that I have no choice but to admit defeat in this bet. John Hung said. Don't give up so hastily. Holmes said. If you can win this bet, I will show you all the clippings I compiled before. If you have any questions, you can always ask me. Are you serious? John Hung raised his eyebrows, somewhat tempted. That's right, Holmes said. But if you lose, well, just help me do experiments when you have time. It's a deal. John Hung said without turning around. His name is John H. Watson. Graduated from King's College London. Served in the 66th Infantry Brigade. Holmes was dumbfounded. You guessed it? How did you guess it without seeing anything? Don't lie to me. I just happened to know the person sitting across from him. John Hung made a gesture of invitation. Holmes was aroused by curiosity. Put down the wine glass in his hand, stood up and walked to the military doctor's table, and returned to his seat after a moment. That's incredible. I asked Mr. Watson, and he said he didn't know you. Actually, I also knew him from a friend. He was a military doctor who returned to London from Afghanistan. He had an injury on his left arm. It's rare, isn't it? John Hung said. Watson is the second male protagonist in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes after Holmes. He is the first-person narrator of the whole book. John Hung knows him better than Holmes. In the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes series, Watson seemed to have talked with someone in this hotel about not being able to rent a suitable house. It was also after that he met Holmes, who also wanted to find someone to share a house with, through an introduction. But now it seems that he has to go somewhere else to find a roommate. You win. Holmes admitted defeat very straightforwardly. I give you those clippings when I get back. And the paper you said you were writing on the influence of professional opponents. Can you show it to me after you finish it? John Hung asked. You are really studious, my Oriental friend. Holmes raised his glass. But let's put other things aside for now and enjoy this dinner. On the way back after dinner, John Hung closed his eyes, leaned against the carriage and took a nap for a while, and checked his character panel as usual. Name, John Hung. Gender, male. Age, 20. Player ID, 07958. Number of game rounds experienced, 6. Current game points, 1005. Possessions, Plague Bone Bow B. Infinite Bricks B. Filter Lens D. Arrow of Paris D. Wall of Evil Thoughts D. Shadow Key E. Lucky Rabbit Foot E. Betty Shell E. Hunter's Blessing F. Water Melted Metal F. Oath Ring F. Skills, Sailing LV3. Sword Skills LV3. Language Proficiency LV2. 8 languages reach daily communication level. Lego Assembly LV2. Archery LV3. V2. Wilderness Survival LV2. Car Driving Skills LV2. Modification and Repair LV2. Shooting LV2. Astronautics LV2. Geek LV2. Piano LV1. Skiing LV1. Rock Climbing LV1. Evaluation. This player is a Lego master, with a slightly higher luck value and chance of encountering enemies than ordinary people. He is protected by shadows, storms and evil thoughts, bringing plague to the earth. He also has excellent sailing experience, is good at using knives, arrows, and firearms, can drive cars, airplanes, spacecraft and other vehicles, and can adapt to the wild environment. He has a rich skill reserve, excellent combat effectiveness, keeps his oath, and attracts attention among players. Yes, that's right. In the leaker's copy, in addition to the LV2 geek skill, John Hung's biggest gain was 382 game points, of which the Tetris minigame contributed 300 points to him, which can be called the biggest Easter egg in his game so far. Of course, what is more eye-catching is the second B-level item he got, the Plague Bone Bow from the White Horse Knight. The effect is very domineering, as long as the arrow shot with this bow scratches the flesh. Even if it is just a little bit, it will immediately infect the target with 2 to 5 random plagues. As for the use of another C-level item, Crown of White Horse, John Hung is still trying to figure it out. The description of this item is very simple, just saying that it can summon the White Horse of the White Horse Knight for 1 hour, and can be used 3 times. Because of its cool appearance, John Hung did not bring it into the dungeon this time. In fact, the appearance of Plague Bone Bow is also a bit too eye-catching, especially its material. If you carry it on the street like this, you may be caught. John Hung had no choice but to wrap it up with white cloth. In addition, he also used Oath Ring to replace the less versatile Wither Marbles. It is worth mentioning that Wall of Evil Thoughts now has only 1 use left. The above is John Hung's status update in the new round of dungeons. After returning home, Holmes invited John Hung into his room. Unlike what he imagined, Holmes' bedroom was still very clean, and all things were organized in order. Of course, this is Holmes in the state of a model roommate. If the description in the original book is not bad, Holmes will also have intermittent decadent mode, staying in his room all day long, not interested in anything, relying on small pills and syringes to prolong his life, comparable to a poisoned salted fish. That is Holmes, who can't find excitement and fun when there is no case. He, or most of us, have such contradictory duality. Holmes pulled out 2 cardboard boxes from under the cabinet, blew off the dust, and said to John Hung, "I lend them to you. I don't use them anyway. Most of the cases are in my mind. Thank you." John Hung took a quick look and found that there were all kinds of clippings and records inside. The time span was very large, and there were even some very early cases. At that time, Holmes was not born yet. He could only deduce based on news reports and write down his own opinions in the blank space next to them. These things are actually very useful to John Hung now. Chapter 490 Report from the Echo. The next morning, John Hung got up early and took a copy of the record, the case of the lame Ricket and his hateful wife. If John Hung remembered correctly, was the first case that Holmes solved as a detective. It was mentioned in the original book, but there was no detailed content. John Hung came to the restaurant. Holmes was already sitting there, enjoying his toast and coffee. The two greeted each other, and then John Hung sat down opposite him. Holmes glanced at what John Hung had in his hand. "Oh, this case is quite interesting, although it is not difficult. It took me 3 days to complete the investigation because I had just started working as a detective. Now, it only takes 1 morning." John Hung smiled. He did not dislike Holmes' confidence. It was this kind of confidence that made Holmes a very unique character, sought after and loved by thousands of readers. In fact, in daily interactions, Holmes is a very humble person. However, once it comes to his professional field, he will patrol his territory like a lion with a proud attitude. John Hung finished drinking the milk, and then there was a knock on the door downstairs. Mrs. Hudson opened the door and saw Gregson standing outside. The latter swept away the anxiety before, and the whole person looked very happy. He floated in like a puff of smoke and said in a hoarse voice, "Have you read the morning newspaper?" "Not in time yet." Holmes looked at him with interest. Gregson handed over the Echo in his hand. "You can take a look. It's fresh out of the oven." John Hung took the newspaper and turned to the front page, reading it word for word. The reporter first introduced the unidentified female corpse found in the Thames yesterday, and then talked about how Inspector Gregson cleverly found the factory where the female corpse was, and then confirmed the identity of the female corpse. The article did mention that the police were assisted by Mr. Holmes, but there was only this sentence in the whole article. Instead, there were several paragraphs praising Inspector Gregson's wisdom and alertness. Gregson blushed a little when he heard this, and said in defense, "You did help me a lot, especially the clues about John's textile factory. But what you said was not entirely correct, and the previous part was not the main point. Please continue reading." Holmes smiled, and was not angry. He seemed to have been accustomed to it. In fact, this was why the police officers from Scotland Yard liked to ask him for help. He did not care much about fame and fortune. And he would not be angry because the limelight was finally taken away by the police officers handling the case. On the contrary, his interest in those strange cases itself surpassed everything else. Zhang Heng continued reading. It said that after Gregson got the clue, he immediately led people to the textile factory and quickly confirmed the identity of the unidentified female corpse. Her name was Molly. She came to London from the countryside a year ago to live with her aunt. And it was her aunt who helped her find the job in the textile factory. Because she was not a skilled worker. Molly's salary was pitifully low. But her daily workload was not less at all. She worked hard. But the money she earned was just enough to make a living. Because her aunt also had 4 children to raise. She could only help her limitedly. Molly could only rely on herself in this city. Until she met Paul, who was 1 year older than her, but had come to London 3 years earlier than her. He worked in the chemical factory next door. Although he was young, he was already a veteran in the factory and often caused trouble. Reporters portrayed Paul as a cunning, lazy villain who used sweet words to deceive the inexperienced Molly. And then, he finally couldn't help but show his fox tail the night before. Gregson found out after a brief investigation that Molly went to see Paul after get off work that night. Then he led people to raid Paul's residence and found Molly's clothes there. Witnesses identified that they were what Molly wore that night. This was solid evidence. So Paul could no longer deny it. The reporter wrote emotionally in the following article that Officer Gregson only took half a day to solve such a strange case. It is a blessing for the people of London to have such an outstanding police chief. At the same time, he also called on citizens to cooperate with the police station's investigation in the future, actively provide relevant clues, and jointly maintain the city's public security. Gregson's face was also very excited at this time. And he said to Holmes, "I don't mean to disrespect you, but forgive me for being frank. Even the smartest people make mistakes sometimes. You are already very good. From the body alone, we can see that she worked in John's textile factory. It is normal for her to have some discrepancies in her inference of the murderer. In the end, it still depends on us, the police, to take action." Holmes did not comment and asked, "Is what I said about the boy named Paul different?" "There is some difference." Gregson smiled. "It's okay that they are acquaintances. And it's also certain that he has improper thoughts. When we went to his residence, we found more than just those clothes under the bed. That little bastard has been thinking about that for a long time. But this is not surprising. Many of the cases I have handled were because men couldn't control their lower body. It's just a pity that the child named Molly was so young." Holmes interrupted the sheriff's sigh. "What about other aspects? The height doesn't match. The little bastard is not 6 feet tall. At most 5 feet 5. He is quite wild. When 2 of us held him down, he was still struggling desperately, and wanted to bite the ear of one of our police officers. I had no choice but to give him a hard blow to make him calm down. But his strength is just average. He is definitely stronger than Molly, but not much better than ordinary people. In addition, he has a lot of wounds on his body from the previous fight. But there are no scratches on his arms." "You have arrested the wrong person," Holmes said after listening. Gregson laughed. "Look at what you said. I know your previous inference is a bit problematic, and it may be embarrassing. But everyone in our line of work has made mistakes. Even the most powerful people can make mistakes. So we often say that the most important thing in handling a case is to talk about evidence. Talking about evidence is right. But you have arrested the wrong person." Holmes shook his head and said, "That kid named Paul is not the murderer. How is this possible? Are you treating me like a rookie who just joined the police station?" Gregson disagreed. "I have been a policeman for many years, and have handled many cases. There is no way there is any problem with such solid evidence. And that little bastard couldn't help but admit this morning that he did have feelings for Molly. It's not illegal to have feelings," Holmes said. "Besides, they are all at this age, and they are curious about the bodies of the opposite sex. It can't be concluded that he is the murderer. What about the clothes? There are bloodstains on them." The sheriff spread his hands. This time, Holmes did not answer in a hurry, but looked at Zhang Heng beside him. "Are you free this morning? In order to prevent innocent souls from struggling in prison, and to prevent the real villains from going unpunished. It seems that we have to make another trip."